Chapter 421 The Real Power. When he heard Pajun's words, Lin Sheng immediately smiled and said, "No, haha. Pajun, don't hesitate. I can tell you that there is absolutely no problem with our fighter jets. Do you know that our fighter jets are beyond the level of that aircraft carrier? Don't even think about them coming. Even if we joke and ask them to prepare, they will be chased and beaten by us." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun also showed a surprised expression on his face and said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, are you sure you are not joking?" After hearing Pajun's words, Lin Sheng nodded, showed a mysterious smile, and said to Pajun, "Don't you believe it? If you don't believe it, then let's wait and see." Pajun originally he thought those were just Lin Sheng's words to comfort him. But now after seeing Lin Sheng's solemn guarantee, Pajun also felt moved in his heart. Then he looked at Lin Sheng. "Master, I'll just wait and see. I hope everything turns out as good as you said." After Pajun finished saying this, he looked up into the sky again. At this moment, a large group of fighter jets appeared in the sky. In the center of the fighter group, there are aircraft carriers flying in the middle. And at this time, Pajun's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Pajun suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, "Ben, Mr. Sheng, you?" Lin Sheng shook his head at Pajun and said, "Just watch." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he saw fighter jets flying out quickly from high in the sky. At this moment, those fighter jets directly surrounded Miga's fighter group. "Hack! It's coming! It's coming! Dragon Kingdom does have powerful fighter jets." The soldiers started to fight back. "Kill them all!" After Miga's top brass said this, the fighter jets began to counterattack in the air. But at this moment, Dragon Kingdom's fighter group immediately began to attack. After the battle between these fighter jets began, countless beams of light immediately appeared in the sky. Every time a beam of light hits the fighter jet is instantly reduced to ashes. However, at this moment, the senior management of the aircraft carrier in the fighter group immediately said to his men, "Counterattack! Counterattack! Our fighter jets are no match for the opponent. Use the attack from the aircraft carrier immediately." As soon as the senior management's words fell, the weapon system on the aircraft carrier immediately started fighting. The weapon system had just aimed at the fighter jet when it was suddenly hit by a beam of light. However, at this moment, the aircraft carrier's weapon system exploded. The senior officials in the aircraft carrier were stunned. Feel the violent vibration. Suddenly everyone felt bad. "What happened? What happened? How could our aircraft carrier be hit by a fighter jet? Where is the defense system?" They explained alone, but to no avail. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions kept coming. These combatants were stunned. The next moment, before they could react, they were all turned into ashes. The people on the Long Kingdom side were stunned. "Ha ha! Isn't our fighter jet so powerful? It can actually destroy the enemy's fighter jet so easily. So what about fighter jets? Look at their aircraft carrier. Wasn't it bombed by us? Ha ha! That's what I did. I disarmed him with that shot just now. And I just blew up his oil tank, causing the entire aircraft carrier to explode." The combatants began to chat one after another. Undoubtedly, he was not expressing his excessive excitement. As time passed, all the fighter jets and aircraft carriers in the high altitude disappeared. It was at this time that Pajun was still in shock. Lin Sheng patted Pajun on the shoulder and said, "Pajun, what's wrong?" No, I'm just too excited." Pajun said haha after hearing Lin Sheng's words. At this time, Lin Sheng said to Pajun, "Okay, don't be stunned. Those brothers are coming back at this time." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, Pajun immediately raised his head and said, Okay, I'm going to pick up the brothers right now." After Pajun finished saying this, he left immediately. Lin Sheng just smiled. Then he looked up into the sky. A guess also popped up in my mind. Could it be that rice crackers and all these things came from that civilization? Lin Sheng began to speculate in his mind. And at this time in the Miga base, a yellow-haired man was jumping on the spot and yelling angrily, "You trash! I brought people back from the Star Sea to bring you so many high-end technologies, but you actually couldn't beat the indigenous technology with alien technology. What else did you say you did?" The yellow-haired man cursed angrily, while the Miga people in front of him all lowered their heads and trembled. Didn't dare to speak at all. "Jack, okay, you don't need to say anything. I will personally bring people to deal with it later. I promised those guys to rule Blue Star. If it weren't for you, This matter would have been completed long ago. Now I am actually asked to do it myself. If we don't fulfill the agreement, Blue Star will not belong to us, nor will it belong to anyone. After the yellow-haired man said this, Miga's leaders all felt bad. Complex emotions came to my mind. They were also very excited about what Jack had said before. Those blue stars can not only become the masters of blue stars, but also become agents of aliens. They can occupy blue stars and get benefits from aliens. This is a good thing no matter how you think about it. But their own incompetence also makes them helpless. Who knows how the Dragon Kingdom can be so powerful? After a moment, Jack flew high into the sky. Jack was wearing special armor and headed towards the Dragon Kingdom with hundreds of combatants who had returned from the Star Sea. The plastic caps on them are made by aliens, and they are much better than aircraft carriers in terms of quality and combat effectiveness. It is certain that as long as those Dragon Kingdoms capture them today, the other remaining forces on Blue Star will have nothing to fear. After Jack finished saying this, he made some explanations in the sky. Then he approached the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, Lin Sheng, who was above the Dragon Kingdom, showed a sneer on his lips. With a wave of his hand, Old Jack and others launched an attack. The attack beam on the flying saucer continued to fly into the sky above Lin. Boom boom boom. Jack led a man who was half wiped out without paying attention. Chapter 422 Apostleship. Jack also showed an expression of disbelief at this time. What's going on? Jack said to everyone in confusion. Hidden. Time goes back to before the end of the battle. After Lin Sheng returned to watching the flying saucer and thought about his direct guess for a long time, he expressed his concerns to Old Jack and asked Old Jack to make defensive preparations. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Sheng's words, Old Jack immediately began to make plans. And in the end, he ushered in a brand new enemy. It's just that these enemies are really vulnerable in the hands of Old Jack. Lin Sheng walked out slowly, and they were all wearing weapons refined by the Dwarf King. Under the leadership of Lin Sheng, everyone landed on the backs of the Thunder Dragon, Water Dragon, and Ice and Fire Phoenix. Dragged by these 6 pets, they flew high into the sky. The master asked me to just let us take action, and you don't have to go to the sky with me. After all, you guys are a little too heavy in the room. Listening to the words of the Fire Phoenix at his feet, Lin Sheng couldn't help but reveal a large black line on his forehead. Roll. Lin Sheng kicked Wu Feng Wang angrily, and then asked Wu Feng Wang to calm down. Then, under the guidance of Fire Phoenix, he finally reached high altitude. What is that? A legendary creature from the Dragon Kingdom? A Miga warrior said. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng had already arrived in front of them, and then looked at the people in front of him. After Miga's soldiers saw Lin Sheng, they suddenly showed joking expressions. Ha ha! Are you a weakling from the Dragon Kingdom? We are not polite. Just after Miga's soldiers finished saying this, they were ready to attack Lin Sheng and others. But Lin Sheng also looked at these people with disdain and said, Who is the weakling? I think you haven't seen the situation clearly yet. Have you? After Lin Sheng said these words, he picked up the Xianyuan sword and came out. Xianyuan sword has been repaired by the Dwarf King. The sword immediately exuded powerful pressure, and Lin Sheng could directly eliminate these people in front of him with just one slash of the sword. But before Lin Sheng took action, gee, a strange sound sounded, and the next moment huge waves of flames exploded in the air. The Miga warriors didn't react at all, and immediately turned into ashes, and scattered in the air. Lin Sheng. He looked down at the Fire Phoenix at his feet. You? Ha ha. I'm sorry, master. I couldn't hold back and sneezed accidentally. But you can't blame me. They are too weak. They dared to come out with only level 7 strength. Fire Phoenix said a little aggrievedly. Lin Sheng. I'm such a damn good guy that you hit me. Isn't it because you don't usually have the chance to do anything? Just give me a hand and destroy them easily. However, the enemy had been dealt with, and Lin Sheng could not say anything more. After all, at this time, everyone or animals on the flying saucer are all at the peak of the 9th level of perfection. Facing these enemies, who are less than 9th level, requires no effort at all. Lin Sheng no longer paid attention to the Fire Phoenix at his feet, and immediately turned his attention to Shenling and others beside him. I saw pets riding at their feet. I'll do it, mistress. The Ice Phoenix at Shenling's feet said. Shenling, who was about to take action, was stunned for a moment, and then stopped what he was doing. The Ice Phoenix opened its mouth slightly and yawned. The cold tone floated out, immediately freezing the Miga warriors in front of him. Those Miga warriors immediately fell down, and the third one fell from a high altitude and splashed around, turning into ice slag. Shenling touched Ice Phoenix's head. Great job! After Wang saw this scene, he glanced at Lin Sheng and said, Look! This is the difference between people. Xiaoping was praised by the hostess. But what about you? If you don't thank me for helping you deal with your enemies, why don't you thank me? Kick me? Lin Sheng also felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Yes. Did I go too far? Well, Lin Sheng reached out and touched Fire Phoenix's head the next moment. Humph. Hypocritical guy. Lin Sheng. A black line immediately appeared on his forehead. The next moment, he was stroking Fire Phoenix. His head turned into a slap and was slapped down. Hausa? Are you still strong? Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Yeah. Master. I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. Fire Phoenix immediately begged for mercy. There is really no way. This master is so inhuman. Why are you so mean-mouthed? At first I thought I was wronging you. But now I realize that you deserve the beating. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the ice dragon at Guzi's feet slowly said, I'll do it. Roar. The ice dragon spit out its dragon breath directly at the enemies in front of it, and immediately turned all the enemies in front of it into ice sculptures, and broke them directly in the air. The Brontosaurus at Pai Pai's feet also said, You don't have to do anything. It's only us, the master's pets, who do it. The next moment, Thunder Dragon opened his mouth to call for wind and rain. The enemy in front of him was immediately surrounded by thunderclouds. Countless thunder and lightning began to strike randomly, and these enemies were continuously struck by lightning and finally turned into ashes and scattered. The only remaining enemy is Jack. The arrival of Lin Sheng and others just now was so sudden that he had no time to react. As a result, in the scene before him, all the men brought by Jack were eliminated. We are the apostles of the Demon Lord. How dare you kill us? You will all die when the Demon Lord returns. After Jack said this, he immediately prepared to run away. Although he is at the 8th level of strength, the enemies in front of him are not something he can deal with. Although he is arrogant, his vision is clearly that of the Demon Lord. He clearly knew that if the people in front of him took action, he would turn into powder, let alone resist, and there would be no chance at all. It's just that Lin Sheng and others can't let this guy escape. Want to run away? Have you asked us? Lin Sheng immediately said coldly. Then, Guzi and others all drove the pets at their feet, and immediately surrounded Jack, and blocked Jack's way. Jack looked around, and saw that he was surrounded by people all around. Is there any way for him to leave? Jack felt hopeless. What do you want to do? I tell you that I am an apostle. Before Jack finished speaking, Pai Pai slapped him. Apostle? I think you are more like a dung beetle. Are you barking? Pai Pai said and slapped him again. In an instant, Jack's eyes were filled with stars. However, a notebook suddenly fell from his body. Chapter 423 Mysterious Notebook. After Lin Sheng saw the notebook, his eyes suddenly lit up. That notebook doesn't look like it was made on Blue Star at all. Lin Sheng's curiosity was immediately aroused. He suddenly moved closer to Jack. When Lin Sheng came to Jack, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the notebook and put it into his arms. Then Lin Sheng said to Wang, Watch him, and don't let him run away. Okay, I get it. Wang replied and ignored Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng opened his notebook and looked at it curiously. The notebook contains some information. Includes blueprints for fighter upgrades. And there are also signs of strength. Yellow level fighter. Above perfection. Yellow class aircraft carrier. XXX I don't know which day it was, but we arrived at the Sea of Stars through the Red Sea. And that's when we met the demon civilization. After Lin Sheng looked at the records in the notebook, he immediately understood that the notebook was given by the demon civilization. And these Miga guys also benefited from them, and had deals with them. I just don't accept that they don't have enough technology to produce only that kind of fighter jets and aircraft carriers. As a result, Lin Sheng was beaten. But the demons will come to Blue Star soon. Although Lin Sheng knew about this before, he had no idea about the time of their arrival. But now the time for the enemy's arrival has been found. According to the records in Bai's notebook, Lin Sheng can know that the strength of the demons is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow. At the same time, because he is too strong, he cannot come to Blue Star by ignoring all the rules. The stronger one is, the more time it takes to avoid the rules of the universe to reach Blue Star. The people coming from the Demon Star need to be divided into 4 batches. Its arrival time will be 10 days later. Lin Sheng looked at Jack. Then Lin came over. And Jack was sent back as a spokesperson after the death of the 4 demons. The 4 demons are the guys who were eliminated by the Blue Shadow people. In order to better help Jack, they also sent a powerful perfection level expert to come back with Jack and the others. The perfect strongman is currently being sealed, but he is almost freed. After Lin Sheng saw this, he couldn't help but frown. When this guy comes out, people like himself have nothing to fear, but others have no way to be fearless. Lin Sheng's current idea is to take the people around him to find the demon clan member and trap him to kill him before he is liberated. So Lin Sheng said coldly, there was no discussion about destroying him, and he actually joined forces with aliens to take possession of Blue Star. After Jack heard this, he suddenly turned back to look at Lin Sheng. He wonders why things came to light, but after he saw the notebook in Lin Sheng's hand, his expression suddenly changed. You all deserve to die for how dare you steal our secrets. Ha ha. Are you thinking too much? Stealing your secret? Didn't you fall out and be picked up by our boss? Pai immediately slapped Jack and said. At this time, Lin Sheng said, no need to talk nonsense. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately saw Guzi and others preparing to take action. But the pet under his feet shook his head at this moment and said, do you need it? After these pets said this, they immediately began to approach Jack. Jack immediately showed a horrified expression on his face. No, you can't do this. How about this? When the Demon Lord comes, I am willing to share the land of Blue Star with you. And his words didn't get any response. Lin Sheng and others looked at each other on the pet's back. Bah! This kind of person is trash. Yes, Blue Star belongs to us Blue Star people. He insists on being a dog to others and wants everyone to be like him. Bah! It's better for trash to die early. Lin Sheng looked at Guzi and the others and said something one by one. Lin Sheng then turned his attention to the pets. I come, Fire Phoenix said, breathing fire from his mouth. I come, Ice Phoenix said, with a cold breath coming from his mouth. 2 girls. I'll do it, the Brontosaurus said with lightning flashing from its claws. How about a gang fight with the Ice Phoenix girl? Bing Long said with a cold breath. For a time, several pets couldn't compete with each other, and Jack cried anxiously, brothers and sisters, please let me go. It was okay if Jack didn't talk. Once he spoke, they stopped quarreling immediately. They immediately launched an attack together. No, 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 Jack roared in horror. But before he finished speaking, he turned into an ice sculpture and was burned by fire. At this time, his whole body was still surrounded by thunder and lightning. Jack was dead at this moment. But the attack was not over. 3 powerful elemental attacks directly blasted Jack to pieces. Let's go! After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led everyone away. They didn't go back to the flying saucer, but directly led everyone to sit on the back of the dragon and phoenix and headed towards the Miga base. At this time, the flying saucer was also operated by old Jack and headed towards the Miga base. But at this moment, Pajun and others looked at Lin Sheng and others, who were about to leave in the air with expressions on their faces for a while. Where are they going? Sir? Shouldn't they come back to celebrate after winning? It's just that after Pajun saw where Lin Sheng and others were going, he started to guess. Damn it! Master Sheng is so impulsive. Right. Are you going to kill them? Hey, Master Sheng, why don't you take us with you? How can you not take us with you at this moment? Pajun also widened his eyes helplessly. I have been bullied before, and now I want to take revenge. How can I not go back? After thinking about this, Pajun immediately came up with the idea of going to see it himself. But after thinking about it, Pajun shook his head and said he would go alone. After Mr. Sheng resolved the matter, he might not even be able to get to the Miga base. So he shook his head in despair. Comparatively, the movement speeds of dragons, phoenixes, and flying saucers are extremely fast. There is simply no way they can catch up with the technology they have. Lin Sheng and others have arrived high above the sea not far from Miga base. At this time, the remaining Miga leaders in the Miga base suddenly changed their expressions when they saw the flying saucers and giant beasts in the sky. Jack has already taken action, but he has not brought back any good results. And now, those people from the Dragon Kingdom are coming. This is obviously because Jack and the others have missed, and the other party is coming to take revenge. No way! Isn't Jack their opponent? Run away! No! I have to run away! Don't run away! We still have the last resort. Jack left it for us. Now as long as we go to the underground base, We will be safe. Chapter 424 Pursuit. At this moment, a leader spoke. He was relatively calm, unlike those who were already panicking. As soon as these words were said, the panic scene suddenly calmed down. Then they all nodded. Then a group of people began to evacuate and ran towards the underground passage. Lin Sheng and others in the air naturally saw these people running away, apparently going somewhere. Lin Sheng groped his chin and guessed. The perfection level aliens should be where they're going. After all, our arrival has been seen. We want to live and not run away. For such a long time, there are only places with confidence where they feel they can survive. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone nodded in approval. It was at this time that Pai said with a smile. Sure enough. Ha. It took no effort for us to get here. We didn't even have to look for it. Someone came to guide us. After Pai finished saying this, he immediately looked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng just nodded and said, Okay, let's go down. After Lin Sheng's words fell, he immediately led a group of people down. When he landed, he saw those ordinary Miga people all showing frightened expressions. To them, Lin Sheng and others actually appeared on such a monster. In their eyes, Lin Sheng and others are godlike beings. If you want to crush ants like them, you only need to move your fingers. So everyone showed an expression of sincerity and fear. Lin Sheng, Guzi and others ignored these Miga people and directly chose to avoid them. After all, they are not people who like to kill indiscriminately. They only kill those who pose a direct threat. Of course, if the leaders of Miga hadn't provoked them again and again, Lin Sheng would not have brought anyone here. But they just chose to destroy Lin Sheng and others after gaining powerful power. Now it's up to them. What's more, the alien forces that want to invade Blue Star are also here. So Lin Sheng and his men immediately walked towards the location where Miga's leaders had just entered. When Lin Sheng and others arrived here, he looked at the tightly closed iron door in front of him and smiled disdainfully. Boss, I'll open the door. After Pai finished saying this, Dang Zi took the Thor's hammer in his hand and headed towards the door hammer. With just one hammer, the door was opened. Then he said to Lin Sheng and others, Boss, brothers, you guys should come together too. After Pai said this, he immediately pushed open the broken door. Then Pai led the way. Hey, what are these things? They seem to be pretty good. After Pai finished saying this, he grabbed a handful of jewelry and said. Lin Sheng looked at what Pai was holding with a speechless expression. It's true that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. How long has it been since these people still want to collect these jewelry? But it's of no use. The value is too low. After playing with it for a while, Pai threw away the jewelry in his hand. Then he continued to walk forward. Deep in the basement, those people from the Dragon Kingdom are coming. How to do? The faces of a group of Miga leaders showed anxious expressions. It's just that they are anxious and have no other better way. For them, Miga's most powerful group of people were gone. Moreover, those powerful weapons have been destroyed, and there is no time to manufacture them in time at this time. Now they were all in for a beating. At this time, Lin Sheng and others also came to the depths of the basement. In front of them, they saw a door that was stronger than the iron surface outside before. Boss, I'll keep coming. After Pai said this, he didn't even need to wait for Lin Sheng to answer, and directly hit him with Thor's hammer. Hey! Lin Shengdu had no time to speak. Pai has already taken action. But this time Pai's action did not directly open the iron door like the situation outside. Instead, he felt a numbness in his arm. At this time, Pai turned around innocently. Master, I am useless. Lin Sheng and others. Didn't you notice that this iron gate is different from the iron gate outside? Pai shook his head. Lin Sheng said helplessly. See for yourself? This is obviously not the metal from Blue Star. If Thor's hammer wasn't strong enough, you might have smashed Thor's hammer. What Lin Sheng said was not wrong. It was this reason that led to the fall of Pai. Pai's power was not enough to bring out the true power of Thor's hammer. These ancient artifacts have a characteristic. That is, the stronger the user, the more powerful the ancient artifacts are. After all, the materials used are not materials that can be found on Blue Star at all. It is precisely because of this that the ancient artifact was broken into pieces. Pai said helplessly. Then boss, is there any other way we can enter? Ha. Did you hear that they must have been attacking our iron gate just now? But it was not opened. So we are very safe here. Ha. Yes, since it can't be broken, there's no need to be afraid. After all, This is alien memory metal. As long as the door isn't broken in one go, they won't have to try to get in this life. Come on. Come on. I have a lot of food stored here. Let's just carry it in there now. Miga's leaders began to chat continuously. His expression showed that he looked down upon Lin Sheng and others. But at this moment, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai, "Take it, and let you play with this thing today." When Lin Sheng said this, he immediately threw the shaped cannon to Pai Pai. Then he said to Pai Pai, "You know how to use it?" Pai Pai's face lit up with joy after he got the shaped cannon. He immediately said, "I understand. I understand. Boss, I will take it and try it now." After Pai Pai said this, he immediately took out his Thor's hammer and put it into the shaped cannon to accumulate energy for the shaped cannon. After the shaped cannon gathered enough energy, it immediately put away Mjolnir. The next moment, Faction aimed the shaped cannon at the iron gate in front of him. The next moment, the shaped cannon was launched violently. In the secret room. "Hey, this smoked chicken is good. By the way, we don't know how long we'll be staying. Stay as long as they want. They will leave when they have no strength left. Hey, just wait." Just as they were chatting, a loud boom sounded. Chapter 425 was gone just after it came out. "Hi, everyone. We have met." Pai Pai smiled playfully and said to the Miga leaders in front of him. These people all had food in their hands. Suddenly they were attracted by the explosion. When they looked at the collapsed door in front of them, they all looked at Pai Pai blankly. "Hack you. You. Why did you get in?" After hearing the other party's question, Pai Pai said with a smile again, "That's how you came in." Everyone in Miga. The next moment, the expressions of these people suddenly changed. "Go quickly." The man immediately got up from the ground in a panic and ran towards the back. There were also a few times where I almost fell down accidentally. Pai Pai just looked back at Lin Sheng and others and said, "Boss, do we still want to continue chasing?" "Chase, but don't rush. Take your time." After saying this, Lin Sheng slowly walked in the direction where those people left just now. "Wake up. Wake up. Save us, China. As long as you can save us, I will give it to you no matter what you want." These people began to ask for help towards a huge steel egg. But the steel dome didn't respond at all. At this time, Lin Sheng came to the edge of the dome and observed curiously. Finally, Lin Yu said to these individuals, "Is this your backer? But it doesn't look like there's anything alive inside." As Lin Sheng spoke, he reached out and knocked on the huge iron egg several times. Lin Sheng's actions immediately scared away the leaders of Miga. How could this happen? The thing they were so proud of was being knocked on, and there was no reaction. "Okay. Now it's time to talk about your affairs." Lin Sheng confirmed that the guy from the alien civilization was still sleeping and had not woken up. He immediately looked at the crowd and said in a cold tone, This, we were wrong." Lin Sheng and others. "You are giving in now. Weren't you very arrogant before and wanted to dominate the entire Blue Star? Why are you giving in?" Suddenly everyone felt bored. In Pai Pai's heart, he was still looking forward to whether those guys would come up with some powerful weapons that they had never seen before to fight against them after people like him came to oppress him. As a result, I gave in the end. Forget it. Just tie them up and ignore them. After Lin Sheng said these last words, he walked towards the steel dome in front of him. He wanted to start studying this dome to see if he could open it and kill the alien creatures inside. This alien creature must not be allowed to live. Although the alien creature is still trapped in the dome, no one knows what will happen when it comes out. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai Pai and others walked towards those people. After a while, there was a group of people tied up at the door. Their eyes were streaming with tears, and their mouths were blocked by pieces of black cloth. Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng barefoot. "Boss, my socks really need to be reimbursed." Lin Sheng looked back and immediately felt good. Then he looked at the group of tied up guys and silently mourned for them in his heart. "I just hope that Pai Pai's church doesn't stink too much. Otherwise these people will probably never forget this smell for the rest of their lives. Come here and pry this open and take a look." Lin Sheng thought for a while and said to Guzi. They observed for a long time and found that there were cracks in the dome. After Guzi heard this, he immediately came to Lin Sheng's side. "Here?" Lin Sheng nodded, and Guzi took out the sky-opening axe. The sky-opening axe immediately struck the crack. Boom! The same material as the door. After Guzi's sky-opening axe fell, it only slightly widened the crack, and then returned to its original form. Guzi looked at Lin Sheng and said, Master, you are playing tricks on me. Lin Sheng also touched his head helplessly, and then said, You don't believe me when I say I do? Yes. Lin Sheng didn't notice it at first, and he didn't react until now. Then Lin Sheng directly took out the concentrated cannon. If that's the case, let's just give it a shot. Just as Lin Sheng gathered the energy of the concentrated cannon, the creature in the dome seemed to feel something and immediately began to struggle violently. After Lin Sheng gathered the energy, the creature in the cannon suddenly broke open the dome. As soon as it emerged, it immediately saw a dark hole facing him. The alien creature blinked, his forehead suddenly covered with cold sweat, and a large shadow formed on his heart. Am I going to die just after I came to this blue star? The hearts of the alien creatures were filled with despair. In this despair, they saw the energy beam from the concentrated cannon fiercely enveloping them. The next moment it turned into ashes and disappeared. And the dome that originally wrapped him also turned into ashes at this time. After Lin Sheng and others saw that the target of their arrival had been solved, they immediately began to leave. There is no need to stay here anymore. There are a lot of good things in the notebook I got from Jack. Just because Miga can't make it doesn't mean that they in Dragon Country can't make it either. The first thing to do, of course, is to take the notebook back. Let the people from the Dragon Kingdom make the items on those notebooks. After all, the Demon Clan's forces have already reached Blue Star, and it is estimated that more Demon Clan members will arrive at Blue Star soon. They have to seize the time to prepare defensive measures during the Master's period of time. Lin Sheng thought this, and the next moment, he led people towards the outside of Miga base. Are we still alive? They didn't kill us? But can you let us go before you leave? A group of guys who were tied up by Lin Sheng and others could only lie on the ground crying without tears. Not everyone in this secret room will come. Now that it's been destroyed, no one will come. And now they are all tied up, with no way to leave here. For a time, these people were extremely anxious. Lin Sheng and others returned to the land of Dragon Kingdom. Master Sheng, why didn't you take me with you? Did you go to Miga base before? After Pajun saw Lin Sheng's figure, he came up to him and said complainingly. After all, he also wanted to go, but Lin Sheng left too fast. Ha ha. Next time. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun and said with a smile, breaking the military. I guess you cripple people. Right? Will there be a next time? Pajun didn't believe it anyway. Chapter 426, The Dwarf King's Handiwork. Lin Sheng changed the subject at the next moment and said, By the way, take this. The fighter jets and weapon systems can be upgraded or upgraded according to the information inside. The enemies we need to face next are not those before Miga. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun's face became serious. Pajun opened the notebook that Lin Sheng handed him, and quickly saw the things recorded in the notebook. Pajun's face became increasingly ugly. When he finished reading the notebook and put it away, he said to Lin Sheng, Master, do you know when these aliens will come? Lin Sheng shook his head and said, I don't know. Well, Pajun also sighed at this time. But Lin Sheng said at this time, But according to my own guess, this alien should arrive on our blue star in the next few days. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun frowned and said, Master Sheng, I'm afraid that with the technological power in our hands, we won't be able to upgrade things like fighter jets in a short time. After Pajun said this, Lin Sheng was also stunned. Then he said curiously, Isn't it right? You can't do it either? Pajun nodded. Then both of them fell into a state of sluggishness. After a while, Pajun said, Forget it. I'll take it to the scientific researchers and take a look at it. Many of the technologies here surpass our current strength. After Pajun said this, he left here with a worried look on his face. Lin Sheng had written down all the contents in the notebook just now. The next moment Lin Sheng walked towards the flying saucer. When Lin Sheng returned to the flying saucer, the dwarf came over at this time and came to Lin Sheng. Master, I wonder if you have the manufacturing drawings of high-tech tools. After hearing what the dwarf king said, Lin Sheng was stunned. Then he asked suspiciously, What do you mean by this? Aren't you a cold weapon? Lin Sheng asked Pajun. Pajun nodded and said, Yes, Master, I am refining cold weapons. But recently cold weapons have reached their limit. I went to Old Jack and saw a lot of information. And then I thought maybe I can try it too. High-tech equipment. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up after hearing what the Dwarf King said. Then he drew the drawings he remembered in his memory. After the Dwarf King saw the design, he hesitated for a long time and said to Lin Sheng, Master, is this it? These parts just look a little weird in shape. And the other parts are not difficult at all. And they can't be compared with the artifact. Comparable. After hearing what the Dwarf King said, Lin Sheng was immediately stunned. Then he looked at the Dwarf King curiously and said, "Can everything in your drawing be made?" The Dwarf King immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I can make it. And these things are easy to make." After Lin Sheng heard this, he immediately said to the Dwarf King, "Come on. Make this gear for me first." The Dwarf King nodded and immediately walked to his workbench. Lin Sheng followed along the way. When he arrived at the Dwarf King's workbench, Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King curiously. I only saw the Dwarf King picking up the refining hammer and starting to make it. Lin Sheng looked at this scene and immediately showed a strange look in his eyes. Can such a huge forging hammer really make those small and pitiful parts? Lin Sheng simply didn't believe that the Dwarf King could do it. The main reason is that the tools used by dwarves are simply too big. But the situation is that such a wonderful and huge weapon hammer is constantly hammering in the hands of the Dwarf King. I don't know how many times it has been forged. But time has not passed that long anyway. On the workbench in front of Lin Sheng, the Dwarf King refined a dozen gear parts. There is still a big gap between the first few of these parts. But when it comes to the last three, these gears are not only upgraded in size, but even the size of the teeth on the gears is accurate to the millimeter. Lin Sheng was immediately dumbfounded. "Master, please wait a moment, and I will get a few more. The gears on the drawing require 10. After the Dwarf King finished saying this, he hurriedly continued his work. Lin Sheng just watched the Dwarf King's movements. After a while, the Dwarf King came to Lin Sheng and handed Lin Sheng the gear he had made. Lin Sheng couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at these gears. Not only are they the same size, but they are exactly the same scale. This shop is as good as the parts made with the most sophisticated instruments. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the Dwarf King immediately smiled and said, "Master, this is all basic behavior." After the Dwarf King finished speaking, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. The Dwarf King was found in less than half an hour. Then Lin Sheng asked, "Can you, a member of your dwarf clan, do it?" After Lin Sheng's questioning words fell, the Dwarf King thought about it and then nodded and said, "Master, these are our basic skills. If we want to refine qualified weapons, standards are necessary. Although my tribesmen say refining the speed will be slower, but there will still be no problem with the refined parts." Then Lin Sheng thought of the technical problem that Pajun said, which was simply the inability to strictly produce the parts. But the people on the Dwarf King's side can make it manually. So Lin Sheng said to the Dwarf King, "Come to a place with me." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led the dwarf out. On the way, Lin Sheng thought that he might try this method. But there were no fighter jets on the flying saucer at that time. So he could only take the Dwarf King and others to the special laboratory of Dragon Kingdom to have a look. Under the leadership of Lin Sheng, ZAI. When he first arrived on the land of Dragon Kingdom, Lin Sheng saw Pajun sighing outside the laboratory. "Breaking the military," Lin Sheng called out. And after hearing Lin Sheng calling his name, Pajun looked back and saw Lin Sheng leading someone over. "Master, you are here. We really don't have enough technological strength, so we can't even make the parts." Lin Sheng seemed to have known it for a long time, and then said, "Since you can't use technology, let's try it by hand." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun was immediately stunned. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word came out of my mouth. "Lead the way. Let me go get it and try it," Lin Sheng said firmly after seeing Pajun's dull performance. Now that Lin Sheng has already said this, why should he refuse? Is there a better way? Chapter 427. I don't know the so-called person. So at this time, Pajun could only take Lin Sheng and others into the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, a staff member in the laboratory immediately changed his face when he saw Pajun's arrival and wanted to escape in a hurry. But at this moment, Pajun blocked his way. "Uh-huh. Lao Zhou, don't leave in a hurry. No, Pajun, listen to me. It's not that we don't want to manufacture, but even if we go all out to manufacture, it will take 10 years to upgrade these 100 fighter jets. This is a problem of not being able to manufacture parts in a streamlined manner. The manufacturing of upgraded fighter parts is not an easy task." Pajun didn't speak yet, but the Dwarf King who came with Lin Sheng and Pajun said, "What if I can speed up the manufacturing of parts?" After hearing what the Dwarf King said, the staff member was immediately stunned. His heart was filled with doubts and displeasure at being played. So at this moment, the Dwarf King continued, But if you want me to help, I need you to give me something. Are you kidding me? You and I still have you. It's not like you can have a high-tech assembly line. Could it be that you are planning to make it by hand? After the staff member's garden path fell, the Dwarf King smiled and said, "Of course. I have confidence in the handwork." The staff member was stunned for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth and said with a smile, "I'm not saying that handwork cannot meet the precision requirements. So you'd better stop arguing with me here." After listening to the staff member's words, Lin Sheng was slightly stunned and looked at the people in front of him with strange eyes. Pajun also looked at Lin Sheng helplessly. Although Lin Sheng usually seemed like a good person, this staff member actually ridiculed Lin Sheng's men. Now Pajun was a little worried about whether Lin Sheng would be angry. He wanted to persuade the laboratory staff. But before Pajun could speak, the Dwarf King said at this moment, "What if I can make it?" "Ha! Ignorance! If you can make parts with exactly the same specifications, I will eat as many of the same ones as you make," the staff member said with a proud look on his face. However, at this moment, the Dwarf King smiled. Lin Sheng also smiled, while Pajun sighed helplessly after feeling anxious for a long time. He also saw the determination on the faces of Lin Sheng and others. Looking at this situation, the people under Mr. Sheng are real masters of craftsmanship. After Pajun felt a bad feeling in his heart, he could only mourn for the staff of that laboratory. Alas, there was nothing else he could do. At this time, the Dwarf King said slowly, "Are you sure you are not joking with me?" After hearing what the Dwarf King said, the staff member smiled and said, "Of course. If you can make it and take it, I will definitely eat it without saying anything." The Dwarf King looked at Lin Sheng, who nodded and said, "Pajun, can you be this witness?" Facing Lin Sheng's inquiry, Pajun smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll do it." After saying this, Pajun looked at the staff member with extremely complicated eyes. But the staff member thought that Pajun was indicating that he wanted to give him face. The staff member raised his head arrogantly. "Ha ha! I'm a very upright person. It's impossible. Since the other party is talking big words, they have to pay the price." Pajun shook his head helplessly. This guy was going to be tricked. After thinking of this, Pajun looked at the Dwarf King and saw the Dwarf King saying, "Then let's start now." After saying this, the Dwarf King immediately selected a drawing of a part. This is a very important part in the upgrade of fighter jets. With it, the fighter jet can transform. Of course, the number used for fighter jets is also very large. I will make this bearing part now. After the dwarf finished saying this, he waved his hand and asked his dwarfs to take out their tools. After all the dwarves under his command put down their equipment, the Dwarf King began to make parts. The clanging work begins. The Dwarf King quickly made a bearing. The staff member looked at it with wide eyes. He came to the Dwarf King in disbelief and picked up the successful bearing. He stared at the bearing with wide eyes. The round and smooth surface all proved that the bearing was very effective and would definitely not cause any lag when assembled and used again. But the staff began to comfort themselves. This must be just an accident. The bearings made by this Dwarf King are so fast. They must be lucky to make them. But it is absolutely impossible to manufacture the same bearing next time. And sometimes the same specifications are needed. It is absolutely impossible for him to produce bearings with the same specifications. When the staff member was thinking this, he saw the Dwarf King showing a strange smile to him. Suddenly he felt a very bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, I saw the Dwarf King starting to work hard to make bearings again. Under the guidance of the Dwarf King, 3 identical bearings were quickly produced. The staff member immediately stared at the bearings on the table with wide eyes. He picked it up in disbelief and observed the comparison. I was immediately shocked when I saw this. Looking at the time again, each bearing only needs to be used for 3 minutes on average. And it is made of very special materials. He looked at the bearings in his hands. They were all exactly the same in size, shape and specifications. Since the Dwarf King can handmake exactly the same bearings, there is absolutely no problem if they can be customized according to needs. The staff member looked at the bearing in his hand with dull eyes and said in disbelief, "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha ha. What's impossible? Isn't this thing already in your hands? Are your own eyes deceiving you? If this is the case, then you can only blame your eyes. But what you just said was heard by several people. So don't try to get away with it." After hearing the Dwarf King's words, the staff's bodies immediately froze in place. Pajun also smiled helplessly. Sure enough, what I guessed before was correct. But I was going to be tricked. But this cannot be blamed on others. It was all the staff member who committed suicide. The staff member looked back and cast a look at Pajun asking for help. Pajun felt a little embarrassed for a while. But the next moment, he changed his approach to solve the problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you. This is Mr. Sheng. Chapter 428, The Excited Old Man. The staff was stunned when they heard this. The next moment, there was cold sweat all over my forehead. Before, I thought it was some arrogant person who came to cause trouble. I didn't expect that it would be Mr. Sheng and his men in the end. This staff member came to the land of Dragon Kingdom only later, because he had high-tech technology in his hands. He joined Longwa's research laboratory before he came to Long Kingdom, and even until now, he had only heard of Master Sheng's name, but had never seen him, and Pajun had not introduced him before. So what happened now? In his opinion, if Pajun had introduced Mr. Sheng, he would not have come out to provoke him no matter what. After all, that's the old man. Now that everything is over. Compared to him, Mr. Sheng has made countless contributions. From the restoration plan to the subsequent scientific and technological drawings, everything was produced by Mr. Sheng. And what about him? Before the disaster, it was because of studying abroad that I had the qualification to join the research laboratory. But in the end, it was because I was too arrogant during the time I lived abroad that I now have the habit of looking down on others. In the end, it led to looking down on the wrong person. After a pop, the staff member immediately knelt on the ground and began to beg Lin Sheng for mercy. Master. Sir. Please spare me. What you say must be fulfilled. Otherwise people who don't keep their word won't be able to achieve anything. Without waiting for Lin Sheng to speak, the Dwarf King spoke directly at this time. After hearing this, the staff was immediately dumbfounded. He originally thought that someone like the other party who begged for mercy would choose to let him go. But what happened in the end? But still no success. At this time, Pajun also obtained the staff member's information from his subordinates. He looked at the information and understood the past information of this staff member. He immediately frowned. He is that kind of person again. He has high ambitions but low power and only thinks that he is powerful, and ends up kicking the iron bricks. This kind of person might have been better and easier to get around before the disaster. But after the disaster, it has no effect, especially since he didn't make much contribution after joining the laboratory. Pajun immediately said to his men, "Go and call his manager." The men left immediately. No one said anything after that, and the staff member knelt on the ground with a pale face. Eat it. The Dwarf King took the parts in his hand and handed them to the other party. The staff's hearts were trembling. Then looking at the parts in the Dwarf King's hand, the staff member immediately rolled his eyes and passed out. TCH. Trash. The Dwarf King knelt down and patted the other party's face. After finding that the other party had no reaction, he immediately said boringly, at this time, the person Pajun was looking for had also arrived. Hello. Sir. I am one of the people in charge here. I'm really sorry, but my management is not strict enough. An old man in white robe came over and immediately apologized to Lin Sheng. He also heard reports from soldiers on the way here. His face was terribly dark along the way. But after arriving here, he still apologized to Lin Sheng. At this time, Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "It's okay. By the way, my subordinates should be able to help with the parts you need." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately looked at the Dwarf King and asked the Dwarf King to express himself. The Dwarf Wang Dang handed the parts to the old man in white robes. After the old man saw the parts, his eyes immediately lit up. "Did you make this?" The expression on the old man's face was very excited. They have not yet solved the problem of material synthesis, let alone using synthetic materials to make parts. The Dwarf King nodded and said, "Yes. How did you make it? Can I see the making process?" After hearing the old man's request, the Dwarf King felt that there was no problem with this matter. So he nodded and said, "Okay." After the Dwarf King finished speaking this without being humble or arrogant, he immediately started making again. After watching the whole process of the Dwarf King making parts, the old man's eyes were full of excitement. Is this something from our ancestors?" There is actually nothing wrong with what the old man said. The Dwarf King originated from ancient times, and there were humans in ancient times. And this weapon refining technique is equivalent to the ancient people's technique. Sure enough, some things still need to be traced back to ancient times, unlike today's technology, the old man said very excitedly. Sometimes things that modern technology cannot do can be solved using ancient methods. After the Dwarf King finished making the parts, Lin Sheng said, Can my people help you? It's okay. That's great. Sir, I must ask your people to help us. The old man excitedly held Lin Sheng's hand and said. At this time, Lin Sheng's face was filled with embarrassment. He did not expect that the old man in front of him would be so excited. After confirming that the Dwarf King could help, the old man was about to leave. But he saw someone lying on the ground. Trash! Get up! The staff member felt extremely nervous after hearing what the old man, his immediate boss, said. But he still dared to get up at this moment. When the old man saw that his man was still pretending at this time, he immediately kicked the man angrily. Chief, please come and deal with this guy for me. This person will be fired from now on, and will never be able to enter the laboratory. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left with Lin Sheng and others. Pajun looked at the guy on the ground, who was still pretending to be dead, and immediately asked his men to drag him down. The future is going to be sad for the staff. After Pajun finished explaining, he followed Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng and others all left, the staff member was immediately dragged away. You can't do this to me. After the staff member was dragged on the ground for a while, and after confirming that Lin Sheng and others had left, they immediately began to struggle. But those soldiers allowed this guy to struggle. He immediately kicked him and knocked him unconscious. Then everything became calm again. After returning to the laboratory, Lin Sheng, Pajun, the Dwarf King and others looked at the group of white-robed old men in front of them with strange expressions as they circled the parts produced by the Dwarf King. Each of them looked like they were seeing a little girl. I couldn't put it down so much that I almost got into a fight over who looked at it longer. Well, seniors, what do I need to do? The Dwarf King said with some embarrassment. Hey, why are you so frizzy as a young man? Let us enjoy it for a while. The old men then turned indifferent to Lin Sheng and others, looking at the parts with excitement in their eyes. Chapter 429 Dwarf Card Furnace. Ahem. If you want to do this, I can ask the dwarf to teach you. Lin Sheng said helplessly immediately. Lin Sheng knew that if he didn't say anything, the old man would probably spend the whole day here admiring it. But now no one knows how much time is left to prepare. After Lin Sheng said those words, several old men reacted immediately. Then he said to Lin Sheng, Okay, let's start production now. But, after an old man in white robes finished speaking, his eyes fell on the Dwarf King. Then he continued to say all the words that his brothers had not finished. But if you are the only one who should give in, although the problem of upgrading parts for our fighter jets can be solved, the progress will be too slow. After hearing what the old man said, the Dwarf King immediately smiled and said proudly, This is easy to solve. My subordinates can also do these things. As the Dwarf King spoke, hundreds of dwarves immediately appeared in front of the old man and others. The dwarves of these dwarf tribes also nodded to show that what the Dwarf King said was not wrong. Is that so? The old man's eyes lit up, although he was still a little worried. This was the best solution so far. Then everyone started walking towards the laboratory. Refining started. Lin Sheng also went into it with Pajun to take a look. While watching, Lin Sheng watched the Dwarf King and the dwarves continue to make parts. I saw the assembly line in the laboratory again. Then he curiously came to the old man's side and said to him, Can the technique of my man be transformed into an assembly line? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the old man was immediately stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He immediately patted his thigh and said, Hey, this is a good idea. Let me think about it. The old man immediately thought about it and revised it. In fact, it's not that the old man didn't think of it at first. But as humans, it is easy to be limited by inherent thinking. But Lin Sheng, an outsider, thought of it. Sometimes this is the case. Insiders are easily influenced by fixed thinking. After all, the assembly line had not been upgraded before, and everyone had been thinking about how to use the assembly line to solve the problem of material synthesis. But after thinking about it for an unknown amount of time, I still haven't found a solution to the problem. At this time, the Dwarf King appeared, using ancient methods to complete the synthesis of materials and eye-catching methods to make the required parts. At this time, everyone's thinking was led to the idea that ancient methods can be used to accomplish things that cannot be accomplished with modern methods. But while using ancient methods, they subconsciously ignored modern methods. Now that Lin Sheng mentioned it, he immediately remembered that he could combine ancient and modern methods. This will solve the efficiency problem of the ancient method. After the old man thought of a way, he said excitedly, I thought of it, but it still needs the help of the Dwarf King. Lin Sheng nodded. Next, the dwarves of the dwarf tribe continued their work. while the Dwarf King was taken away by the old man to do the work of upgrading the assembly line. How do you think the furnace in this place should be modified? The old man immediately pointed at the furnace and asked the Dwarf King. This furnace is a tool for smelting raw materials. In order for the entire assembly line to work, raw materials must be produced. But so far, the raw materials needed have not been smelted, which is why work cannot be started. The Dwarf King immediately discovered the problem as soon as he saw it. That is, the temperature of the furnace did not meet the requirements at all. The temperature used when refining parts is countless times higher than this furnace. After the Dwarf King observed it, he suddenly discovered a wonderful thing. That is, in his eyes, this furnace actually somewhat conformed to his ideals. If he hadn't seen this furnace, the Dwarf King might not have discovered that the assembly line was actually beneficial. That is, Linyu replaced his handwork, thus speeding up the refining of items. However, after this observation, the Dwarf King also understood the reason why the furnace could not increase the temperature. That is because the material of the furnace is not good. The design of the furnace seems to be very wonderful indeed. He had never thought about this before. But now an idea popped into his head. That is to refine a super furnace with your own hands to replace the furnace made by this assembly line for smelting materials. The Dwarf King still has ideas for this kind of thing. So he said to the old man, I want to replace this furnace, and I will get a better furnace for you. There are many furnace making blueprints in the dwarf's memory, regardless of which furnaces are more suitable for manual use. But now it is necessary to transform the manual smelting furnace into a furnace that can be used on the assembly line. The Dwarf King actually has a plan in mind. Although the appearance is different, the effect of the produced tools is still the same. The Dwarf King immediately returned to his working position, and then found a few men and asked them to get him the materials he had collected. As long as he has the materials, he can refine them. After the Dwarf King's explanation, his men left, and the Dwarf King began to discuss with the old man. It is strange to say that there should be topics to talk about between modern researchers and ancient weapon refining masters. Perhaps this is also a kind of disconnected communication between ancient and modern times. Lin Sheng looked at the two of them expectantly. Maybe this different collision would bring different heights to the development of science and technology after the disaster. But June didn't dare to say anything, mainly because he didn't understand anything. I could only wait silently. After the people from the dwarf tribe came back from the flying saucer with the materials, the Dwarf King immediately started refining the furnace. Refining in this furnace takes a lot of time, and only a good furnace can refine materials better. However, the Dwarf King finally refined the furnace after spending a lot of time. The old man couldn't help but be startled when he looked at the palm-sized furnace. There was silence in his eyes, wondering, this furnace is so small. Can it smelt materials? The Dwarf King seemed to understand the other party's thoughts at this time, and then explained directly, this furnace is not conventional, but an artifact. I used our weapon refining techniques to refine it, and the materials used are also good materials that have been collected for a long time. Since it is an artifact, it naturally has the exclusive characteristics of an artifact, such as its size. After the Dwarf King said this, he immediately demonstrated the function of the furnace. Chapter 430, Upgrading the Assembly Line. The Dwarf King threw the furnace, and the size of the furnace immediately increased. The original palm-sized furnace has directly transformed into a furnace that is dozens of meters high and is generally the size of a giant beast. The furnace at this time looks like a crater. Big, huge, scary big. These are the thoughts in the minds of everyone present. The Dwarf King then came to see the old man in front of him and said, you can replace this and try the effect. Good. After the old man responded with one sentence, he immediately found someone to carry the huge furnace away and replace the original furnace. After the old man looked at the installed furnace, his face immediately showed joy. He immediately said to the men around him, quick, quick, get all the materials we need to use. Let's start trying to use smelting now. After the old man finished speaking, there were staff members who immediately ran to get the materials. Under the old man's arrangement, these materials were immediately put into the furnace, and after smelting, new materials that met the conditions of use were synthesized. The old man immediately started operating the automated assembly line. But the materials in the furnace had just been poured out, and the high temperature was so high that no props could hold it. The equipment on the assembly line was immediately destroyed. It was at this moment that the old man's complexion immediately fell. The Dwarf King looked at the tool in front of him and groped his chin, and finally made a definite explanation. Oh, it turns out that the quality of all your stuff is not good enough. After hearing this, The old man and others, Pajun, had helpless expressions on their faces. The faces of the staff, who were proud of the equipment in some weight loss laboratories, turned red. These materials are even better than those used before the disaster. But now, people are saying that the material is trash and not good enough. However, even if they wanted to refute in their hearts, they still had no way to express it in words. After all, this was the fact. What the Dwarf King said is not wrong. Is it? At this time, Lin Sheng came to the Dwarf King and said to the Dwarf King, "Can you make this complete assembly line?" Seeing Lin Sheng's arrival and asking himself, the Dwarf King immediately nodded and said, "Give me some time. I can transform this entire assembly line." Lin Sheng was very satisfied and thought silently in his heart, "Stand up. There are countless materials on the flying saucer. If the Dwarf King can build an assembly line, he can also build a whole set of assembly lines on the flying saucer to realize a factory on the flying saucer. In conjunction with his own puppetry, he can create his own army when the time comes. Even if the forces of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom cannot deal with the invaders of the alien civilization, then they still have the power to assist Blue Star in fighting the foreign enemies." After Lin Sheng thought about this, Lin Sheng saw that the Dwarf King began to study how to transform the assembly line here. It was at this time that the old man and the researchers gathered around the Dwarf King to watch what the Dwarf King was going to do. And everyone was still communicating with the Dwarf King from time to time. "Master Sheng, your men are quite powerful." At this time, Pajun also understood that the Dwarf King was very skilled in making weapons. Then an idea came into his mind. If I could save the Dwarf King from the Holy Master. It's just that Pajun's words haven't been spoken yet. Lin Sheng already knew what Pajun was planning. He immediately said to Pajun, "You don't have to pay attention to the Dwarf King. You have to be content. You have got so many good things from me before. Now if I give you my men again, let them go." "Do you think you will be satisfied with it?" After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun immediately became embarrassed. Then he said awkwardly to Lin Sheng, No, that's not what I meant. Mr. Sheng, I just wanted to borrow it." "That's right. It's borrowing, not poaching." Pajun was awakened by Lin Sheng's words. He immediately began to explain with all his strength, and he really wanted to poach people from the beginning. But in the end, after considering the bad results, I immediately changed my mind and changed from poaching to borrowing people. Hee. Lin Sheng smiled expressionlessly, and this smile made Pajun even more embarrassed. But Lin Sheng also said the next moment, "If you just want to borrow someone, then you don't need to say more. Aren't all my people here now?" Pajun was silent. It was true. So Pajun stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the performance of the Dwarf King and others. At this time, Lin Sheng saw that the Dwarf King started to take action after finishing his observation. It didn't take long for the world's teleportation bar to be transformed. It was at this time that the transmission strip was immediately replaced. Then continue the previous time test. This test immediately relieved me of the new problem. The molding tools are not enough to store such high-temperature raw materials. The Dwarf King immediately started making grinding tools. After the Dwarf King replaced the entire assembly line, this problem was finally solved. At this time, Lin Sheng said, "Okay, now let's try to use the assembly line to make it." "Good." After the Dwarf King answered Lin Sheng, he immediately started to get busy. He and a group of old men started working immediately. That is to say, after the super bearings were produced one by one, after the old people saw the assembly line work, everyone looked at the materials in their hands with great excitement. "Great. It's finally solved. The problem that has troubled us all our lives is finally solved at this time. I wonder if the Dwarf King is interested in joining us." As the old men spoke, they suddenly focused their attention on the Dwarf King. At this time, Lin Sheng was also stunned and almost fell down without staggering. "You are indeed a group of people. You all have the same ideas." The Dwarf King shook his head and said, "No, I still think it is better to follow the master on the flying saucer." After the Dwarf King finished speaking, several old men felt a little disappointed. They shook their heads helplessly and said, "Oh, that's all." After the old man finished saying this, the Dwarf King also breathed a sigh of relief. The Dwarf King then looked at Lin Sheng cautiously. After finding that Lin Sheng didn't show anything, he was relieved. Although Lin Sheng would not do anything, he was still worried that Lin Sheng would not misunderstand him or give him a punishment after discovering that he had been betrayed. Chapter 431 1 month to prepare. But at this time, The Dwarf King breathed a sigh of relief and said to the old man, "Okay, let's hurry up and get the other parts and grinding tools. Once these parts are made, I will go back. I just had some new insights, and I want to go back and experience them." After the Dwarf King finished saying this, he immediately picked up the drawing and started to take action. Lin Sheng and Pajun went to see the members of the dwarf tribe working. After watching for a long time, the Dwarf King walked out of the assembly line and came to Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, "Master, my work has been completed. We are no longer needed here. We can go back now." They mainly use those assembly lines to produce the necessary tools. Lin Sheng nodded and led the Dwarf King and the dwarves towards the outside of the laboratory. When Lin Sheng and others left, a group of old men reluctantly came out to say goodbye. You must know that the Dwarf King had conquered them just now. And now all of them wished that Lin Sheng could stay and work together. But the Dwarf King's determination to leave also meant that they had no way to make him stay. I could only say goodbye reluctantly. After Lin Sheng and others left, these old men went back. Pajun was also very helpless. At this time, the Dwarf King said to Lin Sheng, "Master, I can already make the things you needed before. Well, can you make it after you go back?" After the Dwarf King heard Lin Sheng's words, the Dwarf King immediately said, "Okay, boss, do you also need to make those fighter groups?" Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, I want to create a team of puppet fighter jets. I'm afraid that those in the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to deal with the enemies that are coming." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately returned to the flying saucer with the Dwarf King and others. At this time, old Jack suddenly ran out in a hurry and found Lin Sheng, who had just returned. "Boss, things are serious and not good. What's going on?" Lin Sheng and the Dwarf King, who had just returned, asked in confusion. At this moment, the Dwarf King said to Lin Sheng and the others, "This is what happened. Boss, I just discovered a brand new function of Lin Fadian when I was in the cab. This function can detect the starry sky outside the blue star. Then I just tried to explore it and discovered spatial fluctuations. Will that kind of spatial fluctuation eventually lead to the emergence of a wormhole or a positioning wormhole? If my guess is not wrong, then the first wormhole should be the appearance of those enemies." After Lin Sheng heard what old Jack said, he immediately became frightened. At this time, Lin Sheng said to old Jack, "Can you predict the location of those enemies? Or when will the enemy arrive?" After hearing Lin Sheng's words, old Jack's face immediately showed bitterness. "Boss, that's a wormhole. Before the wormhole appeared, no one knew where the other side of the wormhole was. Even if the internet appeared, you still had to go to the other side of the wormhole to know where it was. Therefore, the copy of his location will not know where it is. But if you want to know when they will come back, we don't know the specific time, but it is true that Lin Yu judged the time when the wormhole appeared. Once the wormhole appears, then they should come out at about that time." After old Jack finished saying this, he started to get the information again. After bringing the data over, old Jack immediately looked at the data and said, "Feeling the energy fluctuations in the space, it is estimated that this wormhole will be truly formed in a month." After old Jack told the exact time, he immediately handed the information in his hand to Lin Sheng. Then Lin Sheng fell silent. 1 month? It didn't seem to be a particularly long time. He immediately returned the information to old Jack and said to old Jack, "In the next time, you should pay full attention to that wormhole. If you are too busy, then call in the filming. This guy has been idle recently. Go pick up girls every day." "Boss, are you talking about me?" At this time, Pai Pai came over and came to Lin Sheng and said doubtfully. Everyone was stunned. He didn't expect that the Pai Pai he was talking about would come over and find him at this time. "Don't run away when you come. Follow old Jack. Your next mission is very serious." Lin Sheng immediately grabbed it, patted it on the shoulder, and handed it to old Jack. While Pai Pai was confused throughout the whole process, Pai Pai was taken away by old Jack. It was at this time that Lin Sheng turned back to the Dwarf King after seeing Pai Pai leaving. "Get that assembly line out, and then create the upgraded assembly line. We will seize the time to get the yellow class fighter." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the Dwarf King immediately nodded and said, "Let's go back. Let's make what the master needs now." After the Dwarf King finished saying this, he immediately returned with a group of his men. Lin Sheng sighed helplessly, and then thought that the number of men in the hands of the Dwarf King was not particularly large. After the assembly line is built, there will probably be a shortage of manpower. So he found Guzzi and said, "Please arrange for half of your men to help me." The dwarf, There are enough eyes on the food on the flying saucer. There is no need for so many people to get food. Good master. After the Dwarf King finished saying this, he immediately went to arrange manpower. Lin Sheng also returned to his studio. And there were many rooms in the flying saucer. Lin Sheng also got one for himself before to use it when making puppets. It was at this time, after Lin Sheng had just returned to his studio, that Shenling came over. Shenling looked at Lin Sheng curiously and asked in confusion, Xiaosheng, what do you need to do? Do you want me to help you? After Shenling finished speaking, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. And then he looked at Shenling and said, Great! If that's the case, you can come with my spiritual energy and help me. Lin Sheng also felt happy. In the past, it was boring to make puppets by yourself. But now that Shenling is by your side to help you, it will still bring some fun to the boring life. So Lin Sheng took Shenling and walked into the studio together. Ah! Xiaosheng, you want to make puppets again? Lin Sheng nodded immediately after hearing Shenling's inquiry and said, Yes, the enemy is coming soon, so I have to make some preparations. Chapter 432, The Assembly Line on the Flying Saucer. Okay, I'll help you. After Shenling listened to Lin Sheng's explanation, she immediately nodded and said cheerfully. Then the two began to get busy. And the people on the flying saucer were divided into 3 parts and were busy. One is that Lin Sheng and Shenling's eyes started making the puppet. Pieces of materials were continuously refined by Lin Sheng into parts. Then these parts were continuously assembled. As the parts were assembled, puppets were made one by one. And Shenling was beside Lin Sheng, so he could help hand over some materials when he was fusing materials to make parts at the beginning. When it came time for Lin Sheng to assemble the puppets, Shenling had almost no way to help Lin Sheng. So Shenling was reduced to a tool to wipe Lin Sheng's sweat. It was at this time when Shenling wiped the sweat from Lin Sheng's face that Lin Sheng frowned and looked at Shenling. When Lin Sheng saw the smile on Shenling's face, Lin Sheng frowned. He also breathed a sigh of relief, put on a smile, and said to Shenling, Thank you. Shenling was not embarrassed and said to Lin Sheng, Okay, hurry up and do it. When it gets dark, come back with me to have a good rest. Ha ha, that's good, Lin Sheng said with a smile. After saying this, he smiled at Shenling and said, Okay, that's it. Then I'll get busy. Lin Sheng began to make losing combinations. And then it was at this time. The Dwarf King is leading his dwarf tribesmen, who are constantly working to refine and combine the materials in the studio. After the Dwarf King completed the assembly of the last part, he said to his men, Great! The first assembly line has been produced. Do you all understand? The Dwarf King rejoiced and asked his subordinates, I want to see if my subordinates know how to do it. If his men want to take it back, then it depends on him to speed up and complete it. Only in this way can he not be fully responsible for this matter until the end. After all, the number of assembly lines Lin Sheng needs is quite large. So it was at this time that the dwarves nodded and said, We've met, leader. It's good if you know how to do it. I'll quickly arrange for you to see how many people form a group. And then we can work together to create an assembly line. After the dwarf finished speaking, a group of dwarves began to divide into teams and start making assembly lines. After the assembly line is made, the Dwarf King checked each item one by one. After confirming that there were no problems, he breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled at his men and said, Great! I am very satisfied with your work. But now we still need to speed up the production. Clear. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, these dwarves immediately spoke in reply. Afterwards, everyone continued to get busy. Boss, what are we going to do now? The savages on Guzi's side looked at Guzi in confusion, not knowing what their leader was going to do by calling them over. However, Guzi said to his men at this time, We are now going to move these iron materials that have been stored. We didn't use the method before, but now there is a place that can be used. So we have to take all these materials away and prepare them for use immediately. After Guzi finished speaking, he immediately led his men to take away the materials. Guzi and his men began to walk towards the location of the Dwarf King. When Guzi led a group of men to the location of the Dwarf King, Guzi smiled and said to the Dwarf King, Brother, we are here. Hey, are you here? After the Dwarf King saw Guzi coming, Guzi's men brought a bunch of materials and immediately heard the Dwarf King continue to say, Let's go. You can use those materials to make production on those assembly lines now. It's just that those assembly lines can only produce part of the materials, which is not enough to produce parts for 2 entire fighter jets. But you can get those materials first and assemble part of the fighter body first. After all, the production of my assembly line will take a certain amount of time. After the Dwarf King finished speaking, Goozy said to the Dwarf King, "Okay." After saying this, Goozy immediately started producing the materials that could be produced with the approval of his men. It was at this time that Goozy and a group of people under Goozy began to produce parts. The parts were made one by the savages. After they were made, Goozy immediately started to assemble them with the savages. Time passed little by little. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In these days, Lin Sheng, in addition to making puppets, also went back to the warehouses where materials were stored to increase the materials 100-fold. The materials that were consumed crazily were constantly compared and replenished. It was at this time that the savages from the Savage Re-Recording began to come back to get materials. After Lin Sheng made thousands of puppets and tested whether these puppets could drive and operate the fighter jets, he walked out of the studio, arriving at the location of the Dwarf King. At this time, after Lin Sheng saw the fighter jets at the Dwarf King's position, Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "You've already taken care of the fighter jets?" After hearing what Lin Sheng said, the Dwarf King and Goozy both walked over to Lin Sheng and said, "Master, this is what happened. Look at this. Our fighter jet is still missing the last part. After this part is produced, these fighter jets can complete the final step." After the Dwarf King finished speaking, someone immediately came here and said to the Dwarf King, "Chief, it's done. The last piece of material has been completed. Okay, Goozy, ask your people to hurry up and assemble it after completing the materials." After the Dwarf King said this to Goozy, Goozy looked back and made arrangements for his men. It was at this time that the savages under his men began to take action. Less than a while later, Goozy's men immediately came to Lin Sheng with the last part and said to Lin Sheng, "Master, it will be ready soon." After the savages finished saying this, they left immediately. Lin Sheng also took advantage of this moment to run back and prepare to get the puppet man over. Chapter 433 Black Hole Fighter Group. After Lin Sheng came over with the tired man in his hand, Goozy immediately came to Lin Sheng and took the puppet from Lin Sheng's hand, and then said to Lin Sheng, "Master, this puppet I'll transport it to you." After Goozy finished saying this, he immediately started to get busy. Soon at this time, Goozy came to Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, "Master, the fighter jet is completed. You can test it now." Lin Sheng immediately said to Goozy, "Okay, I'll start right away." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately started working on the puppet. Lin Sheng sure is doing the settings. After Lin Sheng finished these things, he said to the puppet, "Okay, let's go up." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the puppet immediately started to move. The puppet slowly climbed up above the fighter jet. After the puppet came to the fighter jets began to merge, and the lights on the slow fighter jets all suddenly lit up at the same time. Then at this moment, the fighter jet slowly took off, and after circling in the air several times, it finally stopped. At the last moment, the fighter jet fell suddenly. However, when the fighter jet fell, it was not in the form of a fighter jet falling, but as if it was landing standing upright. After Lin Sheng and others saw the scene, their expressions were extremely calm, and they waited slowly, looking hopefully at the fighter's second form. You know, everyone has seen the drawings of fighter jets before, so there is no such thing as not knowing this fighter. It was in this situation that Lin Sheng said to Goozy, "I don't know if your assembly ability is enough. If it is enough, maybe our fighter jet can be completed. If it's not enough, I'm afraid I'll have to replace him." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Goozy's expression immediately became aggrieved, and then he said to Lin Sheng, "Ah, Master, you can't frame my brother and my subordinates. This assembly issue is still a problem for us." "Very no problem." After Goozy finished saying this, he and Lin Sheng looked expectantly at the fighter jet in front of them. I saw that the fighter jet that was about to land immediately began to transform. The fighter started to split down the middle. There is a chain in the middle of the fighter jet that firmly connects the two fighter jets at this time. Then the upper half and the lower half of the fighter slowly began to merge together. Then, a robot head popped up on top of the fighter jet. The person riding in that head was the puppet piloting the fighter jet. At this time, the bottom of the fighter also stretched out 2 legs. The 2 legs slowly fell to the ground at this time. Then the robot transformed from the entire fighter jet immediately stood on the ground. "The transformation is complete," Lin Sheng said slowly, nodding his head to express his satisfaction. At this time, All the performances of the fighter jets are exactly as described in the drawings. At this time, Guzi said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, don't worry. Our fighter jets have other functions." "Oh?" Lin Sheng asked curiously. It was at this time that Lin Sheng remembered the drawing of the fighter jet. Lin Sheng also remembered everything on the drawing. But now he began to think about it carefully. Then Lin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. And he started asking Guzi, "Guzi, are you talking about the weapons system?" Guzi nodded immediately and said, "Yes, this is redemption. This weapon system is also very powerful. Master, you will not be disappointed if you wait and see." Lin Sheng's eyes also lit up. Although he had seen the fighter weapon system on the drawings before, there was still a big difference between the drawings and the real thing. Then, the fighter began to move again. That is, the fighter began to slowly stretch out its arms at this time. A large iron rod was pulled out from the position next to the head. After the big iron rod was pulled out, the big iron rod immediately turned into a laser sword. The robot transformed into a fighter jet, waved the laser sword in its hand. Lin Sheng's eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at them. The robot immediately cut off the scrap metal in front of it with a sword that had been prepared for testing. "Oh ha ha, this power is not bad." Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction, and then saw Lin's fighter robot slowly floating up. No, that's because there were several blue lights coming out from the bottom of the fighter jet, which were the power system of the fighter robot. Then, a lot of gun barrels came out of the fighter's body again. These gun barrels were the firepower system of the fighter jet. Lin Sheng was very satisfied after seeing Lin here and said, "Guzi, you are very good. Then hurry up and get more robots out for me." After Guzi and the Dwarf King looked at each other, they immediately said with assurance, "Master, there is no problem. I will get you 1,000 fighter jets in half a month." After Guzi made his promise, Lin Sheng shook his head and said, 1,000 units are not enough. You have to hurry up and get them. We don't know how many enemies there are yet." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately said to the Dwarf King, "The assembly line also needs to continue to be built." After receiving Lin Sheng's order, the two continued to get busy. Lin Sheng also hurriedly returned to his studio to continue making puppets. Half a month passed quickly. It was at this time that Lin Sheng walked out of the studio and came to Guzi and others. It was at this time that Lin Sheng saw the Dwarf King and Guzi coming out to greet them. "Boss, our assembly line has a total of 30 assembly lines. After half a month, we have already had 2,250 fighter jets coming out, and we have overfulfilled the task." After hearing Guzi's report, Lin Sheng immediately smiled and said, "Okay, sure." Suddenly at this moment, Old Jack asked Pai to run over in a hurry. "Boss, something happened." The space fluctuation in space suddenly exploded. The black hole has already appeared the size of a thumb. It is expected that the black hole will completely open in just 24 hours. After hearing Guzi's words, Lin Sheng's expression immediately changed. And then he looked at Lin, Guzi and others. Lin Sheng knew very well what the opening of the black hole meant. So he said to Guzi and others, "Go and get all the puppets." Chapter 434 Dragon Kingdom Preparations. After Lin Sheng's words fell, he immediately led a group of his men and ran frantically towards the studio where he was before. Under the leadership of Lin Sheng, Guzi and all the people under Guzi immediately rushed to the Dwarf King's territory while carrying some puppets. When all the puppets were obtained, Lin Sheng immediately began to adjust the puppets in his hands. After the adjustment was completed, the 2,000 puppets all over the place began to move. But they are not like the puppet from before. This puppet was specially made by Lin Sheng to add a whole new set of functions to Lin. This function allows a specialized person to control these puppets and direct their actions. Everyone is on a fighter jet. These puppets are very clear about how to drive the machine. After all these puppets got on the fighter jet, Lin Sheng immediately found Old Jack. "Old Jack, I will leave all the orders of these puppets to you. Now you can direct them to arrange around the black hole, ready to attack the enemies running out of the black hole at any time." "Okay, boss. I will follow your instructions." After hearing Lin Sheng's order, Old Jack immediately gave Lin Sheng a serious reply and promised that he would definitely do things according to Lin Sheng's order. Then Old Jack immediately began to issue orders to the puppets. "Take off." After Old Jack's order was given, the puppets driving the fighter jets all started the fighter jets, and then waited for the direction of the target. At this time, Old Jack gave Darling an order. "Let's set off. Set up a defense line around the black hole, and enter the hidden state immediately." Old Jack can be said to have given clear orders. And these puppets all started doing things according to old Jack's orders. But Lin Sheng said at this time, I'm going to inform the people in the Dragon Kingdom. They are one of our fighting forces. After Lin Sheng said this, he left immediately. Yes, he had no intention of handling it all himself. Besides, this is no longer the time when he was the only one with strength in the beginning. The most important point is that he cannot become the hero of all mankind. After all, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. If you are too strong, you may not be able to stay here all the time. I'm afraid that wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and people will be afraid of him. But even if people from the Dragon Kingdom don't think so, he still feels that they have to be careful in everything they do. When Lin Sheng was thinking about it, he had already arrived at the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng walked towards the place where Pajun should be in his memory. But when they arrived at the border area, they learned something from the soldiers. That is, Pajun is no longer here at this moment, because Pajun's level has been improved and he no longer performs defensive tasks. Then Lin Sheng walked towards the location of Pajun under the guidance of the soldiers. When Lin Sheng came to the conference room, he saw Lin Pajun looking at the report in front of him with a frown. From time to time, he even scratched his hair. Lin Sheng stepped forward and said, Pajun, what are you doing? Ah, it's Mr. Sheng. You're here. After seeing Lin Sheng's arrival, Pajun immediately raised his head and said, Well, what is this? Lin Sheng immediately became confused after hearing Pajun's words. My thing? I just learned something. That is, there seems to be space fluctuations in the experiment outside the blue star. But we currently don't have enough technology to understand what exactly caused the spatial fluctuations. So I came up with the current idea. Well, I came to you to talk about this matter. After hearing what Pajun said, Lin Sheng immediately spoke directly. Master Sheng, could it be that the thing you mentioned before happened? After Pajun heard Lin Sheng's words, his pupils shrank immediately. And then he looked at Lin Sheng and said in disbelief, Yes, that's what you're thinking about. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng anxiously and heard the words he least wanted to hear. The next moment, Pajun's expression immediately changed. Then he said fearfully, No way! We only have 100 fighter jets at this time. How many aliens are there? Pajun shouted, his eyes full of fear. But his unwillingness also emerged after a moment. Lin Sheng nodded and said, The specific number will not be very large. But old Jack used special instruments to judge that the space was not very stable when the black hole was just formed. In this way, the number of enemies will be limited, and there will be no way to come out with all their strength. As time goes on, the space becomes more stable, and the number of enemies will increase. After persisting for enough time, the black hole will disappear after the enemy's energy is exhausted. After all, they made the black hole. As long as there is no energy to maintain the black hole, the active repairability of space will repair the black hole. The will of the universe will not allow uncontrollable locations to appear in its own space. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun's face showed an expression of surprise. Ah, if that's the case, then we still have a chance. But Mr. Sheng, can your Dwarf King lend us some more time? We still need more assembly lines. In the past, there was a problem of insufficient materials. During the past month, our people have been going out to collect materials, and now we have a lot of materials. So we have to speed up. After Pajun finished speaking, Lin Sheng immediately nodded and said, No problem. Since Pajun made this request, Lin Sheng immediately agreed. As long as it's not about poaching, Lin Sheng usually won't refuse. After Pajun got Lin Sheng's consent, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, there was an envious look in his heart. The people in Master Sheng's hands are very powerful. The people in Master Sheng's hands have already judged the information that we have no way of knowing. Alas, it is a pity that there is no way to bring people over. But Pajun felt better afterwards. After all, after something happened, Lin Sheng still considered them and rushed over to inform them immediately. Pajun shook his head and looked at Lin Sheng's leaving figure, believing that it wouldn't take long for the Dwarf King to come over and help. So at this moment, Pajun immediately mobilized manpower. During this period, all the pilots who were trained to go to sea were called over, and all the 100 fighter jets were arranged. Then he said to his men, You all fight to fight in space. Chapter 435 Enemies in the Black Hole. Ha ha. Captain, this time we have finally arrived. One of the soldiers spoke. The next soldier also came to see him at this time and said, Are we going to set off now? Where is the enemy? After the soldier finished speaking, all the soldiers looked at Pajun in front of them curiously, wondering what Pajun would say next. All I saw was Pajun's hand pointing in the air. And then he said, "There!" All the soldiers raised their heads curiously and looked up into the sky. "Ah! Where is?" the soldiers murmured. And the next moment all the soldiers' eyes lit up, and they said excitedly, "Is it in space?" The soldiers looked at Pajun in front of them curiously, and said immediately. Pajun also nodded at this time and said, "Yes, it is in space." After Pajun finished speaking, all the soldiers' eyes immediately lit up. And then they said to Pajun, "When will we set off?" Pajun also smiled when he heard this. And then he immediately smiled at his men and said, "Now!" After Pajun's words fell, these soldiers all flew fighter jets high into the sky at the same time. When they came to the high altitude, they all looked at the atmosphere of the blue star. As long as you leave this atmosphere, you can leave here and go to outer space. They were the first people on Blue Star to fly a fighter jet away from Blue Star. For a time, everyone was extremely excited, because they had never left Blue Star in a fighter jet before. However, when these combatants left the Blue Star and flew out of the atmosphere, they saw a black hole shaped like an advertisement in the void of the universe. "No! We found a black hole that is getting bigger and bigger." Someone immediately reported the news back. After Pajun learned the news, he also frowned. Then after looking at the newspapers in front of him, he immediately said seriously, "Which black holes will the enemy run out of?" After Pajun's garden road fell and was received by these people, everyone frowned at this time. Then they all looked at the black hole in front of them with serious faces, and then started to communicate. "Is this here? Will our enemies be aliens this time? I'm so excited just thinking about it. Sigh, I wonder if these aliens are too powerful. If they are too powerful, I'm afraid we won't be their opponents." All the famous soldiers were talking worriedly. Lin Sheng had already brought the Dwarf King here, and then asked the Dwarf King to make an assembly line for Pajun. At this time, Lin Sheng looked high in the sky. When the Dwarf King went to help, the Dwarf King immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Master, by the way, the full version of the armor I gave you is on the flying saucer. It's the yellow level battle armor that Lanning left in the notes he left before. I couldn't get the next few levels out because I didn't have the materials. Yellow level armor has the ability to fly into the universe." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately nodded to the Dwarf King and said, "Okay, I already know that you can go about your own business and go back early." The Dwarf King's number one said goodbye to Lin Sheng and immediately started to get busy. Lin Sheng returned to the flying saucer. "Boss, you are back. This Dwarf King did it." Pai Pai was holding the armor made by Dwarf King Soupy in his hand, and said to Lin Sheng, "Can we go to space this time?" Pai Pai asked again. Lin Sheng nodded at this time and said, "Yes, I am going to take you to take a look in the sky." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately nodded to Pai Pai. At this time, Guzi and others ran over and came to Lin Sheng, and then picked up the armor in their hands. At this time, Lin Sheng said to everyone, "Put it on. Let's go out and see. If you need help, you can go and help at this time." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately put on his clothes. After putting on the yellow level armor, there was an excited look on his face. Then Lin Sheng flew up into the sky. In the air, Lin Sheng felt like he was walking on flat ground and could move freely. And the Xianyuan sword in his hand can also be used to exert more powerful power. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't that Lin Sheng and others couldn't deal with those fighter jets because they had mythical weapons, but it was because they couldn't fight the enemies at high altitudes. This was also the reason why Lin Sheng and others were unable to attack those fighter jets at this time. But this yellow level armor directly solves this problem. Lin Sheng casually waved the weapon in his hand and slashed the sword energy forward. The sword energy flew out quickly and immediately landed on a mountaintop. The mountaintop immediately exploded into nothingness, and this power was enough to destroy the fighter jet. Just after Lin Sheng finished his attempt, Go Zi and others also came to Lin Sheng in battle armor and greeted Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng saw that everyone had arrived, he immediately said to them, "Let's go to heaven." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately took the lead and flew high into the sky. "Boss, please wait for me." "Master, slow down," a group of people spoke. After saying this, everyone flew out of space. Lin Sheng immediately flew to the side. At this time, Guzi and others followed Lin Sheng to the side. Paused aside, Guzi looked at the fighter jets surrounding the black hole in front of him and asked Lin Sheng, "Boss, these fighter jets don't seem to be ours. Right. Lin Sheng nodded and said nothing more. And they all realized at this time that the fighter jet belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng and others said, "The black hole is about to open." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he saw that all the doors to the black hole had been opened. At this time, a strange fighter jet emerged from the black hole. "Is this Blue Star?" The people in the fighter began to speak. Then a fighter jet emerged from the black hole again. At this moment, the combatants among Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets said frantically, "Bomb them!" Boom, boom, boom. Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets continued to attack, directly bombarding those fighter jets. At this time, only 2 or 3 enemy fighter jets came out, which could not withstand the firepower coverage of hundreds of fighter jets. Chapter 436 Friendly Forces. After the people in the enemy fighter jets reacted, they screamed in horror. "No! We were ambushed." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was about to face a sad end. Boom! The fighter jet exploded on the spot. The people in the other 2 fighter jets immediately wanted to escape in the fighter jets. But it was too late. Before the fighter jet exploded, a message was sent to the enemies who had not yet come out. "Our exit is surrounded. We are attacked. We beep 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 beep. The black hole seemed to pause at this moment. After a while, a fighter jet emerged from the black hole again. But the fighter jet was not in the form of an airplane, but in the form of a robot. These robots transformed from fighter jets flying out of the black hole immediately took out laser swords from their backs. Moreover, the flexibility of these robots has doubled several times at this moment. The fighter form was much more flexible than before. The Dragon Kingdom's fighter group suddenly began to attack the 8 fighter robots in front of them. Fierce artillery fire continued to be fired at the robot. At this time, those robots suddenly dodged away, and the artillery fire fell directly into a useless place at this time. At this moment, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly roared. "Our attacks have no effect." When these soldiers finished speaking, Pajun's voice also sounded in their ears. "The transformation forms are unlocked one by one. You can immediately change your voice and fight with the opponent in the same situation." After Pajun's words fell, these Erlong Kingdom combatants immediately changed the shape of the seated fighter jets. The next moment, these fighters turned into robots one after another. The robots that came out of the black holes could actually transform into robot forms when they saw the Blue Star human fighter jets in front of them. I was stunned for a moment. A group of demons immediately started discussing during the battle. "How is this possible? That's our ability. How come they have this kind of technology? The only people in Blue Star who have such technology are those who left our hands. Besides, it is simply impossible to produce it with their technology. Damn it! Those losers must have leaked our technology. We shouldn't have given them the experimental data in the first place." All the demon clan members immediately became angry. I originally thought that even if the technology was given, I-7 would not have much impact on Miga's invasion after they came back. But in the end, none of them thought that the useless techniques they gave would be discovered by others. And in the end, it became the force to resist the invaders, like myself. It was at this time that the fighter jets driven by the combatants began to engage in hand-to-hand combat with each other. Both sides looked like robots. And after the confrontation, due to their numerical advantage, Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets quickly took advantage and started the battle directly in a 2-on-1 battle. Not long after, all 8 of Lin Sheng's fighter jets were destroyed. The combatants of the Dragon Kingdom reported back the news in their hands at this time. "Chief, the enemy has been eliminated by us. But the mysterious black hole is still there. And it seems that something new has been released from it. But it seems that it got stuck halfway. And it still hasn't come out of the black hole." After Pajun heard this, he immediately started thinking. After a short time passed, Pajun immediately frowned and continued. "You all should pay attention. Especially be careful. There are still many enemies in this black hole that have not come out. Those from before should be the appetizers. So the battle continues." After Pajun finished speaking, before the combatants could react, the black hole began to vibrate crazily. The next moment, hundreds of fighter jets suddenly appeared from the black hole, and they all turned into robot forms. It was at this time that those fighter jets were all attacking the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets crazily. The demons in these fighters got the news from their friends on the opposite side of the black hole, and learned that the combatants here had the same technological power as them. So as soon as he came out at the end, He launched an attack without mercy. At this time, all the fighter personnel of the Dragon Kingdom showed frightened expressions. These combatants didn't know how to deal with the enemy in front of them. And Pajun also heard someone reporting that there were too many enemies coming at once, and they couldn't deal with them. Pajun became anxious on Blue Star's Dragon Kingdom base, but he didn't know what to do. Suddenly Pajun thought of something and immediately said to all the combatants, "Is Mr. Sheng here?" No. There is no one else here except us." The soldier immediately sent the news back to Pajun. After Pajun heard the news, his face immediately turned ugly. "Master Sheng, haven't you come over? Now we are in trouble." After Pajun finished speaking, he heard the soldier shouting in surprise, "Chief, are these reinforcements sent by you? There seem to be more than 300 fighter jets." After hearing what his soldier said, Pajun was immediately stunned. Then he said doubtfully, "We don't have any other fighter jets. Didn't you all fly them away?" After facing Pajun's questions, these soldiers were stunned. Then a look of horror appeared on his face. "No way! Is it an enemy?" Just when these combatants fell into panic, everyone was stunned in the next moment. The enemies that are looking for and refusing to come out of the black hole are about to attack. But at this moment, the supporting fighter jets launched a direct attack on them. And at the next moment, they directly attacked these invading fighter jets. This powerful attack directly wiped out all these enemy fighter jets. At this time, the combatants were stunned and then curiously said to Pajun, "It seems that they are not the enemy, but our friendly forces." After the soldier finished speaking, a smile appeared on Pajun's face. The Dwarf King can help them make the assembly line. And the technology is definitely there. There is definitely no problem if they want to build an assembly line on the flying saucer. And he felt that Lin Sheng would definitely have a lot of materials in his hands. So it is not difficult to get a fighter jet. It was at this time that Pajun said to the soldiers, "It should be Mr. Sheng." Chapter 437 Artifact vs. Fighter. From Pajun's perspective, everything has come to an end. If Master Sheng takes action, his men will definitely be able to come back safely. But what I never expected was that he thought it was too simple. At this time, the black hole fluctuated violently again for 7 consecutive times. This time, thousands of fighter jets were directly shot out of the black hole. And all of these fighter jets turned into this robot. And the black hole began to become illusory. At this time, it seems that this black hole may suddenly disappear into the air at this time. Lin Sheng and others, who were still observing in the dark, saw the scene in front of Lin at this time. A voice immediately spread in the space among the fighter group. According to normal principles, there is no sound propagation in space. But Lin Sheng didn't know why the sound spread at this time. Lin Sheng's eye heard the voice at this time and said, "Blue Star human surrender. Otherwise our 1,000 fighter jets will definitely destroy you. Lin, you will definitely destroy you. This is not something that hundreds of your fighter jets can deal with." It was at this time that Lin Sheng frowned, with a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Then he immediately came to see them and said, "Everyone does it. No one is left behind." As Lin Sheng's words fell, Old Jack immediately took control and issued orders to the puppets, so that all the puppets in the dark would take action at the same time to fight. It was at this time that Lin Sheng suddenly said, "Let's go out too. These guys feel that they are too arrogant. Okay, let's go." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the people around him immediately followed Lin Sheng and walked outside. When Lin Sheng and others were exposed, everyone around the black hole was stunned. "Why is there still someone here?" After the enemy, who came out of the black hole in front of him, finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng frowned and said, Hello, everyone. We are so destined to meet here." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. What does it mean? Provocative? These enemies immediately changed their direction to surround Lin Sheng and others. The combatants who came out of the Dragon Kingdom had expressions of surprise in their eyes. "You are really Master Sheng. Master Sheng, you must be here to help us," as a group of soldiers discussed. At this time, Lin Sheng said to the enemy in front of him, "This place is not suitable for you to stay, so it is better for you to go back." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the demon members among the fighter jets were all stunned. The next moment, the person who originally spoke burst out laughing and said to Lin Sheng, "You humans are too naive. Do you think that since we dare to come back, we will leave without taking anything? I guess all the fighters here are your limit. Right? Although our current fighter jets are all of the same level. But we are not the first group of rubbish. We demon generals are all capable of flying fighter jets after special training. Since you want to stop us, Then stop talking nonsense and take action. After the demon clan member in front of him spoke, he immediately drove a fighter jet to attack Lin Sheng and others. Previously, the personnel on the fighter jets were defeated by 3 fighter jets. And now the pilots of these fighter jets are fighting 1 against 2. Which means that even the strength of Blue Star, including Lin Sheng's men, can be won with 2 or 3 fighter jets. Then you can only contain the opponent, and there is no chance to defeat the opponent. The battle is about to break out. Lin Sheng and others immediately saw that the fighters on their side were basically 1 fighter every 2 or 3 to resist the opponent. I have to say that the other party has very rich combat experience. For a while, the whole scene fell into a deadlock. It was at this time that Lin Sheng came to a fighter jet. Then he looked at the fighter on the opposite side and thought that since his men had restrained the opponent, he could easily kill the opponent by himself. At this moment, Lin Sheng immediately frowned and took out his weapon. The person in the fighter jet was the person who spoke before, after seeing Lin Sheng standing alone in front of him. Although he was still being restrained, there was no worried expression on his face. It was at this time that he made a mocking voice. Haha. Kid, do you think you will cause harm to my fighter by relying on your physical body to help? The man in the fighter jet smiled arrogantly. But at this time, Lin Sheng just smiled slightly and said, "That's why I want to try it. Isn't it?" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately prepared to take action. Guzi and others all looked at it seriously. Although Lin Sheng had told them about the power of the artifact before, we still need to try it before we know whether it has that kind of effect. The Xianyuan broken sword in Lin Sheng's hand was waved by Lin Sheng. Slash towards the fighter jet in front of you. The demons among the fighter jets burst out laughing, feeling that Lin Sheng didn't know what to say. But just as the sword energy got closer and closer, the expressions of the demon clan members immediately changed. He showed a horrified expression. He really felt the powerful destructive power from Lin Sheng's sword energy, as if the fighter's defense was not enough to resist. Just when he wanted to control the fighter jet to leave, he found that he was restrained and it was impossible to leave quickly. And the sword energy got closer and closer to the fighter jet. There was no time to escape. The demon clan members immediately opened the defense mechanism of the fighter jet. At this time, the protective shield on the fighter jet was fully opened. However, when the sword energy came into contact with the protective shield was unable to withstand it at all, and was torn open by the sword energy. And the sword energy is still approaching the fighter jet. No. How could you? It's actually an ancient artifact. The demon clan members had horrified expressions on their faces and shouted in disbelief. Then the sword energy had touched the surface of the fighter jet. The entire fighter jet was being torn apart. Then the mentality of the demon clan member changed again in a very short period of time. Ha! Humans. Just wait. Although we may all lose this wave, the next time the black hole opens, it will be your end. As soon as he finished speaking, the fighter jet exploded. Guzi and others' eyes lit up after seeing this scene. Their massacre is about to begin. Chapter 438 Fighting and Attack. Before Lin Sheng could say anything, Guzi's figure flashed and disappeared from Lin Sheng and others. The next moment, he was in front of a fighter jet. The next moment, the sky-opening axe in Guzi's hand immediately fell down. The demons among the fighters did not react at all. The entire fighter jet was split into 2 halves at this moment. The next moment, with a bang, the entire fighter jet exploded. At this time, Pai suddenly flew towards a fighter jet. Its eyes were shining brightly as it said, "Wow! Ha! How about we compete with each other?" After Pai finished speaking, the Thor's hammer in his hand suddenly dropped towards a fighter jet. The next moment, the fighter jet was directly hit by the sent Thor's hammer, giving it a chilling blow. Boom! Then, there was a violent explosion. Next moment, Pai looked back at Guzi and said to Guzi, "Now our competition is 1-to-1. How can something like the competition be without me?" Kong Kongi also became interested, and the Poseidon trident in his hand immediately poked a fighter jet. Then he shouted out loudly. The next moment, the fighter jet in front of him was torn to pieces by Kong Kongi. "Ha ha. Okay, let's all compete," Guzi also said with a smile at this time. Then he looked at the group of romantic fighters, and then said to the people around him, "Oh, then I will definitely not let you win." After Guzi's words fell, Pai immediately became unhappy and said to the people in Xian, "That's impossible. With my Pai here, you can't beat me." After the exchange between Guzi and Pai ended, The figures of the three people immediately moved around in the void. Seeing that Shenling was about to join in, Lin Sheng immediately grabbed Shenling and pulled her into his arms. He said to Shenling, "Okay, these guys are very energetic, so we don't have to come over and fight with them. If they want to compete, we can just be our spectators." After Shenling was pulled into Lin Sheng's arms, her face turned slightly red under her armor. The main reason is that there are too many people around. He was pulled into Lin Sheng's arms and felt embarrassed for a moment. And this current scene is something we have never experienced before. At this moment, Shenling was in Lin Sheng's arms, nestled together in the universe, looking at the surrounding environment. At this time, everyone among the fighters saw this scene. Hey, do you want to be so disrespectful? We are fighting here. Not a place for you to watch a show. And you guys just watch the show. Why are you still holding each other? Do you think we don't deserve to make you nervous? The mentality of a group of demons collapsed at this time. The next moment, Shenling said, "Isn't it good for us to do this?" "Huh? Why is it bad? I think this is pretty good," Lin Sheng said with a smile, and then looked around indifferently. Guzi and others were flying back and forth among the swarm of fighter jets. And every time a fighter jet passed by, they would explode. As more and more fighter jets exploded, the faces of the demons among these fighter jets changed drastically. "Run! Run quickly! We will die here if we don't run!" The next moment, the demon fighter jets were struggling crazily to escape. But it had no effect at all. If they wanted to escape, they couldn't escape at all. They were surrounded by fighter jets driven by the puppets and Dragon Kingdom warriors. So they had no way to escape if they wanted to escape. And at this time, those fighter jets that were freed up because there were no enemies were also separated to help other battles. From the beginning of 2 to 3 fighter jets fighting against one, the situation that could only be delayed suddenly changed to 4 to 5 fighter jets attacking an enemy fighter jet. In this case, those demon fighter jets were instantly killed. After all, no matter how powerful the opponent is, there is still no way to fight against too many enemies. After all, there is not much difference in the quality of these fighter jets. At this moment, Pai and others became more and more energetic in killing. "I took down 200 of them." Pai looked at Guzi provocatively and said, "TCH, I took care of 213. Guzi split open another fighter jet with an axe and said to Pai, "Ha ha, little sister, I might win." Kong Kongi used the Poseidon Trident in his hand to penetrate a fighter jet and came to the two of them and said with a smile, 230 fighter jets. Snort. If Pai is dissatisfied, he will continue immediately. And the same goes for dogs. The two of them left and continued to kill their opponents. Kong Kongi was also a little helpless, and then went on to hunt those fighter jets. 10 minutes later, you have no enemy fighter jets in the entire void. And the black hole is also looming. But it does not disappear in the end. And a black hole is left behind. Everyone in Lin Sheng frowned when they looked at the black hole. This is? Lin Sheng and others all came to the edge of the black hole, and then started walking without any end. At this time, no one felt the suction. And then it felt more like the black hole should be a passage. As for the place it leads to, it will definitely not be the place of the demons. Otherwise, the demons over there will definitely come over as soon as possible. Lin Sheng looked in curiously, and saw a scene as if he had traveled through time and space. It was a brand new planet. There were no intelligent life forms on the planet, but there were a lot of materials on it. At this time Guzi came to Lin Sheng's side. He handed the items in his hands to Lin Sheng. Master, I think I got this thing when I hunted an enemy just now. There seems to be a lot of information in it. I think this thing can also improve the capabilities of fighter jets. After Guzi said this, Lin Sheng immediately took it back and asked Old Jack to analyze it. Just when Old Jack was analyzing, Pai also came over. How many were killed? I killed 250. After hearing what Pai said, Guzi raised his head. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. How much? Pai couldn't bear to see Guzi pretending to talk like this, so he immediately refuted it. Haha, 251. One more than you. Pai just felt that this was simply a trick of fate, and he was the only one left. I killed 270 fighter jets. How many did you hunt down? Kong Kongi came back and said it at this time. Chapter 439 Material Planet. Pai and Guzi. What terma? Come on. There's no way to compare this. Pai and Guzi also saw how Kong Kongi fought before. They have to get to the enemy's other side first before they can attack. And what about Kong Kongi? He only needs to hold the Poseidon Trident in his hand tightly, and then his whole body will penetrate through it as if it were a sharp sword. The speed at which Kong Kongi kills enemies must be much more convenient than them. It was at this moment that both of them looked helpless. There is nothing that can be done about this. What else can be said? So at this moment, Lin Sheng received the news from old Jack. Boss, what you sent back is the file. I have asked the Dwarf King to look at that document. If my guess is correct, what is shown in that document is the manufacturing diagram of the Xian level fighter. The Dwarf King said that the materials we currently use cannot be made. And I just saw the energy channel around you from the flying saucer. I also investigated it at this time. And the result is that there is a good place behind that channel, where there are a lot of materials we need. After Lin Sheng heard this, he immediately thought that he still needed to go to the world on the other side of the black hole. He only needed to get the fodder back. After Lin Sheng thought of this, he immediately said to everyone, "Let's go back first." Lin Sheng immediately became old and dead after returning to the flying saucer. He needs more powerful fighter jets. And these fighter jets in his hands have been exposed, so his parents don't need to use them. So Lin Sheng found Pajun and handed over all the 2,000 fighter jets in his hands to Pajun. Then he said to Pajun, "Pajun, these fighter jets are all handed over to you. The rest is all up to you. I plan to leave here and go somewhere." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun was immediately stunned. Then he said doubtfully, "Isn't there a place on Blue Star where the deposit is gone? Where are you going?" After hearing Pajun's words, Lin Sheng said, "There are some in the universe, and we need to improve our strength. After all, those enemies have just appeared, and the strength exposed is already very powerful. It can be directly measured against Lin Yukong, the strongest player we currently have. If the forces sent by the enemy are stronger than us next time, I'm afraid they won't be able to defend Blue Star by then. Right?" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun nodded in approval. It was at this time that Pajun looked at Lin Sheng and said, "Then when will you come back?" Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I should be back soon." In Lin Sheng's mind, he was thinking about what old Jack said. The destination was unknown, so one would be faster. After Lin Sheng said this, he left. When Pajun looked at the fighter jets he had just obtained, he felt helpless. He saw that only a few people in Master Sheng's hands had produced so many fighter jets. But what about his own side? How much did you get out of this? He sighed helplessly. Then he shook his head and went back to gather people. Lin Sheng returned to the flying saucer. "Let's go," Lin Sheng said to old Jack. Old Jack asked and immediately drove the flying saucer to fly high into the sky, flew out of the atmosphere, submerged into the universe and entered the black hole. And it turns out that the demon clan is located opposite the black hole. A group of demons who were around the black hole that had just disappeared began to look at each other at this time. The conversation started with a confused look on his face. What just happened? Are all the people I sent there gone? It seems like this. The news from those guys seems to have escalated to say that they are all cold. After saying this, all the demon clan members looked at each other and blinked wildly, looking at each other in disbelief. No way. That's a low-level civilization. How could it possibly destroy our yellow-level fighter group? You know, the people there probably don't even have the perfect level. Right? All the demon clan members were still in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Sheng arrived at the destination directly with the person in his hand. Lin Sheng and others in the flying saucer looked at the scenes on the material planets outside the flying saucer in surprise. Mines are everywhere on this material planet, and it is completely different from those on the Blue Star. These minerals are all on the surface of the planet. Rather than saying it is a material planet, this material planet is more like a warehouse of a certain civilization. At this time, old Jack sent a message. "Boss, I have tested the materials on this planet and finally got a piece of news. The grades of these substances are basically at the Xian level. Only a small part of the substances are at the yellow level. And the materials we need on the latest drawings we obtained are of this level. So as long as we get rid of these materials, it will be completely sufficient for us to make Xian-level equipment fighters." After hearing old Jack's words, Lin Sheng and others' eyes immediately lit up. Regarding the information they had obtained previously, Lin Sheng and others still had headaches due to the problem of materials. In the past, those yellow-level materials could still be synthesized from ordinary materials and finally had yellow-level materials. But now black-level materials cannot be synthesized using yellow-level materials at all. The main reason is the synthesis of yellow-level materials, and the consumption of all the value of ordinary materials. Boss, let's go dig now. Right? Pi said at this time. And just when the Dwarf King suddenly appeared, his eyes were full of excitement, and he said to Lin Sheng, Master, I have the materials here. If Lin Yu has them, I can upgrade the armor on your body for them. After hearing what the Dwarf King said, the eyes of Lin Sheng and others also lit up. Compared with the fighter jet, Lin Sheng and others actually prefer armor. Because for the fighter's pursuit of weapons, it is enough for them to have the weapons in their hands. There is no need to pursue those fighters at all. In their view, fighter jets may not be as practical as the artifacts in their hands. The weakness of all this is the lack of defense. Now if you have Shen level armor on your body, then you need armor that is strong enough. What are you waiting for? Let's go down now. After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led his men towards the flying saucer. Chapter 440 Container Truck. Planet Master. After Lin Sheng and others landed, Old Jack's voice sounded from the flying saucer. And then a bright road lit up, and containers appeared next to Lin Sheng and others. Ahem. Boss, I just discovered these containers on top of the upgraded flying saucer at this time. Boss, you just need to put the collected materials into this container, and then I will take them back to the flying saucer. After Old Jack's words fell, Lin Sheng and others immediately saw the Hope container. These were not so much containers, as these things were vehicles, because the container has wheels underneath. In front of the wheels, there is this front end, and Lin Sheng and others can sit directly on these front ends. The number of container trucks is not just one, but as many as 10. There were only 5 people in total, including Lin Sheng, Shinling, Kong Yipapai and Guzi. Basically each person can drive 2 container trucks. At this time, Pai immediately said, Boss, let's go! After saying this, everyone including Pai and Lin Sheng got on the truck at this time. Immediately, 5 container trucks drove outside one after another, moving continuously on this material planet. There are also strange mechanical arms on the container truck that are constantly extending from the car. These robotic arms constantly pick up materials on the planet and place them in containers. Boss, our collection of supplies was the easiest this time. After Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng also smiled slightly and said, Isn't it better to be more relaxed? Isn't it better if it has to be during those times of fighting and killing? Just after Lin Sheng finished saying this, Guzi miraculously said at this moment, Master, this guy feels itchy. Just give him a pair of feet, and that's it. After hearing Guzi's words, Lin Sheng also smiled at this time. Is Guzi right? Lin Sheng said to the faction while driving the container truck. Pai's face immediately turned bitter, and he said fiercely to Guzi, Who's itchy? Guzi, I think you want to be beaten. After Pai finished speaking, Guzi changed the subject and said, Hey, there seems to be more supplies over there, so I'll go there first. After Guzi finished saying this, he immediately drove the container truck towards the material truck. It was at this time that Pai sighed feebly and walked towards the hill of accumulated materials on the other side. After leaving, Guzi secretly complained in his heart, if I fight you, big brother, we are both evenly matched. We may not be able to tell the winner even if we fight for 10 days and 10 nights. This would be a thankless task if we fought. Who will fight you? After Guzi said this, he immediately ignored Pai. It was at this time that Guzi suddenly discovered the strange thing in front of him, which was formatting. He was surprised and ran down to the ground to observe what the strange thing in front of him was. But when Guzi got close to this weird thing, his eyes showed horror. The next moment Guzi immediately ran in front of Lin Sheng, holding the thing he just saw in his hand, and saying to Lin Sheng in horror, Master, something serious is going to happen. Lin Sheng frowned and looked at the dog that was barking on the ground outside the container truck in confusion. He looked back and looked at Guzi. After a while, Lin Sheng saw the strange box in Guzi's hand. He came to Guzi in confusion and asked Guzi, what happened? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Guzi immediately waved the box in his hand and said to Lin Sheng, Boss, this is what you're talking about. Come and take a look. This thing is very strange and looks like the signal transmitter in old Jack's cab. Lin Sheng looked at the light that kept shining on Heisey. And at this time, Lin Sheng also had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, Lin Sheng hurriedly used the instrument he brought down from the flying saucer to scan the items in front of him, and then sent a message to old Jack. Old Jack used the equipment on the flying saucer to show me what this equipment is. After receiving the news from Lin Sheng, Old Jack immediately started speculating. After a while, Old Jack hurriedly sent a message back to Lin Sheng and said, "Boss, something is very bad. Throw away the black box in your hand quickly. The glowing IQ of that black box is a signal transmitter. This black box is already transmitting signals. As for who it is sending the signals to, it is probably the original owner of this planet. You must know that this hard ball is the warehouse of some kind of civilization." After Lin Sheng saw the message sent back by Old Jack, Lin Sheng's expression suddenly changed. But it was also at this time that Lin Sheng's face showed a bitter expression. It was at this time that Lin Sheng's face looked a little ugly. The void in front of him kept shaking again. This is probably the rhythm at which the enemy is coming. At this moment, Lin Sheng's face became increasingly ugly. Guzi Pai and others also quickly ran to Lin Sheng's side at this time. He said to Lin Sheng, "Boss! Master! Lin Sheng said seriously to everyone, "How many have been collected now?" "A unit of about 100,000. Guzi said. Pai also followed closely and said, "A unit of 110,000. Kong Kongi and Shinling also said at this time, 50,000 units. Lin Sheng thought for a while. 100,000. 110,000. 250,000 units plus the 90,000 units in his hands, which totaled 400,000 units of supplies. The containers on the container truck should be able to store 1 million units of materials, which adds up to less than half of the container's materials. At this time, Lin Sheng became extremely dissatisfied. Damn it. How could this happen so quickly? The enemy came after I collected less than a box of things. At this time, Lin Sheng said to these people, "Send me the collected materials first. We don't know the enemy's strength level. If we can't defeat them, we can't go back empty-handed." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a group of people hurriedly returned with supplies on top of the flying saucer. Lin Sheng and others also all returned to the flying saucer. At most, they could only stay on the edge of the flying saucer and wait for the enemy to arrive. The space was still shaking violently. After Lin Sheng and others were ready, a shattered space door opened immediately. Chapter 441 Goblin. Empty planet. The next moment, figures one after another came out of the void, passed through the gate and arrived on the material planet. The appearance of these figures is somewhat similar to humans, but the real appearance is green leather, pointed ears, and short appearance. Lin Sheng and others were stunned after looking down from high in the sky. "Monster?" Shinling covered her mouth in fear and said, "This brother probably insists on being green. TSK. His whole body is green." At this time, Pai looked at the other person up and down and said, "The faces of Guzi and Kong Kongi both became heavy. These two are people from ancient times. I also have some guesses about what this monster looks like." But at this time, Lin Sheng was surprised and said, "Goblin? Damn it!" Lin Sheng's exclamation immediately stunned both Guzi and Kong Kongi. And then, they nodded to confirm the identity of their enemy. "Yes, it's actually Goblin. I remember that this race was exterminated by the Dwarf tribe a long time ago. This group of greedy guys can still survive and even escape from the alien planet." Guzi immediately groped his chin and said. Kong Kongi also seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Lin Sheng, "Yes, it is exactly what I told Brother Guzi. I remember that the record of these monsters at the time said that the Goblin race ran to provoke and steal the Dwarf tribe. As a result, Jean angered the Dwarf King at that time and directly used the power of the weapon god to kill them immediately. As for where this Goblin family came from at that time, we don't know, and there is no mark in the records. Some people speculate that this Goblin is a race that fell from the sky, and some people are Awo. These Goblins are blue, a native of the stars." After listening to Kong Kongi's words, Lin Sheng just shook his head, and then continued to watch what the Goblins were doing. At this time, the Goblins began to think about it. Suddenly, his face immediately turned ugly. They discovered that a lot of their treasures had been stolen. The next moment, the Goblin who discovered this immediately let out a sharp roar. "Damn! What happened? Who is it? How dare you come and steal our things?" After the Goblin roared, he suddenly raised his head and discovered the presence of Lin Sheng and others. The next moment, this Goblin immediately summoned all the Goblins around him. "Quack! It's actually them. It's humans. Those humans who stole our treasure house." After the Goblin finished shouting these words, the other radicals all raised their heads and looked at Lin Sheng and others. But seeing Lin Sheng and others high in the sky, everyone, including the Goblins, hesitated. How to deal with humans in heaven? After these goblins were irritable for a while, these goblins waved at the crack in Zakangli. A white-boned skeleton dragon flew over. The void cracks also closed at this time. It turns out that the goblins were able to come over because the white-boned skeleton dragon opened up a space. These goblins directly rode on the bone skeleton dragon. The white-boned skeleton dragon immediately took off and flew quickly towards Lin Sheng and others. Human, you must die. Pai Pai looked at the approaching enemy and immediately exclaimed, Boss, be careful. The next moment, Pai Pai immediately used the weapons in his hands to attack these bone skeleton dragons. The Thor's hammer in his hand immediately hit the bone skeleton dragon. Boom! The white bone skeleton dragon immediately fell apart. The next moment, the goblins riding on the white bone skeleton dragon immediately fell from the sky. The goblins screamed in fear. But it had no effect at all. Lin Sheng and others were stunned. Is this the end? Yes. They watched these goblins fall and disappear into the universe, not knowing where they fell. At this time, everyone looked at each other. Lin Sheng suddenly said, Let's continue collecting. Goblin world. The goblins all looked at each other. Huh? Why are the cracks gone? The next moment, the Hope Goblin suddenly reacted. Quickly! Quickly find someone to come over and open the crack again. Our people are definitely under attack. If this is not the case, we need to go over quickly to provide support. Otherwise, our warehouse will definitely be stolen by the enemy, said the shrewd goblin. The next moment, these goblins were all wet and messy. Lin Sheng and others quickly collected materials during the supplies week. Hurry. Hurry. There must be a lot of those monsters. Pai Pai said. The supply vehicle driven underneath began to drift rapidly on the supply planet. Guzi and others also became nervous, quickly collecting supplies on the planet. At this time, no one among Lin Sheng and others was relaxing. And old Jack on the flying saucer once again dispatched 20 supply trucks. These vehicles were all the collection tools on the flying saucer. And a lot of people on the flying saucer also came down to help. Those with supply trucks drive container trucks to collect supplies. People who did not have container trucks used their own hands to continuously collect materials and transport them directly to the flying saucer. Time passed little by little, and the space in the void suddenly began to shake again. When Lin Sheng and others looked at the bare material planet, they immediately smiled. Look at each other. The next moment Lin Sheng said, Get out of here. After Lin Sheng's words fell, everyone on the material planet returned to the flying saucer. The flying saucer also left quickly at this time. Time passed little by little. The material planet looked like it had been licked by a dog at the moment. Bear. At this time, the space crack opened again. A lot of goblins came out. But this time all the goblins were wearing armor, including silver goblins and gold goblins. It's just that there are no green-haired and unequipped goblins like before. At this time, all the goblins looked at the bare material planet, and all the goblins had ugly expressions. Damn. Who? Our supplies. But these goblins could only become so helpless and furious. Because of their functionality, there is no trace of anyone. I could only watch as everything in front of me was gone. Lin Sheng and others were leisurely sitting on the flying saucer and flying towards the blue star. After leaving the black hole, Lin Sheng looked back. There was a strange look in his eyes. Goblin? Maybe we can meet again then. Lin Sheng thought so. At this moment, Guzi came to Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, Master, it is said that the goblins have more good things in their hands. These guys like to collect them the most. Maybe we can go to where they are to take a look. See if there are any cultivation treasures. Chapter 442 returned to Plan Nishian level. After Guzi said this, Lin Sheng nodded but hesitated again the next moment. What is the opponent's strength? Old Jack said at this time. Boss, I just left some means on the material planet, based on which method I finally got the strength level of those goblins. Please watch this video of what those goblins left behind. After Old Jack finished speaking, the scene on the material planet suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng and others. Then Old Jack immediately explained to Lin Sheng at this time. Boss, I hope these are the goblins. The goblins wearing silver armor are silver goblins. And the strength of these goblins is yellow level strength. While the goblins wearing gold armor are gold goblins, which are the strongest combat power. Xian level. After Old Jack explained, Lin Sheng and others looked at the scene in front of them. And then a strange expression appeared in front of them. Huh? Is this the so-called incompetent rage? Guzi suddenly said at this time. At this moment, Lin Sheng nodded and said, Can Old Jack still see the picture on the material planet now? It's okay. Boss. Old Jack thought for a while, and said immediately. After saying this, the scene changed to a live broadcast on the spot, and the goblins were seen looking around, and flying high into the sky from time to find what Lin Sheng and others were doing before. Came here. To them, that was the person who stole all their supplies. To find those thieves, we must not only recover their lost supplies, but also teach those who dare to steal their supplies a lesson. Ever since the goblins were born, no one else had robbed their things. It was them who robbed other people's things. Now, others actually robbed their own things. For a while, these goblins felt that they had lost face. At this moment, the goblins seemed to have discovered clues in the space. Yes, after Lin Sheng and others returned, the black hole in the void where the material planet was located was only the size of a thumb. The entrance to the black hole will only open when Lin Sheng passes from this end. At this time, those goblins immediately began to look for ways to open the black hole. It was at this time that Lin Sheng worriedly asked Old Jack, "How long will it take for these goblins to come here?" After Lin Sheng's question came to an end, Old Jack thought for a while, and then made a rigorous judgment. After a while, Old Jack replied, "Boss, if I am not wrong in my judgment, it will take a week for these goblins to open the black hole and come to us." After hearing this, Lin Sheng thought for a while, and finally sighed and said, "Oh, I still can't escape after all. But there is still time, and there are not many enemies on the opposite side who are stronger than myself." After saying this, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, since the other party can reach Xian level strength, it means that they have cultivation resources in their hands. And in this case, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, Lin Sheng found the Dwarf King and said to the Dwarf King, "You can use these materials as you like, and then you can get something good for me." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the Dwarf King immediately started working. Under the operation of the Dwarf King, the entire assembly line was updated in a short time. And this is also the initial foundation. At this time, the production speed will naturally be much faster. Lin Sheng considered the situation above his flying saucer. He immediately took the dwarves to look for Pajun. This assembly line and the materials for making Xian-level fighter jets are really too much for Lin Sheng, and he himself can't use them all. The main problem is that he doesn't have enough manpower. Instead of wasting all these materials in the flying saucer, it is better to go to Pajun to share some of the materials in his hands. And the materials are not enough. It also needs an assembly line. Otherwise Lin Sheng can be sure that if he doesn't provide an assembly line, these guys will definitely have no way to get the materials. After all, a person with yellow level material and above blue star cannot do anything without the support of the Dwarf King. Not to mention the Xian level material, which is much more powerful than the yellow level material. When the Dwarf King was led by Lin Sheng to find Pajun, Lin Sheng immediately turned to Pajun and said, "Pajun, how are you doing lately?" Pajun said to Lin Sheng with excitement on his face, "Ah, Mr. Sheng, these assembly lines you gave us are really awesome. Have you not seen that we are now frantically increasing the production capacity of our assembly lines? Just compare now with before. Before, it was already good to be able to produce 10 fighter jets a day. But now there are 100 fights a day, which is still the bottom line." Although the time that Lin Sheng left did not seem long. For Blue Star, 10 days had already passed. According to Pajun, within these 10 days, more than 1,000 Huan-class fighters have been produced, plus those before. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom already has more than 3,000 yellow-class fighter jets. At this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately became strange. Shouldn't this be so exciting? If he had revealed what he was going to give, wouldn't this Pajun have to? Lin Sheng felt a little sorry for Pajun when he thought about it. It's not that Pajun's vision is too short. It's that the times are changing too fast, and the elimination rate of fighter jets is too high. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to Pajun, "That Pajun, a yellow-level fighter. I'm afraid it will be eliminated the next time the enemy comes. The Xian-level materials in my hands were obtained this time, and they are also the original materials for making Xian-level fighter jets. And for this upgrade of the assembly line, I am waiting for the Dwarf King to come over and upgrade it for you." After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun was stunned immediately. He stared at Lin Sheng with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, and he looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief and said, "This? Pajun looked stunned. At this time, Lin Sheng and the Dwarf King immediately looked at each other. Lin Sheng saw that Pajun couldn't come to his senses for a while, So he said to the laboratory personnel next to Pajun, "Upgrade. Take my people away." The laboratory staff came over at this time. So he took the Dwarf King away. After what happened before, the staff instinctively did not dare to be disrespectful to Lin Sheng and others. Thinking back to the beginning, that ignorant guy was so arrogant that he offended the person in front of him. And what happened to him in the end? Chapter 443 Goblins Come to Kill. After the staff took away the Dwarf King, Pajun did not recover from the shock. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Pajun, "Hello?" Pajun was startled. And the next moment, he hurriedly said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, please wait for me and let me slow down." After Pajun finished saying this, he started walking around at a loss. After a long time, Pajun murmured, "It has been reformed and updated." Ah, why? I was so excited just now. But in the end, he told me that the previous things were useless. That's all rubbish. After Pajun was stunned for a long time, he regained his composure and looked at Lin Sheng, his eyes full of melancholy. It was at this time that Pajun said helplessly, "Master Sheng, wouldn't my hard work be in vain?" After seeing Pajun's expression and hearing Pajun's words, Lin Sheng immediately suppressed a smile and said to Pajun, "You can't say that. In fact, I have just got the method to advance the improvement of these fighters. It's also a good thing. Those enemies are more powerful than that. And there is no guarantee that the next wave of enemies will be even stronger. So we have to improve our own fighter jets to have a chance to win again. Right?" After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun's expression became even weirder. The Dwarf King came out of the laboratory at this time. After returning to Lin Sheng, I-7 immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Master, the upgrade is ready." The old men who came out after the Dwarf King all had expressions of regret on their faces. "Oh, what a great talent. Well, Lin Sheng." Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King in front of him strangely and asked the Dwarf King with his eyes, "What did you do again? These old guys are so lost at this time." Dwarf King, "Boss, I didn't just upgrade those assembly lines." At this time, the Dwarf King responded to Lin Sheng with his eyes. Lin Sheng nodded. Then he said to Pajun, "Okay, I have solved the problem and my men have now completed their tasks. Next, you can go about producing new fighter jets with peace of mind." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a black shadow immediately shrouded the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a flying saucer in the sky. The nervousness I felt just now disappeared immediately. It was at this time that Pajun nodded and said, "Okay." However, Lin Sheng and the Dwarf King, who were just about to leave, stopped at this moment. He looked at Pajun, and then said, "Look at me. I almost forgot." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately waved to the flying saucer in the sky. After old Jack saw Lin Sheng's movements in the flying saucer, he nodded immediately, and then golden light projections fell on the flying saucer. After these golden light projections fell, containers appeared on the ground. Lin Sheng looked at the container and smiled at Pajun and said, "I will leave these materials for you." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately left here with the dwarf. It wasn't until Pajun saw Lin Sheng and others being pulled away by the beam of light that the flying saucer left the place laughing. Only then did Pajun react. Then he excitedly said to the people in the technology studio, "Hurry. It's too late. Hurry up and produce Xian-class fighter jets." "Yes." After everyone finished speaking, they left immediately. Pajun was left alone. It was at this time that Pajun went to the old leader's location to report his affairs. While Pajun went to report the incident, Lin Sheng returned to the flying saucer. Then Lin Sheng began to lead people to make Xian-level fighter jets on the flying saucer. The number of puppets is almost enough. So this time all the people on the flying saucer came to help make Xian-level fighter jets. 7 short days passed by in a blink of an eye. It was at this time that an accident occurred in the black hole, and the black hole began to be reopened. Old Jack saw this matter immediately, so he reported it to Lin Sheng immediately. Then he said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, those goblins are here." Lin Sheng looked at the 1,000 Xian-level fighter jets in front of him, and then smiled. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and the next moment he arranged for the puppets in his hands to fly these fighter jets. After the flying saucer flew into the universe, 1,000 Xian-class fighter jets immediately flew out from the flying saucer. 1,000 Xian-class fighter jets directly surrounded the black hole at this time. The black hole kept shaking. The goblins kept coming out of the black hole. At the same time, they are constantly communicating in the black hole. "Is it just outside here? The damn thieves will definitely destroy this world as long as we go out." Ha ha. That's necessary. Who dares them to covet our supplies? The sounds of communication continued, and the exit of the black hole was completely opened at this time. A group of goblins came outside the black hole. After seeing this universe, the goblins' eyes immediately froze. That's Blue Star, a place they once colonized, but it was later expelled by the original work. At this time, these goblins began to show excited expressions on their faces. There were various reasons that led to the final loss of news about this universe. But at this time, the universe was discovered again. It was so good that they must capture this beautiful blue star this time. This is something they wanted but couldn't get before. Ha ha. Blue Star. Our goblin clan is back after so many years. A goblin laughed at this time. In his mind, he was constantly thinking about what he would do after getting the blue star. But just as the goblin laughed, a voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Oh, really? The goblins only want to rule Blue Star. Have you asked us? After hearing this, the goblin suddenly raised his head and saw the flying saucer above his head. It was at this time that these goblins felt the familiar aura from the flying saucer. That is our supplies. Thieves? Suddenly, a leading golden goblin burst into laughter at this moment. Ha ha. It takes no effort at all. Thieves? I didn't expect that you were actually Blue Star people. Just wait. Not only will you pay the price, Blue Star will also return to the rule of our goblin clan. Chapter 444 Chase. The golden goblin had just finished speaking at this time. Lin Sheng said with a smile at this time. Oh, just with your Shin level strength? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the faces of these goblins twitched slightly. It was at this moment that the goblin suddenly seemed angry. Suddenly, the next moment, he roared at Monk Lin Sheng on the flying saucer where Lin Sheng and others were. Damn it! You thieves are looking for death. Brothers, please dismantle this weird thing. As soon as the golden goblin finished speaking, these goblins immediately started fighting towards where Lin Sheng and others were. But what about the next moment? Those Shin-level fighter jets immediately surrounded the goblins. Goblins, come on. We only have 100 goblins. And the number of golden goblins is only a dozen. What about you? The good guys just sent thousands of fighter jets of the same level as their golden goblins to attack them. And these fighter jets are so big. The most important thing is that the big thing wants to attack them. But its strength is far beyond theirs last time. All the goblins were stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. The next moment, these goblins immediately retreated. Are we going to run away? A goblin spoke at this time. After the goblin finished speaking, the goblins began to run away crazily. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here any longer. If we continue to stay here, we will be killed. After I didn't know which goblin said this, he immediately began to run away crazily. When Lin Sheng and others saw these goblins running away, it was at this time that Lin Sheng and others began to discuss hurriedly. Master, they are going to run away, Guzi said at this time. Quick, we must not let these arrogant Jiagua escape. Pai Pai also spoke at this time. After the two of them finished speaking, Lin Sheng immediately waved his hands impatiently and said, Okay, I understand. After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately gave the order to the puppets in front of him and said, Pursue and kill. After Lin Sheng's order was given, these puppets immediately drove fighter jets and started chasing after them crazily. Goblins were being killed one after another. At this time, expressions of despair appeared on the faces of the goblins. Damn it! Boss, we shouldn't have come with you. A goblin started to complain crazily at this time. He shouldn't have come if he was complaining. However, at this moment, the goblin boss also shouted in an irritated and miserable manner. Damn! You think I want to come? Isn't that what you wanted to come over? Goblin boss. How the H.L. did I know that this guy was so awesome? That boss Bryn was also confused. He would take one look and immediately see a large number of fighter jets chasing him behind him. If you don't run away, then you can stay and think about it slowly. After the goblin boss finished saying this, he immediately got into the black hole and fled towards the way he came. At this moment, the goblin who was chatting with the goblin also looked back. After seeing the fighter jets behind him, he immediately showed a confused expression. The next moment, his confused expression turned into one of horror. Hack! After saying this, the goblin also hurriedly ran. He ran towards the black hole where the goblin boss had just escaped. After the goblin got into the black hole, each of the goblins also got into the black hole after escaping from the pursuit. The next moment, there was no longer a living goblin in the high sky outside the blue star. The fighters also stopped. Ha ha. They all ran away. Peepeye laughed. Then Guzi looked at Lin Sheng and asked, Master, do we still want to continue chasing? Lin Sheng's eyes showed a smile. Chase? Of course I chased him. Their strength is now only at the yellow level. And the goblins obviously have good things that can improve their strength. These goblins came to look for trouble. If he didn't chase them and snatch the resources, wouldn't it be too shameful for him? So Lin Sheng immediately continued to issue orders to the puppets. Keep chasing me. After Lin Sheng's words fell, these puppets immediately continued to drive the fighter jets towards the black hole. Lin Sheng, on his side, notified old Jack to drive the flying saucer and pursue it into the black hole. For a moment, the scene changed to a swarm of fighter jets clearing the way in front of them, while the flying saucers were chasing after them. At this moment, the goblins who had escaped from the black hole began to talk. Boss, did we escape? The goblin boss couldn't help but shake his head after looking at the number of goblin brothers around him. He ran over with 100 goblins, most of them silver and gold goblins. But in the end, he ran away in embarrassment. And there are less than 16 younger brothers left by his side, 6 of whom are gold and 10 are silver. The goblin boss touched his head helplessly. Probably escaped. After the goblin boss finished speaking, a goblin behind him suddenly screamed in horror. The boss is in trouble. Those fighter jets are chasing us again. After hearing this, the goblin boss looked back and his eyes widened. A lot of fighter jets immediately appeared in the goblin boss's eyes. Moreover, fighter jets are still flying out of the black hole's exit. Damn it! I'm actually chasing you. After the goblin boss exclaimed, he immediately said, Let's go back quickly. Let's go back to the goblin world. I don't believe these guys can still catch up. After the goblin boss finished saying this, he immediately led the goblin group towards the crack on the material planet. When the goblin boss came to the entrance of the crack, he immediately took out the weapon in his hand and tore the crack open with a pull. The next moment, he shouted to the guarding goblin, Hurry up! At the call of the goblin boss, a large number of goblins immediately ran in panic. Seeing the fighter jet getting closer and closer, the goblin boss looked at the last goblin and immediately kicked him out of anger. Get out! Don't run! Pepe's voice came excitedly from the flying saucer. Chapter 445 Goblin Realm. The goblin boss immediately became excited. The next moment, the goblin boss suddenly jumped into the crack. The next moment, the crack was closed by a mysterious force. In the end, only a thin line the size of a hair was left in the void. Lin Sheng and others fighter jets all stopped outside. There is nothing the puppets can do about this. Who makes them just puppets? Or puppets of the operating series, who have no problem flying fighter jets. But to open the space crack. Sorry. If these puppets have to be forced to do it, they will definitely say to Lin Sheng, I can't do it. It was also at this time that Lin Sheng, Guzi and the others walked out of the flying saucer and came to the location of the crack. Boss, it seems we have no choice. Pepe turned around and looked at the crack in front of him and said helplessly. Guzi said at this time, It is not impossible to pry open the cracks. Of course, the most important thing is to have a powerful enough weapon. But it still needs. Before Guzi finished speaking, Lin Sheng immediately asked, Then don't we have ancient artifacts in our hands? Then if we use... Guzi immediately explained to Lin Sheng without waiting for Lin Sheng to finish speaking. Master, that's not what happened. If you want to open a crack in the void, you can actually use ancient artifacts. But the opening of this crack is too small. If it takes a long time, Lin, you may have to repair the crack with the power of space. Now we can only use weapons with space power to open it. I heard that you are looking for me. The Dwarf King suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng and others. Then, he spoke. What Guzi said just now was also heard by the Dwarf King. There was a reason why he said that. At this time, he had a brand new weapon refined in his hand. The quality of the weapon is above that of the artifact. And it has the power of space. After Guzi saw the Dwarf King, he heard the Dwarf King's words again. He had been with the dwarf for the longest time, and he immediately understood the meaning of the Dwarf King's words. So at the next moment, Guzi excitedly said to the Dwarf King, Brother, do you have a weapon in your hand? The Dwarf King felt a little proud, but said with a calm expression on his face, Just now, I used the materials I brought back from the material planet to refine a weapon to just agree with the conditions. After hearing this, Lin Sheng immediately showed a strange look in his eyes. Lin Sheng looked at the arrogant Dwarf King and immediately said angrily to the Dwarf King, Hand over the things. The embarrassment in the Dwarf King's heart disappeared immediately. Reluctantly, he took out the weapon and handed it to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng suddenly rubbed the spear in his hand into the space crack. The next moment it started to move violently. The space crack was also pried open at this time, and a large hole was opened. I'm going. It's actually so laborious. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, his eyes fell on Guzi. Guzi also had an expression of surprise on his face. Huh? Master, I'll do it. After Guzi said this, he immediately came over to take over Lin Sheng's man. In the world of goblins, the goblins who escaped are lying on the ground. Heartless. It's terrible. The goblin boss would also look over, with a hopeful expression on his face. He was the goblin boss. But in fact, he was just a captain in the goblin world. There are a total of 10 captains in the goblin world, and the strength of these 10 captains is almost the same. He looked at the cracks in the air and smiled at this moment. Ha ha! You can't catch up now, can you? After the goblin boss said this, the joy on his face disappeared immediately at this moment. In his eyes, the space crack that was about to close opened a smaller opening. The next moment the hole opened again. At this time, the goblin boss's face was filled with panic. No way! Are they trying to open this crack? After the goblin boss thought about this, he looked at the cracks that were getting bigger. The next moment, he hurriedly ran towards where the other goblin captains were. Second child. Third child. Where are you? Come out quickly. The enemy is coming. Several other goblin captains were resting in their tents. But the next moment, they suddenly heard the voices of their brothers. They ran out of the tent one after another. What's wrong? Boss? Goblin Thousand Elders 2. 3. 4 to 9 came out one after another to ask questions. At this moment, the goblin boss immediately said to the 8 brothers who came to him, Where is the youngest? You can see what crisis I am talking about by looking in the air. All the goblins looked towards the sky. The 8th goblin was still looking at the sky at this time and said, Youngest, it seems that you went out hunting. As Lao Ba's words fell, Lao Ba's expression immediately stiffened. Then Goblin Laogio said in panic at this time, Boss, what are you going to do? Can't the crack only be opened from within us? Well, that's what happened. The goblin boss immediately told all the goblins the whole story. After the goblins heard the reason, they were all scared to death. Then he shouted to the boss, What did you say? You provoked a powerful enemy? Don't look at it. Laogio is the goblin ranked lower in the goblin rankings, but his status is not low at all. It was at this time that the goblin boss showed a helpless expression and said, Who knew those guys were so powerful? If I really stole the material planet cup, I wouldn't care about it. A bunch of goblins. The thing seems to be like this. If the material planet in their hands is stolen, they will definitely run over and cause trouble. But in the end, I guess it's still pretty much the same. In desperation, the goblin boss said at this time, Is there anything you can do? The crack is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems that these scary guys will come over in a short time. After the goblin boss finished speaking, the goblin brothers around him began to use their brains. Then Goblin Lao Wu took out a big shield. Then, the world is placed in front of you. For a moment, all the goblins were speechless. But it was at this time that the cracks completely opened. The cry of Pai Pai came immediately. Chapter 446 Extinction. Ah ha ha! You didn't send me here! After Pai Pai finished shouting these words, he immediately ran over with the spear that pried open the crack. Yes, just after Guzi and others took turns to pry open the cracks. When it was Lin Pai Pai's turn, Pai Pai just managed to pry open the spatial cracks. Then Pai Pai ran over immediately. However, at this moment, all the goblin brothers looked over. Pai Pai was stunned for a moment, and saw that he was coming over alone. But the goblins he had to face were the 9 most powerful ones at the Xian level. And behind these goblins are thousands of goblins. Cold sweat broke out on Pai Pai's forehead immediately. And he started laughing. Ha ha! I went to the wrong door! I'm sorry! After Pai Pai said this, he immediately ran towards the back. I want to get out of the cracks. At this moment, the goblins' eyes suddenly lit up. And the goblins who reacted from their confusion ran toward Pai Pai one after another. The next moment, he shouted loudly towards Pai Pai's position. Ha ha! Don't run away! I was afraid of you when there were many of you. Now you are alone, and you still dare to come and find trouble with us. Ha! Just stay here. After the goblin finished saying this, he immediately rushed towards Pai Pai. Wow. Brother, I was wrong. Pai Pai no longer looked as arrogant as before, and immediately ran back in panic. And he was still mumbling on one side. Boss, where are you dogs? Why don't you come to help? Pai ducked out. Then the goblins immediately ran towards the location where Pai left. Beyond the cracks. Panting, Pai looked at Lin Sheng and others in front of him, with helpless tears in his eyes, and said, Boss, it's so good that I thought I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. Lin Sheng's mouth twitched. At this time, Guzi smiled and said, You must have been chased out by someone. Right? After Guzi finished speaking, a group of goblins also chased him out at this time. Goblins. All the goblins had frightened expressions in their eyes. Damn it! Is this luring a snake out of its hole? Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of all the goblins. There were a lot of robots transformed from fighter jets in front of them. And these goblins all panicked. Well, we went to the wrong door. After saying this, the goblins began to retreat back. He wanted to leave at this moment before Lin Sheng and others could react. But Pai touched his head. This sentence feels so familiar to me. The next moment, Pai reacted. Damn it! Isn't that what I just said? The next moment, Pai shouted to all the goblins. Don't run away. Stay here. After Pai finished speaking, he immediately said to Lin Sheng and others, Boss, hurry up. I'll lure them out. Lin Sheng and others. Guzi immediately looked at Pai at this moment. Are you being chased out? Pai didn't feel embarrassed at all. Then he said with a smile, That's not the point. The point is that those goblins have come out. Lin Sheng said with a smile, Do it. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a group of fighter jets began to attack. And those goblins began to run away like crazy. Hurry. Let's hurry up. We have to go back to our world. Someone among the goblins immediately roared and said. After the goblin finished speaking, a group of goblins ran away frantically towards the crack. At this time, fighter jet attacks continued to fall, and a group of goblins fled to death. In the end, more than half of the tens of thousands of goblins were lost, and less than 4,000 goblins were left and fled back. After these goblins returned to the goblin world, they all felt happy. We escaped back. Those people won't come after me. A group of goblins spoke with stern eyebrows. The 9 goblin brothers also escaped back at this time. The old goblin looked at the boss and said with lingering fear, Are these the people you met before? It's too scary. Lao Chi said, Boss, you are hasty. It would be better to give those materials to those humans. Why bother? It's over now. After Lao Chi finished speaking, he looked at the crack with lingering fear. The crack cannot be healed at this time. The other goblins looked at the crack at this time. And at this moment, a hand stretched out from the crack. It was a big hand full of mechanical feeling. The big hand soon dragged in a fighter jet. As the first fighter jet came in, a number of fighter jets followed closely behind. Finally, Lin Sheng and others as well as the huge flying saucer descended on the goblin world at this time. After seeing this scene, all the goblins showed Jinglong expressions. The youngest goblin also returned at this time. But after seeing those powerful fighter jets, he looked at the boss in horror and said, Boss, are these your friends? After the 9th goblin finished speaking, he looked at the boss expectantly. In his heart, he was thinking that he hoped he was the boss's friend. Otherwise the goblin world would be doomed. And it was at this time that the goblin boss said what the youngest didn't want to know. No, they are here to hunt us down. After the boss finished speaking, the youngest's face suddenly showed a pale expression. But at this moment, they were no longer allowed to think about anything more. There was no escape at this time. It was at this time that the fighter jets began to launch their super combat power. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions kept happening in the goblin world. And goblins were constantly being wiped out. The 10 goblin brothers all showed horrified expressions. And the boss gritted his teeth and immediately said fiercely, Fight them! After the goblin boss said this, all the goblins also fought towards the fighter jet. At this moment, they had nothing. The goblin clan was gone. And the goblin world was going to be gone as well. They launched all their fighting power without hesitation and fought towards the fighter jets. But facing powerful fighters, these goblins, even if they were of the same level, could not resist. What's more, with a large number of fighter jets, the 10 goblin brothers were immediately covered by intensive attacks, and were eventually bombed to pieces. The battle is over. Chapter 447 Mysterious Level Strength. Oh, these enemies are all dead. Boss, it's time for us to start our search. After Pai finished speaking, he immediately started collecting things in the goblin world with his people. Something that doesn't exist. Useless garbage. Damn, This goblin is still an LSP. And he actually collects stockings. Pai complained while looking for something. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and others showed helpless smiles after hearing this. I didn't expect these goblins to have such a hobby. Kong Kong and Shin Ling felt embarrassed for a moment. Mainly because they were afraid of finding something weird from the goblin world. Lin Sheng also saw the performance of the two people. Smiled slightly and said, "You go back first. Teach the others out. And we will look for them." After Lin Sheng's words fell, Kong Kongi and Shin Ling returned to the flying saucer together. After a moment, dwarves and savages from the flying saucer came out one after another to join Lin Sheng and others in the process of collecting materials. Lin Sheng looked at the men in front of him and said, "Look for them quickly." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, all his men immediately started looking for him. As time passed, Pai exclaimed, "Boss, I found a treasure here that can enhance your strength." It was also at this time that Guzi said, "I have some here too." Everyone spoke up and expressed that they had found the materials Lin Sheng was looking for in their hands. Lin Sheng immediately came to Guzi and started checking. After checking it, he immediately smiled. "Okay, take them all." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he went to Pai's place again, and then checked them one by one. After everything is finalized, collect all the materials in hand. In the end, everyone in Sei returned to Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng looked at the medicinal materials in the hands of his subordinates, and his eyes immediately showed an excited expression. "It's been too long since I've improved my strength. Moreover, the enemy is stronger than himself, so he has to increase his strength to deal with the opponent." Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, he waved his hand and led everyone back towards the flying saucer. After returning to the flying saucer, Lin Sheng couldn't wait to gather the materials in everyone's hands. "Quickly, bring them all to me. Gather all the materials in your hands here. I want to see what our harvest is this time." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, all his men handed over all their harvests to Lin Sheng's hands. His eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the piles of supplies in front of him. The resources in this pile include baling medicine, wanling powder, and so on. The number of them is countless. And Lin Sheng also made a rough estimate in his mind. The materials here are completely enough for everyone on the entire flying saucer, and even the entire group can break through the Xin level. After Lin Sheng thought of this, he immediately called Pai and said, "Go and call everyone here." "Okay." After Pai finished speaking, he immediately left to call someone. Pai also knew what Lin Sheng was going to do. As for the supplies he got back from the Goblin world, were they really enough? After all, the number of people on the entire flying saucer is no less than the number of goblins in the Goblin world. If they have so many supplies, why don't the goblins use them themselves? Of course, the fact is certain. After all, the goblins in the Goblin world have been developing here for who knows how many years. It's just because these goblins need strength classification to maintain the classification of identity and strength. When Pai came back, he was accompanied by a large group of Wanjiang people. "Boss, I'm back. All the people on our flying saucer are already here." After Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng's brows immediately wrinkled. The number of people seems to be a bit too much. He had judged that those supplies might not be enough. But you won't know the details until you use it. The prediction is just a prediction, and not the real result. Lin Sheng immediately waved his hand, and began to let people allocate the resources in his hands. Time passed little by little. "Master, I have made a breakthrough. Master, I have also broken through to the Xian level." A series of exclamations sounded. Everyone on the flying saucer has broken through the Xian level, whether they are combatants or non-combatants. Now the entire people on the flying saucer have Xian level strength. All those supplies were no longer of use to Lin Sheng and others. Lin Sheng groped his chin and looked at the supplies. Started thinking, keeping these supplies is a waste. It is better to give them to those who need them more. Lin Sheng immediately thought of Pajun, and he didn't know how much high-end combat power he had cultivated with the materials he had given Pajun before. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately went to find Pajun. When Lin Sheng found Pajun, Pajun's face was extremely excited. "Quick! Continue production. We have now produced 1,000 Xian level fighters. Now that our technology is becoming more and more proficient, we need to speed up." Seeing the excited expression on Pajun's face, Lin Sheng came to Pajun and said with a smile, "Seeing your passionate look makes me feel relieved." Lin Sheng was still quite satisfied with Pajun's performance. After all, if he became decadent at this time, it would definitely be a huge blow. After all, the threat of enemies is still there all the time. After Pajun saw Lin Sheng, He excitedly greeted him. Ha ha, Mr. Sheng. We have 1,000 fighter jets now. But I believe that in just 1 week, we will have as many as 5,000 Xian-level fighter jets. After Pajun finished saying this, Lin Sheng said with a smile, I still have some supplies that I can't use, but I can help you improve your strength. I don't know how many high-ends you have cultivated with the supplies you brought back last time. Are you ready to fight? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun was stunned. Are there any materials to improve strength? After Pajun was stunned, he said helplessly, There are only 10 opponents, including me, and everyone's strength has only reached the perfect level. There is no way to improve. But in the information you gave us, Mr. Sheng, I'm afraid the enemy must be at the Xian level. Even if we all improve our strength, we will only be at the yellow level. That's not enough to fight the enemy. Lin Sheng immediately shook his head and said, No, 10 people are just right. If you train too many people, the materials in my hand will not be able to improve the strength of so many people. If there are only 10 people, then it can be given to all the brothers to increase their strength to Xian level. Chapter 448 UFO Upgrade. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun's face immediately showed an expression of surprise. Pajun immediately took over the supplies from Lin Sheng and said goodbye to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng finished all this, Lin Yu returned to the flying saucer. After Lin Sheng returned to the flying saucer, the people on the flying saucer continued to produce Xian-level fighter jets. Another 5 days have passed. Within these 5 days, Lin Sheng still insists on amplifying all materials that can achieve 100-fold amplitude every day. It's just that during this period, the sign-in rewards every day are some things that are worthless and a pity to throw away. For example, sign in on the first day to get an energy crystal mine *1. Sign in the next day to get a perfect level spiritual fruit tree *1. Sign in on the third day to get. All these things obtained were things that Lin Sheng and his men could not use. On the 5th day, Lin Sheng began to sort out the rewards obtained in the backpack space. After sorting it out, Lin Sheng immediately discovered the problem. There are all the materials needed to improve your strength from the first level to the perfect level. But before, I just felt it was useless. Now that Lin Sheng thought about it seriously, he realized that these things were actually useless to him. But it is of great use to the Dragon Kingdom above Blue Star. In the past, the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom were supposed to be more powerful than they are now. And most of them did not even have the 5th level of strength. But because of his own reincarnation intervention, the timeline changed, so it ended up being what it is now. After Lin Sheng thought about this, he also thought that if he could deal with the enemy's invasion and even fight back in the end, he might not have enough people in his hands. So Lin Sheng decided in his heart to use the resources he had to train some people in Longhua, so that they could help him when the time comes. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately went to find Pajun. When Lin Sheng found Pajun again, Pajun had already brought a group of warriors with Xian-level strength to Lin Sheng. Ha ha, Mr. Sheng. Thank you very much. The strength of all of us is at Xian level. Lin Sheng looked at the other party, and then nodded, feeling quite satisfied. After all, Xian-level strength has improved a lot. Lin Sheng gave Jihu the materials in his hands, and immediately said to Pajun, If these plants are planted, fruits will come out. That is the material to enhance strength. When the time comes to train manpower, the enemies we need to face will definitely not be too simple. Almost all of these materials can cultivate perfect level warriors. The subsequent improvement in strength will have to wait for now. I don't have any supplies in hand right now. When I have them, I will arrange them for you. After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun nodded, and then looked at Lin Sheng gratefully. All of this was brought about by Lin Sheng. Pajun couldn't help but think that if it weren't for Lin Sheng, there wouldn't be so many opportunities. When the time came to the 6th day, Lin Sheng signed in. Okay, again. Sign in to get a chance to upgrade your flying saucer. Lin Sheng suddenly became a little excited. Compared with everyone else, the strength of this flying saucer is already very powerful even though the current yellow level. But Lin Sheng was not sure that the enemy did not have a Xian-class battleship. Fighters can be dealt with on their own. But as for battleships, if there are no matching flying saucers to fight against, Lin Yu feels that there is probably no way. It was at this time that Lin Sheng immediately upgraded the flying saucer to a Xian-level flying saucer. With this upgrade, Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment while watching the flying saucer outside. He shouted, Is this still my flying saucer? Not weird anymore. What happened at this moment was so surprising. Before, my flying saucer still looked relatively plain and unpretentious. But now after upgrading to Xian level, the stream of light next to the flying saucer suddenly made people feel that it was brilliant. The biggest change is actually the fact that there are turrets that can be raised around the flying saucer. After these forts launch an attack, the power of the attack can directly reach the powerful Xian level power. When the flying saucer was upgraded, Old Jack's heavy voice came directly over at this time. Boss, something's wrong. The black hole's fluctuations are even more violent this time. I'm afraid more enemies will appear. After Lin Sheng heard this, he upgraded and said with some relief, isn't that a very normal thing? The number of demons coming this time will definitely be more than before. And the fluctuations of the black hole will be even more. Isn't it normal to be violent? After Lin Sheng said these words, Old Jack shook his head and said, this is not such a boss. What happened this time is really beyond expectations. You have to know that according to normal proportions, such a serious black hole fluctuation would never occur. But this time, it was double tenfold. After hearing what Old Jack said, Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the people from the demon clan just gave me a month to leapfrog the level? After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately asked Old Jack excitedly, no, isn't this demon invasion at the Xian level? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Old Jack shook his head and said, no. According to what we see now, the enemy's strength detected is still at the Xian level, and has not exceeded the Xian level. After hearing what Old Jack said, Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He still maintains the strength of the Xian level, and does not exceed the Xian level. Lin Sheng immediately said to Old Jack, let's go. This time all the fighters will stay in the flying saucer to prepare, and then go out when the enemy appears. The reason why Lin Sheng made such an arrangement was actually because the flying saucer had been upgraded. Before the UFO upgrade, the exit of the UFO could not allow a large number of fighter jets to exit at the same time. But now it's different after the upgrade. A huge exit can be opened above the flying saucer, allowing the flying saucer to fly out in one go. At this time, under Lin Sheng's command, the flying saucer had also arrived near the black hole in the sky. Old Jack's somewhat nervous voice came. Boss, the reason for this violent fluctuation may be that the black hole's channel range has become larger. This will cause the number of enemies to soar. Although the stability of the channel is not particularly strong, the enemy's strength can only be maintained at the Xian level. But the number of enemies increases, which is also difficult to deal with. Chapter 449, Mysterious Level Demon. After Old Jack finished saying this, Lin Sheng also looked at the black hole passage in front of him solemnly. The enemy is coming. After Lin Sheng thought of this, he immediately saw that the exit of the black hole had been expanded. If the size of the previous black hole exit was the size of a basketball court, then it is now the size of 2 basketball courts, which is directly doubled in size. A human head immediately emerged from the black hole. After the head came out, the entire figure also appeared in front of Lin Sheng and others. It was a figure glowing with black light. This figure does not look like a blue star human, but more like a tauren with horns. These people are covered in black armor and have black spikes on their shoulders. This is the most obvious appearance of the demons. This demon came into the sight of Lin Sheng and others with a bull's head on his head. Then demons continued to appear in the black hole. The strength of these demons are all at the Xian level. When these demons came to Lin Sheng and others' flying saucer, they all looked at the flying saucer in surprise. Hey, there are actually powerful battleships here. But the battleships we have over there are all heaven level. Yes. Is there anyone powerful in this place? Ha. So what? Wang is a member of the Xian level team. As long as they dare to come out, we will kill them all. Even if they don't come out, we can directly dismantle the opponent's warship. While everyone was talking continuously, Lin Sheng and others were also looking at these people in the flying saucer. There were weird expressions on their faces. Shouldn't it be the appearance of fighter jets? How could this be a demon? People whose strength reaches the yellow level or above can act directly in the void. There won't be too many restrictions. After Lin Sheng frowned, Pai said, damn it. These guys actually underestimated us. We will definitely make them pay the price. Pai also heard the other party's comments, so he spoke angrily at this moment. Then Guzi was obviously a little annoyed and said to Lin Sheng, Master, we don't have to wait any longer. These people are more than 1,000 people. The total number of people of all races in our flying saucer is as many as 5,000. Directly, let's go out and drink with them. Development during this period. The population of the Savage tribe has reached 500 people. And the people of the Mermaid tribe and the Dwarf tribe are almost the same. And the largest number of people are the Elves. because of the improvement in everyone's strength. It only takes 30 days for each offspring to have an adult body shape after birth. And the physical development reaches its peak at this time. The only thing that can be improved is strength. At this time, Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Let's go!" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi and others ran out with the people in the flying saucer. There are 500 people from the Dwarf tribe, 500 people from the Savage tribe, 500 people from the Mermaid tribe, and 3,500 people from the Elves. A total of 5,000 people poured out of the flying saucer. The faces of the demon clan members changed one after another when they saw so many people coming out of the flying saucer. And when I felt that the strength of these people was almost the same as them. These demons all had expressions of fear in their hearts. What the HL? What's wrong with this world? Isn't it supposed to be a world without high-end combat capabilities? Why are there so many strong men? The demon clan members had just finished speaking, and their expressions changed drastically the next moment. Damn it! It seems like we are really no match for each other. The next moment, the folding demons began to run towards the black hole. No one is stupid. These reluctant enemies are obviously powerful enemies, and there are many of them. If he didn't seize the time to escape, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Don't run away. Weren't you all very arrogant before? Pai didn't know when he had brought more than 1,000 people around to stand in front of these demons. Blocked its way out. Pai looked at these demons with provocative eyes on his face. After a while, the faces of these demons became even more ugly. Leaving? Looking at the current situation of romance, there is no way to leave. And it seems that if you stay, you won't be able to defeat the enemies in front of you. The demons looked back and saw that there were thousands of people chasing after the good guy. There are also thousands of people in other directions. All the demons knew for a moment that they were being made dumplings for. Then a demon clan leader came out. This is the general in the demon team. The demon general said to Pai and others in front of him. I said we are in the wrong place. Please don't disturb us. Let's leave now. After saying this, the demon general was about to leave here with his men. However, after taking a few steps forward, they discovered that the people surrounded by Pai and others had no intention of getting out of the way. At this time, Pai said, "Bah, you are embarrassed. Right. You went to the wrong place. Do you think we didn't hear what you said in the previous chat? It's really shameless." Just as Pai finished speaking, Guzi suddenly said to Pai beside him, "This is shameless. I seem to see it often. It seems to be someone. How can you still have the confidence to call others shameless now?" After hearing Guzi's words, Pai's face immediately turned red. This bitch is so deceitful. He can tear himself down at every turn. Ahem. Why are we facing the enemy? After Pai finished speaking, the performance of the two people also fell into the eyes of the demon general. At this time, the demon general looked at Pai and said, "Brother, you can handle the internal affairs. In fact, we really have no grudges. Let's do it first. Then let's compare again later, so that you don't end up at a loss," Party said to Guzi. During this time, Pai and Guzi often bickered, probably just for fun. There are also many competitions. But now that the enemy is in front of him, Pai naturally chooses to face the enemy first, and then compete with Guzi. Guzi also nodded. Can! The next moment, the Guzi faction sent a group of people from the flying saucers to immediately attack the demons in front of them. The vigorous battle was about to break out at this moment, as the demons continued to fall. This round of fighting also completely ended at this time. Lin Sheng looked at the group of men who were returning to the flying saucer, and Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the black hole again. He knew it wouldn't end that easily. Chapter 450 Pajun leads people to kill outside Blue Star. Ha. Boss, we are back. Those demons are really rubbish. When Pai returned to the flying saucer, he immediately let out a cheerful cry. It was at this time that Lin Sheng did not look at Pai who was speaking, but looked leisurely into the black hole. Lin Sheng waited for the next changes in the black hole. However, at this moment, the black hole began to shake again. Lin Sheng's expression changed. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said, "We're about to take action." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi and others immediately came to Lin Sheng. "Master, are we going to take action right away?" Guzi immediately asked Lin Sheng. Pai listened to Lin Sheng's words and said helplessly after a moment, "Boss, if this were earlier, we wouldn't have to come back." After hearing Pai's words, Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "You should come back to the training team urgently. These enemies still need professional fighters." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai looked at Lin Sheng with some confusion. It was at this time that Pipe Eye saw the enemies coming out of the black hole. It turned out that the enemies who came out this time were no longer the demons before, but fighter jets flying quickly towards their location. At this time, Pipe Eye said, "Boss, are my fighters going out now?" Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "Wait and see. Since we have given them the face of fighter jets, then we have to look at the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Kingdom. We can't protect them all. We must defend them appropriately. After all, we are protecting the Blue Star. It's not the only thing that matters to us people." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, his eyes fell on the Blue Star. Pipe Eye and others also looked over at this time. At this time, we also saw battle groups flying out from above Blue Star. Time went back to when Lin Sheng and others were fighting those demons. On the land of Blue Star's Dragon Kingdom, all the people from the Dragon Kingdom raised their heads and looked up into the sky. A strange celestial phenomenon is happening in the Blue Star's sky at this moment. A dark circle suddenly appeared in Blue Star's sky. Then Black Circle Jihong strange-looking people came out of the black hole one by one. And everyone on Blue Star who saw this scene looked in horror. Even everyone was attracted out. In the end, everyone saw these pictures. Pajun and others just looked at the scene in the sky. Time passed little by little. And it was still at this time that everyone saw countless familiar figures in their eyes. At this moment, Pajun was stunned. "Isn't that Mr. Sheng's subordinate?" Then Pajun also reacted. "Master Sheng's guards have already come out. So this means that the enemy has appeared." Master Sheng's men and others obviously wanted to fight with the enemy again. After realizing that something was wrong, Pajun immediately ran to the laboratory. Before leaving, he directly gathered all the fighter pilots from the Dragon Kingdom. Then Pajun brought these people to the laboratory. Pajun immediately asked the staff on the production line, "How many Shin-level fighters do we have in our hands now?" Pajun's inquiry received a quick response. The next moment, someone immediately said to Pajun, "Our technology has recently improved, and the number of fighter jets in our hands has reached 3,000 per hour." Pajun nodded and immediately summoned all the combatants to fly the fighter jet. Many people have already flown Huan-class fighters before, so these people are already very familiar with the posture of Shin-class fighters, and there is no need to train again. So after these combatants flew fighter jets, Pajun himself also logged into a fighter jet. Then start the conversation using the fighter's conversation function. "Everyone has it," Pajun said. "Yes. It's long." All the combatants responded one after another. "Let's go and support Mr. Sheng's people." After Pajun gave the order, he immediately took his combatants and flew high into the sky. When they reached high altitude, Pajun said to the soldiers around him, "Quick! Speed up and leave Blue Star to help." After Pajun's words fell, a group of soldiers said doubtfully at this time, "Chief, please look up quickly. Everyone has left." Pajun looked over fiercely, and was stunned after seeing the scene in the sky. The demons in the sky and Mr. Sheng's men have all left. And it was at this time that the soldiers asked Pajun doubtfully, "Are we still going up?" Pajun hesitated just now. But at this moment, the black circle of light in the sky changed again. It was at this time that the fighter jet in the black hole appeared. Pajun immediately said, "Hurry up! An enemy fighter jet has appeared." After Pajun finished speaking, he and a group of soldiers immediately flew into the sky. The soldiers didn't ask anything again, because they all saw the enemy reappearing in the black hole. When a group of people flew out of Blue Star's atmosphere, they were caught in Lin Sheng's eyes. "Boss, they are here," Pipe Eye said this time. "Well, let our puppet pilots be ready to support the other party at any time." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately asked Old Jack to make arrangements. Of course, the target of support that Lin Sheng mentioned was Pajun and others. Demon fighter jets appeared one after another in the black hole. 1, 2, 500, 1,000, 5,000. A full 5,000 Shin-class fighter jets appeared outside the black hole. "Let me go! There are so many!" When Pajun arrived outside Blue Star, he could see the number of enemy fighter jets clearly. And suddenly he broke out in cold sweat. There are too many enemies. He only has 3,000 fighter jets. But the number of enemies is almost twice as many as his own. At this time, Guzi asked from Lin Sheng's side, "Master, there are quite a lot of demon fighter jets." Lin Sheng nodded and began to analyze. "There are only 3,000 soldiers in the army, and there are 5,000 enemies. The demons definitely have more fighter jets than Pajun. But if you want to fight against the opponent now, it is obvious that relying on the Dragon Kingdom Shin-level fighters alone is not enough. Lin Sheng immediately started asking, "How many fighter jets do we have now?" Chapter 451 Disadvantage. Counterattack. After hearing Lin Sheng's question, Old Jack immediately reported, "Boss, we have 4,000 fighter jets." After the Dwarf King's assembly line produces the fighter jets, they will all be sent to Old Jack's jurisdiction as soon as possible. Lin Sheng immediately said to Old Jack, "Send everyone out." Old Jack immediately began to do what Lin Sheng said. It was at this time that the puppets began to fly fighter jets to help. As for Pipe Eye and others, they looked at Lin Sheng. It seemed that he was very happy with the fighter that killed the enemy on his own. But the actual situation is that the previous enemy fighter jets were restricted. But now in a one-on-one situation, Pipe Eye and others really don't have much to do. After all, there is a big gap between the physical body and the steel body of a fighter jet. It is impossible for everyone to improve based on their strength. Lin Sheng immediately shook his head and said, "We were lucky before. If we are caught, the end may be very tragic." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone became helpless. While Lin Sheng was speaking, the fighter jets in the flying saucer kept rushing outside. The Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets have already faced off against the Demon Tribe's fighter jet enemies. "Blue Star humans? If you only have this little strength, then I'd better advise you to surrender." Suddenly, among the demon fighter jets, a mysterious fighter came out with a simple and vicissitudes of sound. There was more of endless indifference in his tone. Pajun immediately said something to counterattack. "Impossible. You want to invade Blue Star. And I, Pajun, are the first to disagree." Pajun's voice was transmitted through the universe by the loudspeaker in the fighter jet. After Pajun's voice was heard by the demon tribesmen, it immediately attracted laughter from the demon tribesmen. "If you choose to resist and create trouble for us, then we will deal with you troublemakers first." The moment the words fell, the demons immediately drove their fighter jets to chase the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jet group. After all the Dragon Kingdom warriors saw the frightening scene in front of them, their hearts beat wildly. "Chief, our number is a bit small, but the other party's number is a bit too large." After Pajun heard what his men said, the expression on his face twitched, and then he muttered in his heart, "It's a little too much. It's not just a little too much. This is obviously several times more." Pajun also broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. The gap in strength made Pajun feel helpless. But it was impossible to run away in fear. After all, if these people escape, then Blue Star is finished. So Pajun could only grit his teeth and said, "Fight them." Next moment, Pajun led a group of soldiers to fly fighter jets and bombarded the demons. The demons were all in the fighter jets looking at the scene outside. There were expressions of disdain on their faces. These natives of Blue Star are overestimating their abilities. After the demon fighter jets began to counterattack, hundreds of Long Kingdom's fighter jets were destroyed in an instant, resulting in heavy losses. Pajun's eyes suddenly started searching among the fighter jets, looking in horror at the soldiers, who were being bombarded one after another. Pajun's hands trembled. And finally, he couldn't help but said, "Retreat." Pajun was very helpless. The consequences of retreat would inevitably lead to these demons successfully invading Blue Star. But if his men are not allowed to retreat, all of his warriors will definitely be killed. This huge contrast in numbers forced Pajun to retreat. After the bombardment just now, the demon fighter jets only lost a few bits and pieces. After Pajun gave this order, he looked at his subordinates, who started to retreat. At the same time, he saw that the retreating fighter group still had fighter jets being destroyed. Pajun's eyes showed a look of helplessness and despair. "Come! Why is this happening? Is Blue Star really doomed this time?" Pajun murmured desperately. At this moment, Pajun's desperate eyes suddenly lit up with a look of surprise. "Here they come! Reinforcements!" Pajun felt more and more happy as he spoke. And at this time, those in the Demon Clan's fighter planes also discovered the group of fighter jets coming from a distance. At the beginning, no one noticed it. But as time passed, someone soon discovered the evil fighter. After seeing and confirming that the fighter's grade was Shen level, there were demons immediately. The tribesmen screamed in horror. "Ah! The leader is a Shen level fighter, and his number is higher than ours." After the demon clansmen finished speaking, these demon clansmen were all stunned. The pursuit of the Blue Star fighter group was also stopped immediately. The next moment, these demons all looked at those fighter jets. The next moment, these demons all fell into confused expressions. The Shen level fighter group currently only has less than 3,000 of them. And where did these 5,000 fighter jets suddenly appear? But before they could react, 5,000 fighter jets launched an attack on them at this time. After the battle with this kind of advanced weapon happened, once the opponent took advantage of it, he was still unable to react. And when the number of opponents is extremely large, the loss will be very serious. For example, right now, after a round of attacks, the number of demon fighter jets suddenly dropped by half. The demons were all stunned. Attacked by... The next moment these demons began to react, and he made a move of resistance and began to avoid the attacks of the puppets. The next moment, these demons started discussing in fear. It's an enemy. We can't defeat it. How is this possible? How can there be so many shit-level fighters in this world? Only less than 800 members of the demon fighter jets were wiped out. At this time, they were all frightened and started to run away. He didn't care about the leader's words at all. The leader of the demon clan did not issue any orders at all. The situation was very clear, and the only way out was to escape. A group of demon fighter pilots began to escape in their fighter jets, and the puppets on Lin Sheng's side started chasing him all the way. Pajun and others, who had been crushed before, were surprised and started to counterattack. Chapter 452. The demon ship arrives. With the combined efforts of both sides, all the demon fighter groups were destroyed at a faster speed. Pajun's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha! I hope that damn bastard was finally defeated by us. For these guys to dare to covet our Blue Star land is a damning sign. After Pajun said this with a hearty laugh, he heard a group of soldiers also laughing. But everyone was laughing but couldn't stop laughing. This time, it was also thanks to Lin Sheng's people who came to help. Otherwise, it is estimated that not only all the soldiers will die here this time, but even Pajun will be doomed. But after thinking of the sacrifices of nearly 200 soldiers, their hearts were filled with grief. Those were the brothers who were talking and laughing with them on the land of Dragonland before. This was the first time we were in space, flying fighter jets and fighting side by side. Not long after, the world was gone. The kind that couldn't even leave a corpse behind after it exploded in space with a fighter jet. The wreckage of those fighter jets floated to no one knows where at this time. And just when these sad atmospheres spread around everyone, Lin Sheng still looked worriedly at the black hole that could not be closed. Before the black hole closed, Lin Sheng knew that the invasion of the demons was not over yet. And now even the fighter jets have come out of the black hole. And we don't know what the enemies, who will come out again next moment, will look like. While Lin Sheng was worried, the black hole began to shake violently again. The next moment, a huge spaceship was spit out from the black hole, and the black hole seemed to have used up all its power. It suddenly became quiet, and no longer had any energy fluctuations coming from it. The huge spaceship appeared in the universe. The captain in the spaceship looked puzzledly at the universe that was no longer fighting. The next moment, he asked the subordinates around him in confusion. Where are our demon warriors? Aren't they all here already? How come we didn't see any of them? After the captain finished speaking, the demon subordinates around him took the time to frantically inquire about their situation. The captain couldn't help but wonder, could it be that his men teleported to the wrong place when teleporting through the black hole? Otherwise, why would you be waiting for your arrival alone? There was even an even more ridiculous idea that appeared in the mind of the demon captain. It wasn't because their spaceship was too large that their teleportation location was wrong. In the flying saucer, Pajun and others did not immediately return to the land of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they all came to the flying saucer with the puppets to stay. Pajun asked all his men to stop in one place and wait for him. And he went to find Lin Sheng. He wanted to say thank you, no matter what. It was only because of Lin Sheng that he was able to help them in the end. When Pajun came to Lin Sheng, he saw a huge screen appeared in front of Lin Sheng. There was exactly one picture playing on the big screen. There was a black hole in the picture, which was where the enemies they saw before came out. It was at this time that Pajun saw that there was no fighter group on the edge of the black hole, but a huge spaceship appeared. It was also at this time that Pajun saw Lin Sheng's ugly expression. Master, what are you doing? Pajun asked with some doubts. It was at this time that Lin Sheng turned around and saw Pajun. Here we come. Everyone has suffered a lot. Right. Lin Sheng immediately asked Pajun. Pajun also nodded at this time and said, A lot. A lot. But everything is over. Their sacrifice was worthwhile. Pajun sighed helplessly. If possible, he didn't want the men around him to sacrifice. But nothing can be done. It is impossible without sacrifice. This is war. As long as there is war, there will be no situation without sacrifice. So at this moment Beer pointed at the huge spaceship in the picture and asked Lin Sheng, Master, who is this? Pajun asked curiously, and Lin Sheng immediately answered. That might be the enemy's spaceship. It doesn't look like it's powerful. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Old Jack immediately responded. Boss, the combat effectiveness of this spaceship is almost the same as ours. According to observation and investigation, it was concluded that there were at least 2,000 fighter jets on the spacecraft. When Old Jack saw the spacecraft coming out, he immediately reported the matter to Lin Sheng and obtained the information on detecting the opponent's spacecraft from Lin Sheng. And just now, Old Jack immediately told Lin Sheng the matter. And it was at this time that the demon staff in the spaceship were also responded to by the demon captain. At the first moment, he said, Captain, according to my judgment, it is certain that this space is exactly where our people arrived before. The breath you leave behind in the space is indeed theirs. The captain frowned immediately after hearing this. Then I became even more confused. Then where are all our men? However, the staff received the latest news immediately. This news is that there was a big battle here before, and the wreckage of the fighter jets and the corpses of the demons had just been blown away by the space vortex. As for how they knew it, they still had to rely on judgment. But all these judgments still have their origins. The source of this is the signal wave captured by this spacecraft in the universe through advanced technology, which contains the information left by the demons during the previous battles here. Beast, those demons who came to the battlefield first can leave messages for subsequent reinforcements. After the demon leader learned the news, he quickly found out that the Blue Star spacecraft mentioned in the message was the flying saucer that Lin Sheng and others were riding. At this moment, the demon captain directly ordered his men to drive the spacecraft to the edge of the flying saucer. Then, they started communicating with each other in the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, Lin Sheng and others were discussing the demon race's spaceship when they received a communication request. At this moment, Old Jack immediately said to Lin Sheng, Boss, they asked to talk to us. Huh? Lin Sheng and others had confused expressions on their faces. Chapter 453 Communication and Conflict. We are all adults. And we are still enemies. The destination of the other party must be to invade. But now, he is saying that he needs to communicate with himself. What kind of conspiracy is this? Everyone in Lin Sheng had this doubt in their hearts. Let's talk about the moment when the demon captain arrived in front of the flying saucer. He had already confirmed the grade of the flying saucer. This is exactly like them. And he also judged that the combat power in the flying saucer was definitely not weaker than theirs. Then I thought of the previous Shin-level Vanguard team. It was certain that the demons in the team would be eliminated. But now they are not sure how many such flying saucer combat capabilities exist on Blue Star. And now they are alone. The black hole transmission channel behind has also been closed at this time. When you wait for the next time it is opened, you will have to wait until next month before it can be reopened. All they have left now is the combat power in their hands. And because of this, if you launch an attack rashly and encounter a counterattack, if the enemies are of similar strength, both sides will suffer. If there is such a fighting force on Blue Star, then they will all be wiped out in the end. When the Yellow Chicken team came here, they didn't stay to help. What they have to do now is to let their demon team stay to help the next wave of demon team that comes here. Then the best way is to establish a territory in the universe beyond Blue Star, or directly use communication methods to find out the true strength of Blue Star. If Blue Star's strength is higher than their Shin-level team, then they must find a way to leave a sense of survival on planets other than Blue Star. On the contrary, you can invade Blue Star and make meritorious service to the demon clan. And then into the flying saucer. Old Jack asked again at this time. Boss, should we accept each other's communication request? After Lin Sheng thought for a while, he finally said to Old Jack, Take it. After Old Jack acted in accordance with Lin Sheng's order, he immediately accepted the communication with the other party. When the communication was opened, the demon captain wearing a battle robe appeared on the big screen in the flying saucer. Hello. The demon captain used his special language transformation ability to speak the Blue Star Dragon dialect. At this time, they used technology to continuously use the information collection function in the space to collect information, so as to compare the languages, and finally figured out a method of transforming languages. At this time, Lin Sheng looked at the demon captain on the screen and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the captain's appearance, he thought to himself, what does this demon want to do? Then Lin Sheng said to the right person, No, you, an intruder, are asking us how you are. Aren't you teasing us? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the demon captain was stunned. This is the routine of human unrest. Among the information he captured, saying H Low is a necessary word. If you ask the other party, you will definitely be greeted by the other party. But now the human beings in front of them are doing something bad to themselves at this time. He won't be able to deal with the wild boy. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. If I'm fine, my enemies don't need to be polite. Lin Sheng said this to the other party immediately. The topic was brought back again. The demon captain also said, actually, we don't necessarily need to invade you. We can cooperate. After seeing the scene in the flying saucer, the captain also judged that the opponent's strength was no weaker than the people on his own spacecraft. So I wanted to change my strategy. Oh, tell me. Lin Sheng immediately started asking at this moment, wanting to know whether the other party wanted to make plans for his life. At this time, the demon captain said immediately, that's it. Actually, fighting with you is not our original intention. Our goal is for the common development of the entire universe civilization. We have technology and strength. Compared with us, they are backward indigenous people. We can help your civilization progress. And at the same time we get feedback on the benefits from your planet, thus forming cooperation. After listening to the demon captain's words, Lin Sheng immediately started talking again. Tell me the conditions. That's it. We provide you with technological development. And you provide us. After the demon captain finished a series of words, the faces of Lin Sheng and others became increasingly ugly. The conditions given by the demons were simply that Chi Guogua would take advantage of them, and give them some technologies they didn't need in exchange for a large amount of Blue Star land. Of course, Lin Sheng also understood that the demon captain was using a delaying tactic. When a large number of their personnel arrived, could Blue Star still be saved? Of course it cannot be saved. Therefore, Blue Star still needs to rely on themselves for their growth. So Lin Sheng immediately refused. That's impossible. The demon clan member frowned and said the next moment, well, let's develop a planet outside the Blue Star. It's okay if it's not on the Blue Star. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes. If this is the case, is there any difference in life between the other party on Blue Star? Not to mention the more powerful combat power. Taking the current Xian level as an example, there is still nowhere in this solar system that cannot be reached. Lin Sheng said, yes, if you can survive on the Sun planet, then I have nothing to say. The demon captain was stunned. Sun Star? Where is that? After a long silence, the demon captain immediately understood that it was the glowing and hot planet. It was not that the demons could not survive on that planet, but that requires demons above the heaven level to survive. And they were only at the Xian level, so there was nothing they could do. The demon captain's expression was also very ugly. This human being simply makes no sense. The next moment Lin Sheng said, let's fight. There is no need to talk nonsense. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately commanded the fighter jets in the flying saucer to start the battle. The communication was also hung up at this time. The demon captain looked confused, not knowing why his thoughts were seen through. But seeing fighter jets starting to come out from outside the flying saucer, the demon captain immediately understood that the battle was about to begin, and he could no longer be stable. In the flying saucer, Pajun also understood the situation. He immediately said to Lin Sheng, Master Sheng, these wolf cubs have great ambitions. We Dragon Kingdom combatants also want to request a fight. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, no, you still have to stay and do more things. Human beings and intelligent life forms are the most precious resources. The people who come out here are all puppets. If one is missing, one can be made. And if one is missing, 100 can be made. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun stopped saying anything, just waiting in the flying saucer. Chapter 454 The Demons Counterattack. After the puppets drove the fighter jets away from the flying saucer, the fighter jets driven by the puppets immediately surrounded the demon race's spaceship. The next moment, the demon captain in the demon spaceship also began to arrange a battle strategy. The puppets drove fighter jets and fired directly at the spacecraft. However, under this bombardment, the spacecraft was only affected by fluctuations and was not significantly damaged. But the demons in the spaceship were not having a good time at all when they went there. Especially the demon captain looked extremely ugly. Damn Blue Star humans have already said that we can live in peace. Although this peace cannot last long. These are all the benefits he has given. We were actually unwilling to accept it and let our men attack us directly. This is just damn good. Damn it. You really think my majestic captain is easy to bully, don't you? The captain looked at the scene outside the spacecraft with a very ugly expression. It was at this time that the men at his hands came to him. The captain immediately said to his men, "Give me a fighter jet, and set off now to take out food and fight with those humans." After the captain finished saying this, he immediately ordered his men to fly the fighter jet out of the spacecraft. It was at this time that the demons in the spaceship were driving fighter jets one by one. Outside the spaceship, a passage suddenly opened. At this moment, the fighter jet came out of the window of the spaceship. All the puppets saw Lin's fighter jet that could fly out of the spacecraft during the Chinese song. Immediately put all the firepower together. Boom 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 explosions continued to sound. And those fighter jets were blown up as soon as they came out. For a while, the fighter jets in the spaceship didn't dare to come out. It was really blown up as soon as it appeared. It couldn't even get out, let alone fight with the fighter jets above Blue Star. It was at this time that the face of the demon captain in the spaceship became even more ugly, and in front of him was kneeling a member of the demon clan. "Captain, we can't even get out now. What kind of counterattack should we do?" The demon captain looked ugly for a long time, but his eyes were constantly thinking about how to deal with the enemy, and the situation at hand is not very optimistic. If nothing else, take the current situation as an example. Although the attack power of these fighter jets is not very powerful, the spacecraft cannot withstand the continuous bombing of the fighter jets. At this moment, the captain immediately began to issue orders to his men. Then someone immediately controlled the combat power of the spacecraft. At this time, a gun barrel quickly appeared on the spacecraft. Then a huge amount of energy gathered in this and that gun barrel. The next moment, the energy was immediately fired at the fighter jet in front of him. The rumble of explosions echoed throughout the area. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly became serious in the flying saucer. This demon clan member is really shameless. It's incredible to use a cannon to hit a bird. Now Lin Sheng could no longer bear it. Previously, Lin Sheng also thought about using small soldiers to fight small soldiers. As a result, the other party came to attack Wang Bang. Lin Sheng immediately said to Old Jack, "Old Jack, do it." After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Old Jack also smiled with surprise on his face. When he arrived, he saw those puppets driving fighter jets to fight, and his hands were itchy. However, Lin Sheng never gave orders, so it was not convenient for Old Jack to do it. But now that Lin Sheng's order was issued, he already had the opportunity to take action. So Old Jack immediately operated the energy cannon in the flying saucer and aimed it at the demon ship. Call out. A beam of light was shot. It landed directly on the gun barrel of the spacecraft. The next moment, the gun barrel of the spacecraft was directly exploded at this time, and an area above the spacecraft was also blasted away. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Alarm sounded continuously in the demon spaceship. At this moment, the expression of the demon captain in the spaceship changed drastically. He suddenly asked his subordinates immediately, "What's going on?" After the captain's words fell, some of the demon clan subordinates quickly reported immediately, "Captain, our spaceship has been hit, and the damage to the spacecraft is serious. Captain, we need someone to go out and repair the spacecraft. Otherwise, the energy of the spacecraft will be lost, and the spacecraft will eventually crash." After hearing what his men said, the captain's face immediately became even more ugly. "Who attacked me?" "Yes, it's the Blue Star man on the flying saucer." After the captain heard this, he became even more angry. "Damn, it's actually those people in the flying saucer. Are they really planning to make things difficult for us?" If Lin Sheng heard what the captain said, he would definitely complain. "Bah, you should be an aggressor. If you don't fight to the death, do you still want to treat yourself to a drink?" The captain said coldly. "Use full firepower to destroy these fighter jets, and then we will counterattack the flying saucer." After the captain's words fell, someone immediately began to operate the weapons of the spacecraft and launched an all-out counterattack. Boom boom boom. New gun barrels appeared and new firepower began to cover it crazily. After Lin Sheng saw these scenes in the flying saucer, Lin Sheng immediately said to Old Jack, "We can bring back those Chinese fighter jets, and the battle has been upgraded for everyone. If the fighter jets continue to stay, they will become cannon fodder at best and have no other use." After Lin Sheng said this, Old Jack immediately began to recall the puppets flying fighter jets. Then, Lin Sheng looked at the fighter jets that kept coming back, and felt helpless in his heart. When he went out, there were only 1,000 or 2,000 fighter jets out of 5,000 when they came back. The artillery fire coverage of this spacecraft was really not good. After such a short period of time, the number of fighter jets was lost very heavily. Looking at the spaceship, The only damage on the spacecraft was the trauma left by Lin Air Feiyua's attack at the beginning. The demon captain in the spaceship was extremely excited at this time and said, "Uh-huh. These damn humans are already scared and are starting to retreat. Let's go. Let's attack the flying saucer next." The captain was already floating at this moment. That's why this order was issued. All the demon clan subordinates started to speak but then stopped. Chapter 455 comes to an end. The demon tribesman kept thinking helplessly in his heart, "My lord captain, our spaceship has been seriously damaged at this time. The enemies have already retreated. So we should repair the spacecraft as soon as possible. You shouldn't launch a counterattack like this." But he didn't dare to say it at all. The captain was their leader and represented the absolute authority of the demon team. Now, in the end, we could only follow what the captain said. In the end, the helpless demons could only ask all the demons to start doing things according to the captain's orders at this time. When the spacecraft turned its bow and flew towards the location of the flying saucer, the demon captain immediately laughed and said to his men, "All fighter jets should go out at this time to fight back against the enemy together." Demon clan member: "Want to release fighter jets?" But releasing it has no effect at all. But the captain has already spoken. If he doesn't release the fighter jets, he will be disobeying the order. Among the demons, class orders are very serious. Once a subordinate disobeys his superior, he will definitely be killed. And if the captain's order is followed, these fighter jets will be released as cannon fodder. They can only be sacrificed as cannon fodder. In desperation, the members of the demon clan could only do things according to the orders. At this time, Lin Sheng watched the movements of the demon spacecraft in the flying saucer and immediately became happy. Lin Sheng immediately said, "Fire with all your strength." After Lin Sheng's words fell, the gun barrel on the flying saucer was fully aimed at the spacecraft. Before the fighting skills in the spacecraft could fly out, an energy blast directly destroyed the door of the spacecraft, causing all the fighter jets piled at the exit to be destroyed at this time. It was at this time that Lin Sheng immediately said to his subordinates, "Keep going and don't stop." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, old Jack became more and more excited. As a result, the artillery fire above the flying saucer became more and more intense. The spaceship faced constant artillery attacks, and the demon captain's expression changed the next moment. Moreover, the brain that had been affected by sperm earlier became clearer. "No! Retreat now!" After hearing the captain's words, the demons became even more helpless. "Captain, you have finally figured it out now. But there is no other way at this time." So at this moment, the flying saucer's artillery fire directly covered the spacecraft. Under the full force of the artillery fire, the demon spacecraft was directly destroyed with all its strength. After taking care of the spacecraft, Lin Sheng and others looked at the wreckage of the spacecraft floating in the air outside in the flying saucer with helpless expressions. The enemies in this round are Xian level, which is one level higher than the previous enemies. And the demon enemies in the next round will definitely become more powerful. Lin Sheng immediately focused his attention on the half-closed black hole. Lin Sheng touched his chin and started thinking. After thinking about it, Lin Sheng immediately said to everyone, "Let's go into the black hole and see if we can find any other supplies." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone nodded. Yes, after the black hole was closed last time, they went into the black hole and found supplies. At this time, they naturally wanted to see how much material there was in the black hole. If possible, it's best to improve your strength. After all, according to the previous rules, the next wave of demons will definitely be more powerful. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun and others again, and said to Pajun, "We don't know how long it will take to go in this time. So I want to ask you whether you choose to go back to Blue Star or stay with us." Past. After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun hesitated. When looking for supplies, you will definitely not lose money if you follow Mr. Sheng. But Pajun still had a lot to do on the land of Dragon Kingdom, so he had to give up the idea in the end. So Pajun said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, let's go back to the Blue Star." After Pajun finished speaking, Lin Sheng nodded and said nothing more. Instead, he made a gesture to Pajun. The next moment, Pajun immediately drove up on their fighter jet that flew up from Blue Star. Then Lin Sheng opened the passage for the flying saucer. At this time, Pajun and others directly drove the fighter jet out of the flying saucer and flew towards the location of Blue Star. After the fighter jets had gone away, the passage for the flying saucer was closed at this time. Next moment, Lin Sheng said directly to old Jack, "Okay, let's get ready to go back now." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the flying saucer immediately flew towards the black hole. "Boss, I don't seem to see any small world here this time. Pai looked around, and then said to Lin Sheng. Guzi also said at this time. Yes. It seems that I haven't seen those special existences that appeared before. If it hadn't been for those existences, we might not have gained anything this time. After Guzi said this, Lin Sheng was a little helpless. Are there really no resources this time? But if there are no resources, their strength and the level of the flying saucer, the level of fighter jets needs to be improved. Only with stronger strength can we fight against the next wave of demon enemies coming here. At this time, Lin Sheng said directly to everyone. Everyone is looking carefully. There should be. The previous Goblin world has been hollowed out by us. This time, the black hole has expanded its scope. The Goblin world could appear before, so it makes no sense that a new world will appear this time. That's right. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone started searching seriously again. Everyone also hopes to find those new small worlds. Suddenly at this moment, the sharp-eyed Kong Kongi suddenly said to Lin Sheng, Boss, there seems to be a light over there, but I don't know if it is a small world rich in resources. After Kong Kongi finished speaking, everyone looked over. Then Lin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. There was hope. Old Jack, let's go over and take a look. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Old Jack immediately started driving and flew towards the location of the light. At this moment, the light from the location of the light became more and more intense. When Lin Sheng and others' flying saucer arrived at its destination, they saw a small white hole. The scene in the white hole was exactly what Lin Sheng and others had seen before. Boss, the energy fluctuations in the white cave have been analyzed. According to the results, the level of this small world is between the Xian level and the Earth level. Chapter 456, The Mysterious Burning Man. After hearing the result, Lin Sheng immediately understood that everything was promising. As they got closer to the light source, Lin Sheng and others showed more and more excited expressions on their faces. It's almost here. I wonder how many good supplies there will be this time. Pai said with a smile. As soon as Pai finished speaking, the light in front of his eyes immediately enveloped Lin Sheng and others. The next moment, everyone including the flying saucer disappeared into the void. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others felt as if they had lost their vision. They only felt that everything they saw with their eyes was a large expanse of white flowers. There is no picture at all. But at this time, the light gradually faded away, and the sight of Lin Sheng and others returned to the picture again. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a large sea of fire, and the area covered by the sea of fire was a canyon. Lin Sheng and others rode a flying saucer and looked down at high altitude. In the eyes of everyone, the only land in the canyon was full of cracks, and hot magma was constantly emerging from those cracks, and these magma seemed to want to engulf the only land in the canyon in front of them. But at the next moment, the magma appeared and flowed back into the cracks due to inexplicable power, leaving behind drier land, and black flames were rising on the land. Let me go. Where is this place? Why does it look like purgatory on Earth? Pai was talking excitedly at this time, and he was thinking about how the land here could be like this. And it turned out to be such a terrifying scene. Lin Sheng also felt something in his heart. Rather than saying it was like purgatory, it would be better to say that this place was H.L. After just thinking about this, Guzi revealed the most serious problem. That is, the resources they need have not been found here. So Guzi looked at Lin Sheng and said, Well, Master, the supplies we are looking for don't seem to be available here. After hearing Guzi's words, Lin Sheng also had a strange expression on his face. It seems true that there are no supplies. But if that's all, then what are they here for? There are no supplies. But this place is still so desolate. Isn't it true that this time we came here was in vain? After Lin Sheng thought of this, he said to Old Jack, Old Jack, I think we should be able to leave here. Right? Let's go back. There is nothing we want here. So we should seize the time to leave and explore this place again. Black hole. Find what we need. After Lin Sheng said these words, Old Jack said that he wanted to agree to what Lin Sheng said. However, now they have lost the opportunity to leave. Boss, there is something very important I want to tell you, and that is about us leaving this area. We can no longer leave this area. The entrance we just visited was closed right after we entered. After hearing this, Lin Sheng and others had expressions of confusion on their faces. Is there any way to reopen that door? Lin Sheng gritted his teeth and asked without giving up. In his eyes, it's impossible for him and others to stay here all their lives. Right. Leaving is a must. Let me think. Old Jack immediately started checking the relevant information here, with sweat all over his face. At this time, Lin Sheng also said to Guzi and others, "Brothers, come and see if there is still a chance to leave here." After Lin Sheng's order came down, he immediately saw everyone starting to observe continuously. They also knew the seriousness of the matter now, so they all spoke out. However, after observing, they did not see the final result. Lin Sheng placed his last hope on Old Jack, but Old Jack did not give the result for a long time. At this moment, in this black fire space, there is a mysterious corner. Jia, do you want to leave here? That is impossible. Killing my brother and wanting to leave safely is simply a dream. A man in the corner, covered in black robes, said coldly, "Now that you're here, take me with you in an honest and respectable manner. I will use your bodies to pay homage to my dead brother." After the black shadow finished saying this, his body turned into black-red flames and gradually dispersed in the air. And these black-red flames became entities at this time. Finally appeared below the flying saucer. The figure formed by the black fire was looking at Lin Sheng and others from a distance under the flying saucer. "Boss, I really left without any comfort. The results of my investigation are all based on reality. Someone has tampered with us here, including the light that led us here. They are all traps." After hearing this, the faces of Lin Sheng and others changed. This was because they were being plotted against. But in this world of fire, besides fire, our flying saucer can fly in the air and cannot use the sea of fire on the ground to attack ourselves. Lin Sheng really couldn't figure out who was responsible for such a thankless thing. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Guzi and others beside him, "It looks like we have to go out and see if there is a way out of here." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, Guzi and others all nodded in unison. And the next moment, the hatch above the flying saucer was suddenly opened. Lin Sheng and others walked directly from the flying saucer and came down, arriving at a land full of Leviathan. Lin Sheng and others had expressions of surprise in their eyes. There are really no living things here. And it was at this time that the figure formed by the black fire showed a cunning fake smile and finally turned into a black flame and merged into the ground for a moment. Lin Sheng and the others were still walking on the land, carefully crossing the cracks on the ground. From time to time, flames would suddenly be sprayed out of the cracks. If not for everyone's reaction in time, they would have dodged the fire attack. Maybe the next moment will not be easy for everyone. "Boss, it seems like we are really going to be trapped and die here." After walking for a while, Pai Pai actually said these words to Lin Sheng. In desperation, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai, "Stop talking nonsense and keep looking." He is also very desperate. Even if he can't find himself, he has to keep looking. Just when everyone had no clue about the exit, there was a violent shaking on the ground. Chapter 457 Trap. Fire Dragon. After feeling the shaking on the ground, Lin Sheng and others' expressions suddenly changed. "No! Something abnormal is going to happen. Hurry! Everyone! Hurry back to the flying saucer!" Lin Sheng roared loudly at this time. The next moment, under Lin Sheng's words, everyone hurriedly ran towards the location of the flying saucer, trying to get back to the flying saucer before the change occurred. Just when everyone took action, the cracks all over the place suddenly burst open at this moment. The next moment, endless magma flames poured out of these cracks. The heat emanating from behind suddenly made Lin Sheng and others feel as if their backs were being roasted by blazing flames. When everyone looked back, expressions of fear immediately appeared on their faces. Hack! Pai Pai's eyes almost fell out of his eyes. And then, he explained such a classic sentence in front of him in horror. However, at this time, Guzi also said hurriedly, "Quick! Old Jack! Hurry up and send us back to the flying saucer!" After Guzi finished speaking, Old Jack immediately sent Lin Sheng and others back without saying a word, using the flying saucer's teleportation ability. The flying saucer lit up with light, and Lin Sheng and others were immediately enveloped in it. The flames in the underground also formed a giant flame dragon at this time. At this moment, the giant flame dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth formed by the flames and bit into the position where Lin Sheng and others were. The next moment, these flames immediately surrounded the past. Suddenly at this moment, the figures of Lin Sheng and others disappeared in the space. At this moment, the flame dragon's eyes suddenly lit up with an imperceptible anger towards Lin Sheng and others. He actually got away. Lin Sheng and others, who had returned to the flying saucer, all looked down on the cob flying saucer at this time. When they looked at it, they immediately discovered that the location where they were before was actually surrounded by a fierce sea of fire. Kong Kongi suddenly stared at the sea of fire. After hesitating for a long time, he said to Lin Sheng and others, "Master, I seem to find something wrong with those fire dragons. I always feel that they are alive." After Kong Kongi finished speaking, he immediately attracted Lin Sheng's attention. "Is it alive?" Lin Sheng looked at the fire dragon in front of him curiously. After careful observation, Lin Sheng also got confirmation from these fire dragons. Yes, these fire dragons are all alive. Lin Sheng made sure that the next moment his pupils suddenly shrank. This fire dragon was actually alive. So Lin Sheng immediately had bad thoughts in his mind. Even before, I was just guessing whether I was being tricked by someone, which led to me being trapped here without being hungry in the end. What is certain now is that he has been completely plotted. Only then will he be trapped in this small world in the end. After Lin Sheng thought of this, Lin Sheng immediately began to think crazily in his heart. How should he deal with the fire dragon in front of him? After thinking about this, Lin Sheng was sure that he had no way to deal with the fire dragon in front of him. He had no way to restrain the fire dragon. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng frowned. Then he said to Guzi and others, "Do you have any means?" After hearing Lin Sheng's question, Pai Pai and Guzi both shook their heads and expressed that they did not have any good means to deal with the enemy in front of them. At this moment, Kong Kongi took the initiative and stood up and said to Lin Sheng, "Master, I can do it. My ability is to use the water element." After hearing Kong Kongi's words, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Then he said to Kong Kongi, "That's great. I'll leave it to you." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Shenling suddenly spoke at this time. "Chao Sheng, the second child of fire and water in the demon refining pot in my hand seems to have something to say." After Shenling finished speaking, Shenling immediately opened the demon refining pot in his hand. Not long after, the Wishui Erba in the demon refining pot appeared in front of Lin Sheng. We can go too," Wishui Erba said excitedly. Lin Sheng looked at the two gourd babies. Lin Sheng did not doubt that the water babies could restrain the fire dragon. But he became confused as to whether the fire babies could restrain the fire dragon. Fire versus fire. This is irresistible. Then he heard Lin Sheng say, "Wawa, you have the power of fire. So can you injure the fire dragon?" After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Wawa immediately expressed his satisfaction. Then he immediately said to Lin Sheng, "I can do it." Wawa proudly jumped off the flying saucer and jumped into the sea of fire. Lin Sheng just wanted to reach out to block Wawa's movements. But Wawa jumped too fast and couldn't catch Wawa at all. He could only watch helplessly as Wawa jumped into the sea of fire and Jihong. Then Lin Sheng saw Wawa baby coming and going freely in the sea of fire, and was not harmed at all. It was at this time that Lin Sheng also exhaled. The next moment Lin Sheng saw Wawa opening his mouth. The next moment, the flames on the surrounding area were swallowed into Wawa's belly. And those flames are also decreasing little by little. After seeing Wawa's performance, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. This Wawa was quite capable. However, at this moment, the fire dragon in the sea of fire couldn't hold it in any longer, and immediately emerged from the sea of fire. The fire dragon stared at the fire baby, and continued to suck the flames away like this. Then wouldn't this realm of fire of my own be destroyed? The fire dragon couldn't help it immediately, and opened its huge mouth. Several fire snakes immediately split from the fire dragon's body. After Kong Kongi and Shueihua in the flying saucer saw the scene, they immediately said Lo to Lin Sheng and jumped into the sea of fire to fight against the fire dragon. At this moment, Lin Sheng looked at the fire dragon warily in his eyes, and thought of something in his heart. It was indeed like this. This fire dragon was the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, Kong Kongi and Shueihua came to Huihua, and a water column shot out from Kong Kongi's palm, and Shueihua suddenly spurted out a jet of water from her mouth. Two water jets poured on the fast-moving fire snake at the same time. The fire snake was immediately eliminated. After the fire dragon saw the scene, the fierce look in his eyes became even brighter. More fire snakes split out of the body again. Chapter 458 The Fleeing Enemy. Looking at the fire snakes that kept appearing in front of them, Kong Kongi, Huihua and Shueihua all widened their eyes. At this moment, the three of them have also discovered that the culprit they thought was actually the fire dragon. If the fire dragon is not dealt with, there will be an endless supply of these fire snakes. Huihua immediately opened his small mouth to the fire snakes everywhere. The next moment, the fire snakes in front of Huihua were swallowed by Huihua. Then a path was opened up. Then Huihua immediately ran towards the location of the fire dragon. When the fire baby came to the fire dragon and waited for me to take the number, The fire control was also shocked. You. The fire dragon suddenly spoke at this time. Huh? You monster. You can actually speak? Hwa said confusedly at this time. And fire dragon suddenly realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. This person is just a spirit body and shouldn't be able to speak. At this time, the fire dragon also reacted. And he was exposed. So he Huolong immediately launched a direct attack on Hwa. The huge flame mouth immediately bit into the fire baby. It wanted to swallow the fire baby into its belly just like this to ensure that the fire baby would die. However, at this time, how could the fire baby allow the fire dragon to successfully swallow him? So Hwa immediately avoided the fire dragon's big mouth. Then his little hand clenched tightly into a fist. And then he hit the fire dragon on the head. The fire dragon immediately felt the pain. The next moment, he spit out a pillar of fire at Hwa. Hwa, let me help you. Hwa spit out a large amount of water. And the water in his mouth shot towards the fire snake on the ground like a high-pressure water gun. After those fire snakes were hit by these water pillars, IU was immediately eliminated on the spot. Hwa, on the other hand, opened the path directly in front. Kong Kongi followed Hwa. And the scene suddenly became somewhat beautiful. The water baby was not tall. So he opened a path in front of him, and was followed by a big beauty running behind him. It was at this time that Lin Sheng, who was in the flying saucer, watched the fire baby and the fire dragon fighting. Then Lin Sheng was certain that the fire dragon must be the culprit. At this time, Hwa and Kong Kongi had also arrived in front of the fire dragon. At this time, the fire dragon immediately launched a fierce attack on the three water babies. Rocket columns kept shooting out. Then at this moment, the fire baby pounced fiercely. The next moment, the fire pillar released by the fire dragon was absorbed on the spot. Fire dragon heart could only be extremely depressed. Where did this little monster come from that could actually absorb his attack? How will we fight after this? Something even more helpless than the fire dragon happened immediately afterwards. I only saw that Hwa and Kong Kongi fiercely launched water pillars towards the position of the fire dragon at this time. Attacking towards the back of the fire dragon. The fire dragon was attacked. At this time, the fire dragon immediately screamed in pain. Then at this moment, the fire dragon suddenly turned around and wanted to continue attacking Hwa and Kong Kongi. But at this moment, he saw a huge trident gathering in Kong Kongi's hand, which was the power of the Poseidon trident in his hand. After seeing this scene, the fire dragon's expression immediately changed. The emotions of panic and fear immediately appeared on his face. The next moment, the fire dragon stopped covering up his appearance. The next moment it turned into its true body. The flames on the fire dragon immediately receded, revealing its fiery red fur. Then, the entire fire dragon suddenly fled into the distance at this moment. Monster! Don't run away! Wait for me to subdue you! Hwa shouted loudly. At this time, the 5 gourd babies of wit all came to the front of the fire baby and the water baby. The next moment, the big boy stopped the other gourd boys, and then said to all the gourd boys, "Come on! Let's merge!" After the big baby said this, the 7 gourd babies hugged each other immediately. The next moment, the bodies of these 7 gourd babies lit up with light. The next moment, these gourd dolls merged directly into one. Then at this moment, the gourd little King Kong immediately chased in the direction of the fire dragon's escape, and immediately threw Kong Kongi behind. Then, Kong Kongi reluctantly put away the water trident in his hand. Lin Sheng said helplessly to Lin Sheng on the flying saucer, "Master, they..." Lin Shengjia asked old Jack to shine a traction light and pull Kong Kongi back to the flying saucer. The strength of the 7 gourd babies is already at the Xian level, and the strength of the fire dragon is at best like this. After the 7 gourd babies are combined, their combat effectiveness will be higher, and their strength will naturally increase by another level. That is to say, when the little King Kong Calabash baby synthesized by 7 Calabash dolls is in the Calabash doll mode, the strength of this little King Kong will reach the Earth level. After arriving here, it is not easy to deal with the fire dragon. When Kong Kongi returned to the flying saucer, he said helplessly to Lin Sheng, Boss, I'm sorry. I failed you. I didn't catch up with him. Little King Kong ran too fast." Lin Sheng almost fell down. What does letting him down mean? Is this a matter of letting him down? Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "It's okay. Let's have a good rest and have a supper. I'm also aware of little King Kong's situation. But with them here, we don't have to worry. They will solve this problem." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he said to old Jack, Catch up and see what's going on now. After Old Jack received the order, he immediately nodded and said, Okay, boss. Old Jack immediately drove the flying saucer towards the location where the fire dragon had escaped. Then at this moment, the flying saucer arrived at the location of the fire dragon, and immediately saw the fire dragon sending out a pillar of fire towards the little King Kong in front of him. But the next moment, however, little King Kong simply ignored the fire dragon in front of him, opened his mouth, and immediately absorbed half of the fire pillar. Little King Kong immediately closed his mouth, and when he opened his mouth again, the water pillar burst out of his mouth. The ground was spit out. The attack of the water column was so fierce that it directly hit the fire dragon and seriously injured it. The next moment, Little Vidraw's quick hands and eyes immediately hit the fire dragon with a heavy punch. Then the fire dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. He staggered away and fled into the distance, directly entering an underground passage. When I arrived outside the cave entrance, I looked at the cave entrance hesitantly, and then looked up at Lin Sheng and others. Chapter 459 Mysterious Cave. The flying saucer also came to the edge of the hole at this time. And then, the traction light above the flying saucer immediately fell on the ground. Lin Sheng and others felt relieved. Then he looked at the little King Kong in front of him. Lin Sheng asked little King Kong, What's wrong? The monster went underground. So I'm waiting for you to come over and talk to you first before going down. But when I just took action, I had already shattered the fire dragon's heart, and the fire dragon couldn't live much longer. After Xiao Jingang finished speaking, Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said, That's okay. Let's all go down and take a look. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, Xiao Jingang and others suddenly jumped towards the entrance of the cave. When everyone arrived at the underground cave, they were still surrounded by a large area of darkness. Lin Sheng immediately took out the fluorescent stone. This fluorescent stone was obtained before. Although it is not an important resource, it is very practical. After the surrounding environment was lit up by fluorescent light, everyone in Lin Sheng immediately saw the surrounding scenes. The environment here is completely different from outside. It's not the kind of place full of fire at all. Lin Sheng and others also became curious at this time. You know, the place outside is surrounded by flames, and those flames are formed by magma emerging from the ground. Lin Sheng and others also became curious. Why is there no sea of magma and fire beneath the earth? Soon Lin Sheng saw a dragon corpse lying on the ground not far away. That should be the fire dragon that was killed by little King Kong before. After confirming that the target was dead, Xiao Jingang immediately said to Shenling, We can go back. After Xiao Jingang finished speaking, Shenling nodded, and then opened the mouth of the demon refining pot. The next moment, the demon refining pot immediately took back the little King Kong in front of him. Then at this time, the demon refining pot was put away by Shenling again. Lin Sheng looked at the corpse of the fire dragon, and suddenly put down the logo on the demon fighter jet he had fought with before. It's just that the mark directly turned into a brand on the fire dragon's body. Lin Sheng's brows furrowed even deeper, and he immediately started thinking in his mind. The fire dragon in front of him turned out to be a member of the demon clan. And when he came back here, he was obviously plotted by the fire dragon. From this, one thing can be directly guessed. That is, the power of the demons is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This time, he actually left a fish that slipped through the net to attack him. What about next time? If the demons continue to leave their power in the black hole, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately became worried. These demons are difficult to deal with. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately said to the men around him, I'm afraid we have to be more careful in the future. These enemies are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately heard Pai Party saying to him, Boss, there seems to be supplies over there. After hearing Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng immediately looked at the location pointed by Pai Pai. Then the light immediately lit up in his eyes. Then, he quickly walked towards the location where the supplies were piled up. When Lin Sheng arrived at the location of the supplies, and saw the quantity of the supplies, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. Then he said to the men in front of him, Let's take action now, and take these supplies away first. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a group of people immediately began to move all the materials here. As a group of subordinates continued to carry the materials here, Lin Sheng also saw the grade of these materials from the materials. These are precious earth-level cultivation resources. But it is a pity that the amount of these cultivation resources is only enough for 5 people including myself and Pai Pai. If you want to use them for other people on the flying saucer, then it's simply impossible. But at this time, After everyone moved the supplies away, Lin Sheng unexpectedly discovered something. There was a brand new and unique passage in the supplies. However, no one among Lin Sheng and the others knew where this passage led. When everyone was filled with doubts, a beast with a ferocious face and hunched back suddenly crawled out of the passage. Yellow-skinned Yiksha. As soon as this yellow-skinned Yiksha climbed out, he immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Boil. Lin Sheng and others looked at Yiksha with strange expressions on his face. The appearance of this Yiksha is really too hard to look at. At this time, there were Yikshas crawling out of the cave entrance one after another. After seeing Lin Sheng and others, these Yikshas immediately roared at Lin Sheng and others. Then, they all swooped towards Lin Sheng and others. He wanted to use the sharp claws on his arms to tear Lin Sheng and others to pieces. And at this moment, Lin Sheng and others reacted immediately. Lin Sheng immediately said to Guzi and others beside him, "Get rid of these monsters." Lin Sheng's order had just been issued. Guzi and others immediately launched attacks on the Yikshas that were flying towards them. Yasha's strength is not very strong. He is only at the Huan level. He cannot stand up to Lin Sheng and others for long. In a short time, dozens of Yiksha crawled out of the cave were cleaned up. And at this moment, Yiksha's roar suddenly sounded from the entrance of the cave. Roar. Lin Sheng and others immediately looked at each other, and then looked into the cave more carefully. But everyone only heard Yasha's roar, and could not hear or see Yasha, who wanted to climb out. And it was at this time, Lin Sheng immediately said, "Perhaps we should go down. There are so many supplies outside. So those Yikshas in the cave should be their territory. There are probably more supplies down there than there are outside. Okay, boss/master, we will follow your actions." Pai Pai and others all said the same thing, indicating that as long as it was Lin Sheng's decision, they would all follow Lin Sheng's decision. Lin Sheng nodded, and then immediately jumped into the cave with a group of his men. When he landed, Lin Sheng looked around. I didn't see any other Yiksha at all, but the roar of Yasha kept ringing in Lin Sheng's ears. Lin Sheng and others looked for the direction from which the sound came. Chapter 460 Yiksha Tribe. Lin Sheng and others looked at the place where the sounds came from. Lin Sheng looked at Guzi and others in front of him. And the next moment, he said to Guzi and others, "Let's go over and have a look." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led everyone towards the exit. After walking out of the exit, Lin Sheng saw the outside world. This is a small independent world. And this small world is full of darkness. Lin Sheng was stunned immediately. The place we entered before was actually just a malicious passage. And the real destination is here. Lin Sheng looked around and saw the exit from this small world. Lin Sheng immediately took a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that the power of the demons would be so powerful, that they could open up a world in the void passage and block the destination they wanted to go to before. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to the people around him, "This seems to be where we are going to come. Master, if I feel correctly, the creatures in this world are the Yiksha race that appeared on the blue star at the same time as the Goblin." At this moment, Kong Kongi had so many more memories about the Yasha clan in his head. At this moment, Lin Sheng frowned immediately after hearing Kong Kongi's words. "Oh, it's a very old thing again." Kong Kongi said again, "These are also foreign races that were expelled later. But compared to those goblins, these Yashas are more like those unintelligent beasts who obey the leadership of the strong and launch a fierce offensive." After Kong Kongi said this, Lin Sheng immediately thought that this type of creature often has particularly powerful combat capabilities. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to Kong Kongi, "Then what is the way to restrain them?" Kong Kongi shook his head and said, "They are a symbol of agility and combat effectiveness. Only absolute power can restrain them. Wouldn't that be just right? The strength of these people happens to be stronger than theirs. So there is no need to worry about not being able to defeat these Yashas." After saying this, Lin Sheng and others immediately appeared in the outside world. After Lin Sheng came out, he immediately saw a beautiful river and mountains. The gentle breeze against the clear water and blue stars immediately made people feel refreshed. It was at this time that Lin Sheng immediately said to the people around him, "I don't seem to see those Yikshas here." After Lin Sheng said this, everyone immediately reacted. "Yes, why didn't you see those Yikshas?" It was at this time that Lin Sheng frowned. And the next moment he looked into the distance, but did not see Yasha's figure. Just when everyone was nervous, it was at this moment that they saw a forest in the distance begin to shake. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to the people around him, "Where is the movement? I come." Pai Pai was the first to rush out, wanting to see what was hiding inside first. When Pai Pai arrived in front of the woods, he immediately exclaimed, I'll go. It's so ugly. Pai Pai's exclamation was immediately heard by everyone. However, at this moment, everyone was nervously looking at the scene in front of them. The next moment, Lin Sheng also said at this time, "Let's go. Brothers, let's hurry up and see what it is that makes this faction cry." Lin Sheng's words had just finished, and everyone quickly came to Pai Pai's side at this time. At this time, I also saw two Yuksha's doing evil things. But Pai Pai yelled at this time, "Aren't you ashamed of anything? In broad daylight. Even if you say you are ugly, you are still doing these dirty things here." Lin Sheng and Guzi both spoke in English, while Kong Kongi and Shinling both turned their heads away and stopped looking at the scene here. "I said Pai Pai. You screamed for a ball? What do you call it here? Just kill him." Oh. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai Pai took action immediately, and within a short time, he took action and killed the Yasha in front of him. Ha. Isn't this a very magical thing? I want everyone to see it. After saying this, Pai Pai's eyes fell on the entrance of the cave not far away. Then he said, "There is a cave somewhere." After Pai Pai said this, he ran away immediately. When he came to the entrance of the cave, he saw a large amount of supplies. Although these supplies are not large in quantity, they are very useful. Pai Pai ran out and came to Lin Sheng. He immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, there are all supplies in there. I suspect that in this world, supplies may be in caves." After Pai Pai finished saying this, he immediately pointed to the caves all over the mountain. These caves are filled with supplies. Lin Sheng also walked in curiously, and immediately saw a lot of hair on Yasha's body. These should be left by the Yasha who was sent to kill him outside. If the materials here are 3 times more, it should be enough for one person to increase his strength to the prefecture level. Guzi also came over at this time, and then he took out an oracle bone from somewhere. He said to Lin Sheng on the spot, "Master, I forgot about this oracle bone before." After Kong Kongi finished speaking and picked up the words, "I found this oracle bone. There happen to be records of our ancestors inside the oracle bone. Regarding the living habits of this Yiksha, Yiksha generally like to live in the forest, and it is their habit to dominate the mountain. They usually like to live alone, but they like to hang out in groups when going out. It is a rather contradictory race. The Yiksha usually takes the one who is higher up as its leader. The weak Yiksha will provide some items to ensure the protection of the leader. Otherwise he will be bullied by other Yikshas, and they like to store the items in the cave where they live. So when we found their caves, generally speaking, they were very nice places." After saying this, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up when he heard the words. "Then this is really great. There are probably many good things in the few caves outside, and they haven't seen the high places yet?" So at this moment, Lin Sheng said to everyone, "Collect it quickly. Let's go to a cave to take a look." At this moment, the roar of Yiksha suddenly came from outside the cave. Lin Sheng was stunned immediately. Chapter 461 Yiksha Group. Bronzehorn Yiksha. "Doesn't that mean they live alone?" Lin Sheng immediately looked at Pai Pai with some confusion and asked. Pai Pai was also a little confused. So he said to Lin Sheng, "Yes, it is like this in the records. Oh, by the way, there is another thing here. Sometimes these Yikshas will come to the caves of the same kind and the opposite sex to court mates." Lin Sheng was immediately speechless. It turned out to be like this. It seemed that people like him were a little unlucky. When I first came here, I thought I would gain a lot. But what? In the end, he met Yiksha who came to court him. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately led the people out. When he came outside, Yasha bumped into Lin Sheng and others. Yasha was stunned. The next moment, he roared at Lin Sheng and others. How could Lin Sheng and others tolerate this Yasha's silicone? If it attracts other Yashas, wouldn't it cause them trouble? After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately pointed at the Yiksha tentacles. I have to say that this Yasha ran a little too fast. Lin Sheng's first attack didn't hit the opponent, so his attack just missed Yiksha's body. However, it was precisely because of this that Yasha ran a certain distance towards the instant noodles, and he kept making roaring sounds from his mouth. This roar carries the meaning of summoning the same kind. Lin Sheng's eyes immediately focused. He must not let this Yiksha cause trouble for him at this time. After all, the things in the cave have not been collected at this time. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately faced the people around him said, "Hurry up and collect supplies inside. I want to deal with this Yiksha." This was still an ordinary Yasha, but it was just that Lin Sheng ran away without checking for a while. So Lin Sheng immediately became more cautious. The next moment, He launched an attack on Yasha in front of him. In less than a moment, this Yiksha was immediately killed by Lin Sheng. The Yiksha finally let out a painful roar. At this moment, Lin Sheng was sure that his tentacles were still a step slower. The surrounding woods were shaking violently at this time. It can be seen that those Yiksha are going to attack me. And they are constantly gathering. Lin Sheng looked back from time to time, hoping that Guzi and others could quickly collect the materials in the cave and help. Although he is not afraid that he is no match for these Yashas, he still understands that it is difficult to defeat 4 punches with 2 hands. If someone slips through the net and escapes into the house, the supplies inside may not be easy to collect. And if there are too many Yashas, it may not be easy to deal with them alone. And judging from the current movements, there are definitely a larger number of Yashas here. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng became more and more nervous. Suddenly a Yiksha emerged from the woods, and more Yikshas came out behind him at this time. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Lin Sheng's pupils shrank suddenly. There were too many Yashas. There were thousands of eyes appearing in front of him now. In addition to being nervous, Lin Sheng also became increasingly excited. These 1,000-headed Yikshas represent 1,000 caves. So the total amount of materials inside is very large. Before Lin Sheng could become more excited, Lin Sheng saw some very different Yiksha appear in front of him. Those Yikshas have horns on their heads, and the color of the horns is copper yellow. There are more than 10 Yikshas in number. Compared with ordinary Yikshas, these Yikshas are taller, and their limbs look stronger. Moreover, the movement in the woods also entered Lin Sheng's eyes. I have to say that the speed of these Yikshas is indeed upgraded much faster than those of ordinary Yikshas. It was at this time that Lin Sheng immediately felt his headache. So many Yikshas. This is going to be difficult to deal with. It was at this moment that Guzi's voice sounded behind Lin Sheng. Master, we seem to have stabbed the Yasha's nest. Lin Sheng looked back, with a wry smile on his face. Ha ha. Maybe. Then have you collected it? After Lin Sheng finished his question, Guzi immediately nodded and said, Yes, they have been collected. Now we are about to come out to help you. Master, Pai Pai and the others are walking behind. Just as Guzi finished talking about Garden Road, Pai Pai's exclamation came. So many monsters! After Pai Pai finished saying this, he immediately saw a group of people walking out of the cave. And it was at this time, Lin Sheng immediately waved his hand and said, Brothers, let's start the fight. It is estimated that all the Yikshas nearby are here. As long as these Yikshas are dealt with, we can go to those caves to collect supplies. After Lin Sheng's words fell, Pai Pai and others also used their weapons one after another at this time. The next moment, he launched an attack on the oncoming Yashas. No, not long after, Lin Sheng and others immediately launched an attack on the Yashas with their weapons. A head of Yiksha fell directly after being hit in the daytime. After all, these Yashas are not very powerful. At most, it is yellow level strength. After Lin Sheng saw the large number of Yikshas dying, his eyes fell on the copper-horned Yikshas. It was at this time that the Tongju Yiksha suddenly launched an attack on Lin Sheng and others. Lin Sheng immediately said, It's good to come. The next moment, Lin Sheng rushed towards the Yiksha, and with the Xian Yuan sword in his hand, he immediately slashed back to where the copper-horned Yiksha was. And that Yiksha was killed by Lin Sheng immediately. It's just that this Yiksha had just died. And at this moment, the other Tongju Yiksha came towards Lin Sheng to attack again. After finishing the enemy in his hands, Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng the next moment and said, Boss, I'm here, and I'm here to help. After Pai Pai said this, he immediately joined the battle. Guzi and others also joined the battle one after another. Time passed little by little. These Yakas in front of me have all been dealt with. Lin Sheng looked at the corpses of Yiksha all around, then smiled and said, Let's go collect supplies. After everyone collected all the materials in the caves, Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the caves on the mountainside. No Yiksha had ever come out of those caves. Chapter 462 The Disappearing Yiksha. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the mountainside. And after collecting the supplies, Pai Pai and others came to Lin Sheng's side. Naturally, they also saw the position where Lin Sheng's eyes were looking. So at this moment, the party said to Lin Sheng, Old bird, you can't get down. Do you want to continue going up? There should be a Yasha there. According to the explanation given by Kong Kongi before, the Yasha above is more powerful, and there are more supplies in the cave. After Pai Pai said this, Lin Sheng nodded immediately. Now that we are here, we can't just collect half of it and leave. After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi immediately thought of one thing when he was next to Lin Sheng. That is, Lin Sheng's idea often occurred. After following Lin Sheng for such a long time, it was natural that all the places he and others had gone to had been swept back. It was at this time that Guzi said to Lin Sheng, "Master, let's go up now." After Guzi finished saying this, he immediately nodded and said, "Let's go up." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led everyone towards the mountainside. When everyone arrived at the mountainside, Lin Sheng immediately walked towards the cave. But what made Lin Sheng curious was that there were no enemies in the cave. Only supplies lying quietly in the cave. Lin Sheng immediately became curious and said to the people around him, "Since there is no Yasha, let's seize the time and collect all these things." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he and everyone else immediately started frantically collecting supplies in the cave. 1 cave. 2 caves. Under the constant movement of Lin Sheng and others, all the caves on the mountainside were completely cleared by Lin Sheng and others at this time. Then, after everyone stood together on the mountainside, they all looked curiously at the sky. Everyone had curious eyes in their hearts. What is going on? Logically speaking, it is impossible that all the Yikshas in these caves should not be there. As for the Yikshas who were killed on the ground before, there may be Yikshas living on the mountainside. Lin Sheng and others set their sights on the top of the mountain. It's impossible for all these Yikshas to go out to have sex. There is only one possibility for such a long time, and that is that the strongest Yiksha living on the top of the mountain is ordering them. Lin Sheng raised his feet and immediately walked towards the top of the mountain. Needless to say, Guzi and others followed Lin Sheng and others towards the top of the mountain. At this time, Pai Pai immediately said to Lin Sheng in front of him, "Boss, if we go up, the number of the other party will be very large." Pai Pai is still a little worried. Of course, because he is worried that he will be expelled in a panic. There are thousands of caves on the mountainside. But Lin Sheng and others only have 5 people. 5 pairs of 1,000-headed Yikshas. At this time, Lin Sheng was also a little worried. Lin Sheng kept thinking about it as he walked. When he came to the edge of the mountain top, Lin Sheng immediately saw 3 different colors of gold, silver and bronze Yikshas in front of his eyes. They also had different horns on their heads. There are at least 100 of these 3 types of Yikshas and golden horn Yikshas. The number of silver horned Yikshas is 300. As for the number of copper horned Yikshas, there are also 700. Jinju Yiksha's strength is at the peak of the Xian level, half a step above the earth level. It's not that they don't have enough supplies. It's just that they don't have enough time. If Lin Sheng had waited a little longer to come back, he would most likely be broken through to the earth level by these Yiksha. Countdown is difficult to deal with. The 300 silver level Yikshas are all in the mid to late stage Xian level, and the copper horned Yikshas have all reached the Xian level. However, at this time, there was a change in the body of a white-headed copper horned Yiksha. The copper-colored skin and horns have faded away. Then the silver color began to envelope the entire Yiksha. Then at this time, this picture was seen by Lin Sheng and others. At this moment, Lin Sheng saw that the Taoist faction wanted to run towards those Yikshas. Lin Sheng immediately reached out and pulled out Pai Pai. Some of the dogs that were trying to run out just now also stopped at this time. Pai Pai was stopped by Lin Sheng. Then naturally he can't run out at this time. Then Pai Pai asked curiously, "Boss, what happened? Shouldn't we just go and kill him?" Lin Sheng slapped Pai Pai on the head and said, "I'm sorry. You just ran up. How much strength do you have? I don't doubt that you can't do these ancient Yikshas. But don't you feel tired?" After Lin Sheng's words fell, Pai Pai also reacted, "Yes. Wouldn't it be tiring to go up and fight these Yikshas like this?" That was undoubtedly tiring. It takes less than 1 person to deal with 225 Yikshas. In this case, even if they can deal with these Yikshas, they will still need to use 225 attacks. On average, 1 per second. So it takes about 5 minutes. Moreover, these Yikshas move very fast. Pai Pai doesn't know whether they can kill these Yikshas instantly. If they can't kill these Yikshas instantly, it will take more time. So at this moment, Pai Pai also stopped, and then looked at Lin Sheng and asked, "Then boss, what should we do?" After Lin Sheng heard Pai Pai's words, he immediately smiled. "With heavy firepower. Of course. Aren't you a fool if you have heavy firepower?" After saying this, Lin Sheng immediately took out the super-shaped cannon from the backpack space. Then he waved to Pai Pai and the others and said, "Hurry up and bring me your artifact. Those Yikshas are obviously in a meeting, and it won't be long before the Yikshas break up. After these Yikshas disband, and these Yikshas do not join the group, the effect of our shaped cannon will not be as good." After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi and others immediately gave Lin Sheng the weapons in their hands. Lin Sheng took those weapons and placed them in the shaped cannon to continuously gather energy for the cannon. Then he looked at Yiksha in the distance from time to time and said silently in his heart, "Don't leave in a hurry. The leading Yiksha king must keep the principal in charge of too many things and like to hold conferences." After Lin Sheng talked about this, one of the 100 golden horn Yikshas suddenly experienced a huge change in his body at this time. The golden color on his body began to fade. Chapter 463 comprehensively improved the prefecture level. Then diamond-like horns immediately appeared on his head. This Yiksha suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky. But at this moment, Lin Sheng also put away the weapon in his hand and returned it to everyone. Then he directly picked up the shaped cannon in his hand. Then Lin Sheng immediately pointed the shaped cannon in his hand at the Yikshas in front of him. As Lin Sheng got ready, the shaped cannon in his hand immediately fired an energy beam at the Yikshas in front of him. With a whoosh, the energy beam immediately fell in front of all the Yashas. And at this moment, Yasha, who had just been successfully promoted, immediately looked at Lin Sheng and others with a confused face. His face turned ferocious the next moment. He saw that a large number of his subordinates in front of him were killed at this time, and the casualties immediately became heavy. At this moment, Diamond Yiksha immediately roared angrily at Lin Sheng. But at this time, Lin Sheng was carrying the concentrated cannon on his shoulders, and he immediately waved to Yasha in front of him and said, "Ha! You have discovered it!" After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he smiled at the Yiksha. Lin Sheng didn't show any nervous expression. Instead, he said to the other party in surprise, "But you have to be like them next." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the shaped cannon in his hand was fired at the Diamond Yiksha at this time. At this moment, the shaped cannon in Lin Sheng's hand was fired at Yasha. Diamond Yasha wanted to escape, but it was too late. The beam directly penetrated Yiksha's body at this time. As for the Yashas around the Diamond Yasha, they were also affected by the explosion at this time. As for the end, all the Yashas were bombed at this time. At this time, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "Okay, let's go and collect the remaining Yashas that we have not collected before." After Lin Sheng said this outside, Pai Pai immediately shouted, "When the country is locked up, not even a blade of grass will grow." After Pai Pai said this, he immediately collected all the supplies in Yiksha's cave. After a little time passed, all the Yikshas in the entire Yiksha world were collected. Then, under the leadership of Lin Sheng, all the supplies were brought back to the flying saucer. The trip to the Yiksha realm is over. Then Old Jack drove the flying saucer back towards Blue Star. After returning to Blue Star, Lin Sheng directly notified Pajun to come over. As soon as Pajun heard the news of Lin Sheng's return, a smile appeared on his face. "Master, you are back. How many good things did you bring back this time?" Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at Pajun, and then said to Pajun, "Wait a minute. Let me distribute the supplies and take a look." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately gathered everyone together. Then he said to Pai Pai and others, "Get ready to start distribution." As for these things, asking Lin Sheng to do things that are impossible for Nas. He obviously has someone in his hands. So why does he have to do it himself? After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately handed over all the supplies to Pai Pai and others. Not long after the time passed, Pai Pai immediately returned to Lin Sheng. He returned all the remaining supplies to Lin Sheng and said, "Okay, boss, I have distributed all these supplies. These are still enough." Used by hundreds of people. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was enough for 100 people. In this case, there is actually no problem. So Lin Sheng directly handed over all the supplies in his hand to Pajun. "Take it. The warriors you trained before can use these things to improve their strength." After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun immediately took away the supplies in his hand with a grateful look on his face. After seeing off Pajun, Lin Sheng also smiled. Next, it's time to improve your own strength. Finally, after Lin Sheng refined the materials assigned to him, his strength directly reached the earth level at this time. After waiting for a long time, everyone on the flying saucer improved their strength at this time. It was at this time that the sky gradually became dark. Then Lin Sheng immediately arranged for everyone to have a rest. When the time came for the second day of committing suicide, Lin Sheng immediately started signing in. Sign in to get a prefecture-level flying saucer upgrade coupon. After receiving this reward, Lin Sheng's expression was very calm. What should I say? Lin Sheng thought, this is also a reasonable thing, compared with the previous time. When I signed in, I also received an upgrade coupon to upgrade the flying saucer from the yellow chicken to the black level. Now that you have obtained the Earth level upgrade volume, you could upgrade the flying saucer now. Once again, the flying saucer underwent drastic changes. Lin Sheng was looking at a lot of materials in the flying saucer. These were not materials used to increase time, but materials that could be used to make weapons. After Lin Sheng took these supplies in his hands, he thought about it and immediately found the Dwarf King. Previously, I had obtained a prefecture level fighter in my hands, but unfortunately I had the materials and in the end, I could not complete the production of a prefecture level fighter. At this time, after Lin Sheng called the Dwarf King, he immediately asked the Dwarf King to handle these materials. For the Dwarf King, this was also a very easy thing, and it was not the first time. It didn't take much time to make improvements based on the original fighter production line. The thousands of Xin level fighters that we originally owned can also be transformed and upgraded through the assembly line into prefecture level fighters. With the full cooperation of everyone was soon busy at this time. In less than 5 days, the thousands of Xin level fighters were upgraded to Earth level fighters at this time. Then the people on the flying saucer began to make new Earth level fighters. At this time, Lin Sheng also arranged for the Dwarf King to go to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom base to help them build the prefecture level assembly line. In the next month, everyone on the flying saucer will be fully engaged in producing ground level fighter jets. A month passed by in a flash. The number of ground level fighter jets in the entire flying saucer has reached 10,000. Old Jack also informed Lin Sheng of "It's done!" on time, indicating that the black hole's abnormal fluctuations were coming again. Chapter 464 Demonic Death Squadron. After Old Jack's news was notified, Lin Sheng and others immediately asked Old Jack to drive the flying saucer to the universe. The flying saucer turned into a stream of light and headed towards the universe. Pajun on the land of Dragon Kingdom also happened to see the actions of Lin Sheng and others at this time. He immediately understood that Lin Sheng and others were going high in the sky. He immediately said to the men around him, "Everyone has a family and a fighter jet. So let's set out. It is the responsibility of all of us to protect the Blue Star." After Pajun finished saying this, he immediately led everyone on the fighter jet and flew towards the universe. After arriving in the universe, Pajun and others saw Lin Sheng's flying saucer surrounding the black hole at this time. On top of the flying saucer, fighter jets are constantly flying out from the flying saucer and constantly setting up defense lines around the black hole. Then Pajun flew over with his people, and Pajun's lost sister was constantly surrounding the flying saucer. Lin Sheng and others also saw Pajun's fighter jets at this time. In the flying saucer, Old Jack said, "Boss, Pajun has sent a communication request." After Lin Sheng heard what Old Jack said, he immediately nodded and said, "Let's put it through." After Lin Sheng picked up the phone, Old Jack immediately connected to Pajun's communication. "Ha, Mr. Sheng, we are also here to help. But you are too shameless. You didn't notify us after you discovered the abnormality. This is not good at all." Lin Sheng was stunned. Then he understood, smiled and said, "Okay, I will inform you next time." Then after Pajun joined, the number of fighter jets here directly increased to tens of thousands. The black hole's fluctuations became more and more intense. Then at this moment, a large group of demons surged out of the black hole crazily. Then, they attacked the fighter jets of Lin Sheng and others. Don't look at these demons as they are all flesh. But the fighting power of these demons is quite strong. He held a big knife in his hand, and after he came to the fighter jet, he slashed violently. Everything that happened to the demons at the exit of the black hole was also teleported back. All the Earth-level members of the demon clan who arrived this time probably started fiercely attacking the fighter jets with the attitude of a group of death squads. I want to destroy some of the combat power of these blue stars as quickly as possible. Of course, at this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to everyone, "The fighter jet transformed and started killing the opponent." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the pilots of the fighter jets, whether they were puppets or warriors from the Dragon Kingdom, turned into robots while driving the lost machines, and then began to fight back against the enemies in front of them. Although the attacks of these demons will not cause much damage to the fighter jets, but after violently slashing at them, cracks began to appear on the fighter jets. Lin Sheng and Pajun both believed that if these demons continued to attack the fighter jets would definitely be broken at this time. After all, these demons are all of Earth-level strength. After all, the death-defying fighters launched a counterattack. The Hope Demon who had Lin's advantage also lost all Lin's advantages at this time. Although their strength is not weak, they are only mortal bodies, and they are not men of steel. After facing a combat class of the same level, they will still be easily killed by the opponent without an advantage. So these demons quickly cleared out. Looking at the empty black hole near the exit, Lin Sheng couldn't help but think, when can we fight back? These demons are really going too far. Old Jack suddenly said at this time, if you want to fight back, the boss can wait. After 2 or 3 more black hole exits are opened, the black hole will be completely opened. It will be okay after 2 turns, and that's when we can counterattack. After Old Jack said this, he immediately shook his head. In this case, it was also a good thing. After all, every time the black hole opened, it would bring them opportunities. At that time, everyone can improve their strength. After all, demons can open black holes and attack them. This means that the opponent is strong enough, and the current Blue Star forces or people like themselves may not be able to fight them. As a result, Lin Sheng did not dare to go there rashly. At this time, Pajun also said on the communication channel, the total amount of money expected from the demon clan seems a little crazy. Did Mr. Sheng encounter such demons before? After hearing Pajun's words, Lin Sheng shook his head and said, it was not like this before. Those demons were still very careful. But this time, they seem to have taken the wrong medicine. And they attacked us when they came up. Fierce attack. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun waited for a long time before he said, it seems that these demons jumped over the wall in a hurry and launched an attack directly on us. The exchange between the two continued, and the black hole's fluctuations became more intense. Lin Sheng also frowned, and after seeing the violently fluctuating black hole, he immediately said to Pajun, get ready. Those demons will attack as soon as they come. I'm afraid that the fighter group that came out this time will be like that. They are probably ready to counterattack us with the method of death squads. Therefore, we must fight with all our strength. Once an enemy emerges from the black hole, we will directly use indiscriminate bombing on the enemy coming out of the black hole as soon as possible, and blast it with all our strength to prevent the loss of our own people. After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun nodded and immediately implemented the order. It was also at this time that Lin Sheng asked Old Jack to give orders to the puppets. It was also at this time that the orders from the flying saucer were transmitted to all the puppets. Then at this job, those fighter jets directly aimed everyone's artillery fire at the black hole's exit. Time passed little by little, and a plane head emerged from the black hole. A moment later, a bunch of energy beams were fired at it, and the plane's nose was destroyed before it even emerged. The fighter jets in the black hole seemed to have seen the situation of their own people. After a moment of pause, they rushed out in a group. Hundreds of fighter jets acted as human shields at this time, protecting the fighters behind them. The fighters in front showed no fear of death and rushed out without fear, even though Lin Sheng and others kept attacking those fighter jets. After blowing up waves of fighter jets, there were still a lot of people hiding behind, and the fighter jets escaped the attack and ran out. Chapter 465 Fighter Battle. After those other fighter jets successfully escaped from the black hole, they immediately looked for opportunities. As soon as they found the opportunity, they immediately launched an attack on the fighter jet driven by Lin Sheng's puppet. This attack instantly caused dozens of fighter jets to be destroyed at this time. Then at this time, Lin Sheng immediately gave orders to the fighter jets from the flying saucer. Withdraw some of the fighter jets to destroy the fighter jets outside first. It is no longer necessary to concentrate all the fighter attack skills at the black hole exit. After Lin Sheng's words fell, the next moment, the fighter jets driven by the puppets launched an attack on the fighter jets of those demons. Then, at this time, those demon fighter jets were immediately destroyed by the fighter jets driven by the puppets. At this time, Lin Sheng saw that the fighter jet in the black hole was no longer coming out. So Lin Sheng looked at the black hole that had returned to calm, and just breathed a sigh of relief and said, it should be gone. But after all, Lin Sheng himself was too young and didn't consider those things. The black hole immediately began to fluctuate. The next moment, a huge spacecraft bow appeared in the black hole. A group of fighter jets immediately launched an attack on the spacecraft at this moment. But after the continuous gunfire from the fighter jets, it did not cause any damage to the spacecraft. There is a powerful protective cover on the spacecraft that wraps the entire spacecraft. All the attacks from those fighter jets landed on the protective cover. However, these attacks did not really cause any damage to the spacecraft after they landed on the protective cover. The result was that the spaceship escaped from the black hole. After the spaceship escaped, it immediately launched an attack on the spaceship where Lin Sheng and others were. At this moment, an extremely powerful cannon suddenly fired a powerful energy beam towards the flying saucer. When this energy beam landed on the flying saucer, it directly caused the flying saucer to shake. Boom! Lin Sheng and others felt strong fluctuations in the flying saucer. Then Lin Sheng's whole body shook violently in the flying saucer. After some hard work, Lin Sheng finally stabilized his figure. Just when Lin Sheng's figure had just stabilized, Shenling suddenly flew towards Lin Sheng in the air. It turned out that the shaking of the flying saucer just now caused Shenling to fly up. This led to it finally flying towards Lin Sheng. But everything was relatively good. Lin Sheng caught Shenling with quick eyes and hands, and pulled her into his arms. After Shenling felt a warm embrace, she raised her head and saw the face that made her feel at ease, and immediately felt at ease. Xiaosheng! Shenling shouted softly. Lin Sheng nodded toward Shenling to show that he understood. He also indicated that Shenling could feel at ease. At this moment, Kong Kongyi's figure flew over from the side. When Lin Sheng's eyes fell, he also saw a sharp angle not far away where Kong Kongyi was about to fly. Kong Kongyi had completely lost his center of gravity at this moment, and could not control his actions at all. If such a strong impact caused Kong Kongyi to hit that corner inside the flying saucer, it would probably disfigure Kong Kongyi. Lin Sheng's heart tightened. This was not possible. If Kong Kongyi was hit, he would be really disfigured. And this Kong Kongyi has to follow him and Shenling every day. Is it okay to look at an ugly, disfigured monster every day? Shenling also saw Kong Kongyi's condition at this time, and immediately exclaimed. At this time, Lin Sheng directly grabbed Kong Kongyi's arm and pulled him over. After Kong Kongyi landed firmly, he glanced at the position where he almost hit him with lingering fear, then looked back at Lin Sheng with a grateful expression. He said to Lin Sheng, "Master, thank you." The situation of the three people had just stabilized, and it was at this time that Pai Pai's voice rang out. He immediately shouted to Lin Sheng, "Boss, help me." Lin Sheng held Shenling in his arms, and held Kong Kongyi in his hand. He didn't have any hands left to rescue him. If Pai Pai were to hit time, everyone would be knocked away like a bowling ball. Lin Sheng watched Pai Pai flying towards him, then glanced at the position where Pai Pai was about to fly, and immediately turned away and ignored Pai Pai. It was a smooth wall. Even if Pai Pai bumped into it, nothing would happen to Pai Pai. After Lin Sheng dodged, Pai Pai's eyes widened. "Boss, you can't cover it up if you don't tell me." Boom! The sound of collision sounded at this time. Pai Pai finally stood up, and then looked at Lin Sheng resentfully and said, "Boss, why don't you save me?" After Pai Pai said this, Lin Sheng said angrily, "It won't be a big deal if you bump into a thick-skinned person. Besides, wouldn't it be okay if you bump into me?" Lin Sheng's words immediately made Pai Pai feel helpless. But at this moment, when Pai Pai was about to say something resentful, he suddenly heard a voice. "Get out of the way!" As soon as Pai Pai looked back, he immediately saw the dog flying towards his location very quickly. And Pai Pai immediately raised his eyes and said, "No! No! No! No!" The panicked look on Pai Pai's face didn't stop the fat man from approaching the dog. Boom! With a sound, the sad Pai clung to the wall again. After the dog got up from the ground, he said curiously, "Hey, it doesn't hurt at all. It seems a little soft." After Guzzi finished speaking, Lin Sheng almost stopped laughing. In my heart, I silently mourned for Pai Pai. "Dog! Son! Me! Damn! Kill! You?" Pai Pai said these words word for word. Guzzi was stunned. "Hey, Brother Pai, why are you here?" Pai Pai, "What ma?" Then at this moment, Lin Sheng said, "Okay, stop making trouble. Old Jack fought back at me. You must take that spaceship and kill it for me." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, it took a long time before he heard Old Jack's breathless voice saying, "Okay, okay." Old Jack was suddenly overturned in the cab, and it took a lot of effort to recover. Now his eyes were full of anger, thanks to the fact that the flying saucer was protected by a protective cover. But this time it was overturned. Old Jack immediately took control of the console and launched a fire attack at the spacecraft. Chapter 466 The Demon Leader Enters the Flying Saucer. When the demons in the spaceship just saw their attack landing on the flying saucer, they shook the flying saucer this way and that. He showed a cheerful smile. "Ha ha! Is this the fighting power of Blue Star? Is this all Blue Star's strength? Are they all idiots? They were beaten to the point of destruction." After the demon leader said this, someone immediately said, Hey, Xiao Bai, you don't have to explain anything to them. These freeloaders are just garbage. After I go back, I will talk to the people above to reduce the supplies to them. After saying this, the leader of the demon clan immediately said to the demon warriors around him again, "Start fighting back against them now." After saying this, the demon warriors immediately began to control the spacecraft and start fighting. The demon clan members beside the demon clan leader also sighed helplessly at this time. In his mind, he thought, "Forget it and stop talking. This leader has a too big background and is not easy to mess with." The leader of the demon clan, who came this time, was a descendant of the 5 demon clan saints. Not all demons are monolithic. The demons also have 5 saints. That is, 5 saint-level old men. These old men are the most powerful among the demon clan. And each of the 5 saints was upgraded from the demon emperor of the demon clan. After the demon emperor becomes a saint, he will no longer manage the demon clan and let a new demon emperor take office. At this time, Lin Sheng looked solemnly at the spacecraft outside in the flying saucer. The spacecraft was obviously preparing to launch another attack on the flying saucer at this time. But Old Jack's control caused the flying saucer's attack to shoot towards the spacecraft immediately. The attack landed directly on the muzzle of the spacecraft. Then at this moment, the attack of the spaceship exploded directly at this time. Even the charged attack exploded directly on the spacecraft at this time. Then at this moment, the demon leader in the spacecraft immediately felt his body shaking violently. He asked angrily, "What on earth happened?" The demon leader's voice fell behind, and he stabilized his figure. There was a demon in the spacecraft who said at this time, "The enemy attacked us and destroyed our fire system. Damn, use the backup fire system." After the demon leader finished speaking at this time, he immediately walked towards the exit of the spacecraft. He knew that the opponent's firepower was powerful. Since he could destroy his own vague firepower system, it was possible to destroy it a second time. Once all the firepower of the spacecraft was destroyed yesterday, then the entire spacecraft is a turtle SHL. But facing the non-threatening turtle SHL, if it were him, he would definitely attack violently. The final result would of course be that the spacecraft was destroyed. And since he already knew the result, he would not continue to stay in the spaceship and wait for death in the end. He wants to leave here. It may be dangerous to go out, but he is also strong enough, and he may be able to fight back. At this moment, the demon leader had appeared outside the spacecraft. His strength is at the earth level, and he is only 1 step away from the heaven level. When the demon warriors came here before, they were all wiped out. This is the reason why he came here. At this time, the demon leader looked at the flying saucer with leisurely eyes. He saw a powerful energy beam above the flying saucer coming towards the spacecraft at this time. With a boom, the attack from the flying saucer landed on the spacecraft. "Damn it! I'm asking you to be useless," he cursed angrily. Then the whole person flew from the void to the flying saucer. He had no hope for the flying saucer. It was better to rely on himself than relying on the flying saucer. He wanted to sneak into the flying saucer to fight back and kill the people inside the flying saucer, to achieve the final victory. In the flying saucer, Old Jack fired excitedly and bombarded the spacecraft on the opposite side. Suddenly, he saw a figure carefully avoiding the attacks and moving towards the flying saucer. When Old Jack saw the scene in front of him, he immediately said to Lin Sheng in a panic, "Master Sheng, something happened. Someone came running." Lin Sheng's eye heard Old Jack's words and immediately frowned. The next moment, he was a little surprised. Wasn't this already firing? Why is there still someone approaching? "Who is here? Pajun?" Lin Sheng asked. "No, it's the demon on the spaceship. I guess he wants to sneak into us and attack us." After Old Jack finished speaking, Lin Shengyu looked at the lost spaceship. "It only takes a few more bombardments from the people on my side. The spaceship will almost be blown up." Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to Old Jack, "Open the door and let people in." After Lin Sheng said this, Old Jack was stunned. "Boss, if we close the door, it is absolutely impossible for the demons to come in. Needless to say, we are letting people in. If they run away, they may not be found by then." Yes, Lin Sheng's idea was that instead of letting the demon-possessed people run away, it would be better to let them in, close the door, beat the dogs, and kill them. "Good boss." After Old Jack finished saying this, he immediately started to open the door. At this time, the demon clan member had already arrived at the location of the flying saucer and quietly saw the entrance of the flying saucer. But at this moment, the demon leader laughed. "That's it. The people from Blue Star? You're too careless. Let me kill them all later." After the demon leader finished these sarcastic words, he began to quietly penetrate into the flying saucer. Boss, people have come in, Old Jack said to Lin Sheng. After Old Jack said this, Lin Sheng got up immediately. After walking out of the room, he said to Pai Pai and others, "Come on, let's go hunt the dogs together." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai got up immediately. Huh, you can go. After Pai Pai finished saying this, he immediately left the room with Guzzi and others, came to the passage of the flying saucer. Then the party leader said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, look at that." Pai Pai said with a smile as he looked at the surveillance screen and pointed at the demon leader. "Let's go. Old Jack, shut the door for me." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately led Pai Pai and Guzzi into the passage. Then at this moment, the demon leader was still moving in the flying saucer passage. Chapter 467 Greed. Kong Dandan, why did the door close suddenly? Is it because you found that you forgot to close it? Then close it now. The leader of the demon clan also muttered at this time. Just as he was talking, the door on the other side of the passage was suddenly opened. After the door was opened, 3 figures immediately appeared at the door. Then at this moment, Pai Pai's voice sounded loudly. Huh? Is this the leader of the demon clan? That's it? Pai Pai's disdainful words immediately made the demon leader's face turn very ugly. At this moment, the demon leader roared angrily at Pai Pai. Damn it. What are you talking about? Ant? The demon leader subconsciously regarded Pai Pai as a weak being. What Pai Pai said just now also angered him. That's why he said this. Oh, boss, have you seen this? This monster actually dares to be so arrogant on our territory. Lin Sheng and others did not reply to Pai Pai's words, but instead made the demon leader's face look increasingly uglier. Lin Sheng said at this time, Everyone, be careful. This demon clan is probably not simple. Although Lin Sheng's words were spoken, but the next moment, Lin Sheng felt that his words were in vain, because that faction started to cause trouble again at this time. Hey, who are you from the demon clan? A soldier or something? Why are you so bold to come here outside of me? After Pai Pai's words fell, he immediately heard the demon leader say angrily again, I am not a demon soldier. I am the demon's action leader. If you dare to humiliate me like this over and over again, you will die. After the demon leader finished saying this, he immediately returned to the house and put the power in his hands. At this moment, a strange long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and energy began to gather in his hand. Then the long sword in his hand immediately slashed, and a strange sword energy came out. Then the sword energy flew directly towards Pai Pai. I'm going to choke you. They're here to attack me. After Pai Pai finished saying this, the Thor's hammer immediately appeared in his hand, and at the next moment, the Thor's hammer was immediately used by Pai Pai to block the sword energy in front of him. Then it was at this time, after the Thor's hammer blocked the sword energy, he looked at the demon leader. Then at this time, Pai Pai also showed an angry expression, and immediately said angrily to the demon leader, Hey, you demon bastard has no martial ethics. After Pai Pai said this, the demon leader's face immediately darkened. Devil? Who the hell is the devil? Your whole family is a devil. The demon leader wanted to get angry at this moment, but he reacted the next moment. The demon leader looked at Pai Pai in shock, his mouth wide open in disbelief. You? How could you? How is it possible? It is impossible for my magic sword to be blocked by anyone. Even a heaven-level weapon cannot block it. After saying this, the demon leader's expression suddenly changed at this time. He reacted the next moment. The demon leader also had a guess in his mind about the weapons in Pai Pai's hands. They were definitely not ordinary weapons. They were probably top-notch weapons, because even immortal-level weapons will eventually be destroyed when faced with his sword energy. But Pai Pai's weapon actually withstood his sword energy. Then a greedy expression appeared in his eyes. Give me the weapon, and I can bypass your mistake, the demon leader said to Pai Pai at this time. Pai Pai snorted coldly, looked at the demon leader in front of him, and said word by word, You think too much. After Pai Pai finished saying this, he immediately returned to the room and rushed forward with Thor's hammer in the shooter's hand. When Pai Pai took action, Guzzi naturally went to help. As for Lin Sheng, the leader, it was naturally impossible to watch his guard being bullied. What was important was that the other party was still arrogant on his own territory. For a moment, Lin Sheng and Guzzi ran towards the demon leader. When he arrived in front of the demon leader, Pai Pai immediately smashed it with the Thor's hammer in his hand. I gave you face. Didn't I? You actually want the weapon in my hand? Damn you. After Pai finished saying this, the Thor's hammer in his hand fell, and the demon sword in the demon leader's hand was immediately caught in his hand and blocked, blocking Pai's Thor's hammer. Then at the next moment, Thor's hammer fell, and with a bang, the magic sword was directly broken. The demon leader's eyes suddenly widened. Then at this moment, the demon sword in the hands of the demon leader was directly thrown aside. Then, the demon leader not only didn't have Lou Rover's frightened expression, but instead showed an excited expression. It's amazing. It's an absolute artifact. Since Yugami doesn't want to give it to me, I'll get it myself. After the demon leader finished speaking, a strange protective shield suddenly enveloped his body. Pai still wanted to hit him with Thor's hammer in his hand. However, when Thor's hammer fell on the demon leader, it was isolated by the protective shield. And then this is the time. Just when the demon leader was about to reach out and grab Pai's weapon, Guzi slashed at the demon leader at this time. It looked like it was another divine weapon, and the sky-opening axe was not as sharp as Thor's hammer. Although the damage is about the same. Mjolnir can't break through his protective shield, but the sky axe can. The demon leader's hand suddenly shrank back at this moment. Then at this moment, the demon leader looked at the hands of Pai and Guzi with fiery eyes. At this moment, Lin Sheng also understood what the demon leader wanted to do. But how could he allow the demon leader to succeed? Just when the demon leader wanted to take action, the Xianyuan sword in Lin Sheng's hand immediately appeared. The opponent's back was crossed. Hiss! The demon leader's face immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. At this time, Zhou Qi looked back. When he saw the Xianyuan sword, his face suddenly turned aside, and he looked at Lin Sheng to question. Where do you get your weapons from? None of your business? Facing the question from the leader of the demon clan, Lin Sheng said unceremoniously, It's okay if you don't say it. Just bring it over. After saying this, he will have the money to attack Lin Sheng. But it's impossible for Lin Sheng to let the other party succeed. Right. So Lin Sheng walked back to the bag, which was in a blur, without giving the other party a chance to open it. Chapter 468 Fake Death. After retreating, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately became sharp. Then he immediately shouted angrily, Get out! After Lin Sheng finished speaking, his eyes fell on the demon leader. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately used the Xianyuan sword in his hand to strike at the opponent. The sword energy flew out, and the demon leader's expression immediately changed dramatically. Then, he hurriedly dodged the sword energy from Lin Sheng. Then at this time, the demon leader also fiercely attacked Lin Sheng. At this time, Guzi and others also started shouting after seeing the scene. Boss/Master, we are here to help you. After Guzi and Pai finished speaking, Guzi and Pai immediately surrounded the location of the demon leader. Then at this moment, a group of people immediately began to attack the demon leader. After being surrounded, the demon leader immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha! Do you think you guys can bully a hungry person with your large numbers? If you think so, you are definitely thinking wrong. After the demon leader finished speaking, at this moment, Lin Sheng and others suddenly gathered together. You think too much. The next moment, Lin Sheng took out the shaped cannon in his hand. And immediately, the three of them put their weapons into the shaped cannon. The next moment, the shaped cannon did not accumulate energy. He just launched an attack on the demon leader at the first opportunity. The demon leader immediately felt the crisis and wanted to escape. But when the concentrated cannon attack was fired, the demon leader only felt that his face became more and more ugly. He couldn't escape, because the attack speed is too fast. In the end, the demon leader was directly attacked at this time. The next moment, the demon leader was killed immediately. At this time, Pai ran directly to the body of the demon leader, then showed a smile and kicked the demon leader several times with his feet. Then he said to the corpse of the demon leader, Uh-huh. Let's see if you are still arrogant. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you been immobile for so long? After Pai finished saying this, he came over to Lin Sheng and said, Boss, this monster is dead. After Pai's words fell, he had not been excited for long when he immediately felt as if his feet were caught by something. When Pai looked back, he immediately saw that the demon leader was not dead yet, and he reached out and grabbed his ankle. It was at this time that the demon leader suddenly raised his head, exhaled a puff of black smoke, looked at Pai and said, Uh-huh. You think I'm dead? You dare to come and kick me? You must be impatient. Ahem. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful weapon in your hands. After the demon leader finished saying this, he immediately showed an evil look. The next moment, he suddenly pulled Pai-Pai's calf. And the next moment, Pai-Pai suddenly started struggling. Damn! Boss! Help me! Pai-Pai's cry immediately made Lin Sheng and others feel that they were in trouble. Originally, even if the demon leader was not dead, the most he could do was to fight him a few more times. But Pai-Pai, a fool, actually ran to provoke the guy in front of him at this time, and was caught by pretending to die. Now he directly became the opponent's prisoner. However, there was still one thing that made Lin Sheng doubtful. I'm afraid this demon leader is too strong. Although the power of the concentrated cannon is not very powerful, it can still cause damage to heaven-level guys. However, the demon leader's strength was only at the earth level, and he was not killed by the bomb. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately quietly began to adjust the strength of the concentrated cannon. Then at this moment, the demon leader said to Lin Sheng, "Take that cannon. Take care of the artifact inside." After he said this, he immediately picked up Pai-Pai in his hand, and Pai-Pai continued to struggle in the air. However, Pai-Pai didn't have an artifact in his hand at the moment, so he had no way to fight back. In the end, he could only continue to struggle at this time. Guzi said to Lin Sheng, "Master, do you want to save Pai-Pai?" At this time, Lin Sheng said to the demon leader, "Let that kid go. Take the artifact." The demon leader also said without giving in. The two immediately reached a stalemate. Lin Sheng was worried that after he took away the artifact, the demon leader was unwilling to let go of Pai-Pai. In this case, he would lose his advantage. And at that time, Pai-Pai might not be able to be saved. The demon leader looked at Lin Sheng, and he was worried that he would let Lin Sheng not take away the artifact. In his eyes, as long as the concentrated cannon loses the energy supply of the artifact, it will not be able to cause harm to him. Then he will have the opportunity to launch a counterattack against Lin Sheng and others. However, the person in front of him never thought that the energy-gathering cannon could also gather energy, and he had already concentrated the energy in the energy-gathering cannon. Then at this moment, the leader of the demon clan couldn't bear it anymore and immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Together?" Lin Sheng glanced at the shaped cannon and nodded immediately. Anyway, the energy of the shaped cannon had been charged. Lin Sheng opened the shaped cannon and said to Guzi, "Take it away." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Guzi immediately took away his sky-opening axe. Then at this moment, Guzi took away the sky-opening axe. The demon leader continued, "Take all of yours." "Impossible. You let him come here to get his weapons." After Lin Sheng hesitated for a while, he took out his Xianyuan sword and said to the demon leader. He thought for a while. It was like the batteries of a remote control. 2 batteries were missing. Even if it was still useful, the energy would definitely not be enough to produce the previous power. The next moment, the demon leader immediately threw Pai-Pai out and threw it towards Lin Sheng's position. Boom. "Oh my god! It hurts me so much," Pai-Pai said, covering his butt. Then the demon leader said impatiently, "Hurry up and let that kid take away the weapon." Lin Sheng nodded and said to Pai-Pai, "Take it quickly." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the demon leader stared at Pai-Pai. When Pai-Pai nodded and just reached out to pick up the Thor's hammer, the demon leader's feet immediately started to move. Chapter 469, Kill the demon leader and then explore the black hole. Then, the figure of the demon leader flashed. At this moment, the demon leader quickly ran towards Lin Sheng's location. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly looked back and smiled immediately. Lin Sheng looked at the demon leader. The figure that was constantly coming towards Lin Sheng in a high altitude wanted to stop at this moment. Then at this time, the demon leader felt something was wrong in Lin Sheng's eyes. After he swallowed, he hesitated to suppress his fear. At this moment, the demon leader quickly rushed towards Lin Sheng's position with gritted teeth. "You may be wrong. You should have run away quickly." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately raised the shaped cannon in his hand. The next moment, a powerful energy cannon was fired at the concentrated cannon. Then at this moment, the concentrated cannon blasted towards the demon leader. This time the demon leader's face kept changing at this moment, from calm disdain to horror. The demon leader had been shot before, but the power of that shot didn't cause much damage to him. Then at this moment, the demon leader felt that his face was very ugly. It was at this time that the ability cannon bombarded the demon leader. Now he finally felt the power of the weapon. The demon leader stopped at this time. Then an expression of despair appeared on his face. "I am dead." After the demon leader finished saying this, he immediately fell to the ground and became motionless. Then he died completely. Pai and Guzi also came over at this time. After arriving at the body of the demon leader, Pai originally wanted to kick the horns in revenge for being caught earlier. Then, at this moment, he thought of the demon leader's corpse fraud. Pai immediately gave up his previous youthfulness. He struck the demon leader directly with Thor's hammer from a distance. Then, at this moment, Pai proudly looked at the leader of the demon clan, who had been crushed by him, and said, "Uh-huh. He is finally dead now." Lin Sheng and Guzi looked helplessly at Pai in front of them, then walked towards the distance. At this time, Lin Sheng said to Pai, "You can handle it yourself. You can throw it wherever you want. Just don't leave it in the flying saucer." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he and Lin Sheng walked away. Pai was helpless. He had known that he would not have come here just now. "Oh, you have to make your own trouble." After Pai finished saying this, he threw the demon leader out. Then Pai came back. The corpse of the demon leader floated in the void, and finally fell into the sun and was burned to ashes. Although the demon leader was powerful when he was alive, he was no longer a talented person after his death. And what should be burned will still be burned. When Pai returned to Gigi's room, he saw Lin Sheng looking at the black hole. "Boss, the demon enemies have been dealt with. Should we go into the black hole to have a look next?" Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Yes." It was at this time that old Jack said, "Pajun is coming." Lin Sheng looked back and saw Pajun walking on a familiar road. "Ha, Mr. Sheng. I'll say H, low to you and then leave." After Pajun said this, he took the people around him back to the blue star without hesitation. After Pajun left, Lin Sheng immediately started telling old Jack to head towards the location in the black hole. This time the enemy's strength has reached the earth level, and we don't know what kind of small world will happen in the small world that will be open this time. Whether it is possible to obtain materials to cultivate to heaven-level strength. While Lin Sheng and everyone else were thinking this, the flying saucer had already entered the black hole. Originally, the black hole was only big enough for a flying saucer to enter. If the flying saucer did not control its flight well, it might hit the edge of the black hole. But now, the size of this black hole can no longer fly into it no matter how the flying saucer flies. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more opportunities, the size of the black hole entrance will allow the entire blue star to enter the black hole. When the flying saucer entered the black hole, Lin Sheng and others looked at the scene in front of them. At this time, Pai suddenly said, "Dear, it feels a bit like opening a blind box." After Pai said this, Lin Sheng and Guzi both laughed. Pai's words were really similar. As time passed, the flying saucer had already flown around in the passage in the black hole for quite a long time. After the flight, Lin Sheng said to Guzi, "This is a bit strange. I have been flying for so long, and I still haven't seen the entrance to the small world." However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly lit up not far from Lin Sheng and others' flying saucer. After Lin Sheng and others saw this light, everyone immediately thought of the situation in the Ixia world they had visited before. Immediately, strange looks appeared in everyone's eyes. "Boss, do we want to go to this?" Pai immediately asked Lin Sheng. After hearing what Pai said, Lin Sheng looked at Pai and asked, "Do you want to go? If not, how will our strength be improved?" After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai hesitated and said, "The trap of the demons before. Ours should also be a trap of the demons." Pai's words trailed off. Then at this moment, Guzi waved the sky-opening axe in his hand in front of Pai's eyes. After a while, Guzi said, "In order to improve your strength, you still need to take action." After Guzi finished speaking and saw that Pai had nothing to say, Lin Sheng said to old Jack, "Let's go!" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, old Jack immediately drove the flying saucer towards the location of the golden light not far away. On the way, party member Lin Sheng said to the people around him, "Everyone, please be careful. Once you find something wrong, kill the opponent directly." After Lin Sheng's words fell, everyone said at this time, "Understood." After Lin Sheng said this, everyone became wary. Then a golden light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. After the golden light faded, everyone saw the real picture. Then at this moment, everyone's eyes widened immediately. Where is this?" Pai and others all said in confusion. Chapter 470. The ancient forest world was attacked by surprise. Just after everyone was shocked, they immediately began to check the surrounding environment. The environment here is very similar to Blue Star. No, to be precise, it is very similar to the strange image of Blue Star that everyone has speculated. There are no tall cities, no high-rise buildings, and no man-made buildings. Everything here seems to be the new ancient forest. No part of the environment has been mined. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to the men around him, "Brothers, let's go. The environment here is very similar to the desolate period of Blue Star. Of course, it is just a guess. I don't know if we will find the supplies we need here." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led the people into this special environment. Not long after walking, Lin Sheng and others entered a forest. After walking into this tall forest, Lin Sheng immediately said to Guzi and others around him, "This forest is big enough, and the trees are dense enough." After Lin Sheng's finished speaking, Pai, Guzi and others all nodded in agreement at this time. Then at this time, both Guzi and Pai kept looking at their surroundings, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged into everyone's hearts. "Boss, I seem to feel something weird here," Pai said to Lin Sheng at this time. At the same time, Pai immediately became extremely vigilant. Guzi suddenly saw a black shadow flashing across a corner in the forest. Then Lin Sheng also felt something was wrong. After sensing something was wrong, Lin Sheng immediately said to Guzi and others around him, "Please pay attention to protect Shenling and Kong Kongi." After the two heard Lin Sheng's words, Shenling and Kong Kongi immediately stood in the middle of Lin Sheng and others. They did not say anything and looked around very vigilantly. Lin Sheng, Pai and Guzi immediately surrounded the two of them. Each of the three of them looked in one direction, while Shenling and Kong Kongi were looking around in the air. Even when the five of them were extremely vigilant, they did not see any enemies appear. It doesn't seem like anything dangerous has appeared. Although Kong Kongi still remained vigilant, he couldn't help but say suspiciously. Lin Sheng and others were also puzzled. The enemies didn't appear, but why did it still give everyone an ominous feeling? "How about we pretend to let down our guard?" Guzi said softly. Then an explanation was given. "Could it be that our actions aroused the vigilance of those things, and that's why they didn't show up?" After Guzi finished speaking, Lin Sheng nodded and started thinking about it. "Yes, people like me have moved too much, and I don't know what the existence hiding in the dark is. But these things have been hiding and have not come out. If everyone accidentally encounters something else, if these enemies hiding in the dark suddenly appear, then the ones who are in danger in the end will still be themselves." After thinking about this, Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, let's all disperse. But don't go too far. Everyone must be careful." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone immediately dispersed. Then at this moment, everyone dispersed. Afterwards, everyone still walked cautiously, although they seemed to be scattered and didn't show much. But the heart could only return to Sue, and she was extremely vigilant. Everyone was walking, and after walking all the way, they suddenly noticed a burst of restlessness in the forest on Friday. "Coming!" Guzi, Pai and others whispered this. Then Lin Sheng and others used the corner of their eyes to carefully check the surrounding environment. The swaying grass was also noticed by everyone. However, everyone did not get together at this time. That was because everyone's performance before directly caused the monster hiding in the dark to not appear. These are not going to continue to alert others. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and others kept calling this mobile phone number. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Sheng and others continued walking. The monster in the dark seemed to have seen Lin Sheng and others, but did not notice them. Finally, after waiting for a long time, I couldn't sit still anymore. Immediately, it popped up from the grass. Then the monster's figures immediately flashed and rushed towards where Lin Sheng and others were. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and others' faces showed expressions of excitement. "Coming!" After Guzi said this, Lin Sheng and others immediately looked in the direction of the monster attack, and the team immediately moved closer at this time. All five people had weapons in their hands. Brush. Guzi's sky-opening axe struck down with one blow. Boom. The Thor's hammer in Pai's hand also fell. Shenling, Kong Kongi and Lin Sheng all attacked in unison. In an instant, 5 black figures in the forest were killed and fell to the ground. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng and others saw what those things looked like. So what kind of monsters are they? They are all animals in the forest. And other animals just popped up. He saw that all his kind were killed at this time. Then these animals shrank back one after another, unwilling to continue to emerge. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and others immediately gathered together. And then at this time, the 5 people shook their heads helplessly. "These little things are too vigilant. As soon as they see other little things being dealt with, they all start running away. We can't catch them even if we want to." At this time, Lin Sheng also nodded and said, "Oh, there is some trouble. Lin Sheng was also helpless. He originally thought it would be a trap by the demons. But what happened in the end? The demon people didn't see it. But these little things in the forest are a real headache. Lin Sheng walked over. He had been too anxious to hit him just now. He didn't even see clearly what the thing in front of him was before he beat him to death. Then go deal with other things. Take a look now. Lin Sheng immediately saw the body of the martial arts shadow. There was a black snake, a woodchuck, and 3 strange mice. Lin Sheng frowned. The things he saw this time were all small. They should be the things in the woods. Chapter 471 Guardian Snake. Forget it. Let's keep looking. If those things come out again, we'll solve them. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he continued to lead his men around him and started walking in the forest. These things don't sound very powerful. Lin Sheng and others continued to search for materials in the forest that could enhance his strength to heavenly level. The creatures in the forest were still hiding in the dark and continued to observe the movements of Lin Sheng and others. At this time, Lin Sheng and others continued walking and came to the big tree. That is? Lin Sheng frowned and looked at the fruit on the tree. He felt a feeling on the fruit that could improve his strength. Lin Sheng immediately became confused. This fruit obviously has powerful energy inside. At this moment, Guzi suddenly said, Master, I'll pick these things for you. After Guzi said this, he immediately started to climb the tree. But when the dog just came to the tree, he suddenly felt a bad feeling. When Guzi looked back, he immediately saw a huge snake emerging from the tree next door. The big snake spit out letters on its head and stared at the dog with its vicious triangular eyes. A large amount of cold sweat immediately broke out on Guzi's forehead. This and that. Guzi felt a little guilty. But with the big snake staring at him, if he wanted to take out the sky-opening axe, he was afraid that the big snake would attack him as soon as he made a move. When Guzi saw that he couldn't get down, the big snake kept staring at him. The dog was suddenly unbound. And just when he had the idea of dealing with the big snake, an idea suddenly came to Guzi's mind. If you attack this big snake yourself, the environment I am in now is not beneficial to me. But it is all on the big snake. And the most important thing is that Guzi clearly felt that the big snake would cause harm to him. Guzi suddenly thought of something. He himself was an earth-level person. This big snake actually poses a threat to him, if his strength is at the prefecture level. Otherwise, these big snakes will definitely not pose such a threat to him. In desperation, Guzi had no choice but to retreat. When Guzi returned to the ground, he raised his head and looked at the big snake on the tree. After seeing Guzi go down, the big snake gradually retreated back. It just revealed a snake head and continued to stare at Guzi. Lin Sheng, Pai Pai and others were a little strange, because the big snake was blocked before. No one looked at the big snake, and the big snake didn't observe everyone. So for a while no one felt the presence of the big snake. Of course Guzi and others were curious about why Guzi climbed up the tree. After staying for so long, he actually returned to the ground without taking anything. Pai Pai looked at Guzi in confusion and asked, Guzi, are you afraid of heights? Ha. After hearing Pai Pai's words, Guzi immediately had unpleasant thoughts in his mind. Then he said to Pai Pai, If you have the ability, go ahead. I'll go. After Pai Pai said this, he immediately prepared to climb the tree. After Guzi saw Pai Pai's actions, he immediately showed a sly smile. Aren't you mocking me by filming me? Go up and see for yourself. Guzi retreated to Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng looked at Guzi, who came back and immediately asked Guzi curiously, Guzi, what are you doing when you're embarrassed? After hearing Lin Sheng's question, Guzi immediately told what he had just seen on the tree. After hearing Guzi's words, Lin Sheng immediately started laughing. I didn't expect that a guy like you could be so sinister. Lin Sheng had just finished speaking and looked towards Pai Pai, who was climbing the tree with a smile. And at this time, as soon as Pai Pai came to the tree, he immediately let out a scream. I'll go. You uncle. I don't have any grudge against you. Right. Is it necessary to target me like this? Pai Pai complained for a while. Then at this moment, Pai Pai jumped down from the tree. He also made the same decision as Guzi. After a while, he returned to the ground. When Pai Pai returned to Lin Sheng, he immediately said angrily to Guzi, You bastard. Then he ignored Guzi and looked at Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, Boss, these animals are probably all from the prefecture level. The few shadow animals we killed before were probably all at Xian level or yellow level. After hearing Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng immediately became curious. This guy was actually so powerful. So Lin Sheng immediately began to ask how Pai Pai made his judgment. Pai Pai soon gave a reason. After Pai Pai said this, Lin Sheng also hesitated. But after Lin Sheng looked at the snake head on the tree, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Kill it! Draw out other things, and then deal with them all." The reason why Lin Sheng said this was actually because it needed the supplies here, not to mention anything else. Just the fruits on the tree at that moment already gave it an opportunity to improve its strength. However, the big snake in front of it was obviously a snake in the way. What's more, I don't know how many things are hiding in the dark. If these guys are still there, then it has no chance to take away the things in this world. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately approached the monster with a group of his men, and immediately launched an attack on the big snake in front of him. Since everyone was standing on the ground this time, they had an advantage again, so they seemed to start attacking the big snake on the tree. Then, at this time, the big snake suddenly felt the threat to its life, and the big snake immediately roared in anger. Hiss! Hiss! After the big snake made this sound, Lin Sheng and others' attacks had already fallen on the big snake. The big snake had no time to escape and was killed directly. Then big snakes seemed to appear from the surrounding trees. Lin Sheng and others immediately felt helpless. These people were too slow to take action and allowed the big snake in front of them to summon their men. And at this time, Lin Sheng said to everyone, "Now that they have all run out, so let's all work hard and kill these guys." Chapter 472, The Fruit of Improving Strength. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of a big snake spitting out snakes immediately surrounded Lin Sheng and others. Then at this moment, after Lin Sheng gave the order, everyone around him took out the weapons in their hands. The next moment, the hands of the 5 people were really terrifying. All the exclusive artifacts lit up with super lights that belonged to which artifact. The next moment, powerful power continued to gather in the hands of the 5 people. Lin Sheng and others continued to attack the surrounding snakes at this time. After the attacks of the artifacts fell one after another, those big snakes were looking for to be dealt with. After the corpses of the big snakes fell to the ground, Lin Sheng and others looked at the empty gold around them, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Solved! Well, the strength of these big snakes is at the earth level. If they are stronger, then we know that there is no way to deal with them. Everyone started talking. Lin Sheng had seen the forest and was unwilling to leave it. So he walked over and came to the bottom of the big tree he had seen before. Then he looked up and saw that the fruits on the tree were still there. These guarding trees after all the big snakes have been dealt with. This big tree no longer has the guardian beast. Lin Sheng climbed up decisively. When he came to the tree, he looked at the red fruits. He immediately stepped on them and threw each one into his mouth. I started eating as soon as I felt stuck. Apple flavor. A little sour and a little sweet. This taste is just right. After coming here for a while, Lin Sheng felt that the energy in his body was constantly increasing. But the world that lasted didn't last long. What Lin Sheng could feel was that the amount of energy in his body had reached 1%. After Lin Sheng thought about it, he realized that every tick-tock of this fruit brought him 1% energy. Then you only need to use 100 to reach the heaven level. After Lin Sheng just thought of this, he continued to throw a fruit into his mouth. The next moment, Lin Sheng looked around and saw other fruit trees beside this big tree. The fruits on these fruit trees are similar to the fruits I am eating. However, Lin Sheng soon discovered that his previous guess was a wrong guess. When he ate the second fruit, Lin Sheng felt that the energy function of the fruit in his body was not as much as before. Lin Sheng continued to use the fruits on the tree. After a while, when Lin Sheng ate the 9th fruit, he felt that the energy in his body had become very small. When Lin Sheng used the 10th fruit, he only felt that only 5% of the total energy was obtained in his body. But if you continue to use the fruit, there is nothing you can do. In order to ensure that his guess was correct, he continued to eat the fruit of self-love. Well, it's no use anymore. After Lin Sheng thought of this, he picked other fruits the next moment, and gave 10 fruits to each of Guzi and others. These fruits are given to you. Eat them. This is the upper limit. After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi and others took the fruit and started to use it immediately. It's just that when using it, everyone thought it was a grapefruit. But they were disappointed because they had just noticed the fruit tree when they arrived. But the effect of the fruit was very limited. Only 10 can be used. And there are at least 100 fruits on the tree. But they are of no use to them at all. It felt a bit pity all of a sudden. After Lin Sheng gave Guzi and others the fruits, he immediately began to stomp all the other fruits into his backpack space. After finishing these things, Lin Sheng jumped towards another big tree. The guardian beasts here were also summoned by the big snake just now. And they were killed by them just now. So there are no other guardian beasts here. Lin Sheng immediately began to care about the fruits on the big tree. The fruits here are different from the previous red fruits. The fruits here are relatively small, with only eggs inside, and they look like leaves. If you look at them from the ground, you will easily see them as ordinary leaves. It was only when Lin Sheng got closer to the tree that he recognized these fruits. It was at this time that Lin Shengjian threw the green fruit in front of him into his mouth. Start eating. Death. Sour. This is too sour. Lin Sheng immediately felt that his gums were constantly resisting these fruits. But the energy contained in the fruit made Lin Sheng's eyes light up immediately. Then he looked at the fruit in front of him, and felt the energy in his body continue to increase. Lin Shengyu continued to pick. Then at this moment, Guzi and others on the ground raised their heads curiously, and looked at Lin Sheng on the tree high in the sky. Xiaosheng, what are you doing on the tree? Those leaves are inedible. Right. Shenling didn't see that what Lin Sheng was holding was fruit on the ground, and thought Lin Sheng was eating leaves. Then Lin Sheng turned around, and smiled slightly and said, Hey, this is not a leaf. It is also a kind of fruit. The trees around here are all fruits, but the varieties are different. Different breeds we can continue to get energy, so it's still okay. After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately grabbed a lot of green fruits and threw them towards where Guzi and others were. Everyone caught the fruit one after another. Then he said with some surprise, these are really fruits. After everyone reacted, they also started to use these fruits. As soon as the fruit entered the mouth, everyone's eyes narrowed. Then everyone bared their teeth and grinned. It's really like that. Guzi said that although the automatic taste is not good, improving strength is a real thing, and Guzi just wants to eat the fruit together. Then at this time, Lin Sheng continued to step on it, and his strength increased to 10%. The effect of the fruit was almost gone, so after throwing some fruits to everyone, they started to step on them. After Lin Sheng finished picking the fruits on the tree, he looked around and realized that the fruits here were all the same. So Lin Sheng said to Guzi and others, Come up! Go! These fruits are all the same. Let's go and pick them. I'll go over there and take a look. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he jumped towards the big tree where the yellow fruit he had just locked was located. After arriving at the tree, Lin Sheng looked at the yellow fruits and then picked them. But Lin Sheng didn't know how to use these fruits. Chapter 473 Animal Counterattack. Lin Sheng began to pick and study. After a while, Guzi and others walked towards the fruit tree that Lin Sheng had just mentioned and started picking fruits. Lin Sheng looked at the yellow fruit in his hand, and the extremely strong hard SHL, he didn't know how to open it. Lin Sheng grabbed it hard, but couldn't open these fruits. Lin Sheng felt helpless for a while. Suddenly Lin Sheng thought of something, and immediately picked all the fruits on the tree. Lin Sheng jumped to the ground, then beat each other with 2 fruits. After a while, the SHL of one fruit was finally opened by another fruit. The pulp inside the fruit was exposed, and a strange smell entered Lin Sheng's mouth. Lin Sheng was stunned immediately. This smells like durian, and the pulp looks almost the same as durian. The only difference is the SHL of the fruit. But in this case, you still need to try it to see how it tastes. After Lin Sheng tried it, his eyes immediately lit up. The taste is indeed good. The only pity is that the fruit taste is not good enough. It was at this time that Lin Sheng continued to operate the fruits around him. At this time, Guzi and others had finished picking the fruits. The next moment, he saw that Lin Sheng was missing, and he immediately started looking around. After a while, the 4 of them found Lin Sheng's location, and came over one after another. When they arrived in front of Lin Sheng immediately threw the fruit in his hand to them, and said, New fruit. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone fell silent. Then they all started doing the same thing. Separate. Not to mention that although they ate fruits, they ate a lot. Everyone felt that they were full. Lin Sheng looked at the fruits still on the tree, and said immediately, You guys should also collect them all for me. As for me, I'll go over there and take a look. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately walked towards the woods on the other side. The guardian beasts of the woods here are also some of the big snakes that were killed before. This time Lin Sheng found walnuts. Walnuts are also part of the fruit. After Lin Sheng picked them all, then continued to use it. After some searching, Lin Sheng found 36 kinds of fruits. After all the fruits were stepped down, there were at least more than 100,000 pieces. It is completely enough for 10,000 to 20,000 people. Of course, the energy in Lin Xingjiang's body reached a height of 70 at this time. It's a bit embarrassing that fruits don't have 5% energy supply. Some only have 1%. It seems that there is still 30% energy left to reach the heaven level. Lin Sheng immediately set his sights on those unexplored forests. Lin Sheng saw that everyone had returned to their positions and came over to shout, and immediately said to Guzi and others, "There are no more energy fruits in the environment here. Everyone went over there with me to have a look." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led everyone towards the other side, where the fruit trees were. When Lin Sheng arrived at the location of the fruit, he immediately saw figures emerging from the woods. They are all animals in the forest. They did not continue to hide in the dark and wait for opportunities, but directly showed their figures. It seems that he is very resistant to the arrival of students and others. After these animals came over, they immediately surrounded Lin Sheng and others. After being surrounded by these animals, Lin Sheng immediately made a decision to everyone around him. Kill! Kill all these animals! After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led the people around him to start killing these animals. Among these animals are wolves and wild boars in the mountains and forests. This forest is their territory, and the animals, like Lin Sheng and others, want to drive them away. After Lin Sheng and others took action, they quickly started fighting with these animals. After a while, these animals were all killed by Lin Sheng and others. Among them, there were several leading beasts, who always hid behind and did not rush to the front. After seeing the people of the same kind around them being killed, they all started to retreat and ran away without saying a word. Pai Pai and Guzi just stopped what they were doing and were immediately stunned. The two of them were speechless as they looked at the beast that started to run away without saying a word. This escaped. The two looked at each other and talked. When the two of them were originally ambitious, they thought that after getting rid of all the beasts in front of them, they would run to the lead beast of the chicken-headed beast and prepare to kill all these beasts. But what Shudi didn't expect in the end was that the beast would actually escape at this time. What a shameless behavior. The two looked at Lin Sheng speechlessly. Lin Sheng laughed and ran away. He was not someone who had to kill them quickly. Since the beast leaders had escaped, he would take advantage of this opportunity to take back the fruits on those trees. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to the two of them, "Collect supplies." After saying this, everyone began to continue signaling supplies. There is no need to fight the beast leader, which also eliminates wasting time and allows more time to collect supplies. Lin Sheng immediately led a group of subordinates to start collecting supplies. At this time, everyone was constantly looking for supplies in this forest that could be used for your upgrade. During this wave of searches, Lin Sheng and others found more kiwis, flat peaches, and other fruits in their hands. After obtaining 30 fruits in a row, everyone's strength increased to the heaven level at this time. Pai Pai said in great surprise, "Boss, why have we been upgraded?" After Pai Pai finished speaking, everyone showed expressions of surprise at this time. The next moment, just as everyone was about to continue talking about the phone number, they suddenly heard a huge beast roar. Everyone was stunned. Looking back, I immediately saw a lot of wild wolves emerging from a forest not far away. Behind the wild wolves, a lot of strange beasts appeared. There might as well be a mammoth in the back. "I'll go. A big guy is here," Guzi said at this time. "So what if he's a little older? Weren't we all too tired to run away before?" Pai Pai said disdainfully at this time. At the same time, he also took out Thor's hammer in his hand. Chapter 474 Wild Party. The materials here have been collected, and all the supplies combined are enough for the entire crew on the flying saucer. And it was enough to train the group of Qianji's men in Pajun's hands. The next material Lin Sheng and others need to look for is the ore materials. It is the material that will be used to make fighter jets. Second, if you want to find those materials, it is impossible to find them in this forest. If you want to find it, you may have to leave this forest and search outside. Of course, if you go out, you will be in the mountain outside this forest. And the location of that big mountain, if the guess is not wrong, is where the wild beasts came not far away. After Lin Sheng and others saw the scene, their eyes immediately lit up. Lin Sheng said, "These beasts came just in time. It would be really great if all the beasts from that mountain range came over. In this way, we have to deal with those beasts early. Then, there will be no need to be troubled by wild beasts in the mountains over there." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately ran forward with Guzi and others. But at this time, Pai Pai didn't even use Thunder God plant essence. He ran towards the beast in the distance. "Ha ha! Look at my fist!" Comparatively speaking, if you use weapons, it would be more enjoyable to use your own fists. So he simply used his fists to fight the enemy. In the past, it was not strong enough. Using fists to kill beasts would be a thankless task. But now those beasts only have earth-level strength. But now Pai-Pai's strength is already at the heaven level. There is a big gap between the strength of heaven level and earth level. Pai-Pai came to a wild wolf. And everyone said that the wild wolf had a tofu waist with a copper head and iron bones. At this time, Pai-Pai just didn't believe in evil. He immediately wanted to use his fist to deal with the wild wolf. Pai-Pai immediately punched the wild wolf in the head with a fist. Then at this moment, the wild wolf's head was hit until it exploded. Then Pai-Pai looked back at the other wild wolves with a smile. A smile on his lips. It was a cheerful smile. It's just that it looked so weird in the eyes of these beasts. After holding it in for a while, Pai-Pai finally said, "It's cool. It's so refreshing to use the power of your fists." Yes, Pai-Pai really likes the feeling of hitting the flesh with his fist. Then Faction approached those wild wolves. The group of wild wolves in front of them immediately showed frightened eyes. This human being is a bit strange. A bit scary. And less human than the beasts like us. After thinking of this, these wild wolves began to howl and became a little worried. At this time, Lin Sheng looked at Pai-Pai and wanted to say something. But seeing Pai-Pai's somewhat crazy state, Lin Sheng stopped talking. I thought to myself, forget it and let him go. Then at this time, those wild wolves looked at the factions of wolves that were constantly approaching them, and immediately couldn't help but retreat. After retreating lazily, Pai-Pai not only did not stop, but even more proudly approached the wild wolves in front of him. Lin Sheng and others were speechless after seeing this scene. You wild wolves are all wild beasts. Okay, beasts. Where is the arrogance of you beasts? Why is it gone? When everyone was thinking this, just when Pai-Pai was about to approach the wild wolves, the wild boar behind actually ran up to him with a howl, trying to use the two sharp teeth on its mouth. Crash Pai. But at this moment, Pai-Pai looked back and saw the wild boar that was constantly approaching him. Pai-Pai's backhand was to extend his hand, and he bent forward and grabbed the two teeth of the wild boar. The next moment, the wild boar immediately stopped walking. Can't even move. The wild boar's eyes immediately revealed a horrified look. The next moment, the wild boar started to panic. He felt that his feet had left the ground, and he could not stand firmly. The wild boar also had frightening thoughts in his heart at this moment. This myself is going to be abused. He is a long-haired wild boar, weighing 500 kilograms alone. And he was actually blocked when he collided with him. And the situation in front of me is about to be lifted up. After thinking of this, the wild boar wanted to retreat and escape. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come up to cause trouble at this time. But how could Pai-Pai allow the wild boar to escape? So he used more force with his hands. The wild boar was suppressed so that it could not escape. The next moment, Pai-Pai lifted the wild boar and threw it high into the air. Call out. The wild boar flew up and fell, and was immediately hit into the soil. A big pit appeared on the ground. The wild boar's skin was also thick enough. He didn't fall to death. Then Pai-Pai ran up directly. It's good that you're not dead. I'll bury you. After Pai-Pai finished speaking, he rushed straight in front of the wild boar. Then he hit him with a punch. Veins popped out in Pai-Pai's arms, and he immediately smashed the wild boar's head open. Even the two teeth of the wild boar were broken at this time. Pai-Pai will continue to watch the other beasts. For a time, those beasts lost the arrogance they had before, and instead showed a look of horror in their eyes. Are they the beasts or is Pai the beast? For a time, all the beasts came up with the idea of not wanting to be enemies with Pai-Pai. And then at this time, Pai-Pai walked towards the beasts step by step. Master, this is an upgrade to the little snacks that our savage clan made when we were bored. I don't think we need to take action. Let's just watch the show. After Guzzi finished saying this, he took out small bags from his backpack. These bags contained beef jerky and other snacks. After seeing this scene, Lin Sheng and others came over one after another, picked up the snacks and put them in their mouths, and they all grabbed a small handful and sat on the ground, watching as they brutally tortured the beasts. The dog did a good job. Remember to bring snacks when you go out in the future. If this happens again, everyone doesn't have to wait boredly. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzzi smiled naively. Okay. Pai-Pai charged into the crowd of beasts. Those beasts still had the idea of resisting at first, but relying on their large number of beasts, they thought they might be able to fight back. But the next moment, this thought disappeared. Chapter 475, Trapping the Beast. Pai-Pai's fists continued to fall, and the beasts began to run away one after another. Whenever a beast tried to escape from the herd, A hand would suddenly appear behind them and grab them by the neck. And at the next moment a voice sounded. "Where are you going? Come back, everyone." After Pai said this, he suddenly pulled the beast back. The next moment, Li Chu had a lifeless look on the beast's face, and tears of true grievance fell down. But there is no way to escape this clutches. He could only be caught and pulled back. After returning to the herd of beasts, the beast's painful wails came directly from the herd. Escape. This is the thought in all the beasts' minds. But Pai doesn't give him a chance at all. The beasts that had just escaped from the herd were captured by Pai. After a lot of killing, only a few trembling beasts were left lying on the ground, not daring to move. If it weren't for their trembling bodies due to fear, Lin Sheng would have thought that the beasts had been sent to kill them. Then at this moment, Pai twisted the bones and joints on his body, and some weird looks appeared in his eyes. Then he turned around and walked towards Lin Sheng and others. "Boss, you are going too far. You are all eating snacks here." As Pai spoke, he reached out and took a bag of beef jerky from Guzi's hand and started eating it. And while eating, he complained to Lin Sheng and others. "Don't even come here to help me kill these beasts." After Pai finished speaking, Guzi directly spread his hands and said, "You are so happy fighting yourself. How can we have the nerve to disturb you?" After Guzi said this, Pai rolled his eyes, sat down and waited. At this time, Guzi said, "Isn't your intermission time a bit long? Those beasts are not dead yet." Pai rolled his eyes and said nothing, still eating snacks. At this time, Lin Sheng smiled and said, "He deliberately let these beasts go." "Huh? Did you let him go on purpose?" Guzi was a little confused. Lin Sheng said, "These beasts do not live in the forest. After being killed in large numbers, they will inevitably escape after being out of danger. And this hope that there are such diverse types among the beasts. But there is no beast leader. This must not be the whole beast. And these beasts are not necessarily found in the forest, but in the mountains. According to the characteristics of the previous beasts, they will locate their residence in a place full of supplies. If we go inexplicably, I'm afraid we will waste a lot of time. If you let them lead the way, it will save a lot of time, and there will be no need to make detours." After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi suddenly realized. Then he said, "So that's it." Pai took a bite of beef jerky and said with a smile, "The boss still understands me." After Pai said this, Guzi suddenly became helpless at this moment. At this time, the beasts who hoped to escape the death crisis raised their heads in confusion, and then looked around. Wild wolves, wild boars and cheetahs are the few remaining wild animals. The three of them looked at Lin Sheng and others in confusion. It was at this time that the beasts stared at Pai's back and thought, could it be that this weird human being was tired and took a rest? If that's really the case, that's fine. You can take advantage of this time to escape. The three beasts looked at each other and communicated. Wild boar, "Brother Wolf is gone." Wild wolf, "Old pig, do you think it's safe to leave now?" Leopard, "Keep an eye on it." Wild boar, "The devil doesn't seem to be looking at us." Wild wolf, "He's sleeping. Let's leave quickly." After the beast's eye contact ended, he immediately took steps, and then walked towards the distance with hands and feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, the wild boar hit a small tree, and the tree was immediately not crooked. Then the wild wolf and the leopard showed frightened expressions on their faces at this time. "Ho ho ho, you have to run quickly." "Ouch, wild boar. You idiot." Both the wild wolf and the leopard roared at this time. After the sound fell, the two beasts ignored the wild boar behind them and just spread their legs and ran away. After the wild boar realized that he had been left behind, he immediately looked back in horror, wanting to see if Pai had noticed him escaping. He also complained secretly in his heart. It's so abominable that this devil actually wants to trouble him again after taking a rest. If he were to escape and be discovered, wouldn't he die miserably? When he saw that Pai had not noticed him, and when he saw Lin Sheng and others eating snacks carelessly, the wild boar breathed a sigh of relief. Great. He hasn't been discovered. Then he can continue to seize the time to escape. After the wild boar thought of this, he began to run away frantically. But what the wild boar didn't notice was that when his back disappeared from the sight of Lin Sheng and others, Lin Sheng and others all stared at the road they left. "Boss, they have left. We can start leaving." Pai stood up and stretched. After hearing Pai's words, Lin Sheng and others all stood up at this time, and then looked towards a place not far away. The 5 people collected the garbage and walked towards the direction where the masters had just left. It was at this time that all those beasts left here one after another. As everyone walked along, the traces of the beast leaving were very obvious. After all, those beasts came in large numbers before. Although there were only 3 of them when they escaped now. These beasts were so frightened that they ran away in a panic. It is inevitable that there will be piles of traces exposed on the road. Lin Sheng and others followed the traces and continued to move forward. Not long after, a large mountain appeared in everyone's sight. There were also dense woods in this mountain. Then at this moment, a tiger roar came from the mountain. Lin Sheng and others stopped and looked at each other. Everyone was wondering what happened. Then at this moment, Guzi said, "The 3 escaped beasts must have gone to complain." "Right. Ha. After Guzi finished speaking, in the mountain, 3 beasts who were about to go back were howling and complaining to a tiger. But the roar of the tiger just now was also the roar of the Tiger King. The Tiger King was extremely angry that his little brother was being bullied in his own territory. Wasn't this looking down on him? Chapter 476 Tiger King. The Tiger King suddenly roared at the 3 beasts in front of him. The meaning behind his roar was that he would lead a group of beasts to launch a counterattack against Lin Sheng and others. After the Tiger King's roar fell, beasts began to gather around him. Then at this moment, tigers with black and yellow patterns came to the front of the Tiger King. Behind these tigers, other wild beasts were running over one after another. Wild wolves and leopards all showed fierce looks in their eyes at this time. As if sensing the Tiger King's attitude, all the evil spirits on the beasts burst out at this time. Then at this moment, those beasts saw anger showing in King Tiger's eyes. Roar. At this moment, the Tiger King immediately looked up to the sky and roared. The roaring sound immediately spread throughout the mountain forest. The entrance to the forest. Lin Sheng and others were walking on the road. Suddenly I heard this roaring sound. Then the party came to Lin Sheng and said, "Boss, there are tigers in the forest. We didn't see him appear before." After Pai Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng immediately nodded and said, "Yes, maybe the remaining tigers are the bosses of this world in the forest." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone continued to walk inside. Not long after walking, I saw rumbling sounds coming from the road in front of me. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and others looked at the large number of beasts in front of them. At this time, Lin Sheng said to the men around him, "It seems that those beasts who went back to report have brought people over and are ready to fight back against us." After Lin Sheng's words fell, Pai Pai and others immediately became excited and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, I'm here. My fist is itchy." After Pai Pai said this, he immediately left the team and ran outside to get closer to the beasts. It was at this time that the leader of those beasts was the 3 beasts that fled back. After the 3 beasts saw Lin Sheng and others, their expressions turned ugly at this moment. The enemy is coming. It was at this time that the beast turned back and looked at his Tiger King boss. The Tiger King growled twice and then faced the beast. At this moment, he looked at Lin Sheng and others as if asking, "Are these humans bullying you?" After the tiger's voice fell, the 3 beasts who fled back nodded at this time. Then at this moment, the tiger looked up to the sky and roared. Then a large number of wild beasts ran toward where Lin Sheng and others were. Then at this moment, those beasts were sent closer to one of them. It was at this time that Pai Pai laughed and immediately climbed on top of a fierce tiger. Pai Pai punched it down. Then at this moment, the tiger felt a pain in his head, became angry, and wanted to fight back at the faction the next moment. Pai Pai immediately turned over and sat on the tiger's head. Then Pai Pai laughed loudly. "Ha! In ancient times, Wu Song defeated tigers. Today, I send Song to defeat tigers. Hey, you big bug should die." After Pai Pai said this, he immediately punched him. At this time, the tiger roared again. At that time, the tiger wanted to fight back, but Pai Pai hit on the tiger's back. The tiger was unable to fight back at all and was immediately restrained. Then at this moment, the tiger roared in pain at the frightened beasts around him. These beasts did not dare to approach the tiger at all, let alone run over to help. To them, the tiger is the existence of the boss and the king. If they accidentally hurt the tiger, it would be a thankless task if the tiger directed its anger at them. Then at this moment, those beasts did not move for a long time. Then at this time, a tiger appeared among the other beast teams and came to the tiger's side. He watched Pai Pai continue to attack his own kind. He roared immediately. Then the tiger launched an attack on Pai Pai. The tiger pounced on Pai Pai. From the corner of his eye, Pai Pai saw the beast that was about to attack him. and he immediately struck hard. This was also his last attack. If you don't dodge, you will be attacked. Yeah, you actually attacked me sneakily. After Pai finished speaking, he ran away from the tiger's back. The tiger that came to help pounced on the tiger without breaking, and then bit the tiger's back. The tiger was already dizzy after being beaten by Pai. Was bitten by the same kind again. Suddenly he lay on the ground motionless. Then there was a tiger in front of Pai, who jumped up and used it to sneak attack the general. Then continue the previous routine. And just when Pai launched his attack, Guzi and others approached the group of beasts at this time. Guzi glanced at Pai and said helplessly, "Boring guy." After saying this, Guzi immediately waved his weapon. Use the sky-opening axe in your hand to chop down those beasts. Guzi's sky-opening axe falls, hitting a beast with each axe. Don't be too fast. JJ Lin, Kong Kongi and Shin Ling also joined the battlefield. Not to mention that these beasts were not heaven level. Even the tiger group is only at the pinnacle of the earth level. It's just that they can't make a move in the hands of Lin Sheng and others. Then at this moment, the Tiger King looked at the scene in front of him. Suddenly, King Tiger became furious. He roared angrily at Lin Sheng and others. King Tiger also took the initiative to join the battlefield. He planned to take the initiative to attack Lin Sheng and others. Then at this moment, the Tiger King immediately appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gave up on dealing with the beasts around him. But it was at this time that Lin Sheng came to the Tiger King and confronted him. Lin Sheng looked at the Tiger King in front of him. The Tiger King also looked at Lin Sheng at this time. The Tiger King felt the crisis in Lin Sheng. And Lin Sheng also felt the Tiger King's heaven-level strength. Immediately I thought to myself that something was wrong. Then at this moment, the Tiger King roared at Lin Sheng. The Tiger King immediately launched a counterattack towards Lin Sheng. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng also took action. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was immediately swung. One person and one tiger immediately started fighting. Chapter 477 The Beast in Captivity. The Tiger King's sharp claws and Lin Sheng's Xianyuan sword collided immediately. And then the tiger landed on the ground at this moment, letting out a painful roar. After Lin Sheng landed, he showed a smile. Lin Sheng looked at the tiger's claws with a smile and said with interest, "It seems that my Xianyuan sword is still sharper." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he saw that the Tiger King's claws were broken. The Tiger King was also confused at this time. He looked at his paws and looked at Lin Sheng in confusion at this moment. After a long time, the Tiger King felt an unusual pain in his paw. He immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! Lin Sheng looked at the Tiger King and immediately laughed out loud. Then he said to Tiger King, "Does it hurt?" Tiger King actually nodded to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's eyes immediately became strange. After a while, after Lin Sheng came to his senses, he smiled at the Tiger King and said, "It's okay if it hurts. Why don't you die quickly? If you agree, I won't kill you." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the Tiger King immediately became angry at this moment. The Tiger King immediately roared crazily at the Tiger King to express his anger. At this moment, the Tiger King launched an attack on Lin Sheng in the next moment. The Tiger King immediately rushed towards the Tiger King again. However, because the claws were cut off, the Tiger King could not use his claws to catch Lin Sheng. He could only open his bloody mouth and bite Lin Sheng. Then at this time, the Tiger King's big mouth did not show a frightened expression in Lin Sheng's eyes, but smiled lightly and said, "You have bad breath. Let me pull your teeth." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he thrust his Xianyuan sword into the Tiger King's big mouth, and then suddenly spun around. Then the Tiger King wanted to shut up, but feeling the coldness of the Xianyuan sword in his mouth, he couldn't even close his mouth. In the end, Lin Sheng could only stir it up in his mouth with his Xianyuan sword. After a while, King Tiger couldn't make a sound and could only shed painful tears. After Lin Sheng withdrew the Xianyuan sword, the Tiger King covered his mouth and looked at Lin Sheng with pain and grievance. Lin Sheng smiled and said to Tiger King, "Don't thank me. This way you won't have bad breath. Remember to eat more vegetables then." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the Tiger King immediately showed a look of despair. This time not only are the claws gone, but the teeth are also gone. All the attacks on his body were gone. There was no way to attack Lin Sheng again. The Tiger King was also a sensible being. And after a while, he began to run away, flee into the distance. After Lin Sheng watched the Tiger King leave, he looked at the Tiger King's lonely back indifferently. He smiled. Then he looked at the beasts that were still fighting. He immediately said, "Are you still fighting? Your boss has run away. After Lin Sheng's words fell, these beasts immediately looked back. At this glance, they immediately saw the fleeing figure of the Tiger King. At this time, the Tiger King's figure immediately stiffened. I kept complaining in my heart. This is simply bullying a tiger too far. Damn humans for taking this too far. After all, I am also the boss of the beast. No matter what I say, I have to give him some face. This actually defeated me and didn't say it. Humiliated myself. And finally said it in front of my younger brother. It's simply a loss of strength. The Tiger King did not hesitate and ran away quickly without looking back. Those beasts ran away when they saw King Tiger. If there was any thought of staying and fighting, he immediately ran away. After a long time, none of the beasts in front of Lin Sheng and others were left. Pai came to Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, what did you do to the Tiger King?" "Huh? No. I just trimmed its fingernails and extracted its teeth." Pai, well, the boss is still cruel enough. But by this time, all the wild beasts had escaped, and everyone had no enemies left. So he and Lin Sheng and others headed towards the middle of the mountain forest. After arriving at their next destination, the beasts that had escaped before were startled when they saw Lin Sheng and others arriving, especially since King Tiger was still lying on the ground wailing in pain. But after seeing Lin Sheng's arrival, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately retreated back. And after these beasts left and gave way to the forest for themselves, everyone laughed and walked towards the mountain range. When we arrived at the mountains, we began to dig out materials from the mountains. In a short time, Lin Sheng and others immediately dug out a pile of materials and ores from the mountain range. Then Lin Sheng and others collected these materials. "Ha ha! These beasts don't dare to trouble us now. What we have collected now is a happy one." After Pai said this, when Lin Sheng looked over, he saw those beasts hiding in the corner and shivering. Not long after, Lin Sheng and others collected all the materials. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard someone talking. "Xiaohu, what are you doing?" the voice sounded. Lin Sheng and others looked over at this moment, and immediately saw someone standing in front of the Tiger King. When the Tiger King saw the man coming from Lin, he immediately begged for attention in an aggrieved manner. That person seemed to be communicating with King Tiger. After a while, the man stood up with an angry expression on his face. Then he looked at where Lin Sheng and others were. He immediately saw Lin Sheng. And then, they looked at each other. "You didn't touch my pet?" The man came to Lin Sheng and others, and questioned Lin Sheng. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and others saw the appearance of the other party. This person looked like a member of the demon clan. "Yes. Is this your territory?" Lin Sheng immediately questioned. The man chuckled and said, "This is our territory. This world is the territory of my demon clan. And these animals are all raised by my demon clan." The demon clan member said to Lin Sheng at this time, "Now you have not only beaten my animals, but you have also taken away all the supplies that belong to us here. You must return everything to us and keep your lives." After Lin Sheng heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. Chapter 478 Another Trap. This was originally Lin Sheng and others' fault. But after hearing this, Lin Sheng and others couldn't get angry anymore. So Lin Sheng said, "Since you are so loud, let's see if your strength is enough." Lin Sheng was also annoyed. Isn't this all started when your demon clan invaded Blue Star? After thinking about this an idea came to Lin Sheng's mind. That means the person with the pseudonym Demon Clan is coming to invade Blue Star. Right? Then this world is the cultivation strength that you Demon Clan people put outside. Then just destroy it when you encounter it here. No matter what. It will probably bring some unpleasant things to you. The Demon Clan. In the long run. When Lin Sheng was thinking like this, he immediately said to Pai and the others, "Get started and kill all these demons." After Lin Sheng's words fell, everyone immediately took out their weapons, and then started to kill the demons in front of them. After a series of killings, these demons had no power to resist at all. Their strength is only earth level, and there are no demons with heaven level strength at all. The reason why the Tiger King has heaven level strength is because he was cultivated by the people from the Demon Clan headquarters. On the one hand, it is to cultivate training beasts for these demons, and on the other hand, it is to protect the new generation of these demons. Otherwise, if these new generations of demons encounter the Tiger King at this time, if they have no background, they will definitely be killed by the Tiger King directly. It was at this time that the new generation of demons saw that their companions were actually killed, and some boys became confused. I don't know how long I have lived in this small world, and I have never seen anything like this. He was actually being suppressed and beaten. And he didn't show any mercy to Liuxia. If he encountered her, he would be killed directly. At this time, these new generations of demons immediately began to escape. The people here are all demons, and they are simply here to kill them. But what they want to leave is not that simple. However, as soon as Xiang Yi walked less than 2 steps away, Lin Sheng's figure appeared in front of him. After the demon clan member saw Lin Sheng's face, he immediately showed a horrified expression. This man is so terrible. He is simply a devil. He looked at Lin Sheng with an expression of fear in his heart. The next moment, he threatened Lin Sheng. Said, "You guys, do you know who we are?" After the demon man said this to Lin Sheng, he thought that Lin Sheng would say something and not let him go. But he really didn't expect that Lin Sheng would not follow the routine. At this time, Lin Sheng immediately said to the demon clan, Do you think I will care about your identity if I want to kill you? Besides, even if you are not a member of the demon clan, the internet will not let you go. What's more, you are still a member of the demon clan. How can I let you go? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the demon clan member's face became even more ugly. What does this mean? Is it even more impossible for someone from the demon clan to let him go? Doesn't this mean that his target is a member of the demon clan? Suddenly he seemed to understand something. That is to say, he was the enemy of the demons. The last time he came to this small world, this demon clan member also heard the decision of the demon clan superiors at the demon clan headquarters, which was to launch an invasion of a newly discovered civilized planet. If you want to launch an invasion, you need to open a channel. Although there is not only one channel among the demons, but, as channels grow larger, they are sometimes connected to other channels. Therefore, in the end, the enemy will also enter the passage. By this time, he also understood. It seems that the actions of the demon superiors were somewhat unfavorable this time, which led to the opponent's misjudgment, and he was finally thrown into the passage by the enemy. A group of demons who were training here were in crisis. After thinking of this, the face of the demon clan became ugly. They have Earth-level strength, and this small world is also a training environment for their Earth-level strength. If they have a chance, they can break through to the heaven level. You must know that the strength of the heaven level is almost the same, even among the demons. Although it looks like there are only 100,000 people on the surface, there are so many people in such an environment. And now that these people have actually reached here, it means that these people are at least Earth level in strength. No, they should have solved the demon clan's increase in Earth level strength. In this way, these people are at heaven level. They, the new generation of Earth level demons, only number 1 million in number. After thinking of this, the demons immediately wanted to leave. Then at this moment, the demon clan member looked at Lin Sheng in horror and wanted to escape. And Lin Sheng didn't give him a chance anymore. He directly raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and with one strike, he directly killed the demon in front of him. After Lin Sheng took back the Xianyuan sword, he walked back to Pai Pai and the others. The demon fell to the ground immediately. The demons around Pai Pai and others have all been killed. Okay, let's go! After Lin Sheng's words fell, Lin Sheng led Pai Pai and others directly towards the distance. I don't miss the battlefield here. On the way, when Lin Sheng and others left the forces in that area, Pai Pai said with some curiosity, Why are we leaving so quickly? Why don't we look for the demons around us? If they come to invade our location, then we will destroy all the demons in this place. At this time, Lin Sheng said directly, Are you going to destroy the demon camp? Uh-huh, Pai Pai replied. Then Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at the other party and said, You are now searching for where you want to go. Why don't we wait here and wait for the demons to return? And we can just follow them. Pai Pai asked with some confusion. Aren't all those demons dead? Lin Sheng showed a smile that could only be understood, but could not be expressed. Then Lin Sheng, Pai Pai and others waited in a corner, and just arrived on the battlefield. Among the corpses of the demons, the demon who was killed by Lin Sheng suddenly got up from the ground. Ha! Humans. Right. Blue-starred humans. Right. Since you didn't kill me, then just wait for me to bring someone to kill you. After the wild laughter subsided, the demonic man hurriedly ran towards the location of the camp. He wanted to find Gao Shua, the heaven-level battalion commander who was stationed here with the demons, and brought those heaven-level warriors to surround Lin Sheng and others who had not yet escaped. Chapter 479 Demon Camp. Boss, isn't that the demon that you killed? Pai Pai rubbed his eyes and looked at the demon running in front of him in confusion. Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. It's that guy. I didn't kill him completely. He probably still thought that I made a mistake, and he was lucky enough to survive." After Lin Sheng said this with a smile, he led a group of warriors and walked towards the distance, following the footsteps of the demons. "Boss, you are too cruel. Look at how you deceive the child." Pai Pai complained softly next to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smiled when he heard this, and said with a smile, "Being cruel to the enemy is good to yourself." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he continued to follow the demons. Not long after walking, Lin Sheng and others saw the camp in the distance. Here, Lin Sheng and others immediately saw a very strange thing in front of their eyes. In a suitable residential area. At this time, Lin Sheng and others looked a little embarrassed, because at this moment, Lin Sheng and others saw the demon running in and started fighting with a demon in the camp. "Master, why are you back? What are the injuries on your body? And where are the members who were on trial with you?" After the demon old man finished speaking, he heard the injured demon man saying to the old man in front of him, They are all dead. They are humans. They are the blue star that the demon emperor wants to invade this time. Of human beings." After hearing this, the demon clan member showed a surprised expression on his face. It was obvious that he was also what the Z demon emperor wanted to do. So at this moment, he said to the demon youth in front of him, "You said they are here?" "Yes, that's them." "How is that possible? They are just a group of indigenous people. How can you possibly kill my group of indigenous people with your prefecture level strength?" The demons here obviously don't know about the battle between the Blue Star people and the demons. After many battles, it was obvious that the demonic invasions had failed. It was at this time that the old man of the demon clan immediately yelled at the demon clan people in the camp, "Get them all out." After I said this, the demons in the camp continued to gather at this time. There were doubtful expressions on the faces of these demons. "What happened?" After hearing what the demon old man said, all the demons started asking questions. When they saw that only one demon youth came back, their expressions immediately changed. Then after these demons learned what happened, all the demons showed angry expressions on their faces. "Damn the Blue Star people! Let us deal with them this time. Then we can go to the demon emperor to claim the credit." The demons all kept shouting. Lin Sheng and others saw the scene here from the outside. "Boss, we seem to have stung a hornet's nest. Look at the strength of these demons. They are not simple." After Pai Pai finished speaking, he immediately heard Lin Sheng's voice. "Bring me all your weapons." Yes, Lin Sheng saw hundreds of demon-level warriors on the opposite side, and the strength of these guys was not weak at all. So Lin Sheng was so excited that he used his own artifact to gather powerful abilities and provide them for the shaped cannon. In this way, he can use the concentrated cannon to carry out a devastating blow to the powerful demon in front of him. He believes that this is the place where the demons belong. So there will definitely be a lot of good things here. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai and Guzi immediately nodded to Lin Sheng and handed over their weapons. Then Lin Sheng pressed all the artifacts into the shaped cannon. The shaped energy cannon continued to gather energy. Then he started drawing on the demon in front of him. At this moment, the demon old man suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Suddenly he turned back and looked at where Lin Sheng and others were. The demon old man suddenly roared, "Damn it! Who is hiding there?" After the demon clan member finished saying this, his eyes were fixed on the location of Lin Sheng and others. Except for Lin Sheng. Everyone else became a little flustered at this time. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng showed a smile. "Ha ha! Brothers, we in China have already prepared what we have in hand. There is no need to expose it." Pai Pai originally wanted to go out and be arrogant, but after hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai Pai could only give up his thoughts. Then everyone suppressed their excitement at this time. Then Lin Sheng and the other 5 people all huddled together. Then, at this moment, the old demon man began to slowly walk towards the place he just said he was looking at. Then, when a group of demons were walking, the old demon waved his hands and said to the demons, "Everyone, be careful and approach that place slowly. There are thieves hiding there." There, we surrounded them. After the demon old man finished speaking, a group of demons came to the big stone. And at this moment, those demons were about to surround him. Lin Sheng immediately stood up from behind the big stone. Then he raised the shaped cannon in his hand. Then Lin Sheng looked at the demons with a smile. These heaven-level demons all showed confused expressions at this time. Then I saw that the concentrated cannon in Lin Lingqing's hand began to gather powerful energy. At this moment, the huge energy was launched towards the demons not far away. Boom! While the faces of the demons were still confused, the energy beam directly penetrated several demons, and an explosion occurred directly at the location where the energy beam converged. Then at this moment, more than a dozen of those demon clan members died. That is a person from the heavenly level fierce demon clan. These demons have also recovered from their confusion. Brothers, run! Suddenly someone from the demon clan shouted. There were only a few hundred of them. But at this time, there were more than 10% fewer people. This power is really too powerful. Do they still have the intention to fight with Lin Sheng and others here? So these demons immediately began to run away in panic. Did the demon old man look at his men who suddenly became confused? He looked at Lin Sheng extremely calmly. His eyes kept looking at the weapon in Lin Sheng's hand. I kept thinking in my mind. Chapter 480 Destruction. The power of this weapon is actually so powerful. So this weapon needs a long time to gather energy before it can attack. Presumably, there will definitely be no more attacks in a short period of time. Then the demon old man immediately shouted loudly. Everyone please be quiet at this time. The weapon in that kid's hand will not be so powerful. He will definitely not fire out one shot after another. Concentrate your firepower on me and start counterattack. This demon old man is considered highly respected here. His words immediately made all the demon clan members quiet down at this moment. Those demon warriors turned back to look at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng said calmly, You should be the leader of this group of demons. Right? But your guess is wrong. Lin Sheng looked at these demons, who were constantly approaching him, and immediately showed a smile. Then the shaped energy cannon in his hand was ready to fire again. Those demon clan people originally wanted to take action under the arrangement of the demon clan old man. But after hearing Lin Sheng's words at this time, the faces of these demon clan people immediately turned ugly. Then he wanted to turn around and run away. But at this time, how could Lin Sheng allow these gropers to escape? So at this moment, the concentrated cannon in Lin Sheng's hand suddenly fired out, and a stream of energy came running towards him. Then at this time, the energy cannon penetrated several demons again, and surged again. With a bang, the energy cannon exploded again, directly killing more than a dozen of those demons. Suddenly 1/3 of the demons' gains were lost, and the face of the demon old man also became ugly. Then his face showed sadness and anger, and he looked at Lin Sheng in front of him with red eyes. The demon old man roared loudly, and all of them had no respect for the artillery. Fight back first and kill these humans to avenge our dead brothers. Then the demon clan and others also reacted at this time. What's the point of running away now? Only by killing the enemy on the opposite side will you be alive at the end. Otherwise, if you continue to run away, you may die in the end. At this time, there were angry expressions on the faces of some demons. Then his eyes fell on Lin Sheng, started to fight back violently again. Lin Sheng burst out laughing at the blow. That's fine if you don't run. If you don't run, you could easily kill them all. If he ran away, he would have to find a way to chase them down, which would waste a lot of time on the road. After Lin Sheng determined the situation of the enemy in front of him, the shaped cannon in his hand immediately turned on the burst mode. The next moment, the concentrated energy cannon in his hand sent out energy beams all at once. The energy beams continued to hit the demons in the group. After Lin Sheng's round of attacks, the number of demons was reduced to only about 10. The demon old man's eyes widened at this moment. Lin Sheng looked at him in disbelief. When Lin Sheng looked at the stunned demons in front of him, he quickly opened the cannon and took out all the ancient artifacts in the cannon, and handed it over to Pipe Eye and others. It was at this time that those ancient artifacts flew towards Pipe Eye and others at the first moment. At this moment, Pipe Eye and the others also reacted, and hurriedly took action to catch the throne-exclusive artifact in their hands. When facing only a dozen or so enemies, Guzi and others were completely confident that they would be 1 against 3. Originally, when there was no exclusive artifact, Guzi and others could still face the enemy one-on-one. But now, with the exclusive artifact in hand, when facing the enemy, they can still face the enemy 1-on-3. Sure enough, after the 5 people set off together, the weapons in the hands of Lin Sheng and others were constantly used. But now everyone's fighting power is still very powerful. Constantly engage in 1-on-3 against the enemy. And with the help of the exclusive artifact in hand, Lin Sheng and others were extremely relaxed at this time, and they still crushed the opponent. After a while, the demon old man's face showed an expression of despair. This is simply too much. Originally, I could kill the opponent with so much aggressiveness. But at the end of this wave, not only did they fail to kill the opponent, in the end, He was almost killed. You have gone too far. At this moment, the demon leader roared loudly at Lin Sheng and others, and thick black smoke immediately erupted from his body. After this black shadow came out, it immediately ran towards Lin Sheng and others in front of him. When the demon leader was running on the road, the black energy on his body suddenly formed into cherry black armor, which covered Lin's body. After the black armor covered his whole body, the faces of Lin Sheng and others became very ugly at this time. The sudden change of the demon old man was really out of reach for Lin Sheng and others. The black energy armor on the old demon Ozil also greatly increased the strength of the old demon. No! This demon old man's strength and physique are at a heavenly level. Lin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. A concentrated cannon appeared in his hand. Then Lin Sheng ran backwards, and the demon old man's attack failed because of Lin Sheng's escape. Then Lin Sheng aimed the concentrated cannon at the demon old man. The energy cannon had already exploded all the energy that had been gathered previously. At this moment, the powerful energy beam shot towards the demon old man. The old demon clan man originally looked at Lin Sheng and others with some disdain. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. When the concentrated cannon hit the old demon immediately fell into a sluggish state. The next moment, the demon's head tilted and he died. The next moment, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "Your value is gone." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he slashed out the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and the silver sword energy directly killed the last member of the new generation of demons. Then Lin Sheng said to the people around him, "Let's see if there is anything better here." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone began to search. However, there are only some fruits and materials for upgrading here, which are not as many as Lin Sheng found before. After all, for those guys, the materials here can only be taken out and used as much as they are used. It can't be left here forever for them to use in vain. There is definitely a need for self-reliance. Only in this case can these newcomers be truly tempered. Chapter 481. All members have heaven-level strength. Boss, we are losing money here. Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng's side helplessly with his head hanging down and said to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai's decadent expression, he smiled helplessly and said, "No, no, no. In fact, we are not at a disadvantage. After all, we directly destroyed a demon territory here." Guzi took advantage of this opportunity and said, "Pai Pai should take a longer view. We have destroyed this small world. This is also the place where the people who destroyed the demon clan raised their offspring. After we destroyed this place, we also killed hundreds of heaven-level experts from the other side, as well as those descendants of the new demons. This is extremely harmful to the demons. In this way, these demons will have no chance later." After Guzi said this, Shenling burst into laughter. He said to Pai Pai, "After all, you are a person who has been living in a civilized society, but you don't understand as much as the dog who has been living in the Yuan dynasty society." After hearing Shenling's words, Kong Kongi beside him couldn't help but laugh. But it was at this time that Pai Pai's face immediately turned red. "If I had known better, I would have stopped talking," Lin Sheng said to the crowd. "Okay, let's go back. This harvest is enough to upgrade all of us to the heaven level. It shouldn't take long for the demon invasion to appear. At that time, we will definitely kill all the demons who want to invade us again." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he led a group of people towards the exit. When everyone returned to the flying saucer, Lin Sheng directly took out the resources in his hands from the backpack space. "Old Jack, go back. Clear." After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Old Jack immediately understood and began to control the flying saucer to fly to Blue Star. Then on the road, Lin Sheng found the Dwarf King and grabbed the sleeping Dwarf King. What's wrong, Master?" The Dwarf King rubbed his sparse, sleepy eyes, saw Lin Sheng in a daze, and then asked Lin JJ. He was a little confused as to why Lin Sheng came to pick him up. Previously, he had replenished his weapon refining experience in one breath, and he had not rested for a long time. Not long after he lay down, he saw Lin Sheng coming back. Then at this moment, JJ Lin said, "I brought the materials back. A heaven-level fighter is about to be produced." After hearing this, the Dwarf King was not sleepy at all. He got up from the bed immediately. When he came to Lin Sheng, he said excitedly, Master, are you telling the truth?" The weapon refining experience that the Dwarf King had supplied before was actually that level of weapon refining experience. It was because there was no material that I thought of going to bed. After all, there is everything in the dream. He wants to go to the dream to see if he can encounter heaven-level materials, and then complete the use and production of heaven-level materials. After Lin Sheng came back, he told him that he had heaven-level materials. What else is there to dream about? No matter how fragrant the material in the dream is, it is just a dream, not the real material. The materials Lin Sheng brought back were real materials. At this time, the Dwarf King immediately said excitedly to Lin Sheng, "Master, hurry up. I will go to where the things are." After seeing the Dwarf King's expression, Lin Sheng smiled. "Ha ha. Let's go. The materials are all laid out for you." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the Dwarf King was extremely excited. Without any thoughts of being sleepy, he immediately threw away Lin Sheng and ran towards his own workbench. After all, Lin Sheng had just told which shop would prepare the materials for him. Then just go directly to where the workbench is. Lin Sheng looked at the fast-running Dwarf King from behind, and could only helplessly walk at his own speed. When Lin Sheng arrived at the workbench, he saw that the Dwarf King was already continuously improving the level of the assembly line. He is bound to improve the quality of the assembly line to that level. As long as the level of the assembly line is improved, it can be directly upgraded to create sky-level fighters. "Master, the materials you brought this time are really great. It's just a pity that there are only a few shortcomings to upgrade the heaven-level assembly line to the immortal level," the Dwarf King said with regret. Lin Sheng was stunned immediately. Good guy can't even afford to move up a level. If you still want to raise the level of the assembly line by 1 level, 2 levels at a time, why don't you just run through it and eat it up? However, Lin Sheng didn't say much, not wanting to hurt old Jack at this time. "Is it okay? Then let's build a heaven-level fighter now." "Yes, but boss, I hope that those prefecture-level fighters can be directly upgraded first. In this way, there is no need to waste those prefecture-level fighters, and it can save time and money when you have time. Save materials." After Lin Sheng communicated with the Dwarf King, he nodded and agreed. He said to the Dwarf King, "Then let's start now." After saying this, Lin Sheng directly left all the space in the studio to old Jack. He himself left here, and went to the Hall of the Flying Saucer. After leaving the materials for 3 people, he asked Pai Pai to summon everyone in the Flying Saucer. As for the material expenses of the 3 people left behind by Lin Sheng, they were left to old Jack and the Dwarf King. After Lin Sheng made these arrangements, he immediately saw that Pai Pai, Guzi and others had brought everyone in the Flying Saucer to him. "Guzi, I will leave these materials to you and distribute them to me seriously. Don't distribute them unevenly. All of them are our most powerful fighting force." After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi nodded immediately and said, "Don't worry, boss. Just leave this matter to me." After Guzi said this, Jianu immediately started to get busy. Lin Sheng looked at everyone in the Flying Saucer, who was constantly busy at this time. There is no one who is not practicing at this time. After Lin Sheng saw the increasingly powerful aura on everyone's body, a smile appeared on Lin Sheng's face. Then he nodded and walked towards where old Jack and the Dwarf King were. The supplies that Lin Shengjian had reserved for them were entrusted to them. After returning to Blue Star, they used it directly for 2 nights. The Flying Saucer lands on the Blue Star. The strength of everyone in the Flying Saucer is already at the heaven level. Lin Sheng, who was holding AI's remaining supplies, was going to give it to Bajun. Chapter 482 UFO's Sky Level Upgrade Opportunity. Lin Sheng had just left the Flying Saucer, followed by the Dwarf King. The fighter jet assembly line on the Flying Saucer's back was already on track. For them, the Dwarf King was no longer necessary. In order to improve the weapon refining strength again, the Dwarf King took the initiative to upgrade the assembly line of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the managers of the Dragon Kingdom enthusiastically welcomed the Dwarf King's request. Bajun came to Lin Sheng and communicated with him. "Master Sheng, did you get a lot of benefits from being in the black hole this time?" After Lin Sheng responded calmly, he took out a bunch of supplies in his hand and handed them to Bajun on the ground. He said, "This time, heaven level, the speed must be fast. I feel that the fighter jets this time are not effective. It will be huge. Therefore, individual strength must still be improved. The next arrival of demons such as Tiger will bring an extremely fierce battle to all of us." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Bajun also had a silent expression on his face. Bajun also raised his head and looked at Lin Sheng with solemn eyes. He believed that Lin Sheng would never act aimlessly. After all, Mr. Sheng still has his reasons for saying so. At this time, Bajun looked at Lin Sheng and said with some shame, Master Sheng, it's been you who have improved the strength of all of us recently. We haven't accomplished anything. And the result? Before Pajun could finish his words, Lin Sheng immediately smiled and said, It doesn't matter. The most important thing for you now is to improve your strength. The invasion of those demons still requires everyone to resist with all their strength. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he raised his head and stared into the void. In the void, Lin Sheng's eyes were staring at the black hole. At this time, Lin Shengguang, who had reached the heaven level, could feel the fluctuations of the black hole with his naked eyes. There was no need for old Jack to report anything. Thoughts had already appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. This fluctuation was much stronger than before. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Pajun in front of him, This time we are afraid that we won't have a world until the end of the month. In a week at most, the demon invaders will arrive. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun's face immediately turned ugly. This is simply not too much. 1 week is 3/4 less time than before. After Lin Sheng said this, Lin Sheng said to Pajun in front of him, Don't be stunned. Oh, then young master, I won't stay here with you. I'm going to take my men to improve my strength now. After hearing Pajun's words, Lin Sheng nodded slightly and said, Okay, you can go. After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Pajun immediately left here with all the supplies Lin Sheng had just given him. After Pajun left, he immediately summoned all his soldiers. Brothers, we have to make a breakthrough now. Everyone is trying their best to absorb the energy in the materials. After Pajun finished speaking, all the soldiers around him became busy at this time. After a short period of time, Pajun saw that all the soldiers were busy absorbing the materials allocated to them. Pictures of rapid improvement in strength continued to unfold on them. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng saw the figure of the Dwarf King returning after finishing his busy work. Master, the matter is over, and we can go back, Lin Sheng's head said. Okay, we will leave after Pajun and I explain. After Lin Sheng said this, the Dwarf King went directly to the side to wait for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng walked towards Pajun, and when he saw that Pajun's absorption had stopped, he was about to get another material to obtain energy. Lin Sheng said directly to Pajun, I want Xian to go back. When the time comes, I will definitely go directly to the void and wait. After Pajun heard this, he nodded and said, It's okay. You can go and do your work. Once we improve our strength, we will also go to find you above. Lin Sheng nodded and left with a smile. Old Jack, let's go and go directly to guard the black hole. Lin Sheng suddenly saw the Dwarf King return to the flying saucer. The Dwarf King left immediately, and then Lin Sheng said these words to Old Jack. Old Jack hesitated and said, Boss, there is no need for us to go up so quickly. If the black hole reacts, we will have time to go up again. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, The black hole's fluctuations are very strange this time, and we probably won't be given enough time to detect them. In the past, we were able to rush there as soon as possible to block their invasion. Presumably they all have a way to teleport what happened here. So, something is wrong with this fluctuation. I guess they just want to disrupt the laws of the black hole and come, and we can't find a chance to stop them. After hearing this, Old Jack was filled with excitement. It wasn't that he didn't feel something was wrong with the black hole. It's just that he just thought that the problem with the black hole was that it would cause the energy to be unstable after being turned on too many times. That's why that situation occurred. However, after hearing Lin Sheng's analysis, Old Jack also showed a look of horror on his face. Okay, boss, I'll go up right now. After saying this, Old Jack immediately flew into the high altitude in a total amount of fighter jets. In a short time, the flying saucer flew out of the blue star's atmosphere and arrived at the black hole in the universe. Then Old Jack said to Lin Sheng, Boss, this time I feel that the activation time is only 6.5 days. When Old Jack said this, he was filled with horror. It was unusual for this black hole not to be found on the blue star. But now it is so close that Old Jack can take a break. There was also some helplessness in his heart. If it hadn't been for Lin Sheng's decision, if he had just decided to continue staying on Blue Star, he really wouldn't have been able to do it. When the demons invaded, no one knew anything, and were still waiting on the Blue Star. As a result, by the time everyone reacted, the demons might have killed them directly on the Blue Star. In this case, when the battlefield is on Blue Star, everyone will lose all the advantages of Blue Star people. It was at this time that Lin Sheng waved his hand and said, Okay, everyone, stay safe. Before Lin Sheng finished speaking, he heard a siren sound. Sign in to get a chance to upgrade your heaven-level flying saucer. The flying saucer will be automatically upgraded. After hearing this voice, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. The flying saucer will also be upgraded to heaven level, so that it will be more confident in resisting the demons. Chapter 483 Heavenly Demon Enemy. Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, a strong white light lit up on the flying saucer. However, Lin Sheng and others were not expelled from the flying saucer. Lin Sheng felt himself enveloped in white light. After who knows how long, the white light came on, and the flying saucer was still the same flying saucer. I was not convinced that all the internal performances of the flying saucer were fully improved at this time. Lin Sheng just felt his eyes blur. The next moment, after the white light faded in Lin Sheng's eyes, Lin Sheng could see the surrounding environment again. The flying saucer is still the same flying saucer, but the gold inside the flying saucer has not changed at all. As time goes by, Lin Sheng finally upgraded and said, "The upgrade is complete." "Yes, boss. The overall performance of the flying saucers has been improved. Moreover, the weapon systems of the flying saucer have all been improved." Old Jack shouted at this time. Then time passed little by little, and Lin Sheng and others ate, drank, and lived in the flying saucer. After a week passed, the black hole began to shake violently again. As time passed, the black hole's exit began to grow larger. The scope of the black hole also expanded rapidly at this time. The cosmic environment around the flying saucer was also constantly covered by the expanding scope of the black hole's complaint at this time. The front section of the spacecraft began to appear at the exit of the black hole. As the spaceship slowly appeared, fighter jets began to fly out around the spacecraft. Lin Sheng immediately said to Old Jack, "Start attacking." As Lin Sheng's words fell, the spaceships and fighter jets that flew out of the black hole were bombarded and fell apart by the continuous attacks from the flying station. Then with the continuous attacks of flying saucers, there were basically not many fighter planes left. The only thing that is more is the spaceship in the black hole, because the spacecraft has a powerful protective cover that lights up at this time. The protective cover of this spacecraft resisted many attacks on the spacecraft. In the end, the spacecraft completely rushed out of the black hole. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Old Jack, "Old Jack, bombard this spaceship with all your strength." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Old Jack immediately used the flying saucer's attack system to bombard the spacecraft with all its strength. After the spacecraft was attacked by a flying saucer, the demons in the flying saucer also became very angry at this time, then began to use spaceships to counterattack the flying saucers. It was at this time that firepower was constantly shooting at the flying saucer from the spacecraft. As for the flying saucer, after it withstood the attack from the spacecraft, Old Jack immediately opened the defensive cover of the flying saucer. When the protective cover on the Enclave was opened, all the attacks from the spacecraft fell on the protective cover of the flying saucer. The abilities in the flying saucer are constantly being consumed. But the attack was absolutely right, and it didn't land on the flying saucer. Old Jack said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, the energy consumption is huge. Please send someone to help replenish energy for the flying saucer." Lin Sheng nodded immediately and said, "Okay. I'll call someone over right now." After Lin Sheng said this, he said to Pai Pai beside him, "Hurry up and find someone to help." "Okay, boss." After Pai Pai said these words, he immediately walked towards the energy room not far away, with the elven members on the flying saucer behind him. Under the leadership of Pai Pai, these elves from the elves came to the energy room under the leadership of Pai Pai. When everyone arrived at the energy room, they saw the rapidly operating converter in the energy room. The converter continuously refines the energy in the ability crystal. All the energy is converted into the flying saucer to provide the operation of the flying saucer. In front of Pai Pai's eyes, he kept seeing energy crystals turning into white ash and dispersing in the air. Then Pai Pai saw that the number of energy crystals that were constantly being consumed was getting smaller and smaller. Pai Pai immediately said to the people around him, "Quickly, everyone should work hard and put the energy crystals in the surrounding rooms into the counter." The counter in Pai Pai's mouth is the energy conversion table. Now the energy on the energy conversion table is being continuously consumed. If the energy crystals on the transformation table can no longer be replenished, the energy crystals will be used up in a short time. After Pai Pai's order came down, everyone quickly supplied energy crystals to the energy conversion table. With enough energy crystals, the efficiency of the conversion table has not been reduced at all. On the contrary, some are consumed faster. At this time, Lin Sheng kept looking at the enemy spaceship in front of him in the flying saucer. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng saw the demons surrounding the spacecraft quietly leaving the spacecraft. Those demons caught Lin Sheng's attention at this time. Lin Sheng thought about it, and then said to the people around him, "Brothers, get ready to go into the water and take action. Old Jack will leave this to you." "Okay, boss. I will never lose. That spaceship will definitely turn into a pile of rubbish in my hands." After Old Jack finished saying this, Lin Sheng shouted to Pai Pai, "The meat people stay to help. You and I go. Goozy, go and call out all your people. Everyone's strength has been improved, so we can't stay here any longer." Lin Sheng directly pulled more than 3,000 people away from the flying saucer. And the battle around the black hole also attracted the attention of the members of the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star Earth at this time. "Commander Pa, the battle has begun above." After someone said this to Pajun, Pajun raised his head and looked into space. Pajun, who had reached the sky-level strength, also saw a coup in the sky at a glance, and immediately said to the soldiers around him, "Let's go up there to help." After Zai Pajun said this, he immediately took 1,000 soldiers and directly drove into the fighter jet and flew into the sky. When a group of people came to the universe, he saw people from the demon clan appearing in a steady stream in front of him. Pai Pai immediately said to the soldiers, "Everyone, let's take action." After he finished speaking, everyone started to join the battle at this time. Attack the demon clan member forcefully. At the beginning, the fighter's advantage was still there, catching the opponent off guard. All of a sudden, those demons were caught off guard and many demons were killed. These demons discovered the fighter jet at this time and immediately began to counterattack. Chapter 484 Individual Battle. It was at this time that the demon clan nimbly dodged the firepower from the fighter jets. And in the next moment, he quickly approached the fighter jet. The next moment, the demon's attack fell on the fighter jet. With a bang, the fighter jet exploded at this moment. As for the pilots in the fighter jets, I had already made preparations when I arrived in the universe. As long as the fighter jet encounters damage, the combatants will break away from the fighter jet as soon as possible. And the people from the Moon Demon Clan who landed in the universe launched an attack. The next moment, the Dragon Kingdom warrior in the fighter jet broke away from the fighter jet at this time. Then the warrior's eyes suddenly burst out with anger. And the next moment, he stared at the rising demon in front of him with stern eyes. The human warrior took out a weapon from his hand. The next moment, the human warrior controlled the weapon in his hand and rushed towards the demon warrior. And he used the weapon in his hand to kill the demon warrior. The demon warrior was also stunned for a moment, because he did not expect that human soldiers would actually escape when the fighter jet was destroyed and launch a counterattack against him immediately. At that moment, the demon clan member was killed by the human warrior in no time. Then, the human warrior simply gave up his fighter jet and started walking in the universe. And he immediately rushed towards the demons in the distance. The weapon in the soldier's hand was hacked by the soldier. When he was about to be surrounded, the soldier yelled crazily, "Come on! Come to me if you have the guts! I'll make enough money by killing one. And I'll make a profit by killing two!" The human warrior roared and rushed towards the demons. Those demons were all frightened. But he calmed down again the next moment. And all the demons had disdainful smiles on their faces. "There are more than 100,000 people on your side. You human warriors should dare to come and challenge them. Isn't this seeking death?" So the demon warriors wanted to surround and suppress the human warriors. But the human warriors did not show any intention of retreating on their faces. Just when it was extremely critical, Pai Pai came with his people. "Kill!" After Pai Pai finished speaking, he immediately joined the battle with members of a kind of flying saucer. When the human warrior was about to be attacked by the demon warrior, the Thor's hammer in Pai Pai's hand instantly knocked out the demon who was about to attack the human warrior. The next moment, the people brought by Pai Pai began to hunt down those demons. Originally, with the advantage of a dozen people, they were all massacred in one fell swoop. When the human warrior turned around and saw the people Pai Pai brought, he immediately recognized that these people were Master Sheng's men. "Thank you. It's okay. Let's go help." After Pai Pai answered the warrior's words, he took the people to other locations. Many of the human warriors were destroyed by fighter jets, and the remaining lone warriors were fighting against the demons. But each of them, the bloody nature in his body burst out wildly. And he was not afraid of life and death at all. And Pai Pai and others appeared just to save them. The purpose is also to protect these warriors, who truly dare to kill, and are not afraid of death from surviving. This kind of warrior is the most rare, and has very important combat effectiveness. After Lin Sheng and others took action, Pajun and others who were about to fall into crisis suddenly relaxed. call out. After Pajun saw the demon in front of him being killed, he saw Lin Sheng's face. He immediately showed a smile and said to Lin, Master Sheng, you are here too. Yeah. Go faster and kill these demons. After Lin Sheng's words fell, he led Pajun and others to start a crazy counterattack. Although members of the demon clan were constantly being killed, but the demons in the spaceship kept coming out. Seeing that there were more and more demons, Lin Sheng also got the good news from old Jack at this time. Boss, we are about to blow up the opponent's spaceship. As long as we blow up their spaceship, the demon reinforcements will decrease. Lin Sheng immediately said with great joy. Okay. Yes. But hurry up. There are more and more demons here. Lin Sheng was also helpless. The total number of demons in front of him now totaled 10,000. And their own talents were 4,000. If the number of people on the other side increases, there will really be no way to deal with it. Now it is a bit difficult for one person to play 2.5. I'm afraid that 1-on-3 is already the absolute upper limit. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others quickly killed the demons. Although old Jack's words still have a certain degree of credibility for Lin Sheng. Only by giving priority to killing those demons can he feel safe enough. Otherwise, if old Jack makes a mistake, people like him will be doomed. After Lin Sheng made this decision, the death rate of the demons suddenly skyrocketed. And these demons were also killed and became more and more panicked. It was hard for them to imagine that these human beings in front of them could become so ferocious. The demon clan members, like themselves, immediately had the idea of retreating from these extremely ferocious human warriors in front of them. It's hard for them to accept that the other party is so powerful. It was at this time that old Jack's good news came from afar. Old Jack said, Boss, we succeeded. After old Jack finished speaking, Lin Sheng saw in front of his eyes that the spacecraft began to explode at this time. It was at this time that the spacecraft was located. A bunch of demons suddenly poured out of the spaceship. Those demons quickly distanced themselves from the spacecraft to ensure that the explosion of the flying saucer would not affect them. At this time, those people looked back at the location of the spaceship with lingering fear. At the same time, an angry emotion arose in the hearts of these demons. Their spaceship was just gone. Their hearts are full of murderous intentions towards the humans of Blue Star. The emotion that was frightened by the Blue Star humans before was suddenly replaced by anger. The next moment, these demons suddenly launched an attack on the Blue Star warriors. At this time, each of the demons launched an attack on the Blue Star warriors, as if they were desperate for their lives. Chapter 485 Black Hole changes dramatically. Backup plan. After the fierce battle broke out, time passed quickly. After a lot of hard work, Lin Sheng and others finally killed the demons in front of them. For the humans of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone's losses are relatively small, because after all these demons were annihilated, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom were injured at best, and no deaths occurred. It was at this time that all those demons were killed. Lin Sheng said to the people in front of him, Let's set off now, and go to the black hole. Although the demons were easily crushed by us this time, we have to say that the next wave of enemies will definitely be more powerful. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun looked at Lin Sheng in front of him and said, Master Sheng, are you ready to go into the black hole now? If this is the case, then I will take my people back to Blue Star to prepare for the next wave of enemies. Just after Pajun said these words, Lin Xingxiang was about to answer Pajun. But he saw the black hole not far away changing dramatically again. The topic that the two of them were communicating with just now stopped talking. Not only did Lin Sheng stop talking, but Pajun also didn't speak. Then at this moment, everyone around Lin Sheng felt the abnormal fluctuations coming from the black hole. Boss, we seem to have encountered something big. After Pai Pai finished saying this, he said to Pai Pai in front of him, I saw it. Just after Lin Sheng finished saying this, he saw the black hole in front of him with strong energy fluctuations. The scope of the black hole expanded again at this time. Black holes envelop the space of the universe. The scope of this black hole continues to grow. Lin Sheng and others were first enveloped by the black hole. It didn't take long for Blue Star to escape. They are also surrounded by the black range of the black hole. Then at this moment, the black hole did not stop, but continued to expand. Surrounded the entire galaxy. Lin Sheng and others in the black hole surrounded by the black hole showed extremely surprised expressions at this time. Master Sheng, it seems that we will never have the chance to go back at this time. After Pajun said this, Lin Sheng nodded in agreement and said, Yes, you don't have to go back this time. I'm just not convinced. But I also don't know what happened to the black hole this time. For example, In the past, the black hole would stop time for a while after killing the magic warrior during the day, and it would not start the next round of losses directly at this time. Thinking about it, and looking at the black hole in front of me, I can confirm that this black hole obviously represents the next demon clan who will come out to attack our Blue Star land again at this time. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he showed a frightened expression in his heart. Why? That's because every new wave of enemies appears, which means that the demons will let more powerful demon warriors attack Blue Star. At this time, Lin Sheng said to Pajun and others, "We are afraid that we will encounter a more difficult battle this time." After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun hesitated, thinking about what Lin Sheng's words meant. After a while, Pajun said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, what you mean is, in the past, we were all prepared in advance to improve our strength, and found that in the end, we had the strength to be comparable to the opponent. Is this how we finally had the strength to withstand the opponent now? Then we didn't make preparations in advance this time, and our strength is a bit worse than the opponent's, and our technology is not as good as the opponent's. Right? In this way, we may not be able to resist the opponent, because the gap between our strength and the other party is really too big." After Pajun said this, Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, we are afraid that we will really deal with him this time." After Lin Sheng said this, Pajun also frowned at this time. After a while, Pajun sighed. "We must defend even if we can't. If there is no way to defend this front line, then our homeland will no longer be safe at this time." Lin Sheng also understood what Pajun was thinking. Then Lin Sheng said, "Actually, there is a way." The reason why Lin Sheng said this was because he had concentrated cannons in his hands. Although his individual strength could not defeat them, this also meant that Lin Sheng had powerful weapons and strength in his own hands. It was at this moment that Pajun's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately said to Lin Sheng in front of him, "Master Sheng, what method do you have at your disposal?" Facing Pajun's inquiry, Lin Sheng said to Pajun without any hesitation, "I have an extremely powerful weapon in my hand. When we explored black holes, we also encountered beings more powerful than us. If it weren't for the existence of the Hope weapon, then we might be killed and there would be no way to obtain those supplies to prepare." The reason why Lin Sheng said this to Pajun and the others was to give everyone reassurance. In this way, morale can be boosted. You must know that even all warriors have made a decision in their hearts. But for everyone, if you really encounter an enemy that you cannot face, I lost hope in my heart. Parents will inevitably collapse faster in the end. After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Sabotage felt a little emotional in his heart. Yes, the supplies they received were all brought back by Lin Sheng. They just know that they can improve their strength after using the materials. But I really didn't expect that obtaining supplies would be so difficult. It was at this time that Pajun became curious again. What kind of weapon was it? How could it actually give Lin Sheng such confidence? At this time, Pajun immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, how many weapons do you have in your hands?" Lin Sheng didn't say anything, just showed a knowing smile. "What are you talking about? Do you mean that you only have one super-shaped cannon in your hand? Although the super-shaped cannons are powerful, their number is too small. That is, only he can use it. And if I tell Pajun like this, whether they believe it or not, even if they believe it, in the end, the small number of this weapon will not bring much benefit. As for the end, let them see the role of the weapons themselves." Chapter 486 Redemption Function. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly heard the sound of signing in. Sign in to get the mystery store redemption function. After Lin Sheng heard about the reward, he was immediately stunned. Then, out of curiosity, he checked what the exchange function he had obtained was. Lin Sheng wanted to check. The redemption page appeared in front of me. Faction, Blue Star Humanity. The number of soldiers is 5,000. Points, 0. Points can be obtained by hunting down demons. Redemption panel. Super Energy Cannon 10,000 points / item. 1,000 points / bottle of super potion can be used by heaven level experts to enhance their strength. More unlocks. The host can unlock new items at the next check-in. Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up after seeing these items. It seems that this has too many benefits for me. But it is also for this reason. Because with the existence of this concentrated cannon in hand, it can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of all his subordinates for a long time. At the end of the day, you can successfully counterkill and protect. It's just that the days of all this are still difficult at the beginning. Now I only have one shaped cannon in my hand. Lin Sheng immediately said to Pai Pai and others. Now we have to seize the time to accumulate energy. After finishing off 10,000 enemies later, I can have a second shaped cannon, which I will share with you then. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai and others' eyes lit up. Is the ancient artifact in the shaped cannon holster okay? The power of the shaped cannon is quite attractive to Pai and others. They had never wanted to use it before. But for them, Lin Sheng had to use it. And they, as their subordinates, had no way to compete with Lin Sheng for the right to use the shaped cannon. But now Lin Sheng told them that they also hoped to use the shaped cannon. Everyone said in their hearts that it was okay not to be excited. It was at this phone number that Lin Sheng and others in the black hole felt the constant spatial fluctuation shaking in the black hole. Lin Sheng immediately said to Pajun, "The line of defense guarding Blue Star under pen name 5 is left to us. If we can't defend it here, or if there is a leakage, then it is still possible for a large group to surround one person. Everyone has heaven-level strength. Even if the demons are at the immortal level, there is no way they can survive among dozens or hundreds of people." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun nodded and said, "Then please leave it to Mr. Sheng. We will go there right now." Just as Pajun was about to leave, Lin Sheng said to his UFO members, "You guys should go too." Clear. After all the UFO members finished saying this, they left with Pajun. It was at this time that Pai asked suspiciously, "Boss, what about us?" After hearing what Pai said, Lin Sheng answered, "Did you see it? The locations of those space fluctuations should be where those individual demons are coming out. What we have to do now is that we have to become guerrilla members. And we have to fight guerrilla warfare against those demons. Only in this way can the small number of weapons in our hands be used to their maximum effect. Then obtain more weapons. And those members who are on the side of Blue Star are the ones we focus on training. Only in this way, if we cultivate their strength, can we improve their strength. And then we can truly start fighting with the demons." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai nodded and understood what Lin Sheng was doing. Then Lin Sheng took Pai and others and began to lurk. As Lin Sheng and others began to lurk, everyone's eyes have been staring at the air with space energy fluctuations in front of them. Lin Sheng said to Pai and others beside him, "Give me the weapons." Everyone handed their weapons to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng immediately opened the cannon, put the artifact handed over by Pai and others into the shaped cannon. Lin Sheng then turned off the shaped energy cannon, and then he watched the shaped energy cannon continuously absorb the energy bar. On one side, he paid attention to the space with energy fluctuations not far away. While Lin Sheng was anxiously waiting for the charging status of the shaped cannon, he silently begged in his heart that no demonic creatures would appear in the fluctuating void so early. And then in the process of waiting, when Lin Sheng saw that the energy bar of the shaped cannon had reached 30%, Lin Sheng felt relieved. That 30% energy bar is enough to use 3 cannons, and the power of each cannon can destroy all enemies in front of you. Well, the heaven-level ones will be bombarded to the point where there are no scraps left. So the immortal-level enemies should also be able to be killed. When Lin Sheng was thinking this, he saw that the fluctuations in the space became more intense. Then the space suddenly began to collapse. After the death space collapsed, a group of strong demons walked out of the broken hole in the space. These strong demons were a little different from those who had appeared before. These strong demons looked extremely different, arrogant and indifferent. Lin Sheng looked at the appearance of these powerful demons, and saw a large number of heaven-level demons appearing behind them. These heaven-level demons were led by the immortal-level demons in front. And then those immortal-level demons walked together cautiously, and looked around. These powerful immortal-level demons also had to be careful. After all, in the past, the demons who came here, whether they were warriors of the 4 levels of heaven, earth, black and yellow, said back bad news in the end. It was at this time that Lin Sheng silently aimed the concentrated cannon at those demons. Lin Sheng opened his mouth with a smile and said, "I really am not afraid of this word. I am really not afraid of this word." People from the demon clan walked together, because these demons at this time, these demons have undoubtedly become Lin Yu's targets. If Lin Sheng could hit these demons with the energy cannon, he could basically destroy them all in one wave. Lin Sheng saw that there were at least thousands of strong demons in front of him. And there were also demons coming out of the void gate. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the shaped cannon again. Lin Sheng adjusted the energy release amount of the shaped cannon to 20%. If not, the shaped cannon may not be able to kill the enemies in front of them in one breath. If this were the case, then those demons would have been killed if they had not been killed immediately. So once these demons are dispersed, they will definitely cause everyone a lot of trouble. Chapter 487 Redeem the Shaped Cannon. So Lin Sheng immediately thought of using 20% of the energy of his shaped cannon to kill all the enemies in front of him in one go. After Lin Sheng adjusted the amount of energy output, the concentrated cannon in his hand was aimed at the group of demons. Then at this moment, the switch of the shaped cannon in Lin Sheng's hand was pressed. Then the shaped energy cannon in his hand suddenly fired out an extremely powerful energy beam. The energy beam immediately shot towards the location of the demon clan member at this moment. The powerful demons and others are discussing where to look for the Blue Star people, and from which direction to launch a sneak attack on the Blue Star people. Suddenly they felt the breath of terrifying energy fluctuations coming from behind them. Suddenly at this moment, those demons looked back. His eyes met the energy cannon flying towards him. The powerful demon clan member looked at the energy beam, and had frightened thoughts in his heart. What exactly is this thing? And why does it seem so powerful? This demon had just had this idea in his mind, and he reacted the next moment. After he reacted, he immediately wanted to evacuate here. It's just that at this time, the powerful demon clan really realized that there was no way to escape at this time. It was at this time that those demons just wanted to escape. However, the whole person was directly enveloped by the powerful energy beam. The next moment, these demons were directly dissipated in the powerful energy of the energy beam. The deaths of the powerful demons standing in front did not affect the energy beams that shrouded the demons behind. All the demons were wiped out at this time. It was at this time that Pipe Eye and the others stared at Lin Sheng in disbelief with their eyes widened. Boss! This power! Don't you also know? It's just that I didn't turn on the energy of the concentrated cannon to the maximum mode before. Which means you didn't see this situation. Of course, I only used 50% of the energy this time. If I must say so, the limits of the shaped energy cannon are more than that. After Lin Sheng said this, a smile appeared on his face. The next moment he said calmly, Okay, everyone, please calm down. After Lin Sheng said this, a smile appeared on his face. Then he listened to the sound in his ears. Points +5 for killing a powerful demon race person. Points +20 for killing the powerful demon level immortal. Lin Sheng's ears kept ringing with sounds. These sounds made Lin Sheng feel extremely wonderful. Yes, the points gained from killing demons can be used to exchange for many things. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Pipe Eye and others in front of him, Which of you will use the shaped cannon later? After hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone's eyes lit up. The power of the shaped cannon made everyone look forward to it when it was just about to be used. It was at this time that Pipe Eye said first, I'll do it. Boss, I'll do it. After Pipe Eye finished saying this, Lin Sheng nodded and said, Wait a minute. Pipe Eye, who was about to reach out to take the concentrated cannon from Lin Sheng's hand, was stunned. There was some confusion. Wait, why wait? Isn't the shaped cannon right in front of you? Wouldn't it be better to just leave it to yourself? But because Lin Sheng was his boss, Pipe Eye didn't hesitate. Then we waited, waiting for Lin Sheng's move. At this time, Lin Sheng began to open the exchange page. Points 19988. Looking at the number of points, Lin Sheng felt a little excited. This wave of demons had added nearly 20,000 energy points to himself, which was just short of 12. So Lin Sheng's party membership came out to Guanlin with a concentrated cannon on the redemption page. At the same time, Lin Shengyu took out Pipe Eye's Thor's hammer from the concentrated cannon. Then he took out Thor's hammer. Lin Sheng threw Thor's hammer to Pipe Eye. Boss, didn't you tell me to give me a shaped cannon? After Pipe Eye took over Thor's hammer, a bitter expression appeared on his face. He felt that he had been deceived by Lin Sheng. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said, What are you anxious about? After saying this, Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the shaped cannon he was using. Energy points are now 50% charged. Lin Sheng placed the shaped cannon on his neck. Then he took out the newly exchanged concentrated cannon from the backpack space. Then he handed it to Pipe Eye and said, Take it. After Pipe Eye took the concentrated cannon from Lin Sheng's hand, a smile appeared on his face. Okay, thank you very much, boss. After Pipe Eye said this incoherently, he laughed. Then Pipe Eye put the Thor's hammer in his hand into the shaped cannon. After closing the shaped cannon, Pipe Eye saw the energy charge on the shaped cannon. Before that, the Void Gate was bombarded and sacrificed by concentrated cannons at lynching point, and exploded during the daytime bombardment. Then at this time, behind the Void Gate, in the territory of the demons, a group of demons who were waiting to go to the universe outside the Blue Star fell into confusion. Just now, they all saw the Void Gate suddenly explode. The demons had strange expressions on their faces at this time. This This, what exactly happened? The powerful demon clan man said in shock. Because of limited energy, it cannot be opened in the void at once. It can only be opened little by little. The first time you open one. The second time you can open two. It was precisely because of this that Lin Sheng had the opportunity to kill the enemy in front of him in one breath. Open 2 doors this time. People passing by should be careful about Disney. Wait and see what accident happened. Clear. At this moment, a group of demons showed confused expressions on their faces. The next moment, the demons came to reluctant in the void. The scepter in the hand of a demon clan member was waved. The next moment, the demon clan member used the scepter in his hand to seek death and poured energy into the 2 void gates. The next moment, energy fluctuations began to come from these 2 voids. The next moment, at this moment, energy fluctuations came in front of Lin Sheng and others. It was at this time that after the energy fluctuation, 2 gates to the void opened. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly looked at the party. And the next moment Lin Sheng said, 1 person to 1. Pai nodded. Chapter 488. The void door opens in double volume. The next moment, both of them looked over. The shaped cannons in his hands were all pointed at the past. Just arrived at the phone number, and 50% of the energy output can destroy the void gate. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and Pai directly faced off with the shaped cannon. Lin Sheng saw that there was still 90% energy in his hand. And the output was enough. It was almost full. As for the energy of the shaped cannon in Pai's hand, it has only gathered 25%. After 1 shot it will be gone. Just when the door to the void opens. Immediately from the void gate, an astonishing immortal level strongman from the demon clan ran out. The next moment, these powerful demon clan immortals stood together and looked around. I want to see what accident happened just now. It was at this time that the demon clan member didn't notice anything wrong with this person. The next moment, these demon clan members just breathed a sigh of relief. When they planned to let the demons behind them come out, Lin Sheng and Pai used the shaped cannon at this time. When a group of demon clan heaven-level experts came out of the void, they saw a dazzling light up. The next moment, the 2 void gates and the powerful demon clan were all wiped out. In the demon territory, 2 void gates exploded. The demon clan's heaven-level powerhouse, who had not yet entered, was blown away at this moment. Boom. What happened? Why did it happen? The demon people panicked. The next moment, a strong man from the demon clan said, Please calm down. Master, can you open the 4 portals next? The demon man holding the scepter nodded and said, Yes. Each wave can open the door to double the space. There is a time limit of 20 portals. On Lin Sheng's side, everyone looked at the void gate in front of him. Lin Sheng felt a little disappointed. It was too early to start. This wave of attacks blocked the road for those demons, who had not come over yet. This directly resulted in these demons not being killed. Therefore, in the end, the number of points obtained in this wave was not as much as that obtained in the previous wave. Lin Sheng felt helpless when he saw that there were only 20,689 points of energy. But the next moment, he had no choice but to buy a concentrated cannon. Only in this way can we better resist the enemy. After Lin Sheng purchased the 2 shaped cannons, he immediately handed them over to Shenling and Kong Kongyi. It just happened to be a bunch of even numbers. So Lin Sheng subconsciously handed over the shaped cannon in his hand. But it was because of Lin Sheng's operation that the eager dog was left behind. Guzi stretched out his hand in confusion and asked Lin Sheng, Master, what about mine? After seeing Guzi's performance and looking at Guzi's movements, Lin Sheng smiled helplessly. Ahem, that bitch. It's not that I don't want to give you a shaped cannon, but I don't have a shaped cannon in my hand anymore. So if you wait a little longer, the next wave of shaped cannons will definitely be yours. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi lowered his head in disappointment. But there is nothing we can do about it. Since it didn't happen, he couldn't force it. That's why. Lin Sheng stepped forward and patted Guzi on the shoulder and said to Guzi, Guzi, it's my fault. But don't worry. I will definitely hand over the shaped cannon to you in the next wave. After Lin Sheng said this, he heard Guzi say, It's okay. Master, I can wait. After hearing what Guzi said, Lin Sheng felt very satisfied. Then Lin Sheng returned all the exclusive weapons in his hands to them. As for Guzi's sky-opening axe, Lin Sheng also handed it back. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was enough to use it. It's enough to charge the shaped cannon in your hand. There is no need to fetch that dog's weapon and use it. At this time, Lin Sheng said to the dog in front of him, Just stay back and wait. After this wave of enemies is over, I will give you a new shaped cannon for you to use. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he saw Shenling and others continuously putting the exclusive artifacts in their hands into the concentrated cannon. Then he waited for the energy accumulation of the cannon. Just as the energy-gathering cannon in their hands continued to charge up, for abnormally fluctuating spaces appeared not far from Lin Sheng and others. That is where the demon territory is located at this time. The faces of the demons showed expectant expressions as they stared at the demons in front of them, holding their scepters and constantly outputting energy into the space. Those demons held their breath and concentrated. Then he stared at the constantly fluctuating space. As soon as the space is opened, these demons who are ready will rush in as soon as possible. This is also a judgment based on the previous situation. I hope that the people of the demon clan are silently thinking in their hearts that as long as they are fast enough, they can break out. He won't be intercepted by gang members. Previously, the reason why those demons were blown back by space explosions during the day was because their movements were too slow, which resulted in them being blown back before they could get out. At this time, the energy-gathering cannon in the hands of Lin Sheng and others had gathered 120% of the energy points. The shaped cannon in Pai Pai's hand has gathered 50% of the energy points. As for the energy-charged cannons in the hands of Shenling and Kong Kongi, they also gathered 30% of the energy points. And at this moment, in the void in front of them, there was an extremely strong space fluctuation aura. The next moment, this demon clan member came out of the violently fluctuating void with artillery fire. The next moment, these demons immediately dispersed. After feeling that there was no crisis, they reunited again. They felt that they were not blown back this time because they ran faster. But what they didn't know was that just when they were wary of the surrounding people and gathered together to commit suicide, the shaped cannon in the hands of Lin Sheng and others was aimed at them again. It's okay. Those guys are still the same as the last wave. What happened to cause them to explode? Yeah. I just don't understand what's going on. By the way, it seems our people can come over. As long as the void gate is not broken, it's not a problem. Moreover, the mage also reinforced the space door this time, so it is definitely not that easy to destroy. Just as these demons were communicating, beams of energy were suddenly erupted from the sound of their sudden guidance. Chapter 489 Immortal Level Strength. A group of demons didn't react at all, and could only watch the energy beams coming. These demons looked in front of them in horror, and were finally killed. The energy beam continued to shoot towards the back of the demon. These energy beams fell on those space doors. The second wave of demons, who were preparing to come over, were blown away again by the explosion of the space gate at this time. In the demon territory. What exactly happened? Didn't you just say that nothing happened? How the I could it be? One of the leading demon clan members gritted his teeth and said. After saying these words, the faces of those demons showed ugly expressions. Then at this moment, the face of the demon man holding the scepter showed an extremely ugly expression on his face. Then he frowned and said, "Stop! Don't look at me! I need some time to rest now." The demon scepter user also had a helpless expression on his face at this time. There is really no other way. If this continues like this, then he will have to live. It will definitely make him collapse. It was at this time that the demons showed helpless expressions. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes showed an expression of surprise. Then Lin Sheng redeemed a concentrated cannon from the exchange page. It was handed into the hands of Guzi. After Guzi took the concentrated cannon in his hand, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Thank you, Master." After Guzi finished saying this, his face showed an expression of great surprise. That's good. The Master has not forgotten himself. After Guzi thought about it, he put the sky-opening axe into the shaped cannon. The energy cannon continued to refine its energy bar. The next moment, Lin Sheng looked at the points on the redemption page with an expression of surprise on his face. Previously, after the 4 void gates were opened, although Lin Sheng and others said they would act quickly, they still gave the demons enough time. This also led to Lin Sheng getting a lot of points in his hands later. Then at this time, Lin Sheng had 31,564 points. After exchanging the concentrated cannon for Guzi, Lin Sheng had 21,564 points left in his hands. Then at this time, Lin Sheng used all those points to talk about energy potions. Each bottle of energy potion requires 1,000 points to redeem. This exchange is 31 bottles. Lin Sheng immediately used a bottle. Your strength has increased by 5%? After Lin Sheng felt the effect of the energy potion, He continued to use the energy potion redeemed by points. After Lin Sheng used 19 more bottles of energy potions, Lin Sheng felt that his strength also broke through the immortal level at this time. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng started to tear apart. 20 bottles of energy potion can allow a person to use it to upgrade to immortal level. Then except for yourself, you need to use 80 bottles. But now there are only 19 bottles of energy potions in hand. Lin Sheng immediately called Pai Pai. Take it. Pai Pai looked at the energy potion in his hand and immediately said to Lin Sheng, Boss, I usually like to be a little weird, but this is not the case. Right. Boss, I won't be weird next time. So I don't want this potion. Give it to me. I don't want to die yet. After listening to Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng immediately understood that his master Pai Pai had regarded what he said as a deadly poison. Lin Sheng said helplessly, Why do you want me to poison you when I have nothing to do? If you don't want the potion to increase your strength, I'll give it to someone else. After Lin Sheng said this, he was just about to give the things to others when Pai Pai's eyes lit up immediately. And then he said to Lin Sheng, No, 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 boss, I want it. At this time, Guzi came over and came down to Lin Sheng. Then he said to Lin Sheng, Master, are you telling the truth? Uh-huh, I want it, Master. It was at this moment that Pai Pai immediately snatched the potion in his hand. No way, this is mine. I want it, Pai Pai said excitedly. He wanted strength. After being frustrated for so long, how could he give up on this idea? So Pai Pai immediately threw the potion into his mouth and absorbed it. Then at this time, Guzi looked at Lin Sheng and said, Boss, this faction is too stupid. Woof woof. Not only was Pai Pai not angry, he started barking at the dog, with all the anger on his face. Then Pai Pai swallowed all the energy potion in his mouth and swallowed the potion into his mouth. The next moment, Pai Pai suddenly felt something was wrong. He suddenly felt that his whole body was getting hot. Boss, are you sure this isn't poisonous? I'll go and spit out the potion. If you don't want it, the dog still wants it. After Lin Sheng heard what Pai Pai said, he immediately became a little unhappy and said, Pai Pai laughed and said, No, no. The next moment, Pai Pai suddenly squatted on the ground and trembled all over. Lin Sheng and others shouted when they saw the scene, with strange expressions on their faces. Pacu, isn't something really going on? Lin Sheng said with some doubts. Then at this moment, Pai Pai got up from the ground and looked up to the sky laughing. Then he said to Lin Sheng, Boss, I feel like I have taken off. Lin Sheng was speechless. He looked at the void without fluctuations, and then at Pai Pai, whose eyes had been upgraded to the immortal level. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to Guzi, Go and call Pajun over, and call one more person over by the way. Guzi nodded and left. Then Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai to hand over the shaped cannon. With immortal level strength, there would be no need to use the shaped cannon. Your shaped cannon can be handed over to others, and you can just use your weapon yourself. After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai nodded and took out the weapon from the shaped cannon in his hand. Then he took out the weapon and handed the shaped cannon into Lin Sheng's hands. Lin Sheng was hesitant now. Although the weapon contained 150% energy, wouldn't it be gone once it was used up? Lin Sheng hesitated. At this time Guzi and one of his men with Pajun came over. Lin Sheng said to Pajun, Where are your weapons? Pajun was stunned and took out his weapon in confusion. Then he said in confusion, What should I do with this? Chapter 498 Gates. Massive Demons. Lin Sheng handed the shaped cannon to Pajun. He said to Pajun, Put your weapon in and see if it can store energy. After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Pajun immediately did what Lin JJ said. In the end, it was exactly what Lin Sheng said. After the weapon was put into the shaped cannon, the shaped cannon began to accumulate power at this time. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to Pajun, Fortunately, it's a blessing that the Dwarf King made the weapon. The legendary artifact made by the Dwarf King is also an artifact and can be charged. But the charging speed is a bit too slow, but it's still barely usable. Then at this time, Lin Sheng handed his shaped cannon to Pajun's men and said, This weapon now has 300% energy points. If you continue to use it, you may not be able to use it for long. World, you should try the weapons in your hands like Pajun. Previously, the Dwarf King also equipped a set of 50,000 weapons for the Dragon Kingdom warrior Mairuebao. Although these weapons are not as powerful as Pajun's hands, they are. The difference is not much different. Then at this time, the soldier also took out the weapon in his hand and put it into the shaped cannon. Although it is possible to charge up power, it is also, IP421's wine is less. If the weapon charge of people like Lin Sheng is 5% per minute, then the charge of breaking the army is 1%. And the weapon in the hands of this soldier is 0.8% at most. But fortunately it can still be used. Then Lin Sheng also began to explain. IP421 and IP421's men all understood. Then IP421 said to Lin Sheng, "Okay, we understand." After IP421 finished saying this, he left with Go Z. Next, they just had to follow Go Z's instructions. At this moment, in the demon territory, a group of demons showed anxious expressions on their faces. Those demons have been looking at the demons holding the scepter. "Don't look at me. What's so good about an old man like me? Okay, I have rested now. You all are waiting." The demon with the staff in his hand immediately said to the demons in front of him. The next moment, it raised the scepter in its hand and stabbed the scepter on the ground hard. Then the scepter in the hand of the demonic person lit up with a strong light. The next moment, this intense light turned into 8 rays of light and spread out, directly lighting up 8 portals in the void. These 8 portals continued to solidify at this time. And at this time, space fluctuations continued to spread around the 8 portals. The next moment, these 8 portals became more and more solid. And in the middle of the portal, the black hole in the void opened. It was at this time that the void gate among the 8 portals was opened. The next moment, 8 portals slowly appeared in the void in front of Lin Sheng and others. The next moment, these 8 portals spread with the fluctuation of void energy. There are many passages between these portals during the day. Coming soon. Lin Sheng said this to everyone. Then he said to everyone, "Everyone, be careful. These portals are different from before. They have actually solidified into portals." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the faces of everyone around him became a little ugly. "This is a physical portal. Boss, this shouldn't be indestructible, right?" Pai asked at this time. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "I don't understand either. Let's wait and see what happens." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he was in the demon territory. The demon man holding the scepter looked at the demon man in front of him and said, "That's all I can do. I have strengthened the portal this time, and will open 8 more gates for you later." After he said this, he put away the scepter in his hand. He wanted to rest for a while before opening a new portal. After he sat down, he looked at the powerful demons in front of him with confusion. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Didn't everyone clamor to say they wanted to go there before? Why is no one moving now?" He said to the demon in front of him. "Well, Dharma King, let's go through this later. Or wait until you open the portal next time and go there. We are afraid that we will be violent as soon as we go through, and even the portal will be blown up." A powerful demon-level immortal said to the Dharma King in front of him. "Go away. It's impossible. This time the portal is reinforced. It can't be defeated by that kind of attack. I don't care about you. Just wait if you want. Anyway, I won't have the strength to open the portal for a while. If you are not afraid of the Demon Emperor finding out that you are lazy and do not work, then it is up to you." After hearing this, the demons in front of them all looked at each other. If this was discovered by the Demon Emperor, that would be fine. Forget it. Let's get over it. So when these demons came to the front, they all looked at each other. "Are we still going there?" The demons began to communicate with each other. Lin Sheng and others were at their location. Where are the people? Isn't this portal already open? Why is no one from the demon clan coming?" Guzi said doubtfully. It was at this moment that Pai shook his head and said, "Could it be that all the demons across from the energy cannon bar we just arrived at were bombarded?" However, everyone was still hiding in the dark, and no one wanted to run over and take a look. After some time passed, everyone became a little confused. What happened to this demon clan member? Is he really not coming? At this time, void fluctuations came from those portals. The next moment, Lin Sheng and others immediately looked at each other. "It's coming!" Everyone's vigilance immediately rose. The next moment everyone saw a demon walking out of the portal in front of him. The strength of the 8 demon clans in the 8 portals is all at the heaven level. Each of these demons trembled and looked around. Lin Sheng and others did not act in a hurry after seeing this scene. These demons obviously came here to explore. Moreover, the current portal energy gathering cannon cannot be destroyed, so we can only wait for more demons to come over. And the incoming energy gathering cannon will play a more powerful role. The next moment, after discovering that no enemy appeared, the demons started shouting, "Save! No enemies!" Their news spread back to the demon territory. A group of demons were overjoyed when they heard this. Before, I was worried that something unexpected would happen, which was why I did the operation just now. Let me just say, how could something happen? A strong demon clan member walked out of the portal while speaking. Chapter 491: The Abused Demons. After seeing this scene, the demons who were tamphones snorted in their hearts. I thought dissatisfiedly, you said nothing happened? Why didn't you come before? Do you want us to come and explore? Where is your face? It's just that they can only dare to say it silently in their hearts, and dare not complain out loud. As the powerful demon clan came out, everyone became confused. The person before died. What about the body? How come I didn't see a single body? Could it be? The powerful demons began to become dissatisfied, thinking that those who disappeared had found a good place to live. This doesn't even give them any news. Isn't this too much? It's just that they don't know which of the demons were blasted by the energy cannon, leaving nothing behind. Damn it! These are unreliable guys! Following the demons' complaints, after it was over, strong demons continued to come out of the void portal. As these powerful demons walked out from inside, these demons immediately started chatting. Where is the enemy? We didn't see it at all. Okay. Yeah. Where have all the humans gone? While a group of demons were chatting, the eyes of Lin JJ and others also lit up. When I looked at the demons in front of me, they kept gathering together and chatting. Lin Sheng and others immediately looked at each other. The next moment, everyone smiled. The next moment, he aimed the concentrated cannon in his hand at the group of demons in front of him. However, Lin Sheng and Pai Pai did not have shaped cannons in their hands. Both of them stood not far away with the weapons in their hands, waiting for them to use the shaped cannons to fire them. And then, they immediately set off and ran up. Kill those demons. It was at this time that the shaped cannons in the hands of everyone were ready one by one. The next moment, beams of energy beams were launched at this moment. Thinking of those demons who were grouped together, when the martial arts energy beam bombarded and killed the demons who came out of the martial arts portal. These demons were all killed in an instant. Then at this time, the demons who were not killed by the bombardment all showed horrified expressions when they saw the demons who were killed. Damn it. What is this? Damn. Is that too fierce? Is it because of this that those guys didn't send back the news before? Mud went too far. Even if they were asked to come, there would be no way to send back any news. No wonder. Then at this time, before the demons had recovered from the shock, they heard the shouts of JJ Lin and Pai Pai. Pai is served! When Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately appeared in front of the demon clan with the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Then he quickly thought about the location of the demon and ran. After Pai Pai heard Lin Sheng's words, he also appeared in front of the demon people. Then it was at this time that a group of demons began to come back to their senses. However, their response was still too slow. Lin Sheng had already arrived in front of the demon. He was facing an immortal level strongman, with the Xianyuan sword in his hand. He directly used the Xianyuan sword to obliterate the demon. Throat. The next moment, the demon clan member looked at Lin Sheng in front of him in disbelief. Then he breathed his last, and fell to the ground. After Lin Sheng killed this demon, he had no further thoughts of staying. The next moment, the Xianyuan sword in his hand once again killed other demons. The next moment, these demons fell down one by one. Pai Pai also came to the front of the demon clan, and the Thor's hammer in his hand kept falling. Each and every demon clan member was also hammered to death. Then the demon who came out of the only portal that was not attacked reacted at this time. The next moment, these demons immediately shouted, "Kill to avenge our compatriots!" These demons immediately began to attack each other at this time. Then at this time, those demons began to come towards the location of Lin Sheng and others. At this time, Pai Pai glanced at the demons who kept coming, and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, let's see if we can kill these demons in front of us when these demons arrive." The person was killed. The demons who were approaching were still relatively far away from them. There were not many demons left in front of Lin Sheng and Pai Pai. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai in front of him, "Okay." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Lin Sheng began to continuously kill the demons in front of him. Lin Sheng and Pai Pai both killed the immortal level experts at the first opportunity. These remaining heaven level experts were no match for Lin Sheng and Pai Pai. They could only wait for Lin Sheng and Pai Pai to kill them. The only time-consuming thing is that Lin Sheng and Pai Pai need some time to kill these demons. The two quickly killed the demons in front of them. The eyes of the demons who were approaching were red, watching his compatriots being killed. They all wanted to kill Lin Sheng and Pai Pai. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng and Pai Pai were finally killed by these demons. Those strong men also came to Lin Sheng's sudden attack. Then at this moment, these demons immediately said to Lin Sheng and Pai Pai, "You all deserve to die." Just after they finished speaking, Lin Sheng and Pai Wei had frightened expressions in their eyes. This scene was seen by these demons, with mocking smiles on their faces. "Ha ha! You must be scared." After the demon clan member finished speaking, Lin Sheng and Pai Pai immediately said together, "Yes, I'm scared." After saying this, both of them ran quickly to the side at the same time. "Don't dare to stay where you are." After seeing this scene, the demons burst out laughing. "Want to run? Then let you run for a while." But behind the wild laughter of the demons, there was a crisis erupting that frightened Lin Sheng and Pai Pai. Yes, just when they arrived, Lin Sheng and Pai Pai saw the shaped cannons in the hands of those guys aiming at them. If the two of them don't hurry up and leave, they will be killed if they are accidentally injured. The power of the concentrated energy cannon is extremely powerful. It was at this time that those demons suddenly felt something was wrong. When they turned around, they were immediately confused. Chapter 492. A war between two worlds is about to break out. The next moment, these demons saw a huge energy beam shooting towards them from behind. It was at this time that the faces of the demons suddenly changed drastically. Under the horrified eyes, these demons were almost reduced to dregs by the bombardment. After a while, Lin Sheng looked at the crowd. Those guys were smiling at him with shaped cannons in their hands. Lin Sheng's face immediately darkened. "Laugh? You still have the nerve to laugh." Lin Sheng immediately came to the front of the crowd, and then said to Goju and Pijun in front of him, "Are you blind? Didn't you understand that I suddenly patted the person who was still there and didn't leave? What if you were like this? If Pai Pai and I don't leave in time when the cannon comes over, then if Pai Pai and I are bombarded by the shaped cannon, what will happen to our lives?" Lin Sheng said angrily to Guzi and Pijun. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt extremely regretful. If Guzi and Pijun knew from the beginning that their masters were so unreliable, then it would be absolutely impossible for them to hand over the shaped cannons in their hands to them. After Lin Sheng said this, both of them lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything about you. They didn't think enough about it before. So this period happened. Fortunately, nothing happened unexpectedly. "It doesn't matter if you're hungry. You can figure it out on your own. If this happens again next time, I won't mind punishing you." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, both of them nodded. Then Lin Shengkai set her sights on the door. "I also saw people from the Brow Demon clan coming over before." Lin Shengkai came over to scold these two people. "Only now did I realize that no one from the /O group came to the portal. It's also a very strange thing to say." It was at this time that everyone's eyes fell on the portal. Everyone felt strange in their hearts. Didn't the demons come running over in a menacing manner before? Why is there no one now? When Lin Shengkai was thinking this, there were only a few scattered demons left in the demon territory. And these demons also looked confused, although the door was not broken. What? None of their people are gone. At this time, the demon Dharma King said to those demons, "Hurry up and ask the demon emperor to send someone over. There is no one there now. If the enemy on the opposite side counterattacks us, we will all be in trouble." The Dharmaraja stared. None of these scammers are honest guys. This is too much. After the Dharma King finished speaking, everyone had a look of horror on their faces. And then all of them took action. These demons immediately ran towards the location of the demon emperor. They are looking for motorcycle support. It was at this time that those demons immediately went to find the demon emperor. On the side of Lin Sheng and others, Guzi said, "Could it be that we killed all the demons? So no demons came?" When Pai Pai heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then Pai Pai said, "Let's kill them. As long as these demons are killed, everything will be over for us." There is indeed no problem with Pai Pai. The demons on the opposite side are the origin of all this disaster. If these people kill them and wipe out the demons, then these world crises can be solved. However, Lin Sheng did not kill them blindly. The main reason was that their strength was simply not enough. So far, there are only 6 people who are truly capable of fighting. In fact, Pijun's combat effectiveness is still not enough to be used. If we go there now, it is probably the base camp of the demon clan. If these people like me were killed, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, going to the demon clan's base camp to die? Lin Sheng was not stupid at all, and would not do such a thing. Lin Sheng waved his hand and said to Pai Pai, Wait for me. Just wait and grow for a while." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, He immediately turned his attention to the redemption interface. Then the number of points appeared in front of Lin Sheng's eyes. Lin Sheng had a total of 100,000 points in front of him. After watching this scene, Lin Sheng was immediately stunned. 160,000 points. But think about the number of demons who came out of the 8th sex just now. There must be tens of thousands of them. Those who are at the lowest level are all heaven level experts. So they should give up 5 points. 10,000 people will have 50,000 points. And those demons just now must be no less than 30,000. Lin Sheng felt relieved. This is 1,000 points for one potion. And 10,000 points is equal to 10 bottles of medicine. And one person needs to use 20,000 points. These points in hand are enough for 8 people. Lin Sheng immediately converted all the points into potions. These potions were distributed directly in Lin Sheng's hands to Guzi, Kong Kongi, Shinling, Pajun and one of Pajun's subordinates. Lin Sheng's potions were enough for 3 people. Let the elf queen come over with an elf. And Guzi, one of you for 5 generations. And one of you savages. After Lin Sheng thought about it, he planned to give the points to these people. As for the others, Lin Sheng still thought they should wait until the end before using them. After Lin Sheng said this, Guzi left for only a few levels. And Guzi came over with Rang. After Lin Sheng assigned the enchantress, all 10 people here had sufficient strength. The shaped cannon was also taken back. Lin Sheng sent 5 people, including Guzi Kong Kong and Yi Shinling, to recharge the cannon with the cannon. After charging, everyone put away the shaped cannon and waited for the opportunity to use it. And he picked up a weapon in his hand. For everyone who has the strength, it is more comfortable to use weapons. Using shaped cannons is still too restrictive. At this time, in the demon territory, those demons who went to report have returned. How? How does the demon emperor decide? The demon king asked anxiously. The demon clan members immediately reported. The demon emperor has decided to send people over. It is the captains of 10,000 who will bring people here. The total number of captains will be about 100,000. But now they are gathering members, and they should be here soon. After the demon clan member finished saying this, the Dharma king immediately nodded. 100,000 captains of 10,000 men. That number must be at least 100 million demon clan members. This would probably send the demon clan's overwhelming combat power. Yes. Although the hidden strength of the demons is far more than that, their apparent strength is about the same. It is enough for so many people to use you to deal with the Blue Star people. Chapter 493 Millions of demon clan members. While the Dharma king was thinking this, a captain of 10,000 men came over with his people. Where are the people? After the captain saw no one around, he immediately asked curiously. After the captain's words fell, the Dharma king immediately said helplessly, "Oh, you said this? They are all gone. You should seize the time and go there." After the Dharma king finished speaking, the corners of the captain's mouth immediately twitched. The master told him to hurry up and go there? Did he go there to die? Isn't this a big joke? The captain looked at the Dharma king in front of him with some embarrassment. After a long time, the Dharma king asked with some confusion, "Why don't you go to the Blue Star territory?" "Ah, you have to go alone. If I go there now, wouldn't it mean that I am going to die?" the captain said with an ugly face. After hearing this, the Dharma king laughed and said to the captain in front of him, "Even if you are not a fool, I thought you were a fool like those guys, and know how to do shit." He was so desperate that he just ran to die. "Okay. Just wait. The others should be coming soon." After the Dharma king finished speaking, the captain's face became brighter. But at this moment, he secretly cursed in his heart. That group of fools. I didn't expect that these guys would be so unreliable. There were hundreds of thousands of demons who came here before, and they were all killed. While he was thinking this, the demon captain showed a helpless expression on his face. After a while, the demon man saw the arrival of the demon captain not far away. 18. You're here. He immediately greeted another captain of 10,000 men, and the captain named Shiba turned back to look at him at this time. Old Six. Yes, I'm here. I just received the order from Lord Demon Emperor. I'm bringing people here. By the way, are the others not here yet? Where are the people from before? The demon captain named Shiba said to Lao Lu. Lao Lu gave up and said helplessly, "No, those white porcelains are all dead." The corners of Shiba's mouth twitched immediately. And then he said, "Okay." After the two of them finished talking, they started waiting again. After a long time, one after another captains of 10,000 men came here with their people. After those 10,000 captains gathered together, there were also hundreds of thousands of powerful demons here. At this time, the demon general, who commanded millions of powerful demons, came here and said to the tens of thousands of captains in front of him, "Have all the millions of powerful demons arrived?" All the captains of 10,000 men reported together. "There are 10,000 captains here." The demon general nodded with satisfaction. "All the men under his management have arrived. So everything is easy to say. As long as your own people obey your orders, everything is good." After thinking of this, these demon masters immediately waited for the demon emperor's command. The demon general looked at the 8 portals around him, and then raised his head to look at Dharma King Lina. "There are only 8 portals, which is very disadvantageous for us." After listening to the demon general's words, the Dharma King immediately showed an ugly expression. Then his eyes fell on the face of the demon general. And after a long time, the Dharma King said, "I have no choice. Now I am hungry and simply exhausted. There is no way to continue to open the portal. I can't continue opening it until I recover my magic power." After hearing what the Dharma King said, the demon general hesitated for a long time and finally said, "Okay. How long will it take?" 12 hours. Fa said with certainty. The demon general looked at the portal, thought about it, and then nodded and said, "Okay. I understand." After the demon general said these words, he began to think about the 8 portals. Should we wait any longer? At this time, Lin Sheng and others came to the party and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, should we try to blow up that portal now? In case they open a new portal, the enemy will have too many exits. That would be particularly detrimental to us." After Pai Pai said this, Lin Sheng also hesitated. This is indeed the case. Lin Sheng immediately had the idea of destroying the door in his mind. And then at this time, Lin Sheng took out the shaped cannon. Then he said to the people around him, "Take them out and try bombarding the same portal together to see if 5 shaped cannons can destroy it." It was impossible for Lin Sheng to consume all the energy of the shaped cannon in one breath, because you need to save energy just in case. And if each person contributes a little energy, it can be restored more quickly. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone took action together at this time. Then Lin Sheng and others used these 5 shaped cannons to aim at the same portal. "Follow my orders. Put." After Lin Sheng said this, he took action with Pai Pai and others. The next moment, 5 energy points bombarded the portal together. 5 powerful energy beams gathered together at this moment and bombarded the portal. A huge energy beam shrouded it. The portal was immediately destroyed at this time. "The portal is gone." "Ha ha. It is indeed possible," Pai Pai suddenly said, Guzi and others excitedly. But Lin Sheng showed a bitter expression in his heart. This, judging from the use of the shaped energy cannon, this time it requires 50% of the energy to be used. Then it was for this reason that Lin Xinghua felt that it was quite difficult to destroy the portal. And at this moment, the faces of all the demons in the demon territory became ugly. The door was actually blown open. The Dharma King saw that the portal he had opened in front of him had been blown open. This was something he had never dared to think about before. But this time, the fact happened in front of him. After a while, the demon Dharma King looked at the demon general and said angrily, "Wait a minute. You millions of people don't dare to go through. If you don't go through, these portals will be destroyed. Don't think about it then. Even if I open the portal phone again, I can only open 8 portals in one go. What are you still thinking about?" After hearing what the Dharma King said, the demon general gritted his teeth and said to the demons around him, "Let's go! All captains, please lead your people there one by one." After the demon general finished speaking, a group of demons began to move toward the portal. At this time, Lin Sheng had just made plans to blow up a portal no longer. But at this moment, the sound of fluctuations came from the portal. Chapter 494, Whack-a-Mole. The demons asked for help. After seeing this scene, Lin Sheng immediately said to Pai Pai and others around him, "Let's start fighting. Let's stop fighting the door. Those demons are coming." After Lin Sheng's words fell, Guzi and others immediately put away the concentrated cannons in their hands, and the conversion artifact immediately appeared in their hands. That is, in the next moment, a group of people immediately occupied a position. And at this time, everything is waiting. As soon as the demons come over, they will directly kill them. Pai Pai, Kong Kongi, Shinling, Guzi and Savage, the Elf Queen and the Elf Girl, Lin Sheng, and finally Pajun and his men. Everyone has been grouped. Each group placed a battle order on a portal. And at this moment, The demons in the portal immediately emerged from the portal. Ada! Pai exclaimed, and the Thor's hammer in his hand fell, immediately blasting the demon in front of him. The next moment, Pai raised Mjolnir in his hand and waited. The same is true for Lin Sheng, Pajun and others. Almost as soon as someone from the demon clan comes out of the portal, they will be killed by Lin Junjie and others immediately, and everyone is constantly blocking the door. As time passed, Lin Sheng and others felt like whack-a-mole when they kill the demons here. As soon as the demons come out, they will be killed. And where the demon territory is located, those demons looked at the demons passing by, but no news came back. They directly thought that these demons passed by and immediately started fighting with the opposite party. This also resulted in these demon masters having no time to answer the message. The demon general thought that the battle on the other side would be very difficult. It was at this time that the demon general immediately said to his men around him, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Brothers! Kill them quickly! The enemies over there may pose a considerable threat to our brothers." After the demon general finished speaking these words, the demons entered the portal faster and faster. It was at this time that all the demons were running crazily towards the opposite side. As for Lin Sheng and others, facing the number of demons who came out quickly, expressions of pain and happiness appeared on their faces. Although the feeling of killing the demon clan made everyone feel refreshed, but it's still really tiring. "Boss, why are the number of demons increasing?" Pai exclaimed, and it could be seen that Pai had almost reached his limit. Just looking at Pai's figure was almost like an afterimage. Lin Sheng just smiled and did not answer anything. Instead, he continued to kill the demons in front of him with a Xianyuan sword in his hand. Compared to everyone, the only one who was relatively relaxed was Shenling. She kept releasing the demons from the demon refining pot. When the demons in the demon refining pot ran out, these demons were guarding in front of the portal. As long as the demons came out, they would be killed immediately. And Shenling only needs to stand behind the scenes and wait for the monsters to recover when they are low on physical strength, and release new monsters. Then at this time, in the territory of the demon clan, there was a strange expression on the demon general's face. He always felt like something was wrong. At least hundreds of thousands of demon warriors were sent over during this period. But these mosey people used to be like mud sinking into the sea. No one from the demon clan sent any news back. For the demon general, these things are absolutely impossible. So at this moment, the demon general immediately gave the order. "Everyone stops attacking and retreats." A small number of demon warriors slowly passed by. The reason why the demon general made this decision was to reduce the casualties of the demon clan. They won't give the other party time to destroy the portal. After the demon general made these arrangements, he came to the demon king. He looked at the demon king with an evil roar and asked, "You should know what is going on in this situation." "Right. Well, one of the possibilities is that there are a large number of people on the opposite side blocking the portal, and our people will be intercepted and killed as soon as they go out. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Because when they passed by before, it was because Hungry-O did not use a fixed portal, and the other party seemed to use some powerful weapon to kill the demons who passed by in a wave, and also blasted the portal together." Burst. The demon general's face turned ugly. She knew that it was absolutely impossible to reduce the losses of the demons. The demon sword summoned a demon warrior and said to the demon warrior, "Go back and ask the demon emperor for instructions. Let the demon emperor send us another demon general to bring millions of demon warriors." "Clear." The demon clan member left immediately. After the demon who saw death left, the demon general turned his attention to the Dharma King again. "Old Dharma King, have you had a rest?" said the demon general. "No." Dharma King shook his head. "How long will it take?" the demon general asked anxiously. "You have to stop talking and give me some time. I will open the portal for you as soon as your reinforcements arrive. However, think clearly. This time it is an overdraft. I will never be able to open the portal again until tomorrow," the Dharma King said helplessly. "Oh, okay. I understand. I'll ask you later." The demon general said this with a toothache. Time passed little by little, and the support requested by the demon general arrived on the battlefield at this time. The new demon general burst out laughing. "Old hey, I didn't expect you to need help. Ah, if you come here, you have to ask for help. Who knows why those guys on the other side are so evil?" Lao Hei sighed. It was at this time that the demon general who had just arrived looked ugly after seeing the situation. "What happened? Where are your millions of men? Why are there only this half left?" the new demon general said in surprise. Forget it. No need to say it. Lao Ge said helplessly. His Holiness. Are you okay now? Then he asked again. Okay. Leave it to me now. Watch my ultimate move. The Dharma King stood up, twisted his waist, and said. The next moment, the staff in his hand released 10 rays of light. 10 portals loomed in the void. Cold sweat broke out on the Dharmaraja's forehead. Oh my god! I'm so tired. But as long as the Master's 10 portals are opened, I can go and rest. After he thought of this, the Demon King immediately gritted his teeth and persisted. Chapter 495 The Panicked Demon General. While the demons were waiting for support, Lin Sheng and others suddenly discovered that the demons' attack speed had slowed down. Lin Sheng opened the redemption interface with this phone number. At this moment, Lin Sheng already had 236 W points in his hands. Lin Sheng looked at the number of points and couldn't help but shook his head. These points are still too few. Only enough to buy potions for 118 people to improve their strength. But if we don't hurry up now, if accidents on the other side continue to happen, it will be too late. So Lin Sheng immediately started buying the potion. After Lin Yu purchased the potions, he immediately handed them over to Pai Pai, who selected some people to use the potions. Then at this moment, the person called by Pai Pai immediately used the potion. The next moment everyone was wearing Yobulin potion. These 118 people all reached the immortal level in their lifetime, including Lin Sheng's people. There are a total of 128 immortal level experts. With such fighting power, Lin Sheng felt a lot more relaxed. In this way, these 128 people can rely on these void gates in front of them to carry out a strong attack on the intruders on the opposite side. After everyone in Lin Sheng improved their strength, they focused on the portal in front of them. As soon as everyone's eyes fell, they saw that many portals were opened again next to where the 7 portals were. It was at this time that the 10 portals suddenly appeared, immediately shocking everyone. What the HL? Boss, what's going on? Yes, Master. Why are there so many more portals here? Everyone was extremely surprised and asked Lin Sheng in front of them. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up, and Lin Sheng immediately said to the crowd, This is just right for me. After improving your strength, our number of combatants suddenly increased. So we have ways to solve the emergence of these 10 portals. Just after Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately started arranging the team for everyone. After the team was arranged by Lin Sheng, it was at this time that a group of people began to gather around the portals. Everyone protected the portal well. It was at this time that those demons emerged from the portal in a steady stream. After Lin Sheng saw this scene, Lin Sheng immediately issued an order. Brothers, let's do it. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone started to take action at this time. A group of people began to use the weapons in their hands. Then at this moment, when a group of people kept waving their weapons, those demons who had just come out were killed by Lin Sheng's men. Then at this time, these demons were also confused, especially when those demons who just came out just appeared outside the portal. Those demons saw that the demons around them were all killed. Before these demons could react, they were all killed. Opposite the portal, the 2 demon generals stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Previously, the 2 of them were still looking at those portals with confidence, and watched proudly as their men rushed over in one breath. Then the whole time, the 2 demon generals showed confused expressions. Why do our men seem to be stuck in the quagmire after passing through? The 2 demon generals looked at the opposite portal in confusion. It was at this time that those demons immediately looked at the portal. Although the portal is not very big, it is still big enough for 2 demons to walk through. If the situation on the other side is good, someone from the demon clan will come back to report the news. But now there is nothing in the past that has come back. The 2 demon generals frowned. Perhaps it's because there are a lot of people on the opposite side. At the beginning, our people didn't react yet. Don't wait and see, a demon general said at this time. Another demon general nodded and said at this time, Well, okay, let's wait. The longer the 2 demons waited, the more they felt something was wrong. What's going on? 500,000 demons have passed away. So how is it possible that no one on the other side has come back yet? How about we go over and take a look? Another demon general said. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. The speaking demon general penetrated into the team and followed a group of demons towards the opposite portal. It was at this time that another demon general looked hesitantly at the demon general who had just walked through the portal. When the demon general came to the opposite side of the portal, He met Lin Sheng. The demon general showed a confused expression at first. The next moment he reacted. He wanted to fight back. But it was already too late. Lin Sheng's assassin has already beheaded. When he saw someone from the demon clan coming out, he slashed them with his sword. When the demon general was struck, there was an incredible expression on his face. He looked at Lin Sheng with horrified eyes. Then his figure violently retreated. The demon general didn't want to do this. But the huge power just chopped it down and flew it upside down. The demon general's figure directly collided with a demon clan member. The demon general immediately looked at his abdomen, and then saw that extremely surprised look. At this time, the demon general kept looking at Lin Sheng in front of him. And then, the demon general immediately ran towards the back without looking back. Lin Sheng was stunned. There seemed to be something wrong with the demon, who was just chopped away. They are very different from those demons before. Lin Sheng immediately frowned. But at this time, Lin Sheng just glanced at the demon clan member, and ran into the portal. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng had no time to do anything else. All Lin Sheng could do was to kill the demons, who had just run out in front of him. After the demon general returned to the demon camp, the demon general ran back in embarrassment. "What's wrong?" Another demon general asked in disbelief, when he saw that his compatriot was seriously injured. The overlord demon general looked at the demon general in front of him helplessly and said, No. Our subordinates used to deliver food. And those humans were all immortal level experts. And their strength was no worse than mine." Chapter 496, Heading to the Demon Realm. What? After another demon general heard this, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Then he asked in panic, hoping to get the final news for sure. It was at this time that the demon general immediately said to the demon general Lao Wu in front of him, "We have to hurry up and report to the demon emperor. I'm afraid this matter will hit the wall this time." "Good." Another demon general nodded immediately and said. Afterwards, the demon general left immediately. The face of the demon general left behind was obviously a little ugly. He looked at the wound on his abdomen and then at the door opposite. The demon general's eyes were full of fear. But seeing that the number of demon warriors under his command was obviously less than 1 million, the demon general hesitated for a long time, and finally said helplessly, "That's all. These people will continue to use you to consume the opponent's time. Let's wait for news about this demon emperor." Just when the demon general was thinking like this, the demon general immediately continued to order his demon warriors to continue to send death. It was at this time that the demon general, who went to look for the demon emperor, had already arrived in front of the demon emperor. The demon emperor was wearing black armor, and his face showed a calm and majestic look. "What's the matter?" the demon emperor asked his demon general. The demon general said to the demon emperor with sincerity and fear, "The emperor is not good. Something has happened. We are afraid that Blue Star is no match for each other, and there is no way to kill them. In those 5 years, the people of Blue Star were directly blocked in the black hole. Middle. Our people were killed immediately as soon as they went out. Their strength was at the immortal level, and we were no match at all." The demon emperor's eyes widened at this time, and he said to the demon general in disbelief, "What's going on? Is such that?" The demon emperor immediately told what happened to them before. After the demon emperor heard these things, the demon emperor also showed a solemn expression on his face. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the end. You must know that the individuals he sent before were able to make Blue Star a mess. But in the end, this actually made it impossible for them to defeat Shanghai, and they lost so many people. Let the remaining people retreat back, since we can't kill them. According to people's understanding, these people are afraid that they will not take this breath and will definitely take the initiative to counterattack us. Then we can finally directly ambush and kill them." After the demon emperor said these words, a confident expression appeared on his face. It's not that the demon emperor has certain ideas. It's just that he has fought too many battles. Sometimes this happens. Of course, in the end, those who invade also want to fight back against them. It's just that every time at the end, they were all killed by their demon clan base camp, so that the high-end combat power of the final world was not enough. In the end, the demons can take it down with another big counterattack. The demon general nodded and immediately began to do things according to the demon emperor's orders. The demon emperor looked at the demon general leaving with a smile on his face. It's just that what the demon emperor doesn't know is that what he will face next is not the same routine as before. In the end, he will be counterattacked by this Blue Star and take away everything. The demon emperor will eventually have his eyes pecked out by an eagle for hunting geese all day long. The demon general returned to the location of the portal and looked at the Alliance General and said, "Retreat without making unnecessary sacrifices." As the Demon General watched his men continue to die, he finally spoke. The old 5 Demon Generals looked at him, and then said, "The Demon Emperor's order? Lao Wu. Are we going to use that method after all?" "Yes. Let's leave now." Lao Wu glanced at the portal, and then said to a bunch of demon warriors under his command, "Retreat." When he saw that there were less than 300,000 demon warriors left, he felt bad in his heart. "I'm afraid a crisis is coming this time." He had met Lin Sheng before, and felt something was wrong with Lin Sheng. Although Lin Sheng's strength is not as good as the Demon Emperor, the Peak Immortal level, and the Half-Step Saint. But what? He always felt that if Lin Sheng continued to be allowed to grow, even the Demon Emperor would not be his opponent. Even those old monsters in the demon world may be in danger. The weirdest feeling was that she had an idea in her mind. That is, the people Lin Sheng seemed to be bringing would continue to become stronger through fighting. This is her feeling of being strong. But now that the Demon Emperor's order had been issued, she couldn't say much. So she just started to evacuate with a group of demons. Lin Sheng and others saw no more demons coming after the demons evacuated. Lin Sheng looked at the empty door and all his subordinates, who were panting. Lin Sheng immediately said, "Everyone, let's take a rest, and let's reorganize the team." "Boss, are we going to kill him next?" After Pai Pai said these words, Lin Sheng nodded. It should be like this. If no new demons come over from the opposite side, then he will lead his own people to kill them. It was for this reason that Pai Pai could see that no demons were coming from the other side. We had killed so many people before, so no one from the demon clan would come to kill us. So we asked this question. After hearing Lin Sheng's affirmative answer, Pai Pai also became excited. He actually wanted to kill him. That is when Pai Pai was excited. Lin Sheng turned his attention to his points redemption interface. 738W points. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the points in front of him. The number of points was 738W. Each warrior needs 20,000 points to improve his strength. Then it will be enough for 369 people. Originally, Lin Sheng already had 128 immortal level warriors in his hands. But as long as Lin Sheng used them properly this time, he would be able to possess 497 immortal level combatants. Behind Lin Sheng is a reserve force of 4,600 soldiers. Lin Sheng fought for a while, then immediately sent people to summon the needed soldiers, exchanged them for a lot of potions, and distributed the potions. It was at this time that Lin Sheng asked everyone to distribute the potions. After all the soldiers had used the potion, Lin Sheng looked at the men in front of him and made a decision in his mind. That is to go to the demon realm to feed the war, upgrade all the subordinates to become immortal level powerhouses, overthrow the entire demon realm, and take revenge. Who makes the demon clan feel uneasy and want to occupy Blue Star? After Lin Sheng made his decision, he led all the soldiers to use this portal to reach the demon world. Chapter 497 Wrong Place. Lin Sheng and a group of soldiers who had just arrived in the demon realm looked at the environment of the demon realm. The demon realm was filled with strange black gas everywhere. Lin Sheng and the others raised their heads and looked at the surroundings in front of them. After a long time, Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other in confusion. What kind of world is this? There is no sunshine, no mountains, rivers and green grass. Some are just pitch black and withered branches. Pai Pai suddenly said, "Boss, here we are." At this time, Lin Sheng didn't even wait for Pai Pai to finish speaking. He immediately said directly, "Pai Pai, you don't need to say anything. I have made a decision now. Now we have 497 immortal level combatants here. The 97 people were left watching the spot and protecting the 4,600 reserve combat forces behind them." When Lin Sheng's order came down, 97 people immediately left Lin Sheng's team and searched among the group of people. It was at this time that Lin Sheng showed a satisfied look. Then he said to the people behind him, "Let's go. This time it's our turn to hunt the demons." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led 300 immortal warriors towards the place where the demons were in the distance, walking on the road, because it was the first time for Lin Sheng and others to come here. They didn't know where the demons were. The scope of this demon world is quite large. If Lin Sheng and others are not familiar with the terrain, walking in the demon world is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and they don't know where to go. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai beside him, "A few of us are searching separately, and the others are waiting where they are. You guys who are filming the movie, no matter whether you find the target of the demons in the end or not, you have to come back here as soon as possible. In about an hour, All of us will gather here. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone nodded. Pai Pai and the Elf Queen set off in pairs. Of course, Lin Sheng and Shen Ling set off in the same direction, while Guzi and Kong Kongi looked at each other. After taking a closer look, we decided to form a team. This is also because everyone here is not familiar with the situation in the demon world at all. Teaming up can better ensure everyone's safety. This way we can help each other if something happens. At this time, 3 groups of 2 people walked in 3 directions. At this time, Lin Sheng said to the casual Shen Ling in front of him, I didn't expect that the demon world would be like this. It's no wonder those demons are so keen on invading others' territory. Shen Ling nodded when he heard this and showed disgust. The environment here is still very unpleasant. In the dark environment, people feel that the environment here is very bad. And the wind that blows from time to time makes Lin Sheng and Shen Ling feel a little creepy. The wind is not only cold, but also carries some unpleasant smell. Come! Although Lin Sheng sighed with emotion, he was still very dissatisfied with those demons in his heart. Although the environment in the demon world is very bad, such an environment can easily make these demons start to invade other people's thoughts. But this does not mean that the demons can invade Blue Star. When Lin Sheng was thinking like this, he heard Shen Ling beside him say, Xiao Sheng, look over there. There seems to be some popularity. When Shen Ling finished speaking, her slender hand pointed to a place with dense houses in the distance. Lin Sheng followed Shen Ling's finger and looked over. Then I saw the residential building area not far away. After Lin Sheng saw the scene clearly, he immediately said to Shen Ling, It seems that there are a lot of demons there. But judging from the fluctuations in the energy aura I feel, there are many demons here. People are not strong. Lin Sheng said this after looking at the location of the building area in front of him. The buildings here are not built on some apprentice planet, but these residential houses are built on aircraft. Rather than saying this, it would be better to say that the houses and spaceships here are connected as one. After Lin Sheng saw this, he carefully said to Shen Ling, Let's go over and take a look. After Lin Sheng said this, Shen Ling expressed his approval. The 2 of them sneaked into the spaceship quietly. Although I had agreed with Guzi and others before that they would go back and gather together after an hour. But how much time has passed now? It is obvious that there is still too much time left. And the demons here are not particularly powerful demons. Shen Ling and I are almost enough to deal with. Lin Sheng was too lazy to go back. It was at this time that Lin Sheng and Shen Ling sneaked into the spacecraft and looked at a large area of pink in front of them. Shen Ling's face immediately showed a shy expression. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, waited for a moment. This damn thing is from the devil world, a brothel? Lin Sheng looked at the groups of women in revealing clothing in front of him. There are also those demons who hug these women with forced smiles on their faces. Lin Sheng had a strange expression on his face. Lin Sheng looked back at Shen Ling, who had sacrificed himself and hid in the corner with him, and then said to Shen Ling, We seem to have come to an amazing place. After Lin Sheng said this, Shen Ling sighed angrily and said, It seems you like this place very much. It was at this time that Lin Sheng smiled and explained, This is impossible. I don't like buses. After Lin Sheng said this, Shen Ling gave Lin Sheng a roll of his eyes. Then, at this moment, Lin Sheng said leisurely, But it seems that most of the women here are not demons. After the person Lin Sheng saw just now, these women were very few like the demons with horns on their heads. Even the people from the demon clan only look similar in appearance, but they don't have any horns on their heads. The other women are not demons, but all kinds of strange women. Some of them have a pair of rabbit ears on their heads, and some are women with a tail trailing behind their backs. The women here are from almost every race in the world. It was at this time that Lin Sheng touched his chin and started thinking. You also said you don't like it. You can't even take your eyes away like this. Shen Ling suddenly saw Lin Sheng's performance and muttered dissatisfiedly. Lin Sheng almost choked at Shen Ling's words. Chapter 498 Destruction. Lin Sheng hurriedly looked back and saw the dissatisfied expression on Shen Ling's face at this moment. Then he explained to Shen Ling. Sister Ling, you really misunderstood me. What I was just thinking is not what you think. Shen Ling stared into Lin Sheng's eyes. When Lin Sheng explained to Shen Ling, Lin Sheng looked at Shen Ling with the most sincere eyes. It was at this time that Shen Ling nodded and said suspiciously, Then what are you thinking about? After hearing Shen Ling's question, Lin Sheng immediately expressed his thoughts. Didn't I see those women when I arrived just now? Didn't you see them too? After Lin Sheng said this, Shen Ling nodded to express her approval of Lin Sheng's statement. It was at this time that Shen Ling said, Well, what's wrong? Aren't they all women wearing scantily clad clothes? Yes. But have you noticed the characteristics of these women? After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Shenling was also stunned. Before, it was because Lin Sheng showed dissatisfaction after seeing his eyes attracted by those women. You must know that she has become Lin Sheng's woman. Won't she give him what he wants? Do you still need Lin Sheng to see other women? But now after hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shenling thought of something that she had not thought of before because of her anger. Then she widened her eyes and said, "They are not demons." Lin Sheng nodded and said, "I think so. Don't you see that these women have special characteristics on their bodies? These characteristics also mean that these individuals are not demons. And when I think about the demon clan trying to invade our blue star, this demon clan has definitely invaded other worlds. In this case, these demons obviously brought back other women who were abandoned by them and invaded the world of success and became such people." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shenling also had a sad expression on his face. These people are all women. And he is a woman too. If they were willing women, he would not have said anything. But the reluctance was very obvious on the faces of these people. But those demons who came to lead here took advantage of the women directly regardless of their reasons. Shenling also had an angry expression on his face. Then he said to Lin Sheng, "Xiao Sheng, I want to demolish this place. And then let's rescue the women here together." At this time Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Let you. I also observed that there are quite a lot of demons here. There are 15 floors in a building. And each floor has 10 rooms. There are 10 buildings in total here. Judging from the traffic of demons here, the demons here will definitely occupy at least half of the room. No. It may be full." At this time, Lin Sheng pointed at the demons in front of him and obviously took action directly if he wanted to. But he did not go into the room. "I'm afraid the room is already full." A bunch of black lines suddenly appeared on the faces of Lin Sheng and Shenling. If Blue Star hadn't been successfully invaded, I'm afraid even the women on Blue Star would have faced the same situation. From time to time, the two of them saw dead women of all races being carried down from upstairs, and then randomly thrown into a large truck with the name, Incinerator, written on the truck. Lin Sheng and Shenling immediately looked at each other. And then at this moment, both of them had ugly looks on their faces. These demons have gone too far. Lin Sheng and Shenling looked at each other and immediately nodded affirmatively. Then the two of them emerged from the hidden corner with a swipe. Lin Sheng held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and Shenling immediately went into the demon refining pot and prepared to release the demons in the pot. Everyone in the building was stunned when they saw Lin Sheng suddenly appearing. These people didn't know where Lin Sheng and Shenling came from, and they all had weapons in their hands. This looks like the person coming is not good. At this time, while everyone was still in a daze, Lin Sheng and Shenling immediately started to take action. Lin Sheng held the Xianyuan sword in his hand and dodged very quickly. Whenever he saw the demons, the Xianyuan sword in his hand would not hesitate to wipe the necks of these demons. These demons were immediately killed on the spot. And those women who originally hated the demons, but had no choice but to feel aggrieved, saw that the demons around them were killed, but they themselves were still alive. Their faces showed with an excited expression. After they were caught here, they were very dissatisfied because they had not only been taught a few lessons at the beginning, but he was unable to take revenge at all. Now that they saw someone coming to save them, they immediately showed an excited expression. And at this moment, these women were so bold that they started kicking the dead demons, hoping to let out all the grievances they had felt before. Lin Sheng was fighting, and Shenling was not losing at all. Demons are constantly being released from the demon refining pot in his hand. Shenling ordered these demons to immediately train and attack the demons. These demons all died in the hands of demons. In less than 3 minutes, with the full cooperation of Lin Sheng and Shenling, all the demons in the hall were killed. Lin Sheng also noticed at this time that although these demons were only demons below the heaven level, they would still bring him points after killing them. Although the number of points is too small, it is better than having none. At this time, Lin Sheng and Shenling stood together. Lin Sheng took back the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and Shenling also summoned the demons in his demon refining pot. Then at this time, the rescued women came to Lin Sheng and Shenling, and immediately knelt down to express their gratitude to Lin Sheng and Shenling. After Lin Sheng looked at the time, only 20 minutes had passed. There was still a lot of time for the time that should have disappeared. Lin Sheng immediately said to Shenling beside him, "Let's hurry up and let's fight all the way up." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately went up to a building, while Shenling released the demons directly on the spot with ease, and arranged for the demons to go up to a building at this time. Chapter 499 Going Upstairs. Lin Sheng kept running up towards the location of a building. When he came to a door, he kicked the door open. The next moment, Lin Sheng rushed in with a weapon in his hand. When Lin Sheng came to the room, he saw the demons in the room tying up a woman in front of him and placing her on the bed. The woman obviously had a desperate expression on her face, although the woman's face showed an expression of unwillingness. But the woman was tied up and had no way to struggle. It was at this time that the door was broken open. The demon clan member was stunned for a moment and turned around in confusion. He never thought that someone who was writing about it would actually come to disturb him at this time. But after looking back, he immediately lost his composure, because he saw a person who was not a demon holding a weapon in his hand, who was obviously coming to kill him. When the demon clan members were not calm, the woman who originally had a despairing expression showed an expression of surprise deep in her eyes. At this time, Lin Sheng said coldly, "As expected, they are not good things. If you demons invade Blue Star, will my compatriots in Blue Star still have a good life?" After Lin Sheng forgive me these words, Lin Sheng waved the Xianyuan sword in his hand. The demons watched as the sword kept approaching them. It was at this time that the demon clan man said to Lin Sheng in horror, "Who are you? Do you know where this is and who I am?" After the demon clan member said these words, he did not make Lin JJ stop, but made Lin Sheng angry. "Of course I know. I want to kill you just because I know you are a demon." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he looked at the demons and smiled again and said, "Not only you, but the demons downstairs have all been killed. As for those demons upstairs, I will also ask them all to go down and accompany you." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he mercilessly slashed at the demons in front of him with a Xianyuan sword in his hand. He was killed with the horrified expressions on the faces of the demons. Before the demons died, they could not believe that someone had broken into the demon world and was killed. Just when Lin Sheng wanted to leave after saying that he had killed the demon, the woman in the master's bed struggled violently. "Whoa!" The woman's voice caught Lin Sheng's attention. It was at this time that Lin Sheng looked back, shook his head, and with a wave of his sword, the rope on the woman's body was cut off by him. The woman was stunned at first, thinking that JJ Lin was also going to kill him. He came out with a frightened expression, but the next moment, he felt the restraints on him disappear, but he was unscathed. After the woman reacted, she hurriedly rushed towards Lin Sheng, who was about to leave. He hugged Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng was stunned at first. "I thought this woman was going to sneak up on me, but after feeling the softness on my back, I called him a big ball." Lin Sheng turned around and saw a woman with a pair of fluffy ears on her head and a tail hanging from the back. This woman had almost no clothes on her body, just like a white girl hanging on her body. At this time, Lin Sheng and the other party looked at each other. The woman immediately looked at Lin Sheng with her big watery eyes. There was some blue light in this woman's eyes. He pitifully said to Lin Sheng, "Hero, slave, please let me follow you. I can do whatever you need." Lin Sheng was immediately confused. He just wanted to kill the demons here and blow it up by the way. After all, it was also a territory for the demons to be destroyed. Then it was on this body that Lin Sheng immediately said to the woman with a headache, "You don't have to do this. I am here to kill the demons, and you will be free next. But I have nowhere to go." At this time, the fox girl showed a pitiful look and said to Lin Sheng. It was at this time that Lin Sheng also had a headache. Then at this moment Lin Sheng said, "Well, you can wait for me downstairs, and I will arrange a place for you." At this moment, Lin Sheng's mind was also spinning. The woman in front of me is really a little different. Although I don't have this idea. If this woman is assigned to Pajun, Lin Sheng actually wanted to see how Pajun would react. After thinking of this, the woman also stopped. Then he nodded and walked downstairs. Lin Sheng could feel that this woman was still intact. Otherwise she would not have been forcibly tied up. It was at this time that Lin Sheng hurriedly ran towards other rooms. Then at this time, Lin Sheng kicked open rooms one after another. After these rooms were kicked open, all the demons in the rooms were killed. And the women in the room are all different. Some people are unwilling but unable to resist. Some of them threaten themselves with the demons. For such a person, Lin Sheng did not hesitate and dealt with him decisively with one shot. After Lin Sheng fought all the way to the end, he returned to the first floor this time. And then Lin JJ changed floors and continued to kill. However, Shin Ling was better than Qin Song. And because of the large number of demons in his hands, Shenling was already waiting for Lin Sheng after he returned downstairs. Came back? After Shenling saw Lin Sheng coming back, she immediately said to Lin Sheng, "Well, let's go," Lin Sheng said calmly. Just when Lin Sheng was about to leave, Shenling said, "These people?" As Shenling spoke, she grabbed Lin Sheng's arm. "Oh, come on, everyone," Lin Sheng responded and said to the women. These women were all people who had grudges against the demons. Otherwise Lin Sheng would not have kept them. "Why?" Shenling asked in confusion. "Well," Lin Sheng said this deliberately to show off. But at this time, Shenling grabbed Lin Sheng's ear directly. "Okay, are you attracted to these women? It hurts. It hurts. It's not me. I don't have it. I have other plans. Sister Ling, please let go and I'll tell you," Lin Sheng said with a grin. Shenling then let go of his hand suspiciously, then looked at Lin Sheng's eyes widened and said, "Okay, you should make it clear. If you can't explain clearly, then I will continue." Chapter 500 Find the Target. "The thing is like this. Guji," Lin Sheng said in Shenling's ear. Then Shenling's eyes became brighter and brighter the more he listened. "This is a good idea." So Shenling agreed. "Take it away. We don't have much world left now." After Shenling finally said these words, Lin Sheng led people to protect Shenling and left together. But before going back, Lin Sheng still said, "Wait, I still have something to do." After Lin Sheng said this, he ran back. After a while, Lin Sheng ran out of the spaceship. When Lin Sheng returned to Shenling's side, Shenling looked at the mysterious Lin Sheng and couldn't help asking curiously, "Xiaosheng, what are you doing here?" Lin Sheng did not answer, but said to Shenling, "Yes." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he saw Shenling tilting her head and looking at him. And after a while, she also looked at the spacecraft. The next moment, Shenling showed a dull expression. Boom! After the explosion was heard, a strong fire suddenly came into view. This, after Shenling slowly uttered a word, her mouth opened slightly, and she immediately curiously said to Lin Sheng in front of her, "Are you just going to blow up this place?" Lin Sheng nodded. Then Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Okay, let's go back. There's not enough time now." But it wasn't all without success. At least we destroyed a demon spaceship. Then at this moment Lin Sheng noticed that he had gained 10,000 points. He blinked and became helpless. Then he took Shenling and these innocent women back. When would he return to the gathering place? Lin Sheng looked at Guzi and others who had returned. So he asked, "Have you found the location of the demons?" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi and others shook their heads and said, "No." Then Guzi said to Lin Sheng at this time, "Pai Pai and the Elf Queen haven't come back yet." That is, after Guzi said this, Lin Sheng said, "Well, let's wait for Pai Pai to come back now." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone started waiting. But while waiting, Lin Sheng handed those women over to Guzi to make arrangements. Then Lin Sheng quietly came to Pajun's side. "Ha ha, Pajun." Lin Sheng immediately looked at Pajun and said. Pajun was also confused by Lin Sheng's sudden question. Does Mr. Sheng have something to do with him? Pajun didn't understand what he was trying to do. Then he said to Lin Sheng, "Master Sheng, is there something going on?" After hearing what Pajun said, Lin Sheng said next, "Pajun, you are now a grown man. Do you have a partner?" Pajun shook his head, with a rare blush on his face. When had he, a tough-minded man, blushed? It was at this time that Pajun shook his head and said, "No, never." "Oh, all right." Lin Sheng laughed, and Pajun looked at Lin Sheng's smile. Suddenly I felt a little dangerous. At this time, Lin Sheng said coldly, "Pajun, do you want a wife?" Pajun was stunned immediately. Then he burst out laughing. Pajun didn't see the women Lin Sheng had just brought back. So he just said jokingly, "Master Sheng, are you going to introduce someone to me? What is our relationship? I can't educate you anymore when I look at your lonely figure. Besides, I already feel sorry for you when I'm with Shenling in front of you every day." Pajun heard this. Pajun said he didn't want to talk. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to Pajun in front of him, "Since you want everything, it's easy to talk about it. Come with me, and you can choose which one you want." After saying this, Lin Sheng immediately led Pajun to the position where he had settled people before. Then at this time, Pajun looked at Lin Sheng and saw those people for him. I was immediately confused. I really wanted to take this with me as a gift to my wife. It was at this time that Pajun's eyes widened. In fact, Pajun is a tough guy, but he has never been in contact with women, not to mention seeing these two-dimensional women. Pajun suddenly felt his blood boiling. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to Pajun, "Which one you like? I will be your matchmaker." After the women heard this, their eyes also lit up. From the moment they were captured, they knew their fate. And now after being rescued, the other party still has to arrange a place for him to settle down. My mood suddenly became lively. Lin Sheng's attitude before, and these people were also confused. It was impossible for him to be caught by Lin Sheng. But it would be nice to have a place to settle down now. Moreover, Pajun is also full of masculinity in their eyes. Then everyone's eyes showed expressions of expectation. Then at this moment, a girl with bunny ears suddenly met Pajun's eyes. At this time, Pajun could no longer take his eyes away. Good guy. This Pajun looks like such a big brother. And now he also has feelings for a little girl. So Lin Sheng said jokingly, "Hey, don't think that if you don't speak, I can't tell that you have made your choice." Pajun still didn't answer. Lin Sheng waved his hand and retreated to the others. Pajun and Tamizi were left behind. Then at this time, Lin Sheng also left. Let Pajun arrange it first, and then let Pajun arrange the rest. Lin Sheng returned to the team, and saw Pai Pai rushing to find Lin Sheng. Boss! Boss! Come on! Come on! Let's go quickly! We found the big fish. After Pai Pai said this in a hurry, Lin Sheng immediately showed a surprised expression. I didn't find any big guy at all. But I didn't expect that Pai Pai would find the big guy this time. And he was going to make a contribution to himself. So Lin Sheng immediately said to Pai Pai, "Wait a minute, and tell me what kind of big guy it is." After Pai Pai calmed down a little, he said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, I judge that it is a demon camp. A camp that trains warriors. There are not many demon warriors in it." After he finished speaking, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Then Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai, "Distance and number of people? It's about an hour away. Which is why we came back late. The number of enemies is about 100,000. But they won't be very dense. Moreover, we found that there seemed to be other camps around the camp. But they were also very far away. It won't be a problem where we start." Chapter 501 Destroy the Camp. After listening to Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. Then he said to everyone, "Let's go! Let's set off now!" After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led a group of people and ran towards the location of the police station. Lin Sheng carried a total of 300 people. The combat power of 300 immortals is still a bit low, but it is not insurmountable to deal with those 100,000 demons, because there are not many powerful demons at the immortal level. Then at this time, after Lin Sheng came here with a group of people, he saw everyone getting ready. Then Lin Sheng asked Pai Pai in front of him, "Is this where you are talking about?" "Yes. The boss is right here." Lin Sheng immediately said to Pai Pai, "Everyone, get ready. Let's groping in quietly later. Don't alert the snake at the beginning. Otherwise, if we are surrounded by enemies, this will be really very serious. Troublesome thing." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led a group of people to quietly surround the demon camp. However, the actions of Lin Sheng and others were unknown to all the demons in the demon camp. The demon warriors in this camp were still chatting together in large numbers. If they discover that Lin Sheng and others are seeking help from other demon camps not far away, then Lin Sheng and others may not be able to destroy this demon camp. If this was the case, then those strong men from the demon clan would have really counterattacked and conquered Blue Star. But it was precisely because of their contempt that the ambitions of the entire demon clan failed. This phone number is in the demon camp. Get up and be careful not to let others come and attack our camp. You must know that the demon generals failed when they led people to invade Blue Star. And there are still passages left in those places. If those people from Blue Star come here to cause trouble for themselves, they will be doomed. It's just that after the commander of the demon camp finished saying this, these demon warriors all showed disdain. Battalion commander, you are thinking too much. How could those Blue Star people come to invade us? Although the demon general failed, not everyone in our demon world dares to come. You must know that the demon world is not only controlled by the demon emperor, but also 5 saints who are more powerful than the demon emperor. Yes, those individuals will only come to us unless they can't get over it. If the saint discovers it, then those guys will be wiped out. All the demon warriors said this with great arrogance. The demon battalion commander also sighed helplessly. Then he said, "That's all. Just do whatever you want." He didn't want to say anything more. The situation in the demon world here is indeed as they said. It is impossible for the situation to occur. It was at this time that Lin Sheng quietly groped in toward the people he was already leading. When Lin Sheng and others came in, everyone was a little confused. Lin Sheng asked Pai Pai, "Are you sure this is the camp where 100,000 demon warriors are talking about? How can it be so loose?" Lin Sheng's inquiry also made Pai Pai and others confused. Pai Pai also said in confusion, "Yes, our place is strange. Forget it. Then we don't have to worry about this. Let's continue to kill all the demon warriors here." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately led a group of warriors and quietly began to kill all the demons in the camp. Then at this time, those demons died of me without any discovery. It was at this time that everyone came to the room in the middle of the camp. Lin Sheng waved to everyone and said, "Okay, you all stay here and guard this place for me. Don't let anyone run out. I will quietly go in and take a look." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately walked towards the middle of the room. Then, at this time, Lin Sheng had just stepped into it and saw a demon warrior raising his head and looking at him in confusion. "Who are you?" "I'm your father." Lin Sheng said this after listening to the other party's words. The next moment, the Xianyuan sword in his hand was chopped out by Lin Sheng. Then the demon clan member didn't react at all and was killed by Lin Sheng. Then at this time, Lin Sheng calmly walked out of the room after confirming that the man was dead. "How's the boss doing?" the party asked Lin Sheng curiously. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Everything has been resolved." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai said in surprise, "Boss, I know the location of the next destination." "Well, wait a moment." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he opened the Lin Points redemption interface for a long time. Then JJ Lin saw 600,000 points in the Points redemption interface. Lin Sheng immediately redeemed them all, and handed all the redeemed potions to one person. Lin Sheng said to him, "Go back and select 30 people with these potions for them to break through. Then wait where you are." After Lin Sheng said this, the man immediately went back as ordered. It was at this time that Lin Sheng led Pai Pai and others towards the next destination. Still following the previous routine, Lin Sheng destroyed a total of 50 demon camps here. These things are done quietly every day. But after Lin Sheng finished these things, those demons had no direction to come out. Lin Sheng only has 250 people left. And every time his subordinates go back, they will go back with 30 places. After the master came down, the entire Blue Star strength already had 1,800 fairy level warriors. But Lin Sheng did not directly attack the entire demon world at this time. Instead, let a soldier go back and supply some combat power to his people. So Lin Sheng, Pai Pai and others just waited on the spot like this. After arriving for a long time, Lin Sheng saw the returning warrior returning with 250 people. Lin Sheng's team had completely become a team of 500 people. Lin Sheng continued to lead his people to kill the demon camp. With this team of 500 people, Lin Sheng and others took action faster. It didn't take much time to destroy 50 demon camps. In total, Lin Sheng and his men had destroyed 100 demon camps. It is extremely strange to say that he destroyed the demon camp like this, and was not discovered by the demon people. Chapter 502 3000 Combat Power. Then, under Lin Sheng's arrangement, the combat strength in his hands now numbered 3,300. Lin Sheng's mentality began to change when he looked at the number of warriors in his hands. When Lin Sheng's mentality changed, those individuals among the demon clan seemed to have reacted. When Lin Sheng and others were reintegrating the fighting power in their hands, many camps in the demon world also began to find something amiss. This does not mean that Lin Sheng and others did not keep secrets well. There should be 100,000 demon warriors in the entire 100 camps, and the total number of combatants would be in the tens of millions. The disappearance of so many demons, and the disappearance of hundreds of camps finally attracted the attention of those demons. Then at this time, the demon clan members immediately became confused. "No, our people have sacrificed a lot. Such a big thing was only discovered at this time. It's over. If the demon emperor above takes the blame, then we are doomed. No, hurry up and find the invading enemies. Quick, quick, everyone take action. The people above will definitely find our problem soon." A group of demons started to take action immediately after discussing it at this time. It was also at this time that Lin Sheng led others to feel the chaos of those demons, who had not yet been solved. When Lin Sheng and others arrived at a demon camp, all the demons became confused at this time. Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai and others beside him, and said helplessly, They have discovered us. It seems that we will not be able to easily deal with those who ask the demons next. After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pai Pai immediately smiled and said, Boss, the demons in the demon camps we have cleaned up these days are not that powerful. There are less than 10 people with immortal level strength. After Pai Pai said this, there was a gleam of surprise in Pai Pai's eyes, and he said to Lin Sheng, Boss, let's do it directly. There is no need to dodge. It is absolutely impossible to kill these 3,000 immortal level combat power in one go. You can crush a camp directly. After hearing what Pai Pai said, Lin Sheng also agreed. Yes, it is useless to use the sneak attack method now. In the past, no one from the demon clan would have thought that someone would dare to sneak attack them. But at this time, all the demons were on guard, and he has already considered dealing with them to death. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to use the previous sneak attack method at this time to be effective, and it may still have the opposite effect. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said to the people around him, You should let us go back. Gather our people, and leave 300 people to stay behind. Then we have to gather 3,000 people and set off together. After Lin Sheng's order came down, the soldier in his hand immediately ran back. Then Lin Sheng and others all started waiting at this time. Not long after, a strong man from Blue Star, who had been promoted to the immortal level, arrived. These people all stood in front of Lin Sheng and waited. Lin Sheng was also very satisfied with these soldiers. These soldiers were all waiting for Lin Sheng Lao to give them orders. At this time, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and others, Brothers, get ready. Let's start setting off now. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he led a group of soldiers and rushed towards the demon camp. After Lin Sheng finished saying this, the people he led had just arrived in front of the demon camp. A group of demons in the demon camp were constantly looking for Lin Sheng and others in the camp. But at this moment, Lin Sheng rushed in with his men. And at this moment, the door of the demon camp was forcibly broken open. Then at this moment, those demons were stunned. Then he watched in horror as Lin Sheng rushed in with 3,000 Blue Star soldiers. Then these Blue Star warriors were like tigers that broke into the flock of sheep, and they massacred these demons as they came. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and others acted quickly. It didn't take long for Lin Sheng and others to directly kill all these demon warriors. And it was because Lin Sheng and others took action too quickly. There was no time for the other demon warriors in the demon camp to react. Lin Sheng and others left here directly. Lin Sheng and others were already heading towards the next demon camp. After Lin Sheng left, a wave of demon warriors came to the camp. They also just got the news. Then I came here. But their arrival was already too late. My lord, there are no enemies here anymore. Check where they went. This wave of demon warrior reinforcements immediately started communicating at this time. And the protagonist in their mouth has arrived at the second demon camp. Lin Sheng and his men didn't even stop for a moment. Then he led the men in and killed them again. Another demon camp fell. Lin Sheng once again led people away from the demons, who were following Lin Sheng and others' footsteps. But it was too late again. Each of these demons cursed with great anger. Boom! Just as the demons were cursing, the sound of explosions came from the distance. These demons all had confused expressions on their faces. What exactly happened? None of them knew. It was at this time that these demons stared blankly at the direction of the explosion. And then, they all reacted suddenly. These demons kept running towards the direction of the explosion. It's the enemy! At this moment, Lin Sheng's team, who was obsessed with these demons, was already fighting with the demons in the two camps. Lin Sheng was also a little helpless. The previous two strong attacks actually caused the joint resistance of these demon camps. This immediately led to a direct confrontation with the demons in the two camps. Then, at this time, these demons still had to face the fate of being slaughtered. Although it took a little longer, Lin Sheng and others were not slow to start. Soon they started to move to other camps. And the movement here was also human. All the demons reacted and immediately came from all directions. The combat power of the demon camp came to surround Lin Sheng and others. Chapter 5032 Factions of the Demon Clan. Ha. It seems that our youngest has changed from active to passive. Lin Sheng smiled and said to the men around him. After hearing Lin Sheng's words at this time, Pai Pai and others also laughed at this time. Pai Pai said carelessly, Boss, wouldn't it be better if this were done? We don't have to take the initiative to find those demons. If this is done, then we can be more relaxed. When we save time, those demons come to our door on their own initiative. We can kill more demons, and the combat effectiveness of the remaining thousands of us can be improved faster. Are you done? Pai Pai also learned some things that Lin Sheng didn't say during this period of battle with Lin Sheng. Although Lin Sheng didn't say a word, Pai Pai could still guess that as long as he killed enough demons, Lin Sheng would be able to produce more potions to enhance the strength of the warriors in his hands. After Pai Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng nodded and glanced at Pai Pai in front of him. I was thinking silently in my heart, although this faction seems so unreliable sometimes. But what? Sometimes he is quite smart. Not only did he not say anything, but he was also assigned to guess his thoughts. Then Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and everyone around him, Brothers, get ready. Although these demons seem to be here to surround us, for us, they are here to die. Unlimited monster spawning copy. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, all the soldiers were revealed. Then he also smiled at Lin Sheng. Ha ha. Sir, the direction is left to us. It was also at this time that the words of Lin Sheng and others were heard by those who gave to the demon clan. Then at this time, those demon clan members started angrily cursing at Lin Sheng and others. Damn it! What are you talking about? Looking down on us like this? We have millions of magic soldiers here. Do you think you can really be so arrogant? Yes. It's not just us. There are more demon soldiers coming behind us. The demon warriors kept saying these words at this time. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others looked at the demons in front of them with strange eyes. The next moment, Lin Sheng and others burst out laughing. Ha ha. Boss, you see how anxious they are. After Pai Pai said this, everyone saw those demons immediately attacking Lin Sheng and others. It was at this time that these demons kept yelling, Kill! Kill all these intruders! These demons who wanted to die kept shouting and blasting towards the location of Lin Sheng and others. Then at this time, those demons kept running towards here. At this time, Lin Sheng and others continued to reach out to the demons with their tentacle weapons. Those demons who had just approached Lin Sheng and others were lightly guarded by a group of blue stars. Lifespan was wiped out under attack. Then at this time, those demons were killed. Then at this moment, those demons were not afraid of death and kept attacking towards the position of Lin Sheng and others. JJ Lin, Pai Pai and the others, as well as those blue star warriors, all went crazy using Osha kill. The attacks in everyone's hands continued to fall. The demon warriors that kept coming around were being killed like moths flying into a flame. Then and at this time, there were fewer and fewer demons. When Pai Pai dealt with some demons in front of him, Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng, Boss, are these demons crazy? After hearing what Pai Pai said, Lin Sheng smiled and said to Pai Pai in front of him, Think about it for yourself. They are invading everywhere, and they must know more than I know. Once they enter the demon world, if it falls and is captured by someone, what will be the result? They must be afraid now. After all, what they did to those in the weak world in the past, these people do not want to happen to themselves. At this time, the behavior of these demons was also noticed by Pai Pai. That's right. But since our strength is so strong, the boss will let us kill them all. After Pai Pai said these words, he attacked and killed the demons. Then at this time, these demons kept coming, and the blue star warriors kept killing them. These demons also kept dying, but none of Lin Sheng and others died. As time passed, there were only less than 100 of these demons left. These demons who were still alive looked around at this time, when they discovered that there were less than 100 demon warriors left around them. Every demon warrior had a look of horror in their eyes. Then at this moment, those demons immediately threw away their weapons. Then the weapon in his hand was thrown to the ground. These demons finally lost their arrogance as before. The next moment, these demons knelt directly on the ground. Then he cowed out to Lin Sheng and others and begged for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. We know that you are the ones who gave in when the demon emperor wanted to invade this time. So you came over to kill him. However, the invasion of Blue Star is their business, not our idea, and we all reject it. After the demon man finished speaking, Pai Pai came to the demon man in front of him. Pai Pai immediately said, Apologizing is useful, but what is the use of JC? Pai Pai, please wait. Lin Sheng saw that the faction was about to kill the demons, and Lin Sheng hurriedly intervened. Then Pai Pai looked at the demon and asked, Oh, what reason are you talking about? Lin Sheng was also attracted by the demon clan's words at this time. Lin Sheng was also very interested in what the demon said. He didn't know why the demon in front of him said this. It's like this. We demon clan members are not all from the same sect as the demon emperor. We have peaceful factions and militant factions. This time the Demon Emperor is from the fighting faction. That's why he is so radical. We are from the peaceful faction, and have always been against those demons. Lin Sheng tore apart after hearing these words. Regarding these people, Lin Sheng felt that these demons could not be beaten to death with one stick. Chapter 504 The Demon Emperor is about to take action. Lin Sheng looked at the demons in front of him, and then said to the men around him, "Destroy their strength, and then we continue on the road." As the saying goes, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. Even if Lin Sheng was not prepared to kill these demons, for the sake of safety, Lin Sheng still decided that these guys should be destroyed, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to yourself in the future. It was Lin Sheng's idea that saved him a lot of trouble in the future. After the strength of these demons was abolished, the little expectation in their hearts disappeared at this time. These demons could only take off their combat uniforms and hide aside as ordinary members of the demon world. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, continued to prepare for the road with 3,000 soldiers. But at this moment, JJ Lin asked everyone to stop first. He looked at how many points he had. This sight really shocked Lin Sheng himself. In the past, tens of millions of demon warriors were eliminated, and the average points in hand were as much as 6 kilowatts. Every 20,000 points can create a fairy-level strongman. Lin Sheng directly redeemed the 3,000 quota of potion usage. And at the next moment, Lin Sheng directly entrusted these potions to his subordinates and had them sent back. And Lin Sheng was waiting for Lin Qi right there. After the time that Lin Sheng waited for passed, the number of combatants in his hands had reached 5,000. There are 1,300 immortal level experts left at the base camp, and there are still 1,700 warriors who have not yet become immortal level experts. Their strength is only that of heaven level experts. But this is not much for Lin Sheng. Problem: he has already created 6,300 immortal level experts, and it is not easy for the remaining people to increase their strength. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and the people around him embarked on the journey again. At this time, Lin Sheng led people all the way to the distance. When Lin Sheng and others were walking on the road, Lin Sheng heard the chaotic sounds of demons in the distance. At this time, Pai Pai looked back and smiled at Lin Sheng and said, "Boss, have we muddied the waters of the demon clan?" After hearing what Pai Pai said, Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Ha ha, maybe." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai also laughed. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and the others continued to move forward a lot. Then I heard what the demons who were chatting said. Lin Sheng and others did not stop at this time, and immediately rushed towards the door with the guns in their hands. Then Lin Sheng immediately led his men to massacre these demons. It was at this time that all the demons were in a daze for a while. After reacting, all the demons immediately fell into wailing. They kept trying to survive, but there was no way for Lin Sheng and others to let them go. Just when Lin Sheng and others were slaughtering the demons here, the news from Lin Sheng and others was also reported to Nguchi at this time, at the location of the Demon Emperor. After the Demon Emperor got the news, the Demon Emperor's face became very ugly. Damn it! How could these Blue Star humans come to the demon realm so quickly? In front of the Demon Emperor were the 2 demon generals, who had invaded the Blue Star operation before. After receiving the news, they immediately ran back to the Demon Emperor to ask for support. It's just that at this time, when these guys faced the Demon Emperor's questioning, they didn't dare to speak. Then there is definitely no way to say it. Destroying that portal is simply impossible for them. And it was the Demon Emperor who asked them to retreat in the first place. But how dare they say this now? If they dare to say it, they will definitely die. If you don't talk about the previous problem, you may not die directly. So they all decided not to speak. The Demon Emperor looked at the 2 demon generals and sighed and said, "Okay, you go and get ready and find all the demon generals for me. I will take you personally to set off." After the Demon Emperor finished speaking, the 2 demon generals immediately showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Yes, if the Demon Emperor takes them to take action in person, there is no need to be afraid at all. For them, these 2 demon generals were extremely surprised. The Demon Emperor led tens of thousands of demon generals. Isn't this better than them bringing those warriors who have just become immortals? You must know that the demon generals are all veteran immortal level powerhouses. So the 2 demon generals retired and began to call their comrades. The Demon Emperor picked up the red wine in his hand, took a silent sip, and then began to think. Although he had never seen Lin Sheng and others, his feeling told him that these Blue Star people were definitely not simple. Therefore, you still need to make a lot of preparations to deal with Lin Sheng and others. The Demon Emperor immediately stood up and walked towards a corner of the room. When he came to this corner, the Demon Emperor pressed his hand on a switch. The next moment, cracks began to appear on the intact wall in front of the Demon Emperor. He pulled out a black iron rod from the crack. This iron plate is not an ordinary iron plate, but is made by condensation of demonic energy. It is extremely powerful, and is the inheritance item of every Demon Emperor. The strongest damage can bring out the strength of the Saint level, but the consumption will be too huge, and it has been banned in a situation that will not appear in the world. But today, the Demon Emperor took it out. It can be said that this Demon Emperor is also very serious about Lin Sheng and others. It's not his fault. It's not like the Demon Realm hasn't been counterattacked before. But those who counterattacked against the Demon Realm don't have this strength. They couldn't beat the warriors in these demon camps in just a few rounds before they were all defeated. Killed. But what Lin Sheng did was beyond his expectation. At this time, Lin Sheng was getting rid of the last wave of demons. The demon camp here is gone. It seems that there are no demons in our position. While Lin Sheng was chatting with a group of people, Lin Sheng gave the medicine in his hand to those warriors again. This wave will definitely produce 3,000 warriors. When Lin Sheng made these decisions, Lin Sheng never thought that he would be plotted against. Lin Sheng waited until someone came over at this time. Chapter 505. The Demon Emperor leads his generals. After finishing the demons in the demon camp in front of him, Lin Sheng took the guards and started to rest. However, Lin Sheng and others did not wait long at the spot before they saw the demons in the distance surrounding them in a mighty manner. Then at this time, Lin Sheng frowned and looked solemnly at the demons, who kept coming towards his position, which brought him a lot of crisis. Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and others beside him, "Brothers, it seems that our real enemy is coming." "Really? Where?" When Pai Pai heard this, he immediately looked at the team of demons in the distance with vigilance. When Pai Pai saw it, he was immediately frightened. "Boss, those demons seem to be very extraordinary." Lin Sheng nodded when he heard this and said, "Yes, these people from the demon clan. I think the one standing in the middle with the stick should be the Demon Emperor. Then the powerful demons around him should be the demon generals, who led the team to invade Blue Star before." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai and others nodded. "When I killed the demon warriors in the demon camp here before, I didn't see those demon generals. Now it seems that those demon generals have been summoned away by the Demon Emperor in front of them." It was at this time that the Demon Emperor and the Demon General came to Lin Sheng. And it stopped at this time. The Demon Emperor's eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng in front of him. Then the Demon Emperor coldly said to Lin Sheng at this time, "Soldiers of Blue Star? Ha ha. We haven't gone over to trouble you yet. But we didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come to the Demon Realm at this time. Ugly, what are you talking about? Don't think that if you compete here, we will let you go." At this time, Pai Pai rushed to provoke the Demon Emperor before Lin Sheng could speak. But Lin Sheng just smiled and said nothing. In terms of provocation, Lin Sheng felt that Pai Pai was better at talking. So he didn't stop Pai Pai and let Pai Pai do his thing. It was at this time that the Demon Emperor showed an angry expression on his face after listening to Pai Pai's words. The Demon Emperor was so angry that he burst out laughing. "Ha ha. Your tone is quite loud. But we have to wait and see if you have the same strength as your tone. I hope you won't lose too quickly." The strength of these demon generals brought by the Demon Emperor is much stronger than those ordinary fairy-level demon warriors. After the Demon Emperor finished speaking these words, the weapons in the hands of the demon generals behind him made a clanging sound. Then at this time, those demon generals wanted to attack Lin Sheng and others. But the Demon Emperor came back from his anger. This Demon Emperor is indeed a Demon Emperor. He quickly noticed something was wrong. It's just that these people with the surname Mon in front of them are too calm. It really doesn't look like they are afraid of him. The Demon Emperor immediately started thinking. The calmness of these Blue Star people gave the Demon Emperor the feeling that these Blue Star warriors seemed somewhat confident. The Demon Emperor waved his hand at the demons behind him to stop their movements. Let the demon generals stop their imminent behavior first. "Lord Demon Emperor, why do you want us to stop? If you ask me, we should just go up and kill these people. We are not ordinary warriors from the Demon Clan. These Blue Star warriors are not powerful opponents for us." This Demon Clan man was still very confident when he spoke. That's why he said these words. The Demon Emperor ignored the demon general's words, and then cast his gaze on the faces of Lin Sheng and others in front of him. Then the Demon Emperor said to Lin Sheng in front of him at this time, "Were all the soldiers in my camp killed by you?" After the Demon Emperor asked this question, He also wanted to find out the strength of Lin Sheng and others. Yes. What's wrong? Lin Sheng answered this very calmly. Even if the Demon Emperor didn't get his answer, he would directly guess that they would deal with these demons. Facing Lin Sheng's answer, the Demon Emperor was even more sure of Lin Sheng's power. Then at this moment, the Demon Emperor said to the demon warriors behind him, "Everyone, be careful." After the Demon Emperor finished speaking, the demon generals took out their weapons and rushed towards Lin Sheng and others. It was at this time that these demons had arrived in front of Lin Sheng and others. When these demons came to kill, the Blue Star warriors began to fight back against the demons in front of them. When Lin Sheng and others started their counterattack, the demon generals who came to attack were immediately killed and turned upside down. Those demon generals were being killed continuously, and the Demon Emperor looked at the scenes in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It was at this time that the Demon Emperor showed a very ugly expression on his face. Damn it. These are all his people. This damn thing ended up like this. And they were suppressed by the other party. Fighting. There is no way to turn over. The Demon Emperor roared. What the HL? You have occupied so many resources of the Demon Clan. In the end, you can't even beat the Blue Star people who were born with folded mud legs? After hearing the words of the Demon Emperor, these demon generals immediately started fighting the Blue Star soldiers like chicken blood. They all knew that if they didn't perform well today, they would not be able to survive. Even if they survive in the end, their future will be doomed. After losing the trust of the Demon Emperor, at the end of the day, they could no longer have any benefits. These demons will fight back harder. Then at this time, those demon generals continued to fail on the road to counterattack. Let me go! How come these Blue Star guys are stronger than us? They can't beat them. Damn it! Damn it! What happened? Why did it become like this? Damn it! I deserve to die! The demon generals all yelled crazily. But in the end, they were killed one by one. The more the Demon Emperor looked at the scenes in front of him, the more desperate he became. He really doesn't understand why. Their majestic demon warriors have invaded countless civilizations, but they have never encountered such a thing. But today I really fell into the water. It was at this time that the Demon Emperor looked at Lin Sheng and others in front of him with an ugly look. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng smiled at the Demon Emperor in front of him. Chapter 506 The Demon Emperor Escapes. After seeing Lin Sheng smile, the Demon Emperor's face became even more ugly. I really don't have enough people, so it's useless, since my subordinates are not strong enough. Let's fight. In order to save his last face, the Demon Emperor directly challenged Lin Sheng to a fight. The Demon Emperor hoped to regain his face by killing Lin Sheng in front of him at this time. And after killing Lin Sheng, it was also beneficial to them. If Lin Sheng is killed, then these Blue Star warriors will be leaderless, and the final outcome will definitely be failure. Even if his men's fighting power is not enough, they can still find those demon saints to borrow money. Although the old guys of the demon saint will not take the initiative to take action, the obvious benefits are right in front of them. Those old guys will never give up the idea of taking advantage. This is the same for everyone. When the Demon Emperor was thinking this, he saw Lin Sheng in front of him nodding and waving to him and saying, "Come on! Don't you want to challenge me to a duel?" After the Demon Emperor saw Lin Sheng's performance, he immediately raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Lin Sheng in front of him and thought, I really want you to challenge me. Doesn't your behavior make me take the first move? But in this case, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if I failed? When the Demon Emperor thought like this, Lin Sheng shook his head disdainfully. Lin Sheng's last action completely angered the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and couldn't care less. At this moment, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Sheng in front of him. So at this moment, the Demon Emperor immediately took action against Lin Sheng. The Demon Emperor exerted force on his feet and quickly approached Lin Sheng's position. The black stick in his hand was waved continuously. Lin Sheng looked at the Demon Emperor, who was approaching him. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was not a vegetarian, and he immediately started to fight back. Kill! Dang dang dang. The sound of fighting and the sound of gold and iron constantly echoed in the air. The Demon Emperor also became more and more frightened as he fought. This was simply too uncomfortable for the Demon Emperor. After this battle, the Demon Emperor's face became more and more ugly, and he felt the pain in his tiger's mouth getting more and more painful. At the same time, the Demon Emperor also became curious. What kind of weapon was Lin Sheng's hand, and why it had not been destroyed after so many fights? You must know that the magic stick in his hand is one of the most precious treasures in the devil world. There simply aren't many weapons that can fight it. It was at this time that a somewhat different sound suddenly came out when Xianyuan's sword and the magic stick came into contact. Stuck. The Demon Emperor smiled. Ha ha. The weapon in your hand is useless and will be destroyed by my magic stick. After the Demon Emperor's words came out, Lin Sheng not only did not panic, but looked at the Demon Emperor in front of him with a smile and said, Are you so confident? Ha ha. My Xianyuan sword seems to be fine. On the contrary, your stick seems to be fine. There's a problem, Lin Sheng said with a smile to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was stunned. Just now, he wanted to say something impossible. But the next moment, the smile on the Demon Emperor's face immediately stiffened. The Demon Emperor looked at the magic stick in his hand and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Then the Demon Emperor held his own weapon. He kept watching the magic stick bend down and stroking it with his hand. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Impossible, the Demon Emperor murmured to himself, staring at the only section of the magic stick that was still glued together. The entire magic stick did not break. It was entirely because of the steel in this section that the two magic sticks could still hang together. It was at this time that Lin Sheng said with a smile, Aha! What's impossible? Don't you even believe in the eyes of time? After listening to Lin Sheng's words, the Demon Emperor immediately broke the magic stick completely. The next moment, the Demon Emperor rushed towards Lin Sheng with the two magic sticks in his hands. Kill! The Demon Emperor's eyes immediately glowed with anger. His eyes seemed to be on fire, and the movements in his hands became more and more brave. When Lin Sheng's eye faced the Demon Emperor's crazy attack, the Xianyuan sword in Lin Sheng's hand was waved continuously. Swishing, swishing, swishing. The Xianyuan sword in Lin Sheng's hand was constantly being swung at this time, and he used all his strength to chop down the magic stick. The magic stick in front of him was quickly cut into sections in Lin Sheng's hands. Emperor Shemo became more and more confused. After seeing that the magic stick was gone, and only a small section was left in his hand, the expression on Emperor Shemo's face became dull. The Demon Emperor retreated frantically, and the weapon in his hand was gone. Then at this moment, the Demon Emperor looked at Lin Sheng with a smile. The Demon Emperor finally understood why his men continued to fail in the end. It's hard to say anything else, but the weapons in the hands of Lin Sheng and others are much more powerful than the weapons in the demon world. Therefore, the warriors of their demon world are no match for people of the same level as Blue Star. The Demon Emperor lost his advantage and immediately wanted to escape. He still needed to be alive. This demon world still needs him after the exam. He is the Demon Emperor here. The people of the demon world still need him. The Demon Emperor immediately spread his legs and tried to escape. As long as he survives this time, he can ask for help from those demon saints, even if Lin Sheng is stronger than him. Facing the demon saints, the Demon Emperor doesn't think Lin Sheng will be able to defeat the demon saints. When the Demon Emperor escaped, Lin Sheng looked at the Demon Emperor in front of him from a distance. Just chuckled. He naturally knew that the Demon Emperor's strength was about the same as his own. Although he had the advantage of having weapons in his hands when fighting, he knew he might not be able to catch up easily when running a support was found. Lin Sheng looked at the Demon Emperor in front of him and shook his head. Only by waiting for your own strength to improve again can you better counterattack the opponent. After Pai Pai and others had dealt with their enemies, they came to Lin Sheng's side. Pai Pai asked curiously, Boss, why don't you chase after me? The strength is not enough. It's not like you haven't heard before that there are still a few old guys at the demon saint level still alive in the demon world. It's good that we can repel them now. If we catch up with them, wouldn't those who accidentally get trapped in front of the demon saint be doomed? So next we have to improve our strength first. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai and the others immediately nodded thoughtfully. Then Lin Sheng opened the exchange interface. When Lin Sheng saw the new items in the exchange interface, his eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 507 Demon Palace. Got tens of millions of points again. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. So he said directly, Goozy, go and send someone to get these things back. And send this thing back so that all the soldiers can use it. After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately redeemed the potions in the points redemption interface. With these potions in hand, Lin Sheng brought these warriors from the demon world, and they all became immortal level powerhouses. When the time comes, these warriors can all start to kill the demons here, and truly start to fight against the invasion. Good master. After Goozy finished saying this, he immediately arranged Lin Sheng's explanation. Time passed little by little. And the Blue Star soldiers, led by Pajun, left 1,000 people to guard the entrance. This was mainly because Lin Sheng was worried that when he was resisting the invasion, those demons would steal the tower for him, and even end up having his home stolen. At this time, Lin Sheng led 7,000 soldiers to sweep the demon world. Boss, it seems like we haven't seen any other demons in the store during this walk. After Pai walked all the way, he didn't see anyone from the demon clan for a long time. Pai couldn't help but say this. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, "Isn't this a good thing? This proves that all the demons have been killed by us. Or perhaps the demons here are afraid of us and have begun to run for their lives." While Lin Sheng was saying these words, all the demons in the demon world learned that the demon emperor was killed. So all the demons were in chaos at this time. "Run away! Run away quickly! Our demon world has been invaded. The demon emperor has been killed. Run away! We need to escape quickly if the enemy comes to us. We are afraid that our lives will be at risk." Every demon clan member panicked and shouted, and started to pack up their things and start running away. They were already scared. In the past hundreds of years, the demon world has never encountered such a crisis. So the people of the demon clan were also extremely panicked. They were also extremely moved and asked whether the people from Blue Star would drive them away and kill them all. It was at this time that the demons gathered outside after packing their things. These demons are all a little confused. The demon world has been invaded. Where can I escape now to save my life? These demons were extremely helpless, standing on the road with confusion in their eyes. I simply don't know where to go. It was at this time that someone suddenly said, "We can go to the demon saints' territory. Those demon saints will definitely protect us." I don't know who suddenly mentioned the existence of the demon saint. So the proposal was suddenly like dropping a stone on the water. It's like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone from the demon clan started talking about it. And later on, these demons all made up their minds. One after another, they began to go to the demon saints' territory to seek refuge with these demon saints. Time passed little by little. On Lin Sheng and other side, Lin Sheng and his group once again came to the tribe where the demons in the demon world lived. However, Lin Sheng and others were looking at the panic among these tribes at this time. So at this moment, Guzi said, "Master, the demons we see here don't look like they have been beaten. Besides, we have never come here. The demons here seem to be on the run. Ha ha. These demons are also afraid." After Guzi said this, Pai immediately laughed and raised his eyebrows at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was a little helpless. This Pai always liked to have oral pleasure. So at this moment, Lin Sheng said to Pai and others, "Look where these demons will escape. If we had not caught these demons, the demons in the world of humans and demons would have a chance to rise again. And our Blue Star would eventually encounter crisis again. I don't want a knife staring at me every day." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, all the soldiers scattered in all directions at this time. And at this time, he started looking around. Soon after, the scattered warriors came to Lin Sheng. These soldiers looked at Lin Sheng's questioning eyes. These soldiers all said to Lin Sheng in front of them at this time, "None of us have found any clues." Lin Sheng waved his hand and asked these soldiers to retreat. Then we waited for Pai and others to come back. Then Lin Sheng waited until Pai and others came back one by one. Guzi came to Lin Sheng and shook his head and said, "Master, the demons here should be ordinary people. They left in a hurry and basically left nothing behind, let alone clues." After Guzi finished saying this, Pai also came back and shook his head. The other people came back one after another and shook their heads. Then at this time, Lin Sheng looked at everyone and said, "Let's take a walk to see if there are any clues ahead." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he led a group of people to Lin Sheng's side and began to follow Lin Sheng towards the road in front of him. After walking for a long time, Shenling suddenly found something that seemed to be a clue. And at this moment, Shenling immediately ran up, picking up what he found from the ground, and returned to Lin Sheng's side. Then he handed the thing in his hand to Lin Sheng. When Lin Sheng looked at that thing, his eyes immediately became a little strange. It's the same thing as a cell phone. Lin Sheng opened the phone curiously. Then I saw that the video recording function in the mobile phone was turned on. "Is this a recorded video?" Lin Sheng said this out of curiosity. This looks like the documentary on Blue Star. It turns out that demons encounter important things. And some demon masters also like to make documentaries for themselves. So Lin Sheng began to check. He felt that this documentary might contain the information he needed. When Lin Sheng was watching the video, everyone stopped moving at this time and waited behind Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng watched the video. Time passed little by little. After a long time, Lin Sheng slowly exhaled. Sure enough, there is news. Chapter 508, The Holy Land of the Demon World. So Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes. He knew where these demons were going. Looking at what was recorded in the video, we can know that the demon clan member was in too much of a hurry when he left. It is precisely because of this that after he recorded the video, he accidentally left his phone here. So it was at this time that Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and others, "Have you got any news about the demon saint?" No one knew about Lin Sheng's flowers. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly, although he already knew where his destination was. But I don't know which way to go. So at this time, Lin Sheng continued to lead Pai Pai and others in the direction where the demons came from before. After advancing for an unknown amount of time, Lin Sheng and others immediately saw a magnificent palace in front of them. Then, at this time, Lin Sheng and others became curious. And at this time, Lin Sheng said to everyone in Lin, "Let's go over and have a look." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, he immediately led a group of soldiers towards the demon palace. Yes, this palace is the palace of the demon emperor that we are going to. When Lin Sheng and others entered the palace, these warriors dispersed immediately and began to look around to see if there were any enemies. It's just that all the actions of dotting people are absolutely fruitless. After all, in the past, after the demons in the demon palace learned the news of the death of the demon emperor, the demons in the demon palace immediately began to panic and run away. They are all subordinates of the demon emperor, the closest people. If they were ordinary demons, they might not be exterminated by the invaders. But among the demons here, because of their different identities, the demon emperor is already dead. If they continue to stay here, those demons will definitely be killed by the intruders at this time. It was at this time that the demons immediately ran away in panic. Not long after, the scattered soldiers gathered in front of Lin Sheng. "My house is already empty," Pai Pai said helplessly at this time. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said, "Nonsense! If those demons don't escape, wouldn't these demons who are still here at this time come to die? If you had clearly known that you would die in the end, and there might be a glimmer of hope for you if you escape from here, would you still stay?" Pai Pai shook his head. Lin Sheng chuckled. "Our most important thing is to stay here to find news about the demon saint." Just as Lin Sheng finished speaking, Kong Kongi came over with a book in front of Lin Sheng. Then at this moment, Kong Kongi handed the book in his hand to Lin Sheng. Then Kong Kongi said to Lin Sheng, "Master, this is a book I found. It seems to record the history of the emperors of the demon world." After hearing about Kong Kongi's flowers, Lin Sheng was immediately stunned. And then he became curious. Lin Sheng opened the book in his hand suddenly. Then after taking a closer look, Lin Sheng saw a lot of relevant content in the books. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng curiously examined it. After reading the contents of the book, Lin Sheng began to think. The book records that 5 people have retired. Let's just say they are retired demon emperors. Their strength is all because they have broken through to the holy level and have no pursuit. So they retreat to protect the entire demon world. Then he handed over the power in his hands to the new demon emperor, and used the resources of the entire demon world to enhance the demon emperor's strength. It is also true that the strength of those retired demon emperors has reached the level of demon saints. They also have their own holy land, and control part of the population and power of the demon world. But after they retire, they will not interfere with the demon world at all, unless there is an absolute crisis in the demon world. Only these demon saints will take action. After seeing this place, Lin Sheng immediately began to look for the location of the lock in the Holy Land. Soon Lin Sheng found the map of the Holy Land. There still needs to be a way to find the demon saint. Otherwise, when encountering an absolute crisis, if no one goes to look for the demon saint will most likely be found at the end. You will know when a crisis is coming. Once this happens, there will be no need for the demon saint. It is because of this incident that the map of the Holy Land was handed down. "Found it! This is it!" Lin Sheng looked at the map he found in the book and said in surprise, "There are 5 maps in this book. Each map represents the location of a holy site. Of course, the paper in this book is also made of 5 different paper qualities." Lin Sheng looked at the map in his hand and immediately said to the men around him, "Let's set off." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led the people and ran away into the distance. Follow the instructions on the map to find the location of the Holy Land where the demon saint is located. Then it was at this time, outside the Holy Land. The fugitives from the demon clan had already arrived outside the Holy Land at this time. There are many demon guards outside the demon realm Holy Land constantly guarding the place at this time. The Holy Land warriors looked at the fleeing people in front of them at this time. These Holy Land warriors looked at the fleeing demons in front of them with confusion. Why are you here? If you don't stay well in the demon realm controlled by the demon emperor, what are you going to do? At this time, the Holy Land warriors asked the demons in front of them. Soon there were demons who cried bitterly and complained to the Holy Land warriors in front of them at this time. Sir, the demon realm is in danger. The demon emperor's plan to invade foreign races failed, and he encountered a counterattack, leading to a crisis in the demon realm. After hearing this, the Holy Land warrior had an expression of disbelief on his face, and at this moment, he looked at the demon in front of him and asked, "Is what you said true?" The demons nodded one after another, expresses determination. At this time, the Holy Land warriors led these demons into the Holy Land first. Within the Holy Land, if these demons are protected by the Holy Land warriors, then these demons will definitely be safe. As for the big crisis in the demon world, the Holy Land warriors asked A7 and the demon saint to report and wait for news from the demon saint. After all the demons watched the Holy Land warriors leave, they all looked forward to it, hoping that the demon saint would take action to save the demon world. Let them return to their old days. Lin Sheng and others followed all the marks on the map and arrived at the demon Holy Land. It is a separate mountain. There are guards of the Holy Land surrounding the mountain. Is this the Holy Land of Demons? Chapter 509 Entering the Holy Land. Pai Pai said curiously. Lin Sheng looked at the map in his hand, nodded and said, "Yes. The demons who had just arrived also fled here. This is the closest demonic Holy Land to us. Only after all the demonic Holy Lands here are solved can the crisis of our blue star truly end." After Lin Sheng said this, he immediately led people to enter this Holy Land. But when everyone came to the outside of the Holy Land, they suddenly found that they could not enter it at all. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and touched a barrier, which was the protective barrier for the entire Holy Land. Lin Sheng was a little helpless. The next moment, he slapped the barrier hard several times and said to Pai Pai and others beside him, "We may not be able to get in." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai immediately walked out and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, leave this to me. Let me give it a try." After Pai Pai finished saying this, he immediately picked up Thor's hammer in his hand, beat him hard. At this time, the protective barrier only shook a few times without any signs of breaking. Pai Pai said with some embarrassment, "Being able to knock is the best thing. Wait a minute, and I'll give it a try a few more times." After Pai Pai finished saying this, he continued to beat him. But Pai Pai's attack still only shook the protective barrier, but did not break it. The movement here also quickly attracted the demon warriors in the Holy Land. When those demon warriors took a look, they saw that the good guy Lin Sheng was leading a massive 7,000 people. For them, Hungary is really not small. Those demons were obviously frightened. At this moment, those demons immediately began to run away. They wanted to report to the demon saint what was going on here. After all, I had never encountered anything like this before. As for the final decision, it needs to be arranged by the demon saint. After the demons left, Pai Pai was a little tired from beating him. And then he said helplessly to Lin Sheng, "Boss, I give up." After Pai Pai said these words, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "My estimate is that this should be a protective shield for demon saint level strength. Although our strength is comparable to that of the peak immortal level. But the surrounding protective shield is still too powerful after all. There is no way we can break it. In the end, we can only use the shaped cannon." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai's eyes immediately lit up. And then he said to Lin Sheng in front of him, "Boss, you told me earlier. I will take action now. You can rest assured and leave it to me." After Pai Pai said this, Pai Pai immediately became interested. He took out the shaped cannon, and the power of the shaped cannon was adjusted to 50% of the power. Then he used the shaped cannon to bombard the protective barrier. A huge energy beam directly bombarded the protective barrier at this time. Not long after, the energy beam dissipated. At the same time, the energy of the protective barrier seemed to be defeated at this time. "Boss, we succeeded." After Pai Pai said this, he immediately smiled at Lin Sheng. In the Holy Land, violent shaking immediately occurred as the protective barrier was broken. In the temple, the demon saint was a little unconcerned at first. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. "What's going on?" Although he knew before that something big was going to happen in the demon world, and those invaders would definitely come to the Holy Land. But he has confidence. The protective barrier of the Holy Land was of the same level of strength as him. Under normal circumstances, if you want to open the protective shield of this Holy Land, you must use holy level attack power to force it open. But based on his understanding, these intruders would never do this. Then when the outside world is basically ruined, it can be used to exchange for the Demon Emperor. When the time comes, he will take action to deal with the intruders. And finally, he can choose the Demon Emperor again to rebuild this demon world. This is also the meaning of the existence of their Demon Saint of Hope. But the result was something he never expected. Unexpectedly, the protective shield of the Holy Land was broken. The Demon Saint looked outside strangely. At this time, those Holy Land warriors who had escaped came to the Demon Emperor. He immediately reported the outside events to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was a little confused as to what exactly happened. Before the Demon Emperor could speak, he heard the Holy Land warrior say, "Sir, the enemy is coming. The invader brought with him 7,000 immortal level experts." After hearing this, the Demon Saint's heart pounded. "What did you say? 7,000 immortal level experts?" Demon Saint said in disbelief. The warrior nodded and said, "Yes, and their attack is enough to make the protective barrier shake. Lord Demon Saint asks you to give instructions." The Demon Saint felt a little bad. It was impossible for ordinary immortal level experts to make the protective shield shake. But those immortal level experts made the protective shield shake. In this way, these immortal level powerhouses definitely have strength close to the saint level. If this happens, these guys will not be easy to deal with. The Demon Saint is an experienced man and likes to be cautious when doing things. So he immediately sent a message to the other 4 saints. After the Demon Saint sent this news, the faces of the Demon Saints who got the news all turned ugly. Then at this time, Lin Sheng and others had already brought people to the Demon Clan Holy Land. Before Lin Sheng and others had gone far, they saw groups of demons not far away. Most of those demons were ordinary people who had escaped, and a few were demon warriors in the Holy Land. At this time, everyone saw the arrival of Lin Sheng and others. When the ordinary demons saw the arrival of Lin Sheng and others, the faces of these demons showed expressions of fear. Come and start running away the next moment. They all know that the demon world has been invaded. Now when they see outsiders appearing, they immediately think that they are invading guards. The Nashi Holy Land warriors also wanted to escape, but they were Holy Land warriors and could not escape. Then at this moment, he stood in front of Lin Sheng and others. Lin Sheng and others were surrounded. The next moment, a demon warrior said to Lin Sheng, "Why don't you retreat quickly? This is not a place where you can come. We are protected by a powerful demon saint. If you are unwilling to leave, you will all die as soon as our demon saint comes out." Chapter 510, The Demon Saint Arrives. Lin Sheng and others immediately looked at each other after hearing this. After a moment, they burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha! Are you kidding me? You actually let us leave like this? Didn't your Lord Demon Saint tell you that we, the vengeful people, must either build this place for all beings to deal with or die here?" After hearing this, the faces of all the Holy Land demon warriors turned ugly. They never thought that using threats to drive people away would actually have no effect. And after Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai and others immediately looked at each other. After a while, Lin Sheng said, "Let's get rid of the roots, except women and children." After Lin Sheng said this, everyone immediately started to take action. The so-called women and children are children and women who are powerless. But those demon women with fighting power are not included in this list. Of course, young geniuses are not on this list either. After all, Lin Sheng could not escape the morality in his heart. If possible, he would also kill all these demons. But if we kill those without fighting ability like this, wouldn't they be the same as those people from the small island back then? So Lin Sheng finally made this decision. It was at this time that Pai Pai and others started to take action. As time passed, the demons in the Holy Land were killed and had almost no fighting power. Where are the arrogant Holy Land warriors from before? Although they were very arrogant and awesome before. But at this time, they had all turned into corpses and fell to the ground lifeless. At this time, Lin Sheng said to the dogs around him, "Okay, let's go check out other places." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led a group of people and walked away. There were some demons who left some women and children behind. There was deep shock in the eyes of these demons. They had just arrived at the scene where they truly understood that the demons were also extremely fragile. All the knowledge passed down in the demon world has been overturned. Whichever demon clan is the strongest, the demon world will dominate all realms. It turned out to be nonsense to them. At this time, those demons were hiding in the communication and trembling. And at this time, those demons were all confused about one thing. The enemies outside were very powerful, and they were lucky to survive. Even if he lived to the end, the demon world was not destroyed. Then they also need to survive in the future and must not be too arrogant. Otherwise, the flowers will also perish. Lin Sheng and others gave them an indelible shock, so that they will never forget this in their lifetime. And I will be cautious in everything I do in the future. And JJ Lin and others have left here, and are constantly searching for the location of other demons in the demon world. The demon saint was also reporting the news to the Holy Land warriors, who led them to the corner of the Holy Land that had just been attacked and killed by Lin Sheng and others. What the demon saint saw were those members of the demon clan. The demon saint's face was very ugly. The demon saint asked these demons, "Where were those people just now?" He also guessed at once that the people from Blue Star had arrived here. However, when faced with the demon saint's inquiry, these demons trembled, and no one was willing to answer his question. The demon saint looked at these demons solemnly, his eyes filled with helplessness. He looked at the expression of the demon in front of him and understood. These demons are all dead. The arrogant and domineering temperament of a demon clan member in his heart is no longer there. To improve the strength of a demon clan member, one must have enough arrogance to increase their strength rapidly. But the mentality of these demons has been exploded, and their future strength training will be completely useless. Even if it is possible to practice, the upper limit is definitely very low. Not to mention the current situation. It seems that these demons may not even be able to embark on the road of cultivation. Then at this moment, the demon saint looked very ugly and looked around. He wanted to look for the traces of Lin Sheng and others' departure. After the demon saint's search, he found traces of traces. Immediately, he led a group of demons to pursue Lin Sheng and others. The demon saint chased all the way, but in his heart, he must not let Lin Sheng and others cause trouble in the demon realm. Otherwise, if this happened, something big would happen. Aren't the demons in his holy land going to be destroyed? Then at this time, after the demon saint left, those demons began to get up and walk toward an exchange. They opened the door in the corner and decided to hide and live here from now on and never go out again. As for what happens to the devil world, it has nothing to do with them. There can be a small world here, and they decided to live in seclusion here from now on. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others found a new place for the demons to live. Lin Sheng and others also took action without saying a word this time. With the same actions as before, they directly killed all the demons here. Then, at this time, under the leadership of Lin Sheng, a place where demons lived was once again cleared. Then at this time, when Lin Sheng and others were preparing to leave, they suddenly heard Pai Pai and others talking. "Boss, someone seems to be coming from a distance." Pai Pai frowned and looked into the distance, then told Lin Sheng about this household. And at this moment, when Pai Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng looked over. Then, he saw the demons coming in force. At this time, Lin Sheng felt a huge aura coming from the demons. Lin Sheng immediately felt that this team of demons and the leading demon were not simple. Just the aura on his body gave Lin Sheng the feeling that this demon was very powerful. Even his own strength cannot defeat him at all. That is, he can barely fight against it. At this time, Lin Sheng quietly took out the shaped cannon from the backpack space. And at this time, those demons had already arrived in front of Lin Sheng and others. These demons immediately surrounded Lin Sheng and others at this moment. And at the next moment, the demon saint in the middle of these demons walked out and came to Lin Sheng. "Are you those people from Blue Star? If you leave here, I can guarantee you that the demon world will not disturb your lives from now on." Chapter 511, Killing the Saint. The demon saint said this out of careful consideration, because although he himself was powerful enough, there were only 5 demon saints in the demon realm. When he saw the expressions on the faces of these people, they were very calm. I secretly thought in my heart that the people named Lan here must have some special methods that have not been exposed. Right? Although the demon saint has the ability to pull out demons and kill these people in front of him, he is not sure that he can quickly kill them all in one go. And if he is a roommate, he will be restrained once he is restrained. Not to mention that one Blue Star person can contain him, even if hundreds of Blue Star people can contain him. But what if the remaining immortal level experts, nearly 7,000 Blue Star people, run around at this time? They will cause a devastating blow to the people in the demon world. If it comes to the end, even if he destroys all the Blue Star people, then the entire demon world will be destroyed. Moreover, the other 4 demon saints are probably about the same strength as him. Even if the 5 demon saints gather together, there is no way to kill all the Blue Star people here in one go. Only then did the demon saint make such a concession. At this time, Lin Sheng shook his head with a smile and said, "If you demons hadn't come to Blue Star as scheduled before, I wouldn't have pursued anything. But it's different now. You were driven back by us and asked us to leave at this time. Aren't you kidding? You don't even have the sincerity to apologize." After the demon saint heard Lin Sheng's words, the demon saint's face became very ugly. He didn't expect that he said this just to avoid causing more trouble. But Lin Sheng in front of him would actually be so disrespectful. He is the demon saint, the most powerful person in the demon realm, and one of the 5 strongest people. Is he a strong man in the demon world? Shameless? Then at this moment, the demon saint said to Lin Sheng, "Don't you think I am afraid of you? Let me tell you, you are so disrespectful to me. Are you trying to force me to do something? Ha ha. If you can do it, don't push it. I really want to fight you to see the true strength of the powerful demon clan." Lin Sheng burst out laughing at this time. Then at this moment, the demon saint's face was obviously very ugly. Then he looked at Lin Sheng in front of him and said, "Then let's do it." The demon saint was also very helpless. It was obvious that he didn't want to take action. But I had to take action. Lin Sheng saw that the demon saint in front of him had already taken action. The demon saint flew towards him at a very strange and fast speed. The demon saint stretched out a hand, turned his palm into a claw, and was about to grab Lin Sheng. The Xianyuan sword in Lin Sheng's hand suddenly appeared, and then slashed towards the demon saint's claws. After Lin Sheng's Xianyuan sword was slashed away, a huge bloody mouth immediately appeared on the demon saint's hand. The demon saint's expression suddenly changed greatly at this moment, and the demon saint hurriedly ran away. There was a constant look of horror on his face. Then he looked at Lin Sheng with lingering fear. The demon saint kept thinking in his heart that if he was one step too late to animate, one of his hands would be cut off. Then at this moment, the demon saint looked at Lin Sheng with a deadly look. Then the demon saint said to Lin Sheng at this moment, "Boy, it seems that your strength is not just pure strength. Is it because of the weapon in your hand?" The demon saint immediately said to Lin Sheng at this moment. Then at this time, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "That's true. But this weapon is also part of the 5 powers." After Lin Sheng said this, the demon saint smiled and said, "It is also the strong who does not ask where he comes from. It's just that you're not the only one with powerful weapons." After the demon saint finished speaking these words, the magic stick in her hand was immediately caught in his hand. Then the demon saint held the weapon hard at this moment. And the next moment, a strong black light emerged from the magic stick. The next moment, after the black light was extinguished, circles of mysterious halo appeared on the appearance of the magic stick. Then the magic stick seemed to be released from the seal at this time, and the weapon was caught in the hands of the demon saint at this time. The demon saints association suddenly became proud. The demon saint looked at Lin Sheng and said, "Now we are all as angry as I am." After the demon saint said these words, he immediately ran towards Lin Sheng with the magic stick. The demon saint raised the magic stick in his hand at this moment. And the next moment, the magic stick was about to hit Lin Sheng. The demon saint was still approaching Lin Sheng rapidly. There was still a distance between the two. But judging from the current speed of the demon saint, Lin Sheng could no longer avoid this distance. There is only resistance. A strange smile appeared on the demon saint's face at this time. But Lin's illness didn't turn out as he imagined. He took out Xianyuan's sword to resist the magic stick in his hand. No matter how powerful the Xianyuan sword in Lin Sheng's hand is, the magic stick in his hand is not a vegetarian. Under the comparison of his own strength, the demon saint was at worst sure to seriously injure Lin Sheng. However, now Lin Sheng took out the shaped cannon that he had prepared earlier from behind him. Lin Sheng looked at the demon saint opposite with a smile. A high smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Lin Sheng aimed the shaped cannon in his hand at the demon saint. The next moment, the concentrated cannon in his hand was launched with a powerful light. It was a beam of light. The demon saint couldn't help feeling panicked at this moment. It seemed as if something terrible had happened. The demon saint looked at the beam of light in front of him and couldn't help but think to himself, how could this thing pose a threat to my life? Just when the demon saint was thinking like this, the demon saint wanted to escape at this moment. But it was too late. The beam of light immediately hit the demon saint. Then at this moment, the demon saint was hit in the abdomen. The next moment, the demon saint's abdomen was penetrated. The demon saint stared at Lin Sheng in disbelief. The movements in his hands all stopped at this time. Then he stood there motionless. He slowly said to Lin Sheng, "You actually use such despicable means." After the demon saint said these words, the demon saint's eyes suddenly became dull. Then his figure slowly dissipated. After the demon saint's body dissipated, a strange stone was immediately left on the ground. What is that? Lin Sheng suddenly became curious when he looked at that strange stone. Chapter 512 Water Demon Saint. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng stepped forward and picked up the stone on the ground. This is a piece of holy crystal. The moment he got the holy crystal, Lin Sheng felt something was wrong in the points redemption interface. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately fell on the points redemption interface. Then Lin Sheng saw the brand new items in the interface. When Lin Sheng saw this exchange item, he immediately became overjoyed. Holy pill. Price is 1 holy crystal. Jisheng pill. Price, 4 holy crystals. Lin Sheng immediately bought the holy pill. When Lin Sheng held the holy pill in his hand, he immediately held the holy pill on his face. Then he quickly broke the potency. As long as this one is available, then he can use this elixir to improve his strength, thereby reaching the holy level of strength. As for the remaining pill, it is the way to break through the holy level and reach higher strength. But now, Lin Sheng's solution is to take the holy pill first and increase his strength immediately. Lin Sheng knew what he had to face next. He also learned before that there were 5 demon saints in this demon world. Before that, he had already solved the first demon saint. Lin Sheng didn't think there was anything going on here, and the other 4 demon saints didn't notice it. Then after this push goes down, Lin Sheng can push out, and those demon saints are already gathering here. Then at this time, Lin Sheng immediately swallowed the holy pill. After Lin Sheng used this holy pill, Lin Sheng's strength was directly upgraded to the holy level. At this time, Lin Sheng also became excited. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the Jisheng pill that he had not yet purchased, and he couldn't help showing a strange expression. Of the 5 demon saints, the first one raised him to the saint level, and the remaining 4 together were almost used to raise his own strength. Strength beyond the holy level. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little happy when he thought of this. These demon saints are cultivating so hard. Doesn't this mean they are making wedding clothes for themselves? Haha. The invasion of Blue Star failed, and the demon realm was brought in. At the end, my strength was improved again at this time. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng looked leisurely into the distance. That's where the other 4 holy sites are. After Lin Sheng improved his strength, he also vaguely felt that the demon saints were chasing after him at this time. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and then said to his subordinates, "Let's tidy up this place. Let's stay in this holy land first. Then we can directly wait for the demon saints to come." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai came to Lin Sheng and asked curiously, "Boss, why don't we go to those other demon holy places? Since we can kill this demon saint, there will be no problem in killing the other 4 demon saints." After Pai said this, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "Why don't we just wait here? Just wait for the demon saints over there to come by themselves." After Lin Sheng said this, Pai immediately slapped his forehead, and then showed an expression of sudden realization on his face. Then he smiled at Lin Sheng and said, "Wow, boss, you are so right. That's what I want." Pai said this in surprise. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng waved his hand and said to Pai, "Go ahead and clear out all the enemies here. Then take down the Holy Land here, and finally wait for them to come." Lin Sheng was there. After talking about this, all these subordinates started to take action one after another. And at the next moment, these subordinates started to take action. After Zuzai had cleaned up the entire Holy Land, everyone surrounded the Holy Land. And at the next moment, Pai and others came to Lin Sheng's side again. Pai immediately asked again, "Boss, how long do we have to wait now?" Lin Sheng suddenly stood up and said to Pai in front of him, "Isn't this the upcoming election?" Time went back to an hour ago, among the other 4 holy places of the demon clan. After the 4 demon saints learned the news, these 4 demon saints were all connected with each other at this time, because after getting the message, they all lost contact with the person who sent the message, and there was no way to contact them at all. But at this time, they were all in contact with each other to discuss things. And the reason why they couldn't contact the demon saint who sent them the message was because he had already started a fight with Lin Sheng. But before, after they had discussed it, they all set off towards the Holy Land where Lin Sheng and others were. The distance between the 4 major holy places within it is extremely far, and they can't come together. In the end, these demon saints can only come separately one by one. Then at this time, after Lin Sheng finished talking about this household, Pai Pai raised his head and looked up into the sky. As soon as he looked at it, he saw another demon saint rushing over with a group of demon warriors. Then at this time, those demon warriors who tried to kill the demon saint brought some wine to the outside of the Holy Land. The demon saint's expression was very solemn. And then at this moment, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. Then the demon saint said, "Damn it! The old golden demon here should be completely dead." The old water demon in front of him spoke at this time. Then looking at the blue star people in the Holy Land, the warriors who waved their hands casually took action first. And then the demon people behind them rushed in immediately. Then at this moment, when these demons were taking action, the Shui Lao Mo started waiting. If the people under my command can delay the time, they will have enough time to wait for the other 3 old demons to come over, and then join forces together. At this time, Lin Sheng and others looked at the demon warriors charging in front of Lin, and they all started to fight back without hesitation. Not much time passed. All these demon warriors were wiped out. The old water demon was the only one in the place. Shui Lao Mo was also panicked. This was outrageous. All of his men were killed without starving. Oziel and the other demon saints hadn't arrived yet. So he suddenly felt bad and wanted to leave first. I regretted why I ran here so fast. Chapter 513-3 Saints Gathering. Just when Shui Lao Mo was extremely panicked, Lin Sheng's eyes met with that Shui Lao Mo's. When he saw Lin Sheng looking over, Shui Lao Mo saw Lin Sheng showing a strange smile to him. "Brother is here?" After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Shui Lao Mo's expression suddenly changed. "Blue Star Human, I'll give you a chance to take your people out of here now. As long as you leave here, our demon world will never pursue you again." When Shui Lao Mo said this, he looked at Lin Sheng warily. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng said with a smile, "There was a guy who told me the same thing just now, but his strength was not enough for him to say such big words. As a result, the people are gone, and so is the holy place." After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shui Lao Mo's face immediately showed fear. At the same time, Shui Lao Mo was also convinced in his heart that Jin Lao Mo was dead. Shui Lao Mo looked at Lin Sheng and didn't dare to make much movement. But my heart became more and more anxious. When will the other 3 old demons arrive? At this time, Lin Sheng said to Shui Lao Mo, "It's a good time for you to come. It's just right that I have been promoted to the saint level. It's just right that you can practice with me to see what my current strength is like." After Lin Sheng said these words, Lao Mo felt helpless. Before this, I could kill and upgrade to the saint level before I could reach the saint level. Now that the saint level is here to accuse me, wouldn't it mean that I'm in danger? Shui Lao Mo was thinking this, but he said sincerely, "Boy, if you leave now, I won't care about you then. But if you want to duel with me, then don't blame my men for being ruthless." Shui Lao Mo was extremely looking forward to Lin Sheng retreating. But Lin Sheng just didn't get what he wanted. He said directly to him, "Come on, let's have a show." Lin Sheng's words made old man Shui Mo panic in his heart. But I could only pretend to be calm and comfort myself. Yes, he must have used some special means to kill old demon Jin before. Now it's easy. He must not be able to beat me. When Shui Lao Mo was thinking this, he came to Lin Sheng. He said to Lin Sheng, "If you don't leave the flower, you won't be able to leave." After saying this, Shui Lao Mo decided to strike first and immediately launched an attack on Lin Sheng. Shui Lao Mo held a strange dark trident in his hand and attacked Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, held Xian Yuan in his hand and began to fight the sleeping demon. The sounds of fighting continued. Weapons collided, and the two were equally powerful. Shui Lao Mo has already used all his power. He didn't dare to be careless. The human beings in front of him were very strange. But Lin Sheng's face showed a strange smile. Lin Sheng said easily, "It seems that your strength is not that great." After hearing Lin Sheng's flowers, Shui Lao Mo's face turned ugly. Then at this moment, the Shui Lao Mo was extremely concerned about his rank. "Brothers, why don't you guys come? If you don't come again, I'm going to die." Shui Lao Mo was extremely anxious. But Shui Lao Mo's thoughts were not realized. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng blew up the weapon in Shui Lao Mo's hand. When Shui Lao Mo saw his weapon destroyed, he was suddenly shocked. Damn it. Mud. He really can't beat him. And judging from the other party's appearance, he was provoking himself. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, Shui Lao Mo felt that he would definitely kill the opponent to vent his hatred. But now there is no way. Shui Lao Mo hurriedly pushed away. In order to save his life, he began to threaten Lin Sheng and said, "Leave! Our people will be here soon." Lin Sheng laughed and said, "That's best. I want to see what my strength is, but you can't test it." After hearing this, Shui Lao Mo immediately gritted his teeth and became furious. Is Mater too arrogant? Shui Lao Mo hates in his heart that those bunch of dogs didn't come at this time and didn't show up at the critical moment. Aren't they forcing me? Shui Lao Mo felt that if he didn't do anything else, the enemy in front of him would definitely kill him. The old water demon finally decided. The black demonic energy on his body suddenly burst out. Black energy continued to surround his body. And in the next moment, the demon saint turned directly into a pool of black water. And the black water continued to change. Then he flew towards Lin Sheng. Lin Shenke couldn't help but use the Xianyuan sword in his hand to kill the old guy. Boom. Shui Lao Mo only felt that he was injured when he was hit by the weapon. Now Shui Lao Mo is even more frightened. This incarnation of the old water demon is the true form of black water. So ordinary attacks will definitely have no effect. Even if it destroys the structure of his body, there is no way to hurt him. Because it is water, if it is scattered, it can still be reintegrated back. But Lin Sheng's attack directly evaporated the water on his body. Then it was at this time that the old water demon had the idea of retreating. "Ha ha! My strength is not bad. You should die, old guy," Lin Sheng said. The attack became more and more fierce. But at this moment, the old water demon became even more frightened. At this moment, the old water demon suddenly heard an extremely pleasant voice. "Maid, who is bullying me? Brother Heishui?" It was the other 3 demon saints who arrived. Shui Lao Mo looked back in great surprise. Lin Sheng also heard the sound. He knew in his heart that this was the arrival of other demon saints. Immediately, his hands exerted force even faster. Although he didn't think he could defeat these people. But 1 person versus 4 people. Lin Sheng decided to be more prudent and decided that it would be safer to have 1 less enemy. So at this time, Lin Sheng suddenly increased his strength and attacked the old water demon in front of him. The weapon in Lin Sheng's hand burst out with intense light at this moment, swallowing up the old water demon. The old water demon was extremely frightened. Although I saw rescue coming, but he himself cannot be saved. Then at this moment, the old water demon looked at his old friends in despair. But the next moment, he was swallowed up by the attack energy. 3 old demons have just arrived. And they are also confused at this time. Because after they saw their old friend being swallowed up by the attack energy, he lost his life. "Wang Mao, what have you done? We want you to die." Chapter 514, The Holy Pill. After the furious voice sounded, Lin Sheng looked over and said with a sneer, "Uh-huh. This is the price you have to pay." Lin Sheng's words once again angered the 3 demon saints in front of him. "I am Mulao Mo. I am the fire demon. I am the old devil. We 3 demon saints will kill you at this time and drive you out. Our demon world is not something you people can invade casually." After hearing this, Lin Sheng shook his head in disdain, and then slowly picked up the magic crystal on the ground in front of him, into the arms. Then Lin Sheng looked at the 3 demon saints in front of him, and couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes. As long as he got rid of these 3 demon saints, then you can get those 3 magic crystals. At that time, you will get 4 magic crystals. Then at the end, he will be able to obtain power beyond the holy level. Lin Sheng was looking forward to it. What will that power beyond the holy level be like in the end? So Lin Sheng looked at the 3 demon saints and said, "Experienced old man, come quickly." Ha ha ha. When Pipe Eye and others heard Lin Sheng's words at this time, they burst into laughter. At this last moment, everyone was confused that this kind of battle was not something they could intervene in. So they all retreated to the back. These people can only watch from behind. And the 3 demon saints were all infuriated by Lin Sheng's actions at this time. So at this moment, these demon saints immediately stared at Lin Sheng with wide eyes. "Yellow-haired boy, you are looking for death." After saying this, the 3 demon saints immediately came to Lin Sheng. Then they took out their exclusive holy weapon and were about to take action against Lin Sheng at any time. Lin Sheng just waved the Xianyuan sword in his hand and immediately blocked these demon saints. After the 3 demon saints were blocked by Lin Sheng at this time, they were surprised to find that Lin Sheng's hand actually felt like a threat to the 3 of them. You must know that even if the 50,000 yuan in Lin Sheng's hands is a threat to one of them, there are 3 of them. If the 3 of them add up, there will definitely be no threat. And then at this time, if one person and one weapon threatens all three of them, this is not a good thing. So the three demon saints all looked very ugly at this time. Then at this moment, those demon saints looked at Lin Sheng. After a while, the fire demon saint said angrily, "He only has one person to start with. And there are three of us. There will still be errors in perception. I don't believe that the three of us can't defeat this person." People. After the fire demon saint finished these words, he immediately led three demon saints to kill Lin Sheng at the same time. Then at this time, these demon saints immediately took action against Lin Sheng. When these demon saints approached Lin Sheng, these demon saints all started to take action together. When these demon saint attacks came in front of Lin Sheng also became violent. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was attacked continuously. These attacks continued to fall on those demon saints. Demon saint at this moment. Wounds continued to appear on the bodies of these demon saints. At this time, these demon saints all felt the constant pain coming from their bodies. After a long time, although these demon saints said they planned to fight back, but it had no effect. And these demon saints fell to the ground one by one. You, how can you be so powerful? These demon saints looked at Lin Sheng with horror on their faces. But at the next moment, I heard Lin Sheng say, "It's okay. You don't need to stay anymore." After Lin Sheng finished saying this, the Xianyuan sword in his hand was attacked again by Lin Sheng at this time. The next moment, the three demon saints all lost their vitality. And at this time, it began to slowly turn into ashes and dissipate in the air. The moment the demon saint's body dissipated, Lin Sheng immediately saw the magic crystal left behind after their bodies disappeared. Got the magic crystal. Lin Sheng looked at the 4 magic crystals in his hand. Then he set his sights on the redemption interface. After Lin Sheng opened the exchange interface, looking at the 4 magic crystals that can be exchanged for the holy pill. After Lin Sheng looked around the surrounding environment, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and others, "Sister Ling, please stay with me. I will do what I have to do later in case something unexpected happens. You might as well give me some care." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Shen Ling nodded and said, "Okay." Then Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai and others again, "You go to the devil world to clean up. The 5 demon saints in the demon world have all been dealt with. Even if there are still demons left, their strength is at the immortal level at best. And they are no match for you at all. Just go ahead and do it." After Lin Sheng's words fell, Pai Pai and others immediately took action at this time. After Pai Pai and others left, they began to sweep around the demon world. These guys are quite capable of mobility. In addition, there is not much high-end combat power in the demon world. They will be able to clear out the demon world in no time. Then at this moment, Lin Sheng redeemed the holy pill in the redemption interface. "I'm going to use it now." Lin Sheng said this to Shen Ling. Shen Ling nodded immediately and said, "Okay." Lin Sheng immediately took the Jixing pill and started using it immediately. After Lin Sheng swallowed the holy pill, it didn't take long before he felt a strange feeling well up in his heart. The next moment, Lin Sheng fell to the ground. This feeling made Lin Sheng very uncomfortable. Shen Ling couldn't help but become nervous. And at this moment, Shen Ling knew that she couldn't provide much help, so she could only wait slowly aside. Lin Sheng's body also slowly changed. A strange light grew brighter and brighter. Lin Sheng's strength also continued to rise at this time. His strength soared little by little until he reached the peak of the holy level. But at this time, the strength in his body did not stop. Instead, he seemed to be holding his breath continuously. I don't know how long it took before this breath suddenly burst out. Boom. There was a loud noise. Chapter 515 Finale. Huge energy burst out from Lin Sheng's body. The next moment, Lin Sheng entered a whole new realm. Lin Sheng shook his hand and closed his eyes. Feeling your own power. Did it succeed? Shen Ling, who was next to Lin Sheng, saw Lin Sheng's performance and asked curiously. Lin Sheng nodded and said, "Yes." As Lin Sheng's words fell, Lin Sheng stood up straight. Then he looked at the sky faintly. At this moment, Lin Sheng seemed to feel that the world could be within reach at any time. Nothing he wants will be able to go against his command. Lin Sheng was a little puzzled as to why the saint-level strength didn't give him a special feeling at all. But now this incident brought him a different feeling. Lin Sheng waved his hand and wanted to try. Go and purify the demon world. As Lin Sheng's words fell, the dark world slowly began to purify. The black energy faded, and the violet energy began to dissipate. The entire demon world began to transform into a sunny world. The passage is open. A part of the demon world began to change. Blue Star and the entire solar system appeared in the demon world. Fusion. As these words fell, the richest continents in the demon world began to float around the Blue Star. As Lin Sheng issued his instructions one by one, the rules of the entire world seemed to be under control, and continued to transform Blue Star. Everyone on Blue Star was extremely surprised when they saw this change. They watched the blue area grow larger and larger. Blue Star is also undergoing drastic changes, all of which are changing according to Lin Sheng's thoughts. On the Blue Star, buildings that were the same as before the disaster kept rising. Tears filled the eyes of all humans who were still alive after the disaster. Everything is finally over. 10 years later, the reserve technology and resources of the demon world were put to use by Blue Star humans. Blue Star humans no longer distinguish national boundaries, and Blue Star humans have replaced the demons in the demon world and become the overlord of the universe. A series of extremely powerful battleships circled in the starry sky above the Blue Star. Succeeded? I succeeded? I created holy level weapons and equipment. Ha ha ha! The surprised voice of the Dwarf King spread throughout the universe. I said, "Can you not disturb my sleep?" Pai said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Calm Kongi, the Elf Queen, and Guzi were all helpless. This was not the first time in the past 10 years that the Dwarf King had burst out with such a surprise. Above this fairyland-like sky, a cute girl sat on the back of the Thunder Dragon and said to Lin Sheng and Shenling beside her, "Mom, Dad, Uncle Dwarf is crazy again." Lin Sheng and Shenling looked at each other and laughed. "Let's go to Blue Star to see some tourism." After Lin Sheng said this, he patted the Thunder Dragon on the head. The Thunder Dragon roared, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and flew a family of 3 to the Blue Star.